What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Emperor Luffy joins Marineford 1L Chapter 1 after the country was destroyed. I awakened sheet, new book set sail for everything. See Circle Calendar 1520, West Blue, Char Kingdom. Flame, burning blazingly. Darkness, devouring the earth. The kingdom is about to collapse. Flames and smoke enveloped the capital. The light of the knife and the shadow of the sword flickered. My lord, please leave quickly. King, as long as you can live, it is better than anything else. Leave it to us here, my lord, go. During the 5 years that the king has been in power, this hopeless country has ushered in the dawn for the first time. You are the best virtuous king in the world. Give your heart to the king. The brave soldiers were roaring and roaring, fighting and charging without fear of death. The burning palace, the highest point, the young king stood leaning on a railing, calmly watching the end of the country. His eyes are quiet but deep. 5 years ago, because of an accident, Ron, a top student in the history department, traveled to this dangerous world of pirates. There are no system cheats, there is only one throne at the start. The old king of Char Kingdom died. Ron, who is a prince, takes the throne. As for why I am a prince when I wear it, Ron couldn't figure it out and didn't have time to think about it. Because at that time he was facing a huge dilemma. The Char Kingdom with a history of 300 years is about to be Kuchiki. The decadent aristocratic class system has left the country in dire straits, and the people are in dire straits. The aristocrats who have power and interests continue to exploit the common people to provide for their own enjoyment. While the rich wine and meat smell the road with frozen bone. It is the best portrayal of this country. Then, there are two paths before Ron. One is to become a puppet of the nobles, join hands with them, and indulge in vocal music. The second is to try our best to do something for this country. As a 5 good youth who grew up under the red banner of the new era, it is impossible to cooperate with others, even if there is no system cheat. Ron wanted to do something too, and it's rare to come to Pirate World. If you don't leave a little trace of yourself, that would be too boring. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was a top student in the history department. Ron is well aware of the laws of governing the country and the way to make a fortune of the great kings and emperors in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Relying on the experience and lessons of predecessors, Ron set out to save the country in dire straits, the first year. On the surface, Ron flirted with the nobles. Behind the scenes, preparations for multi-handed reforms began. The second year, Ron gathered the hearts and minds of the people. Coupled with the support of the Revolutionary Army secretly contacted, the rule of the aristocratic class was overthrown. Since then, the Kingdom of Sha has entered a new era that is waiting to be rebuilt. Advertisement the third year. The development of the country is on the right track. The huge wealth amassed by the nobles was effectively used. Also, same year, Ron announced that the Kingdom of Char had withdrawn from the ranks of countries joining the world government. One or a large sum of heavenly gold is left for the country. These savings, Ron didn't waste a bit, in addition to the improvement of people's lives and economic development. A large part of the rest is used for the improvement of armaments and the purchase of devil fruit. The lessons learned from New World Dressrosa are vivid. In this pirate world where the jungle eats the jungle, only the country's own strength is fundamental, no matter how virtuous the king is. Facing absolute power, it is also useless, so start with the third year. Ron devoted almost all of his strength to the development of the country. Devil fruit, for better or worse, buy them all. In addition, hockey and murloc karate instructors were invited from the Revolutionary Army. All the measures have been successful. The normal West Blue pirates can no longer threaten the country. Fourth year, Celestial Dragons Dreyfus accidentally visited. After experiencing an unpleasant holiday here, I left angrily. Finally, the time has come to the present of the 5th year. Ron thinks that his country has achieved ultimate. However, in the end it was still the result. Everything was so unexpected. The demise of the country is only overnight. Darkness enveloped the land. The world fell silent. Ron invested a lot of effort to build a powerful army to protect the country, but was defeated by the fierce pirates, led by the nobles. Gia. Offended the nobles of the world. The celestial dragons still want to leave? Don't even try to escape today? It's just a kid, do you really think it can overthrow the aristocratic regime? This is the price of your reckless behavior for the past 5 years. These fools in the dark don't need to despair, it's all because of you. They can endure darkness if they have never seen the light. It's you who let them see the light, that's why it led to this result. Be angry, be miserable, and despair. The country you spent 5 years building, today Vice Admiral is gone. The villain and the villain were laughing wildly. Like a clown on a stage, the hideous and ugly face is fully displayed. Angry? Are you sad? Pain? I witnessed with my own eyes that the kingdom I had spent 5 years building collapsed overnight? This kind of emotion, as long as it is a person and has feelings, it is impossible to feel nothing. Only, the expression on Ron's face remained calm. It is like deep Yamanaka's pond water, quiet and deep. Hateful. You're still pretending when you're about to die. You be asterisk 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 d, hurry up and cry bitterly and kneel down and beg for mercy. In this case, we may still be able to give you a way out. The nobles who thought they had the absolute upper hand screamed loudly. Advertisement, haha. Ha 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 ha. Ron suddenly smiled. Laughing out loud. No one knew why he was laughing. Also no one knows. In this hopeless place where there are 10 deaths and no life. At the moment of national collapse, as a time traveler, Ron finally awakened the system cheat that was 5 years late. Yeah. Looks crazy. What a pity. I wanted to appreciate his desperate expression at first. The nobles shook their heads boredly. Boom. The burning palace collapsed. In the raging flames. No one saw it. Last of the last. The Uzumaki-like mysterious door appeared out of thin air and disappeared with Ron. The nobles and the pirates cheered and celebrated the victory. A warship with a yellow golden lion head belonging to the world government. Celestial dragons Dreyfus danced and cheered, at the same time. The reef on the west blue shore of the Char Kingdom. A large ship moored quietly. People in black robes gathered from all directions. The wounded were carried onto the ship one after another and treated properly. Another quarter of an hour. There was a wide gap in the rock wall of the coast. A giant S********** E in a sailor suit propped up the rock wall. Bring out more wounded and children with the young blonde youth. Sabo. Where is Ron? Where is Mr. Ron? Koala, a revolutionary girl with short orange hair, stepped forward to ask anxiously. Sabo, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, pursed his lips and shook his head silently. How could this be? Mr. Ron is obviously such a good king, he clearly made an appointment with me. Koala's eyes were red, her voice gradually choked up, and her tears couldn't stop falling. Damn it, it's impossible for those useless nobles to condense such a huge power. Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, said unwillingly. Even if they pretend to be pirates, it's useless. I know that they are from the world government. The world government has finally taken action against this country. Karas, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, said quietly. Damn it. World government bastards, is it necessary to do this? Just for a mere celestial dragons? Not only that, they are probably trying to make an example to others. Said Sabo, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. With the demise of the Kingdom of Char, warn other countries that want to break away from the world government. The top of the red line, Holy Land, Mariajoy. Master 5 Elders, about the West Blue Char Kingdom. World government spies in black suits began to report. 5 minutes later, end of report, the spies retreated. In the magnificent white jade palace, there are only 5 people with the highest authority in the world. Lights, turn off, it's just, I still can't figure it out. Why does Lord I.M. attach so much importance to that small country in the remote place of West Blue? Chapter 2 The Shaking Sea, Queen Robin, Vivi and Ron. Time flies. 3 days in a blink of an eye, all around the world. Newsbirds fly. Bring today's big news. Today's front page headline is, Pirate Straw Hat Crew making a big fuss at Eni's lobby. Grand Line Santin, Alabasta, not long ago. The country is in despair. A 3-year drought and a Shichibukai usurper plot have brought the 1,000-year-old kingdom to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, the arrival of the pirate Straw Hat Crew changed the fate of the country. Now, all hardships come. After the rain, the sun shines. Everything is moving in a good direction, this moment. The royal capital Albana, the royal palace. The high officials of the kingdom headed by King Cobra watched the news reports and frowned. Father King, the girl's call sounded from outside the hall. Wearing a long blue dress and long blue hair, Vivi, the princess holding the corner of her skirt, came quickly with the pet running duck. Master Vivi, you must have seen it, Straw Hat Crew, they actually. The faces of Belle the Falcon and Yaka the Jackal, the deputy captains of the guards of the 2 kingdoms, were filled with shock. No problem, this is Luffy's style, Princess Vivi smiled brightly. Quack, Karoo, the running duck, fluttered his big chicken wings, indicating that he should drink. I just didn't expect that Nico Robin to join the Straw Hat Crew. Kingdom Guard Captain Ikaram shook his head incredulously. About this, I am also a little surprised, Princess Vivi frowned slightly. If not for the country, she should be the 7th member of the Straw Hat Pirates. But now it is, but it's no problem. Since Luffy and the others approve it, I will believe it, and didn't you tell me, Ikaram, that you were saved by Nico Robin back then, maybe her nature is not bad. Princess Vivi spoke in relief. Ikaram nodded, Father King. Vivi's eyes fell on King Cobra on the throne, calling for a daughter. King Cobra seemed to have never heard of it, still staring at the newspaper without blinking. So, I've already said, don't worry about what Nico Robin will do, Father. Vivi moved lightly in lotus steps and tugged at the king's arm. Cobra finally came to his senses belatedly. Vivi, I'm not worried about Nico Robin. King Cobra shook his head, then Father, you. Vivi's beautiful eyes fell on the newspaper in Cobra's hand. Advertisement only then did I find out. My father wasn't watching the headline making Eni's lobby event. It's a small chapter in an obscure corner of a newspaper. West Blue Char Kingdom, Parish, Vivi pursed her lips. If there is no Straw Hat Crew, I'm afraid there will be news of Alabasta's demise in the newspapers now. For Yuzan, the country's demise, Vivi felt the same way. The king of the Char Kingdom is really a virtuous king. Although I have never seen him before, I admire his series of drastic measures for the country. I have always wanted to see him, but I didn't expect. King Cobra shook his head with a sigh. If Luffy and the others are in this country, they can definitely. Vivi looked slightly gloomy. Grand Line, the capital of water. The beginning and end of the French island incident. Brother Frankie, something is wrong. 1. Early in the morning, the screams of Frankie's gangsters broke the tranquility of the city. Eni's lobby big event, announced, Straw Hat Crew, rewards for all members. Ha 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 ha, great, Captain Straw Hat Luffy raised his hands and cheered. I am very excited about my 300 million Bailey reward. HMPH, 120 million berry. Not bad, the three swordsmen Zoro smiled slightly. Hold on, Nami held her small face in her hands, her pretty face was full of horror. 550? Chopper opened his mouth wide and his face was broken. But at this moment, there are people more broken than Chopper. That is, due to some technical reasons, the acquisition of photos failed, and in the end, Sanji could only be drawn manually. At this moment, looking at the fat house on the reward order, Sanji's whole body is gloomy. Looking at the still happy Straw Hat Crew, Robin, who has completely integrated into the team, couldn't help smiling. Robin didn't care about his own reward. Robin flipped through the newspaper in his hand. Well, this is. Watch the demise of the West Blue Char Kingdom reported on the corner page. Robin's beautiful eyes could not help but fluctuate slightly. She still remembers. 5 years ago. Exit West Blue, before entering the Grand Line. She once had a thrilling experience. The location is Char Kingdom. The young and frivolous King Shaw captured her, said to make her queen. Certainly, Robin refused, and found an opportunity to escape. Until later. Robin just knew. The young king he met at that time was not as cynical and corrupt as he appeared on the surface. Advertisement, it was all a disguise to confuse the aristocracy. According to the information I found when I was in the Baroque studio, under the leadership of that wise king, the country's armed forces should be very strong. Why are they being mere West Blue pirates? Robin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Robin, what's wrong? Captain Luffy tilted his head curiously. No, nothing. Robin shook his head. It's pointless to worry about this now. She couldn't do anything except feel a little sorry in her heart. Fufurofer. New World Dressrosa. Wangdu Heights, the palace outdoor swimming pool. The flamboyant man in the flamingo coat looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In this world, being weak is a sin. The arc of Shichibukai Doflamingo's mouth gradually widened. 8 years ago, because King Riku is too weak, Dressrosa became his thing. Now, because Ron is too weak, that's why the Shaw Kingdom will be destroyed. Hey, Dover, a man with a disgusting snot all over his body came. Follow-up information from West Blue Char's kingdom has arrived. It seems that the king's body has not been found. Torre Pole, the top cadre of the Don Quixote Plum Blossom Army reported. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all, but it's just a king at the bottom, who has already been burned to ashes anyway. Doflamingo didn't care, never took it to heart, from beginning to end. It's all just a deal with world government, simple entrustment, generous rewards. Alabasta, coast. The Princess Vivi, riding a super-fast duck, stands on the cliff, looking at the sea, thinking of her partners on the way. For a long time, Princess Vivi looked away, ready to order to the nearest city to help. Sudden. At this time. Princess Vivi glanced out of the corner of her eye. Not far away, on the coastal reef, a man sat there, motionless. Hello, who are you? What are you doing here? Are you, all right? The Princess Vivi, who was concerned about the country and the people, stepped forward immediately and asked with concern. The man who had been sitting dry on the rock for 3 days turned his head. My name is Ron. Hello, Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Chapter 3, The Book of Contract, Any Door in Time and Space. Grand Line, Santing Island, Alabasta, West Blue Shore. Shady shade. Gudong, Ron gulped down the water Vivi brought him. Inject life into this dying body. Good moment, call. Ron let out a long breath. It's really helpful to be alive, Princess Vivi. No, I didn't do anything. Vivi waved her hand. Speaking of which, Mr. Ron, what are you doing here? Judging by your attire, you don't seem to be from Alabasta. Could it be that you were shipwrecked and drifted here? Vivi looked at Ron and asked curiously. Ron was silent. The eyes are faint. The scene of the Burning Kingdom 3 days ago is vivid in my mind, and finally all of them are restrained and buried deep in my heart. It doesn't make any sense to just immerse yourself in the sorrow and pain of the past. The pain of subjugation, the Yuuzhan of the courtier. Within the past 3 days, he has enough to remember. And next, there is only one thing he has to do, that is to become stronger. Get stronger in the shortest possible time, after the defeat 3 days ago. He already knows enough. In this pirate world where the jungle eats the jungle. Weakness is sin. So what if he is a virtuous king? No matter how well the country is governed, so what? Once you encounter a blow outside the specification. After all, there is only one way to perish. Making every effort to govern and be a virtuous king cannot save the country. Only one's own strength is the root of the root, from now on. There is no more King Ron in the world. Some are just Ron who aspires to be the king of the sea. He takes one step at a time. Get to the top of the sea in the shortest possible time. Then make the nobles, pirates, celestial dragons and the world government pay the price in blood. 5 years ago. Ron, who had just entered the world of pirates, had similar thoughts. But just think about it, although it is a time traveler. But no cheats. The physique is just ordinary people. 5 years of training and practice, now his power is at most 200. Both armed color and observation hockey are still in their infancy. In practice, he really has no talent. Advertisement. There is not much difference between Straw Hat Luffy, the child of destiny in this world. But it's different now, at the end of the fall of the kingdom. The cheat, which was late for 5 years, finally arrived. This is the opportunity and confidence for his rise. Mr. Ron, are you really okay? The girl's call woke Ron from his contemplation. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Ron waved his hand. Really, I don't think you're in good spirits, why don't you come with me to the nearest town to see a doctor? Vivi was concerned. No, I'll just take a break for a while. Ron leaned against the tree trunk and took the exposed newspaper from Karoo the duck's storage bag. Watch the headlines on the news. Straw Hat Crew made a big fuss at Eni's lobby, I didn't expect to get here before I knew it. Ron whispered to himself. These years, he has been committed to the development and growth of the country. Ignore the familiar people and things in this world. I wanted to wait until I had a strong force. He goes on another East Blue expedition. But now it is unnecessary. Mr. Ron, do you know Luffy and the others? Vivi asked in surprise. The expression on Ron's face changed. She was smart enough to see a clue. Straw Hat Crew, this year's problem newcomer, I saw it on the news. Ron said casually. No, Mr. Ron, Luffy and the others are not problematic characters. They're different from ordinary pirates who burn, kill and loot. They're heroes who have saved many people. Vivi spoke seriously. Of course I know about this kind of thing. Ron nodded. What a bunch of people Straw Hat Crew is. As a time traveler, of course he knows best, but heroes are something. Just before the Impel Down event. Because of the intrusion of Straw Hats, there was a lot of trouble. A large number of prisoners escaped. Among them are many vicious eternal hell pirates. Although these people were not released by Straw Hat Luffy himself. But these villains are able to be free, which is more or less related to his riots. In the end, it will indirectly cause many countries and people to fall into crisis. This is not a crime that can be washed away with a few words. Straw Hat Luffy himself has never flaunted justice. Well, for these. Ron doesn't care about it in the slightest now. After all, what he is going to do next may be 1,000 times worse than the Straw Hat invasion of Impel Down. If achieved, the world will be turned upside down. After seeing reports of the Eni's lobby incident, a plan immediately emerged from Ron's mind. As a qualified traveler, of course, Ron was not ignorant of the Great War that affected the times shortly after the Eni's lobby incident. Take the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the son of One Piece, as the fuse. The old overlord of the sea, the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters are in full-scale war. Finally, facing the huge power of Marine, Whitebeard, the overlord of 2 ages across the sea, died in battle. Fire Fist Ace blocked the sun god and died. The 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates fell apart. This is the beginning of a new era, this is the established ending. But, thanks to Ron for joining, the outcome of this summit war is destined to change. And it is an unprecedented drastic change, and to make it all happen. What he relies on is naturally the cheat who awakened 3 days ago. Book of Contract. Any door in time and space. The former, the Book of Contract. Anyone who left a blood contract on the book. As the owner of the Book of Contract, Ron will have a chance to gain 1 or more of his powers. In theory, as long as there are enough people in the contract. Ron can become stronger without limit, and want to complete the contract. You just need to get the other party's blood. This point is not difficult to say. Easier said than done. General Minnows, of course it is very simple. Only, contract 1,000 miscellaneous fish, it's better to contract a Zeon. However, none of the powerhouses in One Piece world is a good stubble. For example, 4 Emperors Whitebeard can easily knock down Shichibukai level aces even in his sleep state. The 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin is even more of a steel balloon, and there are only a handful of people who can break through the defense. It is not easy to obtain their blood and leave a contract. The Summit War is an excellent opportunity to obtain the Whitebeard Blood Pact. It's just that the battlefield on the top is extremely dangerous. If there is no considerable strength, I'm afraid that if even Whitebeard can't get close, he will become cannon fodder. Also, it never occurred to Ron to contract Whitebeard in the Summit War either. What he wanted before that was to leave Whitebeard's name on the book of the contract. To achieve this, any door in time and space is the key. Chapter 4 See Circle Calendar 1496, into the Luo Bai Group Banquet. Any door. One of the fantasy props in the world of Fatty Blue. As long as you think about where you want to go, you can reach any place you want to go after opening this door. Its principle is like a connection device between 2 spaces, using the warping space to realize the connection of spaces. Only, even such a magical fantasy prop has limitations after all. Among them, the biggest limitation is that it is limited to teleportation in space. If you want to travel through time, you need a time machine. However, the special chi props obtained by Ron made up for this limitation. Any door in time and space, as the name suggests. This is the gate of good fortune that combines the functions of the time machine and any door. Owns this door. Ron can shuttle in this pirate world infinitely. 3 days ago, he traveled through the space with the power of any door. From the distant west blue Char Kingdom came to the Grand Line Alabasta. Now, all it takes is a thought. He will be able to reach the 4 Emperors Whitebeard's ship. But Ron didn't intend to go after the old Whitebeard of this era. Space shuttle is only the basic function of any door. The real magic of the time-space arbitrary door lies in the word, time-space. It's not just Ron who can travel through time and space at will, going to the past and the future. It is even possible to transmit people from different time and space who entered into a blood contract with Ron to this time and space through the Book of Contract. Just imagine, if in the Summit War of this time and space. In the future, Luffy, the sun god who defeated Kaido and became 4 emperors, appeared. The Whitebeard of the past peak appeared, and Roger, the pirate king who died for 22 years. Heroes of all ages gather and reappear in the same time and space. What a magnificent picture that must be. The subversion of the world is only in an instant. But, due to the huge consumption of space-time shuttle, it is impossible to travel through time and space without limit. At present, Ron has a total of 3 opportunities to travel through time and space. It must be well planned and fully utilized. Maximize profits as much as possible. Within the past 3 days, Ron, who was sitting dry on the coastal reef, was not just thinking about the past. Advertisement. I also thought about the 3 time and space to go to. And, now, the destination of the first space-time that he wants to shuttle is already clear. Think about where you are going next. Want to do what you want to do next. Think of the upcoming changes in the world. Ron couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. There is no time to waste anymore. Ron stood up, and the arc of his mouth gradually widened. Mr. Ron, if you have nowhere to go, I can help you arrange accommodation. The warm-hearted Princess Vivi spoke. No need, I have a place to go next. Ron smiled slightly. Prince Vivi, today's favor, I have written it down. I can guarantee that even if the world is turned upside down in the future, you and this country will be safe and sound. Ron Hockey spoke confidently. Vivi, what's going on? Could it be that he met some incredible big shot? Just when Vivi was stunned, Ron strode forward, to the choppy sea. Hold on. After regaining consciousness, Vivi moved lightly with lotus steps, just about to stop her. Next moment, under her staring gaze, a portal of time and space emerged out of thin air without warning. Time positioning complete. Spatial positioning is complete. Time travel begins. Ron took a step forward. The figure leaps into any gate of time and space. In an instant, it disappeared. It was a long while after Ron left. Princess Vivi was shocked. Only then did he finally wake up from the shock. Karu, what we met today, is it, God? The Princess Vivi whispered shockingly. Quack. Quack. Karu, the running duck, fluttered its wings, shattering incoherently. In front of him was a flickering scene like a revolving lantern. Advertisement vaguely, there seems to be a long river of time rushing in one direction. And Ron is now swimming upstream. I don't know how long it has passed. Finally, time freezes. The illusory scene in front of him gradually solidified. What you can see is a lush virgin forest. It can be heard faintly. On the other side of the forest, there are many people cheering and celebrating. Any gate of time and space, the first time travel, success. This is the world 24 years ago. See Circle Calendar 1496. New World. An inconspicuous and nameless island among thousands of islands. Ron chose this place as a valuable space-time travel point. All because of now. On this unnamed island, 2 super teams that have led the change of the times are gathering here. They are respectively, the Whitebeard Pirates led by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the Roger Pirates led by One Piece Gold D. Roger. 3 days ago, 2 legs of this tripartite era. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates met unexpectedly. When a king meets a king, he greets him with a battle. It begins with the sky-shattering collision between Whitebeard and Roger. The Roger Pirates fought against the Whitebeard Pirates for 3 days. And, now 3 days later, the 2 sides who were still fighting with all their strength a few days ago. At this moment, they have already sat together, banquet, cheer, celebrate together. However, this moment, no one noticed. Some outsiders broke into their banquet quietly, eating and drinking wantonly. Chapter 5. The 3 Emperors' War in the New Era. The Luo Bai Overlord group is dumbfounded. See Circle Calendar 1496. A certain unnamed island in New World. 2 great pirates standing at the apex of the era meet. The evenly matched fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Time came to the 4th day. Style of painting, change. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, Binks. A relaxing and melodious melody echoes over the ruined island. That's the song of the pirates' banquet, Binks wine. Little ones, cheers, oh, overlords of the age. The joint banquet between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates began. The sound of the collision of wineglasses accompanied by people's laughter came and went, one after another. Hey, from Roger's group, your batch of jerky is really delicious, give me 3 boxes together with the box. Said Blenheim, captain of the 9th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Make a deal. Don Gino, a combatant of Roger's regiment with a pipe in his mouth, readily responded. Similar equivalent exchanges can be seen everywhere. Now it's completely turned into a gift exchange meeting. The second in command of Roger's regiment with a blonde back hair, and the vice-captain Pluton Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head with emotion. Suddenly. Rayleigh frowned slightly. Focus on the public food area not far away. Looking at the young man who was buried in cooking, he couldn't help showing suspicion on his face. 3 days of confrontation, for the composition of Whitebeard's side. Rayleigh thought he had written it all down, only that person. But there is no impression at all, never seen it on the battlefield. Could it be a non-combatant on the Whitebeard ship? Rayleigh couldn't help but wonder, this kind of thing is not impossible. For example, Kazuki Oden's wife and 2 children are non-combatants. Stayed on the whaleboat for the first 3 days and didn't show up. It didn't finally show up until today, the other side. The young pineapple-headed youth Marco, the dual-sword swordsman Bista and others also saw Ron who was feasting. Like Rayleigh, they dismissed it as a non-combatant who didn't show up on the other side's ship and didn't pay much attention to it. Advertisement relying on misunderstandings on both sides. Ron blended in smoothly and feasted on it, in the past 3 days. He didn't eat a grain of rice. The body has long been on the verge of limit. A lot of nutritional supplements are urgently needed. Now, cuisine current. Deserves a full meal, half an hour later. Ron was barely half full. He picked up his wine glass leisurely. Look around with binocular vision. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figures around him. Gold D. Roger who has not yet become the One Piece. Whitebeard Edward Newgate in the prime of his prime. Silver Rayleigh, the deputy captain of Roger's regiment, known as Pluton. Along with Rayleigh, Copper Jabba is the right-hand man of One Piece. Kazuki Oden, a samurai from Wanokuni, the young pineapple head pony and others. Certainly. Don't forget the 3 new era Sea Emperors who are here at the moment. 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks, 4 Emperors Blackbeard Teach. And the 4 Emperors Clown Buggy, in the fierce fighting of the past 3 days. The 3 future 4 Emperors fought to the edge of the universe, and even the Tao was wiped out. In the end, each of them died, and no one could do anything about it. Now, the red-nosed 4 Emperors Clown Buggy put his arms around his arms and looked at Blackbeard Teach opposite him with disbelief. Aware of the sight of little Buggy, young Teach shows no sign of weakness. He stared sharply at the boy Buggy and the boy with red hair. Are those 2 fellows apprentices on Roger's ship? Blackbeard squinted at the pineapple-headed youth next to him. Speaking of which, it's been here for a long time. Marco, the young captain of the first team of the white team, nodded. It doesn't look strong either, Blackbeard Teach sneered. The momentum is already capable of being alone. Marco chuckled lightly. Hey, Shanks, see that guy in the hat over there? Little Buggy raised his chin. Advertisement, what's wrong? Little Red Hair is puzzled. That guy, yesterday and the day before yesterday, he didn't seem to sleep during the truce at night. Little Buggy said. Why, are you proud of not sleeping? The little redhead asked back with a cute face. No, I heard that she has never fallen asleep since she was born. Little Buggy said. Oh, is there such a human being? It's great, like him, life will be twice as happy. The little redhead was full of envy. Idiot, it's not such a simple thing, it's a monster. Little Buggy got emotional. Hey, little Red Hair still didn't care. Stupid Shanks, what kind of attitude are you? I'm serious. Little Buggy is going crazy. He grew up on the Rogers regiment ship together. This attitude towards the redhead Shanks has always been the most irritating. Just when little Buggy went crazy, suddenly, a faint voice sounded from the side. The red-nosed boy over there, you were right, the kid with the tattered hat on the opposite side is indeed a monster different from ordinary people. Ron came smiling. I just said, who is the red nose? Do you want to find a fight? The little Buggy who doesn't like others to talk about his red nose is furious on the spot. He took out the throwing knife at his waist and made a gesture to attack. Who's the tattered hat kid? The young Blackbeard on the other side frowned, looking at Ron with an unfriendly expression. Wait, Buggy, the war is over now, stop fighting them. Little Redhead hurriedly stopped Buggy, at the same time. Teach, come back, don't go to war with Roger's regiment without authorization. Marco also spoke. The voices of both parties fell at almost the same time. Ever since, next second, the atmosphere in the venue couldn't help but stagnate. The pirates on both sides, Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan, who were paying attention here, couldn't help being stunned, looking at each other in blank dismay. After a while, Roger Regiment, Whitebeard family, isn't that your crew? Chapter 6 D was Luo Bai Regiment, Fortune Teller Ron. Roger's regiment, isn't he a member of your crew? The young pineapple-headed youth Marco couldn't help asking. No, I thought it was your partner, Copper Jabba, the third in command of Roger's regiment, raised his eyebrows. Well, after a short moment of bewilderment and daze. For a moment, Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. The main cadres of the 2 Overlord teams of the 2 eras locked their eyes on Ron. If you change to an ordinary person, I'm afraid he has already been scared to the ground by the fierce breath of the pirates. But Ron still stood calmly. The expression on his face was calm from beginning to end. This has nothing to do with the level of personal strength. It's just self-cultivation as a king and forecasting of situations. For the current situation, he has long been prepared. Seeing Ron's relaxed and calm posture, even the cadres of Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan couldn't help being intimidated. For a while, he didn't dare to act rashly. The happy banquet then became tense. After the previous brief conversation, they already know. Ron didn't belong to either of them, it's an outsider. A party invader, and it's definitely not easy. First, this is the joint banquet of the two overlords of the sea, the pirates. Just dare to come here to eat and drink. This kind of courage is very human. Secondly, even at a banquet, the teams of both sides did not relax their vigilance against the sea. In order to prevent the Marines' raid, there are people guarding and looking out on the coast 24 hours a day. However, until now, there is no abnormality anywhere on the coast. They have not received reports of anyone landing. Likewise, no one was attacked. However, Ron did appear on this island. As if it appeared out of thin air, this is a bit scary. Can't stand them not thinking too much, at last. It's now, facing the side of the two overlord groups. Ron was always calm and composed. This kind of courage is definitely something that no one can possess. For a while, Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan, the thinking of the main cadres of the two overlord pirate groups gradually change. Advertisements certainly, not everyone can think of these. Such as simple little buggy et al. At this moment, it is only as if Ron has eaten the heart of a bear and dared to come to their side to eat and drink. He was gearing up on the spot, ready to take down the outsider. However, do not wait for action. It was stopped by Rayleigh, Marco and other cadres from both sides. When I heard their analysis of Ron from the cadres, the stubborn pirates couldn't help being startled. This, is it true or not? Is this guy really that powerful? Little Buggy's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. How can it be ordinary people who dared to venture alone in the Sea of New World? Copper Jabba, the third in command of Roger's regiment, looked solemn. So far, we have indeed not received any reports of anyone else landing on this island, that is to say, he avoided all eyeliners and quietly appeared among us. Unusual. The young redhead spoke seriously, but there are big names and surnames in this sea. We have basically seen them all. I never remember seeing him anywhere. Little Buggy shook his head. Shush, don't talk now, let Mr. Rayleigh and the others negotiate first. Little Red said, at the same time as the voice fell. Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of Roger's regiment, stepped out of the crowd and approached Ron. The other side, Marco, Joe's and other white group captains also stepped forward. Facing the powerful eyes, Ron has always been very calm, neither humble nor overbearing. There was a long silence. Finally, Rayleigh spoke first. The silence of the venue was broken. My name is Rayleigh, what do my friends call me? Rayleigh asked bluntly. Ron? Ron smiled back. Ron? Rayleigh, Jabba, Marco, Joe's and other leaders of the two major regiments immediately searched for information about this name in their minds and memories. In the end, they just looked at each other in blank dismay and found nothing. There is no intelligence information associated with it. It really is an illusion. This guy is not a big shot at all. Teenager Teach showed his iron claw weapon, bitter about Ron calling him a sleazy brat earlier. But, without the permission of the cadres, nor can he act rashly. Even if you are dissatisfied, you can only endure it. I just asked directly, are you Marine? Marco asked. At the same time as the voice fell, their observation hockey spread out. Monitor Ron's heart rate changes at all times, if you lie. How many will have flaws? No, Ron shook his head. A spy from the world government? Joe's then said. Advertisement. Ron smiled and shook his head. So you're a pirate too? Jabba raised an eyebrow. I'm just an ordinary fortune teller. I happened to pass by here and heard the noise here, so I came here uninvited. Ron replied lightly. Divination, teacher. The pirates of the two overlord groups could not help but look at each other again. That's right, I have traveled in the long river of history, whether it is the blank history 800 years ago or 800 years later, my eyes can see it all. Ron pretended to be a magic stick and the old god spoke. Sizzle sizzle, hear the rhetoric he put down. All the pirates in the field gasped in shock. Stop joking, how can such a person exist in this world? If you really have the ability, just look at the future of my uncle. Little Buggy bared his teeth and claws. Can? Ron nodded lightly. His eyes then locked on the little Buggy, for a long time. Little Buggy himself was stared a little hairy. A feeling as if everything about him has been seen through hits his heart, making him 10,000 uncomfortable. Just when little Buggy couldn't help but want to explode. Alright. Ron smiled and looked away. Huh? Really? How so? What's the future of Buggy? Xiao Hongfa kept asking curiously. The pearl will be covered with dust, but the gold will always shine. The red-nosed boy. You will be silent for 20 years, but in the next 2 years, you will climb to the top of the world at a speed different from ordinary people. Ron was serious and spoke seriously, during this process. The knowledge of Rayleigh and others did not notice the slightest difference. Because what Ron said was true. The Buggy of the future will indeed stand at the apex. Become one of the 4 emperors who rule the sea. Alas! Listen to Ron's prophecy. All the pirates in the field couldn't help screaming in unison. All eyes locked on the little Buggy, never imagined. This red nose will be able to rule the sea in the future. It's outrageous. What do you look at? Is there a problem with my being able to rule the sea? Little Buggy held his head high and proud. Ha ha ha. No problem. No problem. After all, he is a member of our Roger pirates. Everyone in the Roger group laughed loudly. Buggy, I will rely on you to cover me from now on. The little redhead smiled. That's natural, you will be my little brother from now on. Little Buggy became more and more arrogant and full of farts. Ahahaha. A bold laugh suddenly sounded. I heard you guys talking about something interesting from all the way. Boys over there, can you really see it? The sea 800 years ago. One Piece Roger looked at Ron and grinned. Chapter 7 Roger's Surprise. Live Fairy Ron. Sea Circle Calendar 1496. New World, Uninhabited Island. The joint banquet of the two dominant pirate groups is underway. At the same time, on some rocky hill, the captain of Roger's group, the future One Piece Roger and Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, sit and drink. Beside him sits Kazuki Oden, a legendary samurai from Wanokuni. Hey, Oden, do you really understand? Roger pointed to the rubbings of the history text of road signs snatched from Wongo Big Mom, with a look of excitement on his face. So many years, it was the first time he met someone who can decipher this ancient script. Well, I can understand it, it's almost the same text, but why do you have this kind of document? This special text is a code passed down from generation to generation of our Wanokuni. Kazuki Oden rubbed his chin with his big hand and asked puzzledly. Gudong. Roger took a full sip of his wine, suppressing his excitement. It has been 13 years, and we have finally arrived, the end of the record pointer that no one has ever reached, Waterstar Island, but we didn't know until after we landed that it is not the last island. The record pointer is constantly turning, and I can no longer name the way forward. I am sure that there is another island. Only when you arrive there will you be truly unprecedented, and you will be considered to have truly circled the world for a week. Roger's face was full of excitement, longing and anticipation. And the 4 red stones that reminded the location of the island are the 4 red stones engraved with this kind of text. However, this is a historical text that was banned by the world government a long time ago. I thought it was just a cultural heritage, I didn't expect it to contain pointers. Map of the last island. It is said that there is a huge treasure hidden on the island, and the government has always emphasized, don't go, how can we miss it? If we can reach there, we will be worthy of the name of the world's #1 pirate group, and then I will be. Ahahaha. The hero of the era, Gold D. Roger, laughed and expressed his rhetoric and ambition. Even heroes like Whitebeard and Kazuki Oden, after hearing Roger's words and his final declaration. It was also unavoidable that he was taken aback, and an expression of shock appeared on his face that could not be restrained. Good moment. After the shock. Roger, you be ************* D. You are not a child anymore, you still say such things. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Ahahaha, I'm serious, Newgate, and I have one more request. Roger said seriously, however, don't wait for him to speak. Papa, Lord Oden, the voice of Yizang, the captain of the 16th Division, came from the bottom of the rock. What's wrong? Yizang, Kazuki Oden asked. Master Oden, just now, a mysterious intruder arrived. It seems very unusual. Advertisement Yizang reported. Oh, heard this. Even Whitebeard and Roger couldn't help raising their eyebrows. The three looked at each other. Then go and have a look first. What kind of unusual method is it? Roger temporarily suppressed his request. The three jumped down from the rocky mountain. Walked towards the banquet center where people gather. Far away. They just heard Ron's rhetoric. It's a great breath to be able to see 800 years before and after. Koolalala. Whitebeard laughed. Ahahaha, isn't this very interesting? Maybe he can really see it. Roger strode forward. Captain, Roger, father is here too. This wave is stable. No matter who he is, he can't make waves here. Everyone in Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan was determined. The other side, seeing Roger and Whitebeard arrive. The arc of Ron's mouth also widened a bit. What follows is the most critical moment of this crossing plan. Captain Roger, did you hear that? The fortune teller said earlier that I would become a big man in the sea in the future. I didn't disgrace our Roger pirates. Little Buggy proudly stepped forward to show off. Ahahaha, amazing, amazing. Roger touched Little Buggy's head encouragingly. Immediately, his eyes locked on Ron. Young man over there, can you really see 800 years ago? Roger asked. Can? Ron spoke lightly. Then you know? The truth hidden by the world government, 100 years blank. Roger asked again. Certainly, Ron nodded of course. Oh, advertisement. Roger became interested. Wait a moment. At this moment, the young captains of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly interrupted. Ron, if you can really see 800 years ago through divination, then tell me, what was the sea like 800 years ago? The captain of the 5th team, Old God Vista, asked. The voice fell. The crowd parted. A young green-haired beautiful woman came with her infant daughter in her arms. The person who came was the Tianue time who traveled through time and space and came to this era 800 years ago. See, Yizang and others reacted one after another. Although they couldn't believe it at first, but after getting along with each other for several years. They have also accepted this outrageous fact. I believe that Tianue Shi was really a person 800 years ago. With her sitting here, Ron has absolutely no chance of talking nonsense. If you dare to make up your mouth, it can be dismantled on the spot. Think here. All the pirates in Baitwan couldn't help but smile knowingly. If Ron is really a liar in the sea with a lot of lies, then they absolutely must let him know the terrible price of deceiving the overlord of the sea. Just when everyone in Baitwan was thinking so, next second, something unexpected happens. I saw that Ron's eyes just glanced at Tianue Shi. Immediately afterwards, you came from 800 years ago. Ron spoke lightly. The voice fell. The whole audience was silent. Well, God. Really amazing. He is really a living god. Chapter 8 Liberation Fighters. Sun God Nika, Joey Boy. You came from 800 years ago. When Ron looked at Tianue, he spoke calmly. With this word's fall, the huge banquet hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone in the white group, I rely on. How did he know? Luo Tuan everyone, what the hell? People from 800 years ago, what a mess. Even heroes like Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Kazuki Oden. At this moment, shock and surprise could not help appearing on his face. Sir, how do you know? You are also from 800 years ago, right? The face of the beautiful young woman Tianueshi was also full of surprise and bewilderment. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he shook his head again. The rules of devil fruit are absolute, in this world. She is the only one with the time fruit ability. It's impossible for anyone else to be able to travel through time and space. For a long time, I rely on it. Lakio, the captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, couldn't help but make a sound. It's a hell of a life. This is really amazing. He. How did he know that Miss Shi is? Miss Shi is from 800 years ago, we never said that. Is it really calculated by divination? Is this guy really a living god? His eyes really saw 800 years ago. All the pirates in Baituan couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. Even the team captains such as Marco, Joes, Sachi, etc. are not calm. The other side, hearing the shock and uproar of the Baituan people. The people of the Roger pirates were also dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Copper Jabba, the third in command of Luo Tuan, raised his voice by more than one octave, interrupting the cheers of the crowd. What did you just say? Miss over there, she. Hey, are you kidding me? How could someone have lived from 800 years ago to the present? This kind of thing, no matter how you say it, is too exaggerated. The cadres of Roger's regiment couldn't help being shocked and uproarious. Compared to Ron's magical and accurate divination. At this moment, they were even more shocked by Tianyu's age. Is that beautiful sister an 800-year-old woman? The red-nosed boy Buggy stared and couldn't help complaining. Advertisement heard the words. The smile on Tianyu's pretty face froze. Even with a good temper like her, being called an old woman or something. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, my friend isn't very good at talking. Little Red Hair quickly pressed Buggy's head and apologized sincerely. See, Tianue also laughed it off, not holding on to Buggy. Everyone in the Roger Pirates, I am indeed 800 years ago, but I am not 800 years old. I am only 30 years old now. Tianue explained seriously. I am a Paramecia time fruit capable person. 800 years ago, because of an accident, I was given a certain mission to travel through time, go to the future, and finally come to this era. Tianue said. Time fruit ability user. In this world, there is such a strange ability. Someone can travel through time and space. The officers of Roger's regiment couldn't help but be surprised again. Ahahaha. A bold laugh came from the Overlord Roger. Interesting. It's really interesting. Today is simply a meeting of fate. Fate guides us to meet here. Roger laughed happily. Miss Shi, what was the sea like 800 years ago? The leader of the Luo regiment, Nostan, couldn't help asking curiously. Don't wait for Tianue to speak. Cool la 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 la. Whitebeard came laughing suddenly, condescending, looking down at Ron. Boy, don't you, like Ryder, can read other people's hearts? Whitebeard asked dignifiedly. The voice just fell. Rayleigh and others reacted. Know that the rider in Whitebeard's mouth refers to the Red Earl Ballery Clydefield. It is also one of the heroes and overlords of this era. Just because it has always been a maverick, it is a lone ranger on the sea, without a team. So it failed to tie with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. And they who had been in contact with Red Earl Ryder. I was particularly impressed by Red Earl's observation hockey. It is a special color of knowledge that is born to read people's hearts. If Ron also has this special knowledge color, it is also reasonable to be able to know the secret of Tianue Shi. Want to prove whether he is really a divination master or not? More testing is needed. No, I don't have that special move. Even in the face of Whitebeard, Ron still took it lightly, without the slightest stage fright. Advertisement, then tell me what the sea looked like 800 years ago? Whitebeard asked. 800 years ago in the sea, there used to be a huge kingdom. As a traverser, for 100 years of blankness in this world. Of course Ron is no stranger, at the point in time when he crossed. The secrets of this world have basically been revealed. It is more than enough to deal with the Luo Bai group who don't know anything yet. Liberation warrior Sun God Nika, and Joey Boy, who the hell is it? What agreement has he made with the mermaid princess? And what is the idea of the kingdom that the world government wants to hide? Ron, why do you switch scenes every time you reach a critical point? Just kidding with us. Everyone in Luo Bai's group was dissatisfied. To this, Ron just smiled and said nothing, something. It's not good to say too much. What he wants to achieve now is to make the two Overlord group members present recognize him as a divination master and create a mysterious atmosphere. Forget it, let's forget about other history. Anyway, we rough people don't care. I only have one question now. Copper Jabba, the third in command of Roger's regiment, said solemnly. Ask. Ron smiled and nodded. According to what you said, the place where the huge kingdom was located 800 years ago is probably the last island that we have been searching for more than 10 years. Where is it? Copper Jabba asked seriously. The voice fell. All the cadres of Roger's regiment were refreshed. For that last island, they have been in New World for more than 10 years. Never found. Only to find the island. They are considered to have completed the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the world. Not just the Roger pirates. Even Whitebeard and his gang who weren't interested in it. At this moment, they all kept silent and pricked up their ears, ready to listen to this ultimate secret. There was a good moment of silence. Ron chuckled. He didn't wait to say anything. No, don't say it. The future One Piece Roger suddenly yelled, cover your ears like a child. Chapter 9 Roger's begging, Whitebeard is furious. Don't tell, I don't want to hear, don't know. One of the overlords of the dignified New World, future One Piece Gold D. Roger. At this moment, he covered his ears like a child and shook his head again and again. Captain Roger. Why? This is what we have been pursuing for decades. Obviously it's close at hand, why not? Everyone in Roger's group was full of doubts and incomprehension. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates also had doubts written all over their faces. I don't know what medicine the Overlord Roger suddenly took wrongly. That's it. So that's it, Roger, I see. Vice Captain Pluton Rayleigh nodded knowingly. I see, Roger, sorry, I was rude earlier. Copper Jabba, who is the right-hand man, also reacted and apologized quickly. Mr. Rayleigh, Jabba, what the hell do you mean by that? The leaders of Roger's regiment became more and more confused. The last island, what we have spent decades looking for, has no meaning until we find it ourselves. Rayleigh spoke quietly. If this is not the case, all our efforts so far will be meaningless. Copper Jabba nodded. Heard the words. All the cadres of the Roger pirates reacted. Someone nodded sympathetically. Some people couldn't help frowning. Captain, Rayleigh, Jabba, it is true to say so, but if we miss this opportunity, how on earth can we find that island? Obviously we have no clue for so many years. Corrupt Marine Colonel Mu Lien couldn't help asking. Yes, the opportunity has appeared, just today, Roger said loudly. Well, everyone in Luo Tuan was taken aback. All eyes fell on Ron. Instinctively thought that the opportunity mentioned by the captain was Ron. If this is the case, isn't it inconsistent? A second ago, Roger was determined not to let Ron spoil the location of the last island. Just when people are puzzled by it, only a pop was heard. The event that shocked everyone in the venue was so shocking that it could not be added. As the veteran overlord of New World, the man standing on top of the world. Now, actually, knelt down, Captain Roger. What are you doing? Get up quickly, how can this be? Whitebeard is still our enemy, looking at his own captain who suddenly knelt down in front of Whitebeard. Advertisement all the cadres of Roger's regiment couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Marco, Joes, Beasta and other members of the White group also looked at each other in blank dismay. I don't know why Roger made this move, this moment. Only Ron knew the reason, after a brief moment of astonishment and stupefaction. Whitebeard also reacted, a certain possibility was guessed. Then, the majestic face suddenly sank. Roger, you be asterisk D, what the hell are you trying to do? Whitebeard asked. Newgate, as I said before, I have a request. Please lend me Odin for 1 year. We need him for our journey. Please, this is the only request in my life. Roger pleaded, touching his forehead to the ground. As long as this guy is here, I will be able to reach the last island. Ah, this time, it was the turn of the Whitebeard pirates to be shocked and stunned. Roger's regiment, what the hell are you talking about? Odin is our partner, we are still rivals for the time being. How could such a thing happen in this world? Everyone in the Baitwan reprimanded them one after another. Everyone, wait. Marco waved his hand. Let's leave it to Dad. Beasta looked solemn. The atmosphere in the arena was suddenly tense. Boom. Rumble. Ultimate's terrifying atmosphere gradually permeated and spread. That was Whitebeard, the overlord of the era, Wrath. Are you kidding, Roger? Are you D trying to take my family away? Whitebeard growled sharply. He made a fist with his right hand. It slammed into the atmosphere beside him. Click. There was a crisp cracking sound. The atmosphere is like a mirror. Shattered under his fists. Cracks that crisscrossed like spiderwebs spread in all directions. Next second. Not waiting for Whitebeard to sternly refuse. Another unexpected scene happened. Bai Shaoji, Kazuki Odin opened his mouth. I want to go and see, can you let me go? I also want to see the last island, this guy said. Another period of unspeakable silence. The expression on Whitebeard's face gradually changed. In the end, it was fixed on a Yan Yi expression of extreme disgust and displeasure. Advertisement, Bai Shaoji, are you unhappy? Kazuki Odin rode. Isn't this a matter of course? You are my brother? Whitebeard reprimanded loudly, but I really only go for 1 year. Kazuki Odin rode. Please, Bai Shaoji. Kazuki Odin also fell to his knees, pleading. Ah! Whitebeard went berserk, double fist attack. In an instant, the sky is falling apart, the sea is even more torn apart. After 3 full minutes, the sky-changing and earth-shattering scene, like the doomsday, returned to calm. It's up to you, Whitebeard released his clenched fist. Angrily, he turned and walked aside. Never mind. If only Roger's request. No matter what, he will not let go of the promise. But, it's manly Kazuki Oden's own decision, in this sea. In the Whitebeard pirates, everyone is free, even as the captain of him. Nor can Oden's freedom be interfered with here. Thank you very much, Newgate, and Oden, please give me more advice in the future. Roger sincerely thanks. Please teach me more, Kazuki Oden nodded in response. The other side. Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan looked at each other in blank dismay. For a while it seemed impossible to accept this reality. Marco and the others opened their mouths, but in the end they didn't say anything. After all, they don't even care about their own father, so what can they do? Things have come to this point. The originally happy joint banquet couldn't go on. Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates. Standing on both sides of each other, there is a clear distinction between Wei and Wei. Among this, Ron, who does not belong to any party, is particularly conspicuous. I saw it. Finally, Ron grinned and stopped watching the play in silence. Gold D. Roger, you will arrive at the last island in a year, and you will see everything. Chapter 10. 24 years later, the Whitebeard pirates are wiped out. Gold D. Roger, you will arrive at the final island in a year, and you will see everything. Ron's eyes locked on Roger. His eyes are deep, unfathomable. Listen to Ron's prophecy. Everyone in Roger's group couldn't help but their eyes lit up and their spirits lifted. Although they still don't know Ron's identity so far. But for his divination ability, everyone has already believed it 7 or 88. Captain, did you hear that? Ron said, there is one more year. 1 year later, our long-cherished wish will be fulfilled. This is really exciting. What is the legendary final island like? All members of the Roger Pirates are full of longing and anticipation. Ahahaha, thank you so much, great prophet Ron, with your prediction, I am more confident. Roger laughed happily. No need to thank you, today I broke into your banquet first, and for the previous wine and food, I can give you 3 chances of divination for free. The red-nosed boy used it once, and you used it the second time. Next and one last time, who wants it? Ron smiled and looked around. Heard the words. During the field, the eyes of Roger's group and the White group's pirates couldn't help but shine again. Many people are eager to move. He desperately wanted Ron to count him in. But, you only get one chance, limited and precious. Everyone in the Roger pirates looked at each other. In the end, they all gave up. After all, the original first time was buggy. Ron's second prophecy applies to them as well. Plus they just snatched Whitebeard's key partner just now. It's not easy for them to snatch away this last precious chance of prophecy at this moment. That's about the same, Roger's group, you still have a little conscience. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates curled their lips. Sure enough, this last chance of divination is for our father. Quickly, they make decisions, to show Ron the future of his father Whitebeard. This is exactly as Ron expected. All the previous foreshadowing was for this moment. Advertisement. Ron's eyes fell on Whitebeard. Time seemed to freeze and stand still at this moment. Gudong, 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 everyone in the Whitebeard pirates gulped nervously at the same time. For a long time, Ron still didn't speak. The expression on his face became more and more dignified. See. During the field, Marco, Joes, Bista and others all looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing why. Ron, what's the matter with Newgate? What is Bai Shaoji's future like? Why are you showing such an expression? Roger, Kazuki Oden and others couldn't help asking nervously. Another period of unspeakable silence, just when the patience of the white group of pirates reached its limit. Ron let out a long breath and finally spoke. Sorry, your future is a little bit long, it took a little more time. Ron said. Ron, Mr. Ron, what is our future? It must be a glorious life of triumphant progress. Yes, it must be so, because we are the Whitebeard pirates. All the pirates in the white group asked questions one after another. For everyone's guess, Ron first gave a positive nod. Yes, you Whitebeard pirates not only dominated this era, but also dominated the era of great pirates opened after Roger's death for 22 years, just. Ron said. Ooh, I knew it, this is our Whitebeard pirates. Did you hear that? From Roger's group, we are the ones leading the next era? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help cheering and jumping for joy. Wait a moment, the first team, Marco, seemed to have thought of something. Ron, what era did you say earlier? The era of great pirates? The era of great pirates that started after Roger's death? What's going on here? Joes, Bista, Saki and others looked confused. Advertisement. Look at the other side. Everyone in the Roger pirates looked downcast. They already knew about their own captain suffering from a terminal illness and dying soon. Roger, people like you, what the hell? Kazuki Oden looked at his new partner worriedly. Whitebeard, who was in a fit of anger, also turned his head at this moment. He looked at Roger with concern. Ahahaha, birth, old age, sickness and death are human nature, what's so strange about it? Roger laughed freely. It's true that I'm running out of time. Before that, I'm not even sure if I can find that final island in my lifetime, but... Roger changed the subject. The encounter with Oden here today, coupled with Ron's prophecy, I am no longer at a loss, let's move straight towards the last island. Oh, the members of Roger's regiment cheered in unison. Looking at Roger's free and easy attitude even in the face of death. Everyone in the Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard pirates couldn't help being shocked. A trace of admiration subconsciously arose in my heart. The anger in Whitebeard's heart also diminished accordingly. At this time, Whitebeard pirates, what I said earlier is only half of the result of the divination, and there is another half. Do you want to know? Ron spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. Half of it? What happened to the other half? Just say it. The white group of pirates spoke easily. Didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Remind you in advance, the next half, you may not be able to bear it. Ron said quietly. Kula-la-la-la, we are the Whitebeard pirates, no matter what the future is, we will accept it. Whitebeard laughed boldly. Yes, father is right. We are the Whitebeard pirates, just say it, we're listening. Marco and others all agreed. All right, Ron nodded. 24 years later, see Circle Calendar 1520, the Whitebeard pirates, the whole army was wiped out. Chapter 11 Spoiler Summit War to the Luo Bai Group, Gold Ace. 24 years later, see Circle Calendar 1520, the Whitebeard pirates, all destroyed. Ron stuttered every word, and told the Whitebeard pirates about their miserable future. Although a little exaggerated, it doesn't hurt too much. After all, after the top, the Whitebeard pirates, which lost Captain Whitebeard, can be said to exist in name only. Following Ron's words, it fell. The huge banquet hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The Whitebeard pirates, down to the general crew, up to the captains. Everyone was stunned by Ron's prediction and remained motionless. The unspeakable dead silence lasted for a long time. Bai Xiaoji and everyone. Everyone is wiped out, what does this mean? Kazuki Oden broke the silence by raising his voice an octave higher. Wow, shock and uproar ensued. Hey, what are you kidding? What nonsense are you talking about? We are the Whitebeard pirates. In this sea, who can destroy us? Even the Roger pirates are just on par with us. What is your purpose in saying this? You just said that we are the overlords who ruled the era of great pirates, now. It's simply inconsistent, you really are a liar. All members of the Whitebeard pirates yelled and scolded in unison. In any case, it is impossible to accept the cruel future revealed by Ron. I'm just telling the facts I've seen. As for whether you believe it or accept it, the choice is up to you. Ron spoke lightly. Everyone, calm down a little bit. Marco, the young Pineapple Head team captain, spoke loudly to stabilize the chaotic situation. First of all, the first question, 24 years later, who is our enemy? The captain of the third team, Diamond Joes, asked solemnly. Marine, Ron replied. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Team 7th team Captain Lacchio and the others all laughed. Marine? How can it be? A mere marine, how could it possibly be able to eat our Whitebeard pirates? Even the Marine Buster Call is nothing more than an itch for us. To destroy us all, Marine must dispatch at least 100 warships. Yeah. All the white group pirates laughed in unison. Advertisement however, quickly, they just couldn't laugh. Because of Ron's series of rhetorical questions. Of course I know how powerful your Whitebeard pirates are, but what if the opponent is the entire naval headquarters? Ron asked back, without waiting for everyone in the white group to refute. He continued. What if the enemy is 3 Marine admirals in their prime? What if the Marshal Marine himself sits in the town? There are also legendary Marine heroes and dozens of vice admirals. In the end, there are 100,000 Marine elites gathered from all over the world. Do you think this lineup is enough? A series of rhetorical questions from Ron. Everyone in Ling's Whitebeard pirates froze in place. All of them stared round their eyes and opened their mouths wide. What's more, it was already a nervous panting, just thinking about the picture Ron described. Their hearts throbbed unconsciously, not to mention their Whitebeard pirates. Facing such a terrifying lineup, even with the addition of a Roger pirates. What the final result will be is unknown. How strong is Marine Admiral for the future? They do not know, but Admiral for this era, the horror of Marine Admiral Sengoku. But they couldn't be more clear, in the past few years. Confronted it more than once, only their father and Kazuki Oden have the ability to fight against the strong Admiral level. And Admiral alone has 3 people, plus Marine Marshal and Marine Hero. Who can withstand such a terrifying lineup? Only. Here comes a new problem. Hey, why did Marine gather such a strong lineup to deal with us? Sage, the captain of Division 4, asked. Besides, even if we really can't fight, won't we break through? With Dad's strongest ability, it's so easy to break through. Bramink, captain of the 6th Division, and Yizang, the captain of the 16th Division, spoke one after another, attracting everyone's approval. Ron glanced at the young Blackbeard teach calmly and spoke immediately. The whole reason is that the captain of your second team was arrested, and Marine issued a public execution announcement to the world. This is Marine's invitation to you for a full-scale war. Of course, you who value your partners the most cannot watch your partners be publicly executed. Ron spoke. The voice fell, it was like a heavy bomb dropped. Advertisement, well, both Bai Tuan and Luo Tuan were shocked and lost their voices. The captain of the second team was arrested, Oden was captured by Marine. How is this possible? That's Oden, how could he be caught by Marine? All the pirates shook their heads in disbelief. It's all because of me, that Bai Xiaoji and the others. Kazuki Oden's expression darkened and he clenched his fists. Who the hell shot my brother? Whitebeard stopped drinking, not getting angry. You guys listen to me first, I didn't say that the captain of the second team who was arrested is Odin here. Ron laughed. Well, all the pirates couldn't help being taken aback again. What, not Captain Odin? Who would it be if it wasn't Odin? The second captain of our Whitebeard pirates is undoubtedly Odin. Even if he goes to Captain Roger now, we'll keep this spot for him. That's right, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates is determined. No one can tell what will happen in the future. Ron smiled and shook his head. Then, tell me, who is the captain of the second squad who was arrested and executed by naval headquarters? Marco asked. His name is Ace, Gore D. Ace, Ron said. Ace? Goal D Ace. Listen to this familiar surname? All the pirates looked at each other in blank dismay. Immediately afterwards, all of them stared round their eyes. His eyes were fixed on the bewildered Roger. Yes, just as you think, Gore D. Ace is Roger's son. Chapter 12 Roger. Ace is my son in Newgates. 24 years later, Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, is Roger's son. When Ron spoiled this shocking future, the members of the two overlords in the field were shocked to the point of being stunned and irresistible. Joe. After a while. Nani. What did you say? The captain of the second division who was arrested by Marine in the future turned out to be Roger's son. Captain Roger has a son? When did this happen? We never knew, Captain Roger, you even have a son without saying a word. But you have a son that you have kept a secret from us, it's really dishonest. We are partners. Hurry up and pick up the eldest nephew, let's take good care of it together. Yes, Captain Roger's son should be on our ship anyway. Everyone in the Roger pirates shouted one after another. Even Rayleigh and Jabba are in for a treat. Listen to the jokes of your friends. Roger didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, Rayleigh, why are you even booing together? We walked out of East Blue together and have not been separated for decades. You know best whether I have a son or not. Roger rode. Ha, I'm not sure about this either. After all, we have free time wherever we go. Maybe you, Roger, met your destined person somewhere. Rayleigh laughed. Heard the words. The expression on Roger's face was unnatural for a moment. The people present are all masters of knowledge, even if it's just for a short moment. Also enough for them to capture that subtle change. Has a problem. Shocked by Rayleigh, Captain Roger really has a problem. Captain, tell me quickly, which girl from where? To be able to make Captain Roger's heart flutter, she must be a very remarkable woman. Ha, I'm really getting more and more curious. The eyes of all the cadres of Roger's regiment lit up. Surrounded by his own captain, his eyes were piercing. Even for a hero and overlord as famous as Roger, at this moment, he couldn't help but blush. Advertisement, go and go, it's just that we met once, and the horoscope is still far away. Roger waved his hands in a frustrated manner. Cool la 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 la. Loud laughter rang out. That's Whitebeard laughing. After hearing this series of interesting things, Whitebeard wasn't dwelling on Roger's abduction of his brother Odin. He also doesn't care much about the huge summit war in the future. Roger, I didn't expect you to be able to abduct little girls. Whitebeard laughed and teased. Roger gritted his teeth. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his big head. No, Newgate, Ace is your son and mine, Roger said seriously. Gaw? Whitebeard's laughter cut off abruptly. Everyone in the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates stared wide-eyed. I was stunned by Roger's shocking remarks. The son of two grown men? What kind of tiger and wolf is this? You fart. B************** D Roger, don't drag me down. Whitebeard seemed a little annoyed. Don't get me wrong, Newgate, according to what Ron said, Ace is my unborn son. Similarly, he boarded your ship in the future, so he should call you Dad as a matter of course. Roger spoke eloquently. I am Ace's biological father, and you are Ace's nominal godfather. This does not conflict, so I said that Ace is our son. Is there a problem? Roger asked with a smile. This, Whitebeard pondered. No problem at all, ha. Kazuki Odin laughed, immediately drew Whitebeard's stare. Even if the logic is fine, but this sentence still doesn't sound good no matter how hard it sounds. As if there was something going on between Whitebeard and Roger. Let's stop joking here. Since the captain of the second team who will be arrested in the future is my son, then I can no longer stand by. Advertisement, Roger said seriously. It was serious a second ago. The next moment, as the Overlord, he leaned forward in front of Ron. Hey, Ron, does my son Ace look like me? He really is the son of me and Rouge. How old will he be in the future? How many years will he be born? What about Rouge? What about Rouge's future? Roger rubbed his hands together, asking nervously. D Roger, your fortune-telling opportunity is over. If you want to ask about family matters, you can get to know them in private. Now is my fortune-telling time. Whitebeard reprimanded. Don't be so rigid, Newgate, they're all the same, so let me change the question. Roger smiled. Ron, how did Ace get on board Newgate? Don't waste the precious opportunity to ask questions on such insignificant matters, hey. Marco and the other captains of the White Group couldn't help complaining. Now we need to understand all the causes and consequences of that war. Since he is Roger's son and the captain of our second team, he must not be an ordinary person. The future captain of the second squad named Ace will never be caught by Marine easily. There must be some deep-seated reason for this. Also, as expected, Captain Odin's matter is also very interesting. The captain of the second team has changed, which means that Captain Odin has disembarked. But didn't you agree to come back in a year? What happened to this? Tell us. Ron. The overlord pirates of the two eras, with hundreds of pairs of strong eyes all staring at Ron. Facing the eyes of the powerful, Ron still wasn't nervous at all. Unfortunately, today's divination opportunities have been used up, so I can't answer your questions. Ron smiled. Alas, can't you be a little more accommodating? Everyone in Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan showed anxious expressions on their faces. At this time, but, Ron glanced across the audience and changed the topic. If you want to know what happened in the future, then go to that future yourself, and everything will be clear. Chapter 13 Showdown, I am a time traveler. Chapter 13 Showdown, I am a time traveler. If you really want to know what happened in the future so much, why not go to the future yourself to understand, witness, and change yourself? Ron spoke lightly. The voice fell. I don't know how many times the members of the two major overlord groups were stunned today. There was another long silence. Wow, there was an uproar among members of Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan. Ron, are you kidding me? If it can be done, of course we want to. Isn't this impossible? Yeah, traveling through time and space, going to the future. Speaking of which, Marco and other members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly trembled, as if they had thought of something. Ron, what do you mean? Do you want to use Shi's time fruit ability? Kazuki Odin reacted. Indeed, if it's my ability, I can send people to the future. Tianue nodded lightly. Real? This is really good. Miss Shi, please send us to the future. How can such a future be allowed? We must change the ending of total annihilation. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but feel excited, scrambling to go to the future and change the ending. Everyone in the Roger pirates is also eager to try. Everyone calm down first. The captain of the first team, Marco, waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Even if we can go to the future, it is useless. Because only one person can exist in the same time and space. We have already been participants in that war in the future, and traveling through the past from now on is rather a weakening. Bista, Saki, Yizang and other team leaders analyzed one after another. Ahahaha, as expected, let me come, Roger laughed and volunteered. Stupid Roger, Whitebeard glanced sideways at his old friend and sneered. What do you mean, Newgate? Roger froze for a moment. Advertisement, if you disappear from this time and space, your son Ace will never appear again. Whitebeard said. Why? Roger still couldn't fully react. Because time can only move forward, even the time fruit ability of time can only send people to the future, and cannot go back to the past. Kazuki Odin explained. It's not just that, if you are sent here to the future, the world will undergo unknowable changes. Rather, history has already begun to change from the time Mr. Ron predicted the future to us. Tianue said. Heard the words. Everyone in the two overlord teams frowned in thought. In combat, they are good. But it is really too difficult for them to think about these inscrutable problems such as space-time travel, causal loop, butterfly effect, and parallel worlds. Wow, don't want to, my head is getting bigger just thinking about it. Lousy is only good at fighting, these twists and turns are too difficult. What should I do? I know the ending, but I can't do anything about it. Is the future really unchangeable? Many members of the Whitebeard pirates held their heads and grinned. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic, Marco rode. As Miss Shi said earlier, we met Ron here, and the moment we learned of the future, the world has quietly changed. In this way, as long as you ensure that Ace is not arrested by Marine at that specific point in the future, then you can avoid everything. Rayleigh spoke solemnly. If war is still unavoidable, no matter where we are in the South Blue Sky, our Roger pirates will definitely come to help out as long as they are alive. Copper Jabba said firmly. That's right, as long as we're alive. I won't back down, after all, Ace is also Captain Roger's son. The cadres of Roger's regiment, including Mu Lien, Spencer, and the Murloc Sunbell, echoed one after another. Roger's old eyes turned red, and his heart was a little touched. Ron. Just then, Whitebeard spoke suddenly, pale golden eyes locked on Ron. A look of suspicion and confusion flashed between his brows and eyes. Just now. A few vague memory fragments flashed across his mind like a revolving lantern. Advertisement. These memory fragments flashed through his mind, and they should belong to him, but they didn't seem to belong to him completely. It's like the overlap of time and space. His memories in different time and space are, quantum, entangled. In these revolving lantern memory fragments of different time periods. He saw a vague figure, coincident with Ron in front of him. What's wrong? Whitebeard, Ron smiled. I was wondering, have we met somewhere before? Whitebeard asked. Maybe, Ron was still smiling. Alas, Ron and Pop? Were you acquaintances before? Marco and the others were all surprised and puzzled. Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. The focus now should be on the future, Ron. The reason why you said that sentence before is probably not based on the ability of time. Whitebeard guessed. Ron smiled slightly. Pick up a branch at random. Draw two parallel lines on the ground. As Miss Shi said earlier, because of my arrival, this time and space has undergone slight changes, and this change will continue to expand, and even completely deviate from the predestined history. Having said that, Ron turned one of the lines away with a branch. But, at the moment when the offset occurred, a parallel world was born. Apart from the time and space where you know part of the future, there is another time and space of official history. In that time and space, I did not appear here. Everything is developing according to the established script, and of course the ending of the Summit War and your destruction still exists. Wait a moment. Rayleigh seemed to have thought of a certain possibility, and suddenly his eyes widened. Ron, what the hell do you mean? It's just a coincidence that you are here. In the original script, you will not appear. Who the hell are you? And why did you appear? The members of the two Overlord pirate groups couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. Ron, you are no ordinary divination master, Roger Road. That's right. Ron nodded calmly. This is the end of the matter, and I don't hide anything anymore. Divination and prophecy is just a sideline of my interest. My real identity is a time traveler. Chapter 14 The Contract Roger, Get God's Refuge. Divination and prophecy is just my hobby, my real identity is a time traveler. Ron's eyes were quiet but deep, his face was not red and his heart was beating, and he showed his new identity to everyone. After a short silence, hiss, siss, sizzle sizzle. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, members of the two Overlords gasped in unison. Time traveler. It turned out to be a time traveler. By the way, what is a time traveler? I don't quite understand either. Although I don't understand much, I was greatly shocked. In short, it's very powerful and it's over. We seem to have really encountered an extraordinary existence today. Not just regular members. Marco, Joes, Vista, Spencer, Mulian, Sunbell. The core cadres of the two Overlord regiments were also greatly shocked at this moment. Time traveler, do you have the same ability as time? No, even I know that there are no two identical fruits in this world. Kazuki Oden shook his head repeatedly. Ron's time travel probably didn't rely on the power of devil fruit. Roger guessed. In this way, Ron was able to come here silently avoiding our eyeliner. Is it also through time and space transmission? Rayleigh suddenly realized. Yes, it must be so, that's right. Ron directly landed on this island through time and space, otherwise, our people would not be able to detect it. Marco nodded in shock. Speculation about them. Ron just smiled and said nothing, expressing his acquiescence. Anyway, it was pretty much the same. So, Ron, can you send us into the future and back again? Whitebeard asked. Can? Ron nodded calmly. Can this kind of thing really be done? Time will be chaotic. Shocked and whispered in the sky and the moon. Advertisement. Don't doubt it, this is no longer a matter of time, it also involves space. Ron smiled confidently. He takes the branch a little above the timeline that deviates from the trajectory. This is the time and space we live in, and the front part of the branch passed slowly. Eventually intersect at the lower end of the other line. This is the future 24 years later. These are already two different worlds, so you don't need to worry about other things. The only thing you need to consider is whether you want to take risks for yourself in another parallel world. Ron spoke calmly. Raise your hand and wave lightly. The illusory book of contract emerged out of thin air. Sizzle sizzle, looking at Ron's amazing skill. The members of the two Overlord groups couldn't help but gasp again. The image of Ron in my heart is getting taller and taller. It's been unsubstantiated until now it's the real showmanship. Ron, this is. Roger and the others looked inquiring. This is a necessary thing to travel through time and space. If you want to go to the future, leave your blood mark on this book. With this mark, you can resonate with me who arrived in that time and space first. Take my place as the anchor point, positioning time and space travel. Ron explained concisely. Everyone nodded in understanding. Now, there is one last question before everyone. That's why Ron helped them so much. What is his purpose in doing all this? What can he get out of it? Rayleigh frowned and thought for a moment, cleared his throat, and just wanted to ask a question tactfully. At this time, the Overlord Roger stepped forward with a bold smile. Kang, the supreme sword, the black sword, ace is unsheathed. It passed through his palm. The dark red blood droplets flew out. Landed on the book of contract. Instantly, advertisement. The blood is absorbed by the book of the contract. Imprint the Overlord Gold D. Roger on the blank first page. At the moment of contract formation, it takes effect for the owner Ron's feedback. Ron has a chance to gain one of the Overlord Roger's abilities. An inconspicuous golden streamer shot out from the book and poured into Ron's body. In an instant, Ron shuddered. Until now, he has always maintained a calm face. At this moment, there were some waves that could not be restrained. There is no other reason, all because of the contract feedback from the number one person in the pirate world. The previous streamer was obviously the famous stunt of One Piece Roger. Dodge. A blow that even gods would avoid. A blow that even gods cannot avoid. Obtained for Ron at the moment. Certainly, what you get is what you get. Now Ron's power to avoid God is far inferior to Roger's. It depends on your own hardware conditions. It's as if a person with no skill has mastered a powerful skill that requires peerless internal strength. But, for this, Ron wasn't worried in the slightest. Because this is just the beginning, in addition to Roger, the super strong man in the field. Hundreds more, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Jabba, Oden. Ron, then please give me your advice. For this future trip, I will book a seat first. Roger laughed and held out his right hand. Oh, see you in the future then. Ron also stretched out his right hand and held Roger's big hand heavily, the arc of the corner of his mouth gradually widening. Chapter 15 Contract Whitebeard. Get shock fruit. The Book of Contract, the first blood contract object, has been achieved. The first contract object is the One Piece Roger. And it also feeds back Roger's special skill of avoiding God. Just a dream start. The other side, for the risk of rashly leaving the mark of his own blood. The Overlord Roger is of course the clearest. After all, their acquaintance with Ron was only an hour. They knew nothing about the mysterious Ron, also unaware that the imprints they left could actually take them through time and space. Or maybe Ron has other uses. Even Ron can control and even obliterate them through the marks they leave. One of the risks, we have to pay attention, but Roger still gave his own blood without hesitation and concluded the mark. If you want to ask why so reckless, Roger's answer is intuition. Intuition told him, Ron is not a treacherous and evil person, he can be trusted. Also, there is another most important reason, Roger wants to go. Can't wait to go, he wants to go to the future and see the future see. I want to go to the future to meet my son when he grows up. Fulfill the father's responsibility that I have never been able to fulfill. In addition, for the Whitebeard pirates who were wiped out in order to rescue their son. Although Roger didn't say anything on the surface, he felt guilty in his heart. So, this time, even if he risked his life, it is also absolutely necessary to create a ray of life for the Whitebeard pirates as much as possible. Absolute. Roger. Rayleigh stared blankly at his best friend, the captain. Thoughts on Roger. He can guess it completely, immediately. Rayleigh took a deep breath. Let go of all the messy thoughts in your mind. F*K the risk. They gallop on the sea and take risks all the time. Count me in, Roger, let's witness the future together. Rayleigh grinned. Ha 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 ha, I'll go too, Jabba laughed. Advertisement, it's amazing, I want to go too. Little Red Hair's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait. Ha 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 ha, Shanks, I specially allow you to follow me this time, let's go and meet the heroic figure of my uncle who will climb to the top in the future. The red-nosed boy, Buggy, put his hands on his hips and looked coquettish. Everyone, there is nothing to worry about, corrupt Marine Colonel Mu Lien yelled. We are the Roger Pirates. Spencer, the handsome guy with the red ponytail, grinned. The captain is our direction. Murloc helmsman Sunbell patted his chest. Where Captain Roger is, we will be there. Come on, the destination of the next stop will be unprecedented. Let's go to the future and make a big fuss. What the sea will look like in 24 years' time is really exciting. Such an opportunity is once in 1,000 years. No, it's only once in a lifetime. If you miss it, don't miss it. It's really exciting, the future after 24 years. The Roger Pirates are united as one. Immediately cut their palms. Competing to leave their mark on the Book of Contract. At this time, give me a moment, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco, stopped drinking. Turned into a phoenix, ignited a raging blue flame, and stopped in front of Rayleigh and others. Immediately afterwards, the captain of the 3rd Team Diamond Joes, the 4th Team Saki, the 5th Team Beasta, etc., all the pirates of the White Group stepped forward. Whitebeards, what do you mean? Jabba raised an eyebrow. It is our Whitebeard Pirates who will participate in the Summit War in the future. What does it have to do with your Roger Pirates? Joes rolled his eyes. Why doesn't it matter? The captured Ace is Roger's son, our nephew. Rayleigh said. But Ace is already a member of our Whitebeard Pirates, and it should be our priority to rescue him. Yes, yes, how can you steal the limelight? Papa from another world, as well as ourselves, will be rescued by our Whitebeard Pirates. If you Roger Pirates want to go to the future, you should line up first. All the pirates in Baituan spoke one after another. Looking at the irrelevant Roger Pirates so high-pitched and excited, they are ready to fight in the future. How can the proud Whitebeard Pirates hold their breath? After all, this was their war. Also, it is a precious future trip, if you miss it, you will not have it. No one knows how many people will go to the future in the end. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. It is always more likely to conclude the contract first. For the sake of who can leave a mark on the Book of Contract first. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates faced each other again, refusing to give in to each other. Between each other, the atmosphere is tense. It looked as if there was a big fight when there was a disagreement. Advertisement for this situation. Ron was delighted to hear it. And, just when Luo Tuan Rayleigh and others confronted and stalemate with Baituan Marco. Ron has already welcomed the second contract guest today. Cool la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed boldly, with a wave of his hand. Leave your own blood mark on the Book of the Contract. In the dark, the golden light flashed again. Whitebeard, the overlord of the era who is as famous as Roger, also gave Ron the ability to feed back. And, speaking of Whitebeard's fame, naturally, it was the paramecia ability that ranked among the strongest sequences and claimed to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. Shock fruit ability, beginner, feel the new power flowing in the body. Rao is as calm as Ron. At this moment, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Just when Ron was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the strongest paramecia shock fruit. Suddenly, new power came again. For a moment, Ron's understanding of Kendo emerged one after another like the waves of the sea. The realm of Kendo climbed rapidly. Ha ha ha, I'm the third. Kazuki Oden laughed. Bai Shaoji, let's fight for the future together. Huh, Whitebeard tilted his head arrogantly. That's too cunning, Whitebeard pirates. Obviously we came first. Everyone in Roger's regiment reprimanded. What does the world of pirates talk about first come, first served? Of course it still depends on the fist. Everyone in the white group fought back. Do you want to fight again? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Then come on. Bang. Boom. Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates. The battle between the two overlords has started again. This time, the battle between the two sides revolves around who can be the first to leave a name on the Book of Contract. Chapter 16 Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's Luck? Chapter 16 Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's Luck? Book of Contract 4th seed, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Get feedback. Advanced Observation Hockey. The 5th seed of the Book of Contract, Copper Jabba. Get feedback. Advanced Armament Hockey. The 6th seed of the Book of Contract, Marco the Phoenix. Gain feedback. Self-Healing Power. The 7th seed of the Book of Contract, Diamond Joe's. Feedback. Strong Body. The 15th seed of the Book of Contract, Fallen Marine Colonel Mu Lien. Get feedback. 6th Style Moonwalk. The 20th seed of the Book of Contract, Murloc Sunbell. Get feedback. Breathe Underwater. The 30th seed of the Book of Contract, Saki. Get feedback. Cooking. Contract Sikar. Gain Strength +10. Contract Crocus. Get Healing. Contract to Hide. Get Gunfighting Skills. Contract. Every cent. Every second. Ron kept getting stronger like a rocket. The strength has risen with the tide, and it is like eating Schwanmai and can't stop at all. This feeling is simply wonderful. Weapon color, knowledge color, devil fruit ability, culinary skills, navigation skills, medical skills, all come to Ron's bowl. Although all the abilities could not be fully leveled at once. But Ron was satisfied enough, as long as there are enough strong people in the contract. Less can add up, will eventually reach the top. Before that, Ron is just a down-and-out king who is slightly stronger than ordinary people, and he only knows some imperial tricks. But at this moment, Ron officially changed from domineering to domineering. Qualify for the top of the world. It would be correct to use this banquet of the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates as the first crossing point. It was another half an hour in a blink of an eye. The number of powerhouses whose names are written on the Book of Contract has exceeded 3 digits. The battle between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates continues. But, what's left now is more or less pecking among chickens. Those who are truly powerful have all left their names on the Book of Contract. A contract for rookies. Ron didn't care much anymore. Sitting on his own with Roger and Whitebeard, form a 3-legged confrontation, drink freely. If the previous contract was not completed, Ron couldn't even pretend. Advertisement now, however, there is no need to pretend. Now he has the confidence and strength to be on an equal footing with the two overlords of the era. Some moment. Ron, who was talking and laughing happily with the boss, frowned slightly. The contracts of the rookies actually feed back their incredible abilities. Conqueror's Hockey, Jr. This is the conquerors that Roger, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Odin, Jabba and others have never fed back. Then, Ron still had regrets in his heart, thinking about going to the 2nd and 3rd space-time points to make up for it. Unexpectedly, Conqueror's Hockey arrived late, and it's the teenage redhead who feeds back Ron Conqueror's Hockey. How cunning, Shanks, I got there first. The red-nosed boy Buggy bared his teeth and claws. Leave your mark on the Book of the Covenant. At the same time, there was a special light that had never been seen before. Still conquerors? Wrong. Conquerors, luck? Puff. After knowing the ability fed back from Buggy, Ron didn't hold back and spat out the wine in his mouth. What's the matter, Ron? Is the wine not to your liking? Roger asked. No. Ron waved his hand. Heartgenin couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect to have such a nonsense ability, and this crap Conqueror's Luck really works wonders. The ability of the Book of Contract to feed back is not absolute, but a probability. The stronger the person, the more likely they will be rewarded. Among the more than 100 contractors so far, half of them are just ordinary contracts, without the ability to repay them. However, after getting the Buggy God tier Conqueror's Luck, the burst rate of the contract ability to feed back has increased. Even the attribute value of the ability to feed back has been improved. If only Buggy was the first to contract, I am afraid that now Ron's strength can reach another small level. But the wood is done. Ron thought about it now, there will be no great regrets. Anyway, everything has just begun, another half hour. Finally, the second battle between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is over. Of the two Overlord pirate groups, more than 90% of the powerhouses left their names on Ron's contract book. Teach, don't you want to visit the future? Advertisement? Marco raised an eyebrow at the boy Blackbeard Teach. No, I'm not interested. The boy Teach turned his head and sat straight on the tree trunk, closing his eyes and meditating. Future, of course he was also very curious. My heart is about to move. But, deep in his heart, there was a voice warning him not to go. If you go, something terrible will happen. There is a huge crisis for him in the future. With this deep intuition, teenager Blackbeard resolutely gave up this opportunity. Choose to stay in this era and guard Tianyue and Odin's 2 children with other left behind. Ha, Teach, then Takiwa Momonosuke and Hiyori will count on you. Kazuki Odin laughed. Relax, Captain Odin. Teach, who is a member of the second team, agreed. TCH, what a stinky monster, he must be afraid of seeing the heroic appearance of my uncle in the future. The little red-nosed buggy Nunu cut his mouth, dissatisfied with the boy Blackbeard Teach. Because he was able to leave a name before them, but in the end, he suddenly gave up. What will I look like in 24 years? It's really unbearable. Zhao Hong raised her head in a daze, her face full of longing and anticipation. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Shanks, Ron said, it will take a while to prepare, let's wait slowly for the call from the future. Rayleigh laughed. Ooh, at this time. The shocking uproar of the people reappeared. Amazing, is this the gate of time and space? It's amazing, through this portal, you can travel to various time and space. Looking at the time-space arbitrary door that appeared with Ron's wave. Luo Tuan and Bai Tuan, the members of the two Overlord groups were once again shocked beyond measure. The power of time and space is really mysterious. Ku la 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 la, it seems that the next one is worth looking forward to. Roger and Whitebeard sighed in unison. So that's all for today, see you next time in the future. Ron smiled slightly. His purpose in this time and space has been fulfilled, and it is time to return. Every extra point of stay is a waste. Ahahaha, see you in 24 years. The pirates, headed by Roger and Whitebeard, waved together. Ron turned around. One step did not enter any door. The light flashed into the sky, with his figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 17 Golden Lion Shiki distributes flyers. Grand Line, Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. This is the first half of the famous pirate town. Hundreds of pirate ships of various sizes are moored in the port. There are no civilians in the town, all the villains. The hustle and bustle of pirates can be heard everywhere. The bloody fighting of pirates can be seen everywhere. This moment. Magic Valley Town Center Bar. The black-haired young man in unlined clothes sat calmly, his wineglass swaying gently. My guest, I'm sorry, the incident you inquired about is too unpopular, and I can't get deeper secrets with my intelligence network. The bar owner, Terry, who was wearing small round sunglasses, spread his hands apologetically. It's okay, you worked hard, I'll pay for it. Ron took a sip of the spirit in his glass and spoke calmly. Not long ago, he returned from 24 years ago. There is any door in hand. The sky, South Blue, and the North are all in one thought. Where to go first is the question. Now that Straw Hat Crew has gone to sea and almost reached the end of the first half. There is no need to go to East Blue anymore, after a short thought. Ron made a decision. He wants to hear the legendary Golden Bell. Is it as wonderful as in the legend? Think Sky Island Golden Bell. Ron also thought of this Magic Valley town. The pirate town where fish and dragons are mixed is also involved in the Dark World. A lot of secret information can be found. So, before heading to Sky Island, Ron decided to come to Magic Valley Town for a walk. Cha-Cha's day with nobles, with celestial dragons. What is the origin of the pirates who attacked the kingdom of Char? Only, this pirate town is just one corner of the Grand Line. Although Terry, the bar owner, has some skills, but not many. Can't find any deep secrets. No need, I didn't find any useful information, so I can't accept it. Bar owner Terry waved his hands again and again. If you change to normal, he will definitely not do such a loss-making business. Even if the news that the customer wants is not found. Fees are still charged, if the other party does not want to pay. Advertisement he will show his fist the size of a sandbag and force him to submit. However, today it's the other way around. It is simply the sun coming out from the west. Ron, who was a guest, took the initiative to ask for payment. However, Terry, the bar owner, is polite and doesn't take any money. With such an abnormal boss, all the waiters at the bar were shaking their heads with surprise on their faces. I can't help but wonder if my boss, who regards money as his life, took some wrong medicine this morning. Terry, the chicken thief's shrewd bar owner, is certainly not insane. Rooted in this pirate town full of villains for decades. His means and mind are far beyond what ordinary people can compare. He is best at watching people order dishes. Often at a glance, it can accurately capture the special features of some unusual people. Like 2 months ago, the pirate boy wearing a straw hat came to him. Later, he clashed with Bellamy the hyena, was beaten unilaterally with his partner, and left in embarrassment. Then, everyone present felt that the straw hat boy was too humble and trashy. But Terry, the old-fashioned bar owner, doesn't think so. He knows that straw hat boy must not be an ordinary pirate. What happened later was exactly as he expected. A new reward order is issued. Pirate Straw Hat Luffy offers a reward of 100 million Baileys. And just a few days ago, new big news releases. Pirate Straw Hat Crew making a big fuss in World Government 3. Eni's Lobby, one of the big organizations, offers a reward for all staff. The bounty for the leading captain, Straw Hat Luffy, is as high as 300 million berry. For their own vision, bar owner Terry is confident. Neither the Straw Hat Boy nor the Blackbeard man who had conflicts with him are not ordinary people. Then there was Ron, who appeared in front of him now. He saw a certain quality in Ron at a glance, so. Of course, the method of treating ordinary guests cannot be applied to him. Guest, this is our new cocktail, please try it. The bar owner, Terry, has good eyesight and graciously delivers new cocktails. At this time, suddenly there was an uproar from the pirates on the street outside the bar. It seems that something extraordinary happened. Terry, the barkeeper, winked. A waiter hurried out. Not long. Boss, something serious happened. Advertisement. The waiter was sweating profusely and returned in a hurry. What kind of big event can happen? What a panic, how decent it is. Bar owner Terry feigned anger and reprimanded him. This, the waiter quickly delivered a leaflet. Bar owner Terry took over. Wait to see the information on the flyer. The bar owner's eyes under the sunglasses suddenly widened to the extreme. This is, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who has been missing for many years, has returned to the sea, and has issued a summoning order to invite heroes from all over the world. Bar owner Terry screamed. Boom, there was a loud bang. The door of the bar was violently pushed open. The loud noise woke up the hangover pirates in the bar. What's up? How dare you wake up my uncle? You don't want to live anymore. It's really courting death. The grumpy pirates scolded one after another. Shut up all of them and listen to me honestly. Wearing a suit and tie, the dog-like big-backed pirate kept drinking arrogantly. I am the captain of the 13th affiliated pirate group under the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki of the last era. Now I am recruiting heroes under the order of Boss Shiki. If you want to follow Boss Shiki to dominate the world, now is your only chance. Choose bar. The big-backed pirate shouted, after a short silence. Wow, the shocking uproar of the pirates resumed. Is this? Really? The big flying pirate who disappeared for 20 years has reappeared. An existence as famous as One Piece Roger and 4 Emperors Whitebeard in the last era. Golden Lion Shiki, the flying pirate, he's still alive. The comeback after 20 years of silence, what kind of changes will it bring to the world? If it's really that Golden Lion, count me in, ha 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 ha, count me in. There is nothing left and right, so let's try it. If it is true, this is a great opportunity to make a career in the sky. All the pirates staying in the bar responded in unison. Heard the words. The big-backed pirate, who is the publicity representative of Golden Lion Shiki, nodded in satisfaction. Getting ready to go to the next location, next second. What the big flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, is nothing more than a hairless, toothless old lion who is not even as good as a rookie. An untimely faint chuckle sounded. Chapter 18 The Legend of Killing Gods in Magic Valley Town. Golden Lion Shiki, the big flying pirate, hiding in a dark corner for 20 years, now he's nothing more than a paper tiger. No, it's just a paper lion. Ron sneered, shaking his head and whispering. The voice fell. The bar, which was originally excited because of the appearance of the legend, suddenly fell into deathly silence. All the pirates in the venue cast fierce glances at Ron at the bar. The ferocious gaze of the pirates. Ron was unmoved from the beginning to the end. After all, he has also seen big scenes in front of the 2 overlords, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Ron has never been complacent. Not to mention that now, these guys who hang out in the first half of the Grand Line are nothing but trash. Good moment. You brat, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the ability. The big-backed pirate under Golden Lion laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. At the same time, by its side, a vicious scar-faced pirate quietly stepped forward. Bar owner Terry winked at Ron. However, Ron remained unmoved, as if he didn't realize it. I said the so-called legend, the Golden Lion Shiki, has long been abolished. Is there a problem? Ron took a sip of the fine wine on his own, turned his back to the crowd, and said without looking back. Hee ha ha, what a guts. The big-backed pirate laughed back angrily. He winked at the scar-faced pirate. The scar-faced pirate understood. A smirk appeared on his face, and the gleaming big knife was raised above his head, mercilessly slashing at the back of the defenseless Ron's neck. Looking at Ron, who was motionless, bar owner Terry's eyes widened. It seemed that he had seen the scene of Ron's blood spattering on the spot. Did I miss it today? The kid in front of him is just bluffing? The moment this thought flashed through the mind of bar owner Terry, time froze suddenly, also solidified together as the scar-faced pirate. Slap. The big knife in the scar-faced pirate's hand fell to the ground. Boom. Advertisement. Then his tall body fell down. His eyes are completely closed, representing a total loss of consciousness. This. Look at this sudden change. Bar owner Terry gasped. I was so shocked that I couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Boss, you should step back first. Today's information fee, wine fee, and hotel repair fee can be paid with the heads of these guys. Ron spoke calmly. Heard the words. The bar owner, Terry, was shocked. Only then did he finally recover from the shock. Yes. Say it. He turned around without looking back, took a few of his men to hide in the underground safe house, and waited for the conflict to end. The other side. Ron turned around with his glass in hand. Calm eyes swept across the dumbfounded pirates. The Golden Lion, who has been reduced to waste, recruited you waste subordinates. No wonder you can't even take down a fledgling Straw Hat Kid. Ron shook his head and sneered again. The reason for such uncharacteristic provocation and ridicule. Half of it is because of feelings, when seeing Golden Lion Shiki's summoning order. Scenes and scenes naturally appeared in Ron's mind as a time traveler. As a legendary figure of the last era, the Overlord of the Sea with the same name as One Piece Roger, Whitebeard and Edward Newgate. Now that he has arrived, he will be overwhelmed by the rookie Straw Hat that even Hockey has never learned. And the minions recruited by Golden Lion Shiki, each one is also a waste snack. With so many people, they can't beat a mere Straw Hat group. At first, Ron was also curious about where the Golden Lion Shiki recruited these trash fish. Now, he knows. Besides, there's the other half of the reason. That was Ron trying to guess them off. Advertisement. Waste to waste. The victory lies in the number of people enough. Not long ago, Ron has just received a lot of power back from the members of the two Overlord groups in the last era. Ron only possesses these external powers today. There is still a long way to go to fully master it. And want to master and use these powers proficiently. Combat is undoubtedly the best shortcut. The actual combat of life and death is the most able to stimulate growth. With these pirates and scumbags as a small test, Ron will not have any psychological burden, which is most suitable. As expected, when I heard Ron Chihuahua's provocation, the pirates immediately became enraged. Reason is taken over by violent emotions. Don't think about why the Scarface pirates suddenly fell to the ground and passed out before. Boy, how dare you scold the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. You still dare to scold us, how dare you, brothers, copy the guy, kill him. Arrogant boy, I will definitely make you pay for your nonsense. We will never let you die easily. You can't live but you can't die, that's your ending. Awaken it. All the pirates and miscellaneous fish from all directions grinned forward and drew out various weapons. To this, Ron's face remained unmoved, just drank the wine in the glass by himself. Boom. The wine glass fell to the ground and shattered. Puff. Blood splashes and blooms. A merciless killing is unfolding at this time and here. On this day, the legend of Killing God was born in the pirate town of Devil Valley. Chapter 19 Kill God Ron. Killing through Magic Valley town with one blow. Duh. Ron kicked. The knife at the foot pierced the atmosphere. Fast as lightning, lacing out. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of a ferocious pirate, bringing up a cloud of dazzling blood. This scene didn't stop the other pirates, because at this moment, the pirates are already on top, completely irritated by Ron's words. The death of one or two people can't make them fearful in their hearts, who are licking blood on the knife edge. Go to hell. A 2-meter tall man took advantage of his weapon and swung a 3-meter long sword at Ron. Ron didn't dodge or dodge. The black index finger and middle finger are close together. It's an understatement to pinch the pirate's big knife. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't shake Ron in the slightest. Kaka, next second, accompanied by an overwhelmed clicking sound. Dense web-like cracks appeared on the pirate's broadsword. Finally, only a bang was heard. The big knife exploded completely. Ron waved his hand, grabbed dozens of shards, splashed forward. Duh. Aggressive, the sound of breaking the air into pieces. Puff, puff puff, bloody fireworks bloomed one after another. Before and after but an instant, the dozen or so ferocious pirates who came up to Ron all rushed to the street and fell to the ground. There were blood holes all over his body and blood gushed out. Hiss, sizzle sizzle, this moment, after witnessing this terrifying scene with his own eyes. The angry pirates were finally able to wake up a little bit. For a while, the sound of gasping for air conditioning kept coming and going. The pirates no longer looked at Ron with the slightest bit of cat and mouse banter. Some are just shock, horror, they already know enough. The man in front of him who dared to talk nonsense, and even ignored the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, was not a little sheep who could be slaughtered and manipulated by them. There was a moment of dead silence. Get out of the way for my uncle. An arrogant voice sounded from outside the bar, quickly. A big-eared pirate shakes his fat and stands out from the crowd. Ooh. The ruthless man is coming. Buries Hippodorma with a bounty of 43 million. Advertisement, now, it's stable. The pirates dominated by shock and panic are determined. I heard there's some ignorant guy here slandering Boss Shiki? Is that you? Doma the Hippo stared at Ron with narrowed eyes, bloodthirsty gleams in his small eyes. Ron didn't speak. The right hand slowly forms a fist. The pitch-black armament hockey gradually flows. It's too late to be afraid now. Today I will take your head and dedicate it to Boss Shiki in exchange for my place in the alliance. Doma the Hippo gave a grin. The already huge body swelled further against the wind. The swollen figure has undergone earth-shaking changes. Zone horse fruit hippopotamus form ability is activated. It doesn't take a moment. A hippopotamus over 5 meters tall appeared. The horse-killing sword waved away. Half of the bar collapsed. Die. Doma the hippopotamus showed a fierce look and attacked violently. Boom. Boom. The earth split open under his power. Smoke and dust filled the surrounding area. It's really unbearable. Doma the hippopotamus didn't finish his sentence. The next moment it came to a sudden stop. Unprecedented threats of death hit my heart. Suddenly bowed his head. What caught his eyes was a ruthless figure with loose black hair. Ron moved freely. The right fist is sent out slowly. The fist was still an inch away from the hippopotamus and there was no contact. However, Doma the hippopotamus was pale, as if he had been hit hard. The fat on his body shook violently like the ripples on the water. The eyes are protruding, and the eyeballs seem to pop out of the eye sockets. Although there are not many injuries on the surface. But the power of advanced armed forces has already destroyed his interior. Next second, accompanied by a bang, the hippopotamus weighing 1,000 kilograms rose from the ground and flew backwards at the speed of light. Wherever he passed along the way, he broke through an unknown number of buildings. How is this going? Which B************** D dares to interrupt my uncle for a drink? B********** D, how dare you disturb me to have fun? For a moment, the pirates in Magic Valley Town were startled by the sudden loud noise. Howling and cursing were endless. At the same time, there was the sound of countless sword soldiers unsheathing. The hustle and bustle became a peace, however. This moment, bar battlefield, but it was completely silent. A deadly silence enveloped the audience, the ferocious pirates who witnessed the previous scene with their own eyes. Advertisement at this moment, every face is full of horror like a ghost. No matter what, I couldn't believe it and I didn't want to accept what I saw. I don't know how long it has been. He. That man, who the hell is he? That's Dorma the hippopotamus with a bounty of 43 million berry. Be defeated so easily. What are you kidding? How powerful is this man? Impossible. I don't believe it. The pirates in the bar battlefield stared wide-eyed. My heart seems to be overwhelming. The picture of Ron punching a 40 million level pirate. It caused tons of psychological shadows in the hearts of everyone present. Even if they were pirates who shouted disbelief, their bodies froze honestly. In front of Ron, they didn't even have the courage to take up arms. This is the awe of the strong, but this deterrence is limited to the pirates who saw the previous scene. Above the sea, the most indispensable thing is a fool who is overconfident in himself. Quickly, more pirates arrive at the instigation of the Golden Lion's big-backed pirates. They swarmed without fear and launched a siege to Ron. Ron picked up 2 long knives casually. The kendo mystery that was fed back from the great swordsman Kazuki Oden, Foil Vesta, Roger's regiment high-ranking officer Spencer and others exploded here. 2 swords style, starburst airflow slash, whoosh. Ron crushed the ground with his feet, shoot out by the reaction force. Take the initiative to rush into the pirates. The twin knives wrapped around the black armament hockey are like cutting vegetables and melons. Charged across from the street to the end of the street, beheading countless heads. The time before and after is just a few breaths. The world is quiet. Die, death, all dead. How can it be? What happened? Monster. That's a monster. No, it's not. That's not a monster. That's God of Death. Run away. After seeing the scene on the street that looked like sure as hell. The remaining pirates could no longer restrain their inner fear and fled in all directions. No, you can't kill me. I am a subordinate of the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. If you kill me, Boss Shiki will definitely not let you go. The big-backed pirate sat slumped on the ground, and under Ron's murderous gaze, he was already so frightened that he was shitting. So what if it's the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki? I'll go find him right away. Ron spoke lightly. Puff, the hand rises and the knife falls. The head fell to the ground. When. The melodious and high-pitched golden bells came from the sky. It seems to be offering rites and music for the birth of a king. Chapter 20 Famous everywhere. Attention Marine and the Revolutionary Army. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. The headquarters building that has stood for hundreds of years. Today is as busy as ever. Incident reports from various marine branches from around the world are compiled here. The intelligence department is responsible for sorting, selecting important events and sending them to Marshal Sengoku. Today's big event is the defeat of Shichibukai Gecko Moria. Straw Hat. It's the Straw Hat again. How many days has it been since the Eni's lobby incident? They've brought down another Shichibukai. This continues. There is also the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. What is that guy doing? Obviously he can wipe out the weak Straw Hat crew. Why didn't he did? Marshal Sengoku's violent roar echoed in the office for a long time. Isn't it written in the report that his mission here is to convey to Moria the news of the new Shichibukai succeeding Crocodile? Other things can be taken care of but are unnecessary. I think he did the right thing. Like Sengoku, a veteran who has gone through several eras, Marine hero Garp snapped his nose, saying that the old god is there. After all, this is his grandson, and he couldn't be happier that he survived the disaster safely. Garp. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** forehead bulging. Well, don't be so anxious to get angry, drink a cup of green tea to reduce the fire. Garp graciously offered a cup of green tea. Marshal Sengoku ignored it. Backhand grabs the senbei from Garp's hand. He poured all his brains into his big mouth, and caught them all in one go. My senbei, shut up. Garp went straight to it and started picking senbei into Sengoku's mouth. Seeing the fight between the two old children, Vice Admiral Crane, who is also the legendary marine legend, couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Garp, if you really have nothing to do, go and investigate this matter. Vice Admiral Crane casually threw out a document. Garp glanced over, his brows furrowed slightly. This is really too much, it seems like a hellish scene. Who did it? Garp asked. Because I don't know, I want you to investigate. Marshal Sengoku rolled his eyes. Could it be Zephyr and his partisans? Advertisement, Garp guessed. Not Zephyr. The Vice Admiral Crane shook his head. According to the current information, all these pirate towns, including Magic Valley Town, have the figure of that B**************** D Golden Lion. Nani? That B*********** D Golden Lion. Is he really going to come out of the sea again? Now it's inevitable. But what did that golden lion do to these trash fish? Garp doesn't understand. No, Golden Lion's purpose is to recruit partners, and someone is blocking his actions. Vice Admiral Crane Road. Oh, Garp raised his eyebrows in surprise. How dare you openly provoke the legendary flying pirate? This is really interesting. If you're interested, hurry up and check it out now. Don't stay here, you'll be upset just looking at it. Marshal Sengoku looked at Garp unkindly. Upon seeing him, Sengoku couldn't help but think of the Straw Hat Kid. Then, the heart will ache. Peeved ha ha ha, it's done, just leave this matter to me. Garp patted his chest carelessly in response, just before going out. By the way, I'm here today to find out how exactly that Blackbeard became a Shichibukai. I heard there was some sort of secret deal. What kind of deal? Garp asked curiously. The voice fell. The atmosphere in the huge marshal's office couldn't help but stagnate. What? Can't even I know. Garp pressed. Go and do the things at hand first, and I'll tell you when I get back. Marshal Sengoku waved. Okay, really, there is still a secret between me. Garp didn't force it, and turned to leave, until it is determined that Garp is gone. Sooner or later he will know. Blackbeard used Fire Fist Ace, the captain of Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, as a bargaining chip in exchange for Shichibukai's position. Vice Admiral said quietly. This matter has a lot to do with it. The sooner Garp finds out, the better. The world government has basically confirmed the true identity of Ace the Fire Fist. If there is no accident, an unprecedented storm will soon be set off in this sea. Advertisement Marshal Sengoku said quietly. An island full of yellow sand. This is the island of white clay. General base of the Revolutionary Army, this moment. All over the island. Non-stop. Send in the latest intelligence report. Base conference room. High-level officials, headed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, gathered together. Today, the topic of research and discussion by the Revolutionary Army was the Killing God incident in several pirate towns, including Magic Valley Town. This person is investigating the reasons behind the demise of the Char Kingdom. Could it be Mr. Ron? Is Mr. Ron still alive? The young revolutionary girl Koala exclaimed excitedly. Calm down, little Koala, although I also hope it's Ron, but this mysterious person has the power to slaughter a pirate town. How could it be possible to become so much stronger in such a short time? Besides, in such a short time, just not even enough from West Blue to Grand Line. Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, shook his head. Damn it, Ron is simply the son of the revolution sent by heaven, and he was actually arrested by the world government. Southern Army Commander Lindbergh clenched his fist unwillingly. Koala pursed her lips, her expression slightly downcast. The top priority now is to find out his identity, if it is really Ron, or someone related to the Char Kingdom. Sabo, I will leave this matter to you. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, said in a deep voice. Yes, Mr. Long, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army responded. I am coming too. The revolutionary girl Koala raised her hand with a firm expression. Intuition told her, the leader dragon nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. After defeating the Golden Lion, go to see Rocks, the overlord of the sea. Grand Line. Somewhere in the sky, a very large yellow golden lion ship swims in the sky. This is the overlord of the last era, the mothership of the flying pirates. This moment, yellow golden lion ship deck. The atmosphere is oppressive and congealed. The legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki sat on the throne, looking at the information from all sides. His face became more and more gloomy. HMPH, the brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, provokes again and again. Is he so eager to step on the legendary throne? Seeing that I have been away from the sea for too long, the world has already forgotten the legendary flying pirate fear. Golden Lion Shiki opened his mouth faintly. Boss Shiki, you must not let this guy go. This B************ D must pay in blood. Let the world know the dire consequences of provoking Boss Shiki. All the pirates in the Fadian group were filled with righteous indignation. Jieha. Jihahaha. Golden Lion Shiki burst into the sky with a big laugh. No matter who they are, they must pay the price for what they have done. Now pass on my order. Anyone who can find and kill them can enter the ranks of cadres, seal the territory and crack the soil, just around the corner. Yes. Boss Shiki. Just when Golden Lion Shiki launched a tempting reward to encourage pirates from all over the world to hunt Ron. What he doesn't know is, this moment, Ron, whom he regarded as the clearing target, had already arrived at his base camp. The sky is vaster than the sea. The magnificent and fairyland-like islands are floating in the sky. This is the lair of the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. There are mountains, water, and rivers on it. There are beautiful red maple forests. There are also remains of old houses. There are also various special beast creatures with strange shapes. Scenes of exciting fighting scenes were staged. The natural law of the jungle is fully interpreted here. The world of pirates is full of strange things. There's Sky Island above 10,000 meters, and the magnificent The Fishmen Island under the sea. But similar to this group of floating sky islands, it can no longer be simply described by the uncanny workmanship of nature. Completely defies gravity and is not affected by gravity. It is completely unreasonable to let Newton know that he might overturn the coffin board in anger. This is also really unreasonable, because this is not a natural creation, but because of a special devil fruit ability, it has created a spectacle here. Paramecia lion fruit ability. Advertisement Golden Lion Shiki's abilities. Tisk tut, looking at the magnificent floating sky island group in front of you. Even Ron couldn't help being amazed. At the same time, I can't help thinking about the past of the owner, Golden Lion Shiki, in my mind. Compared with the other two overlords with the same name. His life is simply a history of tragedy. This is a man who has been haunted by the word, miserable, throughout his life. 40 or 50 years ago, Golden Lion Shiki is a super rookie on the sea. He was invited by the Rocks pirate, the overlord of the sea. Golden Lion Shiki, who thinks he is invincible with the ability of lion fruit, is arrogant and naturally reluctant to join. Then Golden Lion Shiki got the first beating in his life. Finally had to succumb to the terrifying power of the Overlord Rocks. The Battle of God's Island 36 years ago, everything subverted. After the Battle of the Island of the Gods, the Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, died. Rocks' pirate fell apart. The commanders of the major armies fled and died. Whitebeard, the most powerful, left alone. Rocks' most trusted leader of the First Army, John, absconded with money and lost all hearts. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beast's climate failure. So, Golden Lion Shiki became the biggest beneficiary after the war. After the Overlord Rocks died, Golden Lion Shiki relied on his heroic means to win over people's hearts. Inherited most of the inheritance of Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. His flying legion rose up and transformed into his own fleet of flying pirates. As a result, Golden Lion Shiki's life has ushered in a bright moment in life. Even the Roger pirates were firmly suppressed by him for a while. This situation continued until 25 years ago. The Battle of Advor changed everything, the battle that attracted the attention of the world. With Golden Lion taking all the advantages and surrounding the Roger pirates with an invincible fleet. In the end, it was because of a sudden storm that almost wiped out his large pirate fleet. And he himself was inserted into the middle of the head by the flying rudder during the chaos. Although he survived by luck, he became a funny rooster. Later, after learning that the One Piece Roger was arrested, the funny-headed Golden Lion attacked naval headquarters alone. In the end, they were defeated by the two legends of Marine, Garp and Sengoku, and were thrown into Impel Down, a deep-sea prison with iron walls. Another 2 years. Advertisement Golden Lion cut off his own feet. Rely on Paramecia lion fruit abilities. Break the legend of the iron wall of the Great Prison. Become the first pirate ever to jailbreak from Impel Down. But, Golden Lion Shiki, who escaped successfully, did not disturb the situation again. He can no longer call the wind and call the rain, because his flying fleet has also fallen apart during those 2 years. Finally, Golden Lion Shiki chooses to disappear at the same time. Roger achieved the name of the unprecedented One Piece. Whitebeard is now also the Emperor of the Sea in New World, supporting the era after Roger's death. But now, 20 years later, flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki's name is hardly heard anymore on the sea. For this situation, naturally, Golden Lion Shiki, who has been struggling for years, will not be satisfied. And, now he is ready. Show the world your best show. Use the secret biological weapon carefully prepared for 20 years to realize the ambition to dominate the world. Only, what Golden Lion Shiki doesn't know is, his ambition was doomed to fail. Follow the original plotline. His legend will soon become a stepping stone for fledgling rookies. Defeated by Luffy, a straw hat who doesn't even know what hockey is, and loses face. However, the plot has shifted. Now here comes Ron. He came here for nothing else, not because of the little friction with the Golden Lion. Just simply want to fight. Fight with strong enough weight. Harness your own strength. Come on, Golden Lion Shiki, just let me try. What level of my strength has reached now? Ron grinned. He has decided, after defeating Golden Lion. Start the second time travel. Go 36 years ago and meet the Overlord of the Sea. Chapter 22 Golden Lion Shiki and Straw Hat Crew. Clatter, the crystal clear lake has ripples and circles. Swarms of mutant piranhas with sharp teeth devour everything like locusts. Wherever it passes, even large sea beasts cannot escape the fate of turning into dry bones. However, the praying mantis catches the cicada and the oriole follows. After the mutant piranhas are full, a strange big fish that has also been mutated leaps out like a dragon. One bite is a half-killed school of piranhas for a snack. Unsatisfied, it set its sights on the lakeside shallows. The bloodthirsty light shone in the bloodthirsty little eyes. However, the next second, the small eyes of the mutant big fish suddenly opened wide. It seems to have seen some kind of peerless murder beyond imagination. Don't dare to covet any more. The brutal overlord of the lake turned his head and fled. Without looking back, he plunged into the deepest part of the lake, trembling. To this, Ron didn't care about it, after simply cleaning the blood on his body. The murderous aura around Ron gradually subsided. The breath returns to peace. During the past week, he traveled to various pirate gathering places on the Grand Line. Sharpen your skills and craft by fighting pirates. At the same time, he continued to acquire more blood pack power to feed back and grow rapidly. The ordinary miscellaneous fish in the first half are of no use to me, and it's time to start the high-end battlefield. Ron whispered to himself. This is also the main purpose of his coming here. Want to fight the legend of the previous era, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. But, the timing is not right now. Golden Lion Shiki is on the go. Recruiting troops for his whimsical plans for world domination. Ron wasn't in a hurry to call him back either, if it follows nature. I'm afraid until the return of the Golden Lion, also bringing back the Straw Hat crew. For the protagonist group Straw Hat crew in this world. Of course Ron wanted to see him too, especially Nico Robin. The meeting between the two parties 5 years ago was too hasty and abrupt. This time, we can have a long talk. Think here, advertisement. The corner of Ron's mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. At this time, boom, the earth trembled without warning. The lush virgin forest fell in pieces, aroused the dust flying all over the sky. Not long, the fierce beast raging in the southeast appeared first. It was a giant upgraded land octopus. Immediately afterwards, a fierce tiger with dense blue patterns appeared on the stage. Rustle, there was a rapid and sharp sound of breaking wind in the air. A huge upgraded flying mantis with a body length of more than 3 meters vibrates the wings on its back. The foreleg of the scythe, which is no less than a famous sword, swung with its forelegs, cutting off a piece of forest. Roar, the earth-shattering beast roar exploded, terrifying sound waves spread. Make the forest tilt. The last behemoth finally appeared. Rushed to this ancient ruins battlefield, it was a black and white one-eyed long-armed bear. 4 mutant beasts exuding ultimate rage and ferocity met here. Unsurprisingly, a fierce battle was launched, trying to determine the dominance of this forest. Originally planning to recuperate and wait for the return of the Golden Lion, Ron rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Since people can make contracts, what about beasts? Whether it can also provide him with power backfeeding. Think here. Ron's eyes lit up. Just do it. He carried the sharp knife captured from the pirates. Step calmly and step into the battlefield of upgraded beasts. For Ron's intrusion. At first, the 4 upgraded beasts, the land octopus, the blue tiger, the flying mantis, and the one-eyed long-armed bear, didn't care. However, next second, when Ron completely released his breath, hockey and killing intent both burst out and exploded. The 4 upgraded fierce beasts gathered from all over the forest. Brushing together, their blood-red eyes suddenly widened at the same time. The pupils that were originally filled with a cruel aura, now only left with fear, horror and horror. Come on, fight to your heart's content, Ron grinned. Advertisement blood splattered immediately. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it was another 3 days. Floating Sky Island Center, Winter Island Hall. Dressed like a clown, Dr. Indigo, a scientist from the flying group, walked back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pot, making footsteps like farting. Master Dr. Indigo. The big thing is bad. Another upgraded beast Overlord life signal has disappeared. This is already the 148th. If you go at this speed, the upgraded monsters on each island will be wiped out. If Boss Shiki finds out, we will all be wiped out too. The pirates of the flying group who were in charge of staying at the base camp all shouted in horror. Within the past 3 days, it was as if they were in hell. The demise of every upgraded beast Overlord, it was a big earthquake for them all. Make their livers tremble. What made the pirates of the Flying Sky group even more horrifying was that, until now, they still don't know the instigator of all this. Surveillance phone bugs all over the islands are useless. All the groups of people sent out lost contact and were wiped out. In the dark, there seems to be a ghostly villain wandering on this island, harvesting everything mercilessly. Lord Indigo. What should we do? Boss Shiki, I'll be back in 2 days. How on earth are we going to report all this to him? The faces of all the pirates in the Fadian group were full of despair and horror. There is nothing they can do, I can only wait with trepidation. 2 days later, Gia ha 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 ha, unruly laughter resounded throughout the floating Sky Island. Luffy, everyone, at the same time, the helpless and panicked cry of the girl resounded. The flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki and Straw Hat crew, are here. Chapter 23 Ron and Robin. Robin who was so shocked that he couldn't add it. Nami. Luffy. Everyone, shouts full of panic and anxiety echoed in the sky. Awakened the young people taking a nap under the magnificent pink sakura tree. Is it finally here? Ron opened his eyes suddenly. The fierce aura soared into the sky, it shattered the white clouds above the sky. After 5 days of rest, Ron has already adjusted his state to the best. Suddenly, Ron's mind suddenly moved, and his eyes locked on the southwest direction. A slim figure descended from the sky. Looking at the familiar figure, Ron frowned slightly. Between waving, any door opens. Ron took a step forward. Go inside the door, across several islands in an instant. Finally, it accurately reached the drop point of the girl. Extend your arms forward in a princess hug position. Steadily catch the black-haired sister Yu who fell from the sky. Robin. Robin never panicked even being thrown from the sky by Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, I couldn't help being startled, and then I felt a little flustered in my heart. However, next second. Wait until you can clearly see the face of the person who catches you. Robin's dark eyes suddenly widened to the extreme. It was like seeing the most incredible person in the world. Although 5 years have passed, but the smart Dr. Robin will never forget everything he has experienced. A brief memory of Char's Kingdom in West Blue 5 years ago. It is still archived in her mind to this day, and big event news half a month ago. From the corner of the newspaper, Robin saw the report of the fall of Char's Kingdom. Awakened an archived memory deep in her mind, so. Now, the moment I saw Ron Robin thought of it immediately. He recognized the identity of the man in front of him. Needless to say, it was the young king who made a big talk 5 years ago and made her the queen. Only, why? The Char Kingdom has been destroyed. King Ron should have been buried in the sea of fire. Even if you are still alive, how did you get here again? This is the Grand Line, in less than half a month. It's almost impossible to come here from West Blue alone. For a moment, countless thoughts raced through Robin's head. But in any case cannot think of a reasonable explanation. Advertisement finally. Hi, Miss Robin, haven't seen you for 5 years, do you still recognize me? Ron smiled. Woke Robin out of a stunned stupor. You are, King Ron. Robin tentatively said Ron's name. Ron shook his head calmly. It's not a king anymore, feel sorry, Robin apologized softly. Knowing that I mentioned things I shouldn't have mentioned. But from the previous brief conversation, Robin has already determined that the person in front of her is indeed the young king she encountered in the West Blue Char Kingdom 5 years ago. After confirming this point, Robin's inner confusion not only did not decrease, but increased even more. Miss Robin, you seem to have changed a lot compared to 5 years ago. Ron said. Oh, what change? Robin asked back. Mature, big, heavy, Ron smiled. Heard the words. Robin couldn't help being taken aback, this was a surprise. The fact that he was still being held by Princess Ron. Think here, Robin's little face couldn't help but reddish. Hastily broke free from Ron's hands. Thank you, and what happened 5 years ago? Sorry, I don't know. Robin simply tidied up the messy corners of his clothes, thanked and apologized. It doesn't matter, it's all in the past, the most important thing is the future. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. Robin nodded slightly. The atmosphere in the venue froze. Robin opened his mouth a little. I want to comfort Ron about the Char Kingdom. When the words came to his lips, he swallowed them again before he could leave them. After all, she and Ron just met by chance, there is no position to comfort anything. Besides, Ron looked relieved, how could she reopen that scar? Think twice. Mr. Ron, why are you here? Robin asked. I'm here to find someone, Ron replied. Who? Robin asked again. Golden Lion Shiki, Ron said. Golden Lion Shiki? Robin couldn't help being taken aback. I have some impression of the title of Golden Lion. But I can't remember it for a while. After all, the Golden Lion has been out of the world's sights for 2 decades. Except for some old newspaper materials, there are few reports about him. Golden Lion Shiki, the big flying pirate, was once as famous as One Piece Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Advertisement, Ron reminded. Heard the words. Robin's eyes widened again, and his pupils shrank suddenly. With Ron's reminder, she finally remembered. What kind of character is Golden Lion Shiki? It turned out to be the big flying pirate, how could it be? The Overlord who used to share the sea with One Piece and Whitebeard. Robin murmured softly, shock, panic, and horror written all over his face. After all, it is a legend as famous as One Piece. A terrifying existence that truly stands at the apex of the world. They were targeted by such a legendary figure. This will be a super crisis far beyond Enies Lobby and Thriller Bark. One can't be done well. The Straw Hat Pirates may become a historical wreck. Think about the possibility. Robin's fair little face couldn't help becoming paler. Don't be nervous, Robin, I'm here. Ron saw through Robin's psychology and smiled reassuringly. Robin forced a smile. He didn't take Ron's words seriously. After all, in her impression, Ron is just the king of a small country. 5 years ago, he couldn't even beat himself. What can you do with a legendary pirate? Suddenly, Robin was shocked. It seems to have thought of something. From West Blue to the base camp of Golden Lion Shiki in just half a month. Apart from being attracted by the Golden Lion, Robin couldn't think of any other possibility. Maybe Ron has some hidden connection with the Golden Lion. Mr. Ron, what did you want to do when you said you were looking for Golden Lion Shiki? Robin asked. It's nothing serious, Ron waved casually. It's just to fight him. Robin. Fight? Goddamn meow fight? That is the legendary flying pirate, the Golden Lion who is as famous as One Piece and Whitebeard. This moment, listening to Ron's understatement, Robin was dazed and confused. See? Ron just smiled, without much explanation. Seeing is believing. No amount of explanation is as good as seeing it directly. I'm going to the Golden Lion now, does Miss Robin want to come with me? Asked Ron. Although aware of the danger, Robin subconsciously nodded in response. Then let's go, under Robin's shocked and surprised eyes. Any door opens. Take a step forward, has reached the destination. Chapter 24 Nami's shock. Golden Lion is furious. Gia ha ha ha. The arrogant and unruly laughter echoed in the sky and lasted for a long time. Representing today's Golden Lion Shiki's mood is really happy. Although this trip to recruit troops and horses was not perfect, it can be said to be a great success. The name of the big flying pirate echoed everywhere. As soon as the pirates in the first half heard the news that his Golden Lion had returned to the sea, they all came to cast their votes. This is the situation. Can't help but remind Golden Lion Shiki of the eventful years more than 20 years ago. It was the same with him at that time, he was omnipotent in New World. If it weren't for the Battle of Itu with the Roger Pirates. In addition, he was imprisoned and impelled down for 2 years. It made him and the Fadian regiment seriously injured. The overlord of the sea in this era of King's Landing will definitely not be the so-called four emperors. It will only be him, the great flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. But all this has passed, even if it has been 20 years. The name of the big flying pirate is still resounding. Not long, he will reorganize the flying pirates fleet. In addition, he has worked so hard to cultivate an army of IQ-upgraded fierce beast overlords for 20 years. This time, who can stop him? Start with East Blue and turn the world upside down. Golden Lion Shiki thought longingly. Golden Lion Shiki, who was immersed in the fantasy of dominating the sea, didn't think of it or chose to ignore it. More than 20 years ago, the combat power of any ship in his flying grand fleet was greater than the thousands of pirates he recruited this time. Also, he is proud of the upgraded beast. In the face of the real overlord, it is completely vulnerable. One look is enough to kill a person instantly. My sweetheart baby, you will follow me obediently in the future and become a member of my flying group. This is much more promising than staying in such a weak and tattered little pirate group. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Nami, a talented navigator beside him, beaming with delight. Absolutely not, Nami firmly, resolutely refused. The moment the yellow Golden Lion ship landed in the central square of Winter Island, Nami ejected to the start, even if it is to escape the deck. You dare to refuse Boss Shiki's solicitation in person? What a woman who doesn't know the heights of the world. Boss Shiki, this subordinate will take her back and train her. A junior cadre of the Fadian regiment asked for orders. Advertisement, no, I can't run anymore. She is my sweetheart baby. It's normal to be a little rebellious at the beginning. It will be fine after a while. Golden Lion Shiki smiled crookedly, the other side. Seeing that the Golden Lion gang did not come after them, Nami couldn't help but feel happy too. He hastened to run with all his might. Through a force with a pungent smell, the front suddenly opened up. However, no waiting for Nami to be happy. Next second. Ah! The girl screamed in panic, hastily turned around and ran wildly. Go back to the square. What's the matter, sweetheart baby? You figured it out so quickly. Are you coming back? Golden Lion Shiki smiled smugly. That, what kind of beast is that? Nami slenderly pointed at the upgraded beast outside the forest. Her little face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't even speak well. Those are also my babies. How about it? They're very good, and they will show their edge to the world soon and help me reach the top of the world. Golden Lion Shiki rode. You, who are you? Nami asked in a panic. Gee ha ha ha, don't the young people of this era even know my name, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki? The Golden Lion laughed. I don't even know the name of Shiki's boss, how ignorant. I don't know which country you came from, a wild girl. It's your luck to be spotted by Master Shiki. Let me tell you, Boss Shiki was a flying pirate who was once as famous as the One Piece. All the pirates in the flying group shouted triumphantly one after another. Shish. Shut up. Don't mention that name. Ah, I'm so sorry. Listen to the discussion of the Fadian group. Nami's beautiful eyes gradually widened, and her small mouth opened wide. This moment, she has also fully reacted. The identity of the old man in front of him with a steering wheel stuck in his head and swords in his feet. The flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. The terrifying existence that once made countless people turn their faces. Advertisement, she was actually being targeted by such a terrifying figure. Gia ha ha ha, sweetheart baby, you probably don't want to see your friends fall in front of you one by one. Don't worry, as long as you stay with me obediently, I can guarantee that your friends will be safe and sound. Set sail again. Golden Lion Shiki grinned confidently that he had Nami in his hands. Heard the words, Nami's pretty face was slightly darkened. In the hands of such a terrible big man as the Golden Lion, there was nothing she could do at the moment. I have to temporarily pretend to be false. Puff puff, there was the sound of farting footsteps. Headed by the clown scientist Dr. Indigo, the team of scientists who stayed at the base camp went out to greet them. All of them had unnatural expressions on their faces. Lord Indigo, everyone, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so ugly? What the hell happened? All the pirates asked one after another. The crowd, headed by the clown scientist Dr. Indigo, shook their heads in silence. Puff puff. The clown scientist stepped forward without saying a word and came to the side of Golden Lion. Seeing Dr. Indigo's serious face, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help frowning. Indigo, what has happened to the island during the days I have been away? Golden Lion Shiki asked majestically. The clown scientist takes a deep breath. Finally decided to confess. This kind of thing cannot be hidden. Immediately, Dr. Indigo danced and told the weird things that happened on Golden Lion Island in a pantomime-like form. Nani. Golden Lion Shiki, who has an excellent understanding with Dr. Indigo, understands his performance. Immediately, the lion-like eyes opened wide with anger. While I was out, a thief sneaked in here and started to attack my precious baby without authorization. Who is it? Who is that daring guy? He actually did such a thing. Golden Lion Shiki's angry roar echoed under the sky. Next second, it's me, a faint voice followed. Chapter 25 Conqueror's Haki shocks the Golden Lion. Where is that B***************** D who dared to come to Laozi's territory to act wild after eating the bear's heart and leopard's guts? Golden Lion Shiki's furious roar echoes under the sky. The lingering sound curls up and lasts for a long time. It is deafening and breathtaking. All the flying pirates in the square were silent. Even breathing seems to be stagnant. I'm afraid that if the sound is too loud, it will be caught by Golden Lion. The huge square was completely silent, and the drop of a needle could be heard. At this time, it's me. A faint shout of response sounded without warning. It is so prominent in this dead atmosphere. Swish. Everyone in the field turned their heads in unison. Follow the sound and look behind you. Silent home. A door, open. A man and a woman walked out the door one after another. This sudden scene shocked all the pirates in the flying spars to the point of being stupefied, unable to understand. A door? A door opened in the air? Behind the door seems to be island number 7? Robin. The girl's pleasant cry of surprise broke the silence of the square. Nami, the desperate Straw Hat navigator, seems to have grasped at straws. He trotted quickly to his partner Robin. Robin, who was an intimate big sister, quickly opened her arms. Hugging the panicked Nami. Okay, it's all right, probably. Robin whispered uncertainly. Meimu glanced at Ron, who was calm and composed beside him. She found out. Ron is unfathomable now. I can't see through the man next to me at all. Woo Robin. Nami also noticed Ron and asked curiously. He's Ron, eh? Friend I knew before. Robin bit the bullet and introduced. Friend, 5 years ago, I didn't want to make friends with you. Ron looked at Robin with a half smile. Robin's face froze. Ron really had no intention of making friends with her 5 years ago. Instead, he directly wanted to accept her as queen. Robin, what I said 5 years ago is still valid. Advertisement leave this sentence. Ron strode forward. Go straight to the legend of the previous era. We finally meet, Golden Lion Shiki. Ron grinned. Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly. A look of suspicion flashed across the old face, looking at the young man in front of him. There was a familiar feeling in his heart unconsciously. It's as if I've seen it somewhere before. Even, in the back of his mind, there were many strange revolving lantern fragments without warning. That was the past of Ichinosu, the hive island of the New World, 36 years ago. Obviously he doesn't remember having experienced it. However, at this moment it appeared out of thin air. In those pictures, Golden Lion Shiki vaguely saw Ron's figure. No. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly shook his head violently. Let go of those chaotic images in your head. He looked at Ron in front of him with a bad expression. Little ghost. Who are you? Are you the one who wrecked my garden without permission these days? Golden Lion Shiki asked sharply. It's me. Ron nodded calmly. Golden Lion Shiki's complexion suddenly sank. The emotions of the clown scientist Indigo and others were suddenly excited. Recently, they were always on tenterhooks, always look at the life indicator of the beast in the laboratory. The fall of every fierce beast overlord will make them feel like a knife, and they can't sleep. I can't wait to find out the saboteur behind the scenes and tear his corpse into pieces. Now, the culprit behind the scenes finally showed up. Their anger finally had an outlet to vent. A asterisk hole. B asterisk 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 D brat. How dare you? You actually acted wildly on our territory. How dare you appear in front of us now, today? Even a god can't save you. You're dead. Jesus can't save you. I said it. Be aware. All the pirates and the flying pirates shouted angrily one after another. Advertisement, noisy. Ron snorted. It was as if lightning flashed across his eyes. Next second, a rootless wind blows between heaven and earth. That's the Conqueror's hockey that exploded from Ron's body. Intangible fine Kamui press with Ron as the origin. Pressed towards the flying pirates on the square. Just for a moment. The world is quiet. The flying group of miscellaneous fish who had been clamoring before suddenly threw their heads back, as if they had been hit hard. The eyes gradually turned white, and finally one by one fell to the ground unconscious. What's going on? Did Ron do something? Nami's eyes widened, her pretty face was full of shock, surprise and incomprehension. Is this the current strength of Ron? What happened to him in the past 5 years? Robin murmured in shock, after seeing this picture. She finally believed that Ron was not lying when he said that he came to fight with the legendary pirate. This is Conqueror's hockey. Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth, slamming every word. Others don't know, but as a legend of the last era, it is impossible for him not to know about conquerors. It turned out to be conquerors. The legendary conquerors where only 1 out of a million people can be born. This brat has a conqueror's hockey, this kind of thing. Where the hell is he? The clown scientist Indigo and the few cadres of the Fadian regiment who supported them and did not fall could not help but scream at this moment. They who have followed Golden Lion Shiki for many years also know the power of conqueror's hockey. Golden Lion Shiki, stop moaning and start. Don't you already want to attack me? You even launched a sky-high reward order, and now I'm here in person. Ron spoke lightly. Nani, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened angrily. For a moment, he understood the meaning of Ron's words. You're the B asterisk 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 D who went around sabotaging Lousy's recruiting plan. Golden Lion Shiki's wrath went up to the next level. Ron smiled and said nothing. Good. Golden Lion Shiki laughed back in anger. At this age, you have mastered the conquerors. No wonder you dared appear in front of me so confidently. Golden Lion smiled half-smile, and then changed the topic. But I will let you know what a real legend is. In the face of a real legend, the meager strength you rely on is simply vulnerable. Chapter 26. Shocking and fluttering. Shock Shiki. Little brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Lousy will let you know what a real legend is. In front of Lousy, the meager power you rely on is completely vulnerable. Golden Lion Shiki's cold opening. Ron smiled. What's so funny? Golden Lion stopped drinking in a deep voice. I laugh at you. The older you are, the less self-aware you are, Golden Lion Shiki. Ron sneered. Golden Lion Shiki, once a great flying pirate, is now foolish enough to conquer the world with a pack of lowly beasts? Don't be ridiculous. Golden Lion Shiki's complexion suddenly became gloomy. The inner anger erupted like a volcano. Ron didn't realize it. Still talking to himself. Whitebeard would have the right to say that, but you, Golden Lion, are nothing more than a golden retriever now. A toothless, dying old lion. A loser with dreams of world conquest, that's all. Ron said every word, sonorous and forceful. Words are like knives, sentences are like hammers. Torturing the heart of Golden Lion Shiki. Tear off his self-deceiving, externally strong and self-doubtful disguise. He exposed his truest side now, ruthlessly trampled on his redundant so-called legendary arrogance. Shut up, shut up, shut up, Golden Lion Shiki roared furiously. You brat, how far do you want to make Lousy angry before you give up? Only you, absolutely unforgivable, I will make you pay the most painful price? Make you regret being born in this world. Anyone can say big things, the question is whether you can do it. Ron was as calm as ever. In his eyes, Golden Lion Shiki is no longer enough to be his opponent. What he was really going to face next was the Overlord of the Sea 36 years ago. The Golden Lion Shiki is at best an appetizer before his matchup with the Rocks, a sideshow. For Ron's attitude, how can Golden Lion Shiki not feel it? So many years in the Grand Line, it was the first time he had encountered such a brat that made him angry. But there is a saying. Ron was right. After all, this sea depends on strength to speak. The winner, needless to say, Golden Lion Shiki no longer relies on his legendary status to speak harshly. The gaze in his eyes gradually became cold. The eyes looking at Ron were full of killing intent. Boom. His big rough hand slammed to the ground. Not the slightest hold back, to deal with an angry enemy like Ron. Golden Lion is a big move at the beginning. The ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit is fully activated. Advertisement Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling, boom. Rumble. At this moment, the island square trembled violently. One after another, crisscrossing large cracks spread out, spreading to the end of the square. Immediately afterwards, the earth bulges. One after another mighty lion heads suddenly rose from the ground. Lifelike, as if with life. Roaring up to the sky with boundless power. Look at this horrible picture. The pretty faces of Robin and Nami couldn't help but pale, and they were almost scared to pee. Such a scary picture, it was the first time they met. This is the power of the legend, woo. Nami hugged Robin, her delicate body trembling with fear. It's okay, it's definitely okay, if it's Ron now. Robin nodded firmly. For Ron, she doesn't know much. But, at the moment, only believe, Gia ha 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 ha. The center of the battlefield. Golden Lion Shiki floats in the air. The king lands in the sky above the 9 big earth lion heads. Like a supreme king. See, kid, despair before Lousy's power? Golden Lion Shiki whispered coldly, go to hell. Damn brat. Be crushed under the mighty power of Boss Shiki. The clown scientist and other cadres roared sharply. Golden Lion Shiki waved his big hand lightly, rumble. The endlessly terrifying 9 big earth lion heads opened their bloody mouths. It swallowed Ron like a tsunami on the earth. This is really a grand greeting, then, let me come too. Ron grinned. Face the stunts of the legendary flying pirate. His face was as calm as ever, not the slightest bit of panic could be seen. When the terrifying earth lion head approached within 10 meters around its body, Ron finally moved, his right hand was slowly clenched. Advertisement the moment of fisting. Click, there was the sound of something breaking. The chaos caused by the Golden Lion Shiki suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, the scene that made everyone in the venue shocked to the point of sluggishness happened. Then what the hell is going on? How could such a thing happen? That brat, what the hell did he do? The cadres of the Fadian regiment burst into an uproar full of shock and shock. The sky. No, the atmosphere is cracked. Robin and Nami couldn't help shouting coquettishly. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, the moment Ron shattered the atmosphere, the whole person just stayed in place completely, motionless. Caw caw caw, accompanied by an overwhelmed clicking sound. A series of crisscrossing cracks densely covered the void. That's the atmosphere breaking up. It all started with Ron's punch. One punch fell. Atmospheric fragmentation. This is exactly enough to rank among the strongest sequences. The power of the strongest Paramecia shock fruit with devastating power. Although Ron is only initially mastered, but the power is amazing enough. That terrible atmospheric rift centered on Ron's fist. Spreading and spreading in all directions. Finally densely covered with 9 big earth lion heads raised by Golden Lion Shiki. Boom. The dull sound like the beating of a battle drum in the heavens sounded again. Ron punched further. The destructive force from the shock fruit ability bursts out. Boom. Rumble. Accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. Golden Lion Shiki's ultimate move, the 9 lion heads exploded. Endless earth and rocks scattered and splashed in all directions. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky like a dragon. I don't know how long it has been. The wind blew away the dust. All is at peace. Impossible. The legend of the last era, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki's shocking cry echoed in the sky. Absolutely impossible. How could you have this ability? That old Whitebeard is still alive and well in New World. Chapter 27 The Golden Lion shocked. The straw hats vibrate. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you have this ability? The nearly broken scream of Golden Lion Shiki echoed under the sky. It can make the legendary flying pirate lose his composure since then. It can be seen that Ron's previous blow had a great impact on him. The power of destroying the world is still second. The most unacceptable thing for Golden Lion is the shock fruit ability belonging to Whitebeard actually appeared on the kid in front of him. As a legend of the previous era, an existence as famous as One Piece Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It is certainly impossible for Golden Lion Shiki not to recognize the effect of shock fruit. As early as 36 years ago, the era of Rocks, the overlord of the sea. He just didn't know how many times he had witnessed the power of destroying heaven and earth with his own eyes. At the same time, Golden Lion Shiki is more clear. Absoluteness of devil fruit. In this world, one ability corresponds to one fruit. It is impossible to have 2 identical fruits, in this era. Others want to get shock fruit, only when its current owner dies. Shock fruit owner Whitebeard is undoubtedly alive and well. However, right now, a new shock fruit ability user appeared in front of him. How can this not shock Golden Lion Shiki? I just feel like hell, the worldview seems to be subverted. Hey, Robin, why is that Golden Lion so shocked? Is it really because of Ron's ability? Nami asked curiously. I am not sure as well. Robin shook his head, his dark eyebrows slightly frowned. However, the current Ron is really strong, maybe he can really compete with that Golden Lion. Think here. Robin and Nami. The restless hearts of the 2 women gradually calmed down. Damn kid, answer me quickly, what kind of ability do you have, and where did you get it? Golden Lion Shiki shouted and asked again and again. Ask knowingly. About my ability, haven't you already guessed it? Ron grinned broadly. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't say it now, when you fall into my hands, I will let you tell everything. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes turned cold, slashwave. Stop drinking and explode. Golden Lion Shiki condescending. Advertisement raise your right foot high. The big sharp knife Sakura 10 fell suddenly. Cut out a huge golden sword energy that is 100 meters long. Ron didn't dodge, also did not use the shock fruit ability. Instead, he countered with the power of the sword that was fed back from Kazuki Oden, Vesta, Spencer and other swordmasters. Swing out a knife. Back to basics. The galloping sword energy poured down like a galaxy. The sword light, which is more dazzling than the sun, shoots out. Meet Golden Lion Shiki's massive slash wave. In the end both are annihilated. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind was shocked. As the great swordsman of the previous era, of course he has sharp eyes. Can recognize conquerors and shock fruit. It can also be seen the gold content of Ron's previous blow. Even if it is a swordsman genius, it is impossible to achieve it without decades of kung fu. Awaken Conqueror's Haki has the ability similar to shock fruit, that's all. Now, even the state of swordsmanship is so unpredictable. When did such a monster appear among the little ghosts of the new era? Even if he has been in seclusion for the past 20 years. But it doesn't mean that he has completely lost contact with the sea. Where did such a new age monster imp come from? Just as Golden Lion Shiki was secretly horrified. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the atmosphere. Did you lose your mind during the battle? Are you underestimating me? Ron's faint voice exploded in Golden Lion Shiki's ears like thunder. When? The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Golden Lion Shiki's figure suddenly flew upside down. Rely on the floating power of lion fruit. Only then did it pass dangerously close to the ground. It fell to the ground without embarrassment. Little devil, I admit that you have something, but not much, and lousy won't hold back any more from now on. Golden Lion Shiki took a deep breath, and looked at Ron without any underestimation. Ah, Ron chuckled back. The soles of the feet crushed the atmosphere. The figure shoots out. Take the initiative to attack. Advertisement this time. Golden Lion Shiki didn't go head to head anymore. Although unwilling to admit it, but, the previous short confrontation. The Golden Lion already knows. Ron's strength is also above him. Rely on the great mobility of lion fruit. The aerial battle between Ron and Golden Lion Shiki begins. The battlefield is no longer limited to Winter Island Square. Instead, it extended to the entire floating sky island group. The terrifying sword energy slashed across the sky, shredding the mirror-like sky. Such a picture shocked everyone on the floating sky island. Zoro, look, what the hell is that? Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Regiment, raised his head, his jaw drooping to the ground in shock. The great swordsman, three-sword pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro took a deep breath, shock written all over his resolute face. As a swordsman, he was particularly impressed by the battle between Ron and Golden Lion. He knows. Happening now in the sky. Definitely a real battle of great swordsmen. No matter which one. The realm of Kendo is far above him. He has a heart for a challenge. The body gave birth to but unconsciously gave birth to a sense of powerlessness. Ooh, that rudder B asterisk 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 D. Hurry up and give Miss Nami back. Straw Hat Chef Sanji's eyes are flaming, and he is desperate to rush into battle. No, Sanji, calm down, don't die. Usopp hugged Sanji's right foot, holding him tight. This is really a super duel that scares me to death. Yo ho 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 ho, no matter which one is too powerful. Straw Hat crew Frankie and musician Brooke were both sweating. This moment, the top of a big tree floating on Sky Island. The boy in the straw hat looked up, looking at the chaotic sky battlefield. Trying to find a way to F*K the F*K up. Chapter 28. God avoids slashing the island. Golden Lion lost. Get fluttering abilities. The sword energy tore apart the sky and scattered the clouds. The strong wind howled and galloped between the sky and the earth. Terrible waterspouts followed. The lion head of the earth roared to the sky. Scene after scene. It's like a scene of death. Gee ha 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 ha, I dance with the heavens and the earth. See? Brat, this is the real strongest ability. Paramecia Lion Fruit ability is the strongest Paramecia. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't stop laughing smugly, next second. Before Ron could say anything, suddenly, without warning, a figure soared into the skies of Ron and the Golden Lion. Ron frowned slightly. With the help of powerful knowledge, the identity of the intruder was immediately perceived. However, the old Golden Lion, who can't even open his eyes, is ignorant. Still immersed in the complacency of controlling natural disasters with one thought, unable to extricate himself. Roosterhead, hurry up and get Nami, get my buddy back. With the help of the elasticity of the rubber, the second gear Luffy makes a powerful shout. Gee ha ha. Huh? Golden Lion Shiki's laughter stagnated. Turn around and look back. What caught his eyes was a dense fist shadow like a machine gun. Rubber, jet machine gun. In the second gear, Luffy hit his strongest blow without holding back. No foresight of observation hockey. Even if it was Golden Lion Shiki, he couldn't dodge it for a while. He was caught by the second Straw Hat Luffy's big move. The fist is like a storm, hit on Golden Lion Shiki. Rao is the legendary Golden Lion. Under the iron fist of the movie King Luffy, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and spit out a big mouthful of blood. But, I want to defeat the legend with this blow. Even the theatrical King Luffy can't do it, after 30 seconds of beating. Second gear King Luffy, exhausted, fall towards the ground. The pupils of Golden Lion Shiki, who rolled his eyes after being hit by the machine gun, gradually flooded into darkness and regained consciousness. Is this the strongest you said? Is it the strongest who was beaten to vomit blood by a rookie pirate? Ron looked at Golden Lion Shiki teasingly and sneered. Hole. Golden Lion Shiki's old face was gloomy as if it was about to drip water. You little devils, why do you want to offend me again and again? Are you in such a hurry to seek death? The moment the sound of drinking stopped, between heaven and earth. The wind died down. The cloud is quiet. The lake and the earth are calm. Dark shadows followed. A small floating sky island with a radius of about a kilometer came through the air with the idea of Golden Lion Shiki, floating above the battlefield. Wow. Heaven is not afraid and earth is not afraid. Advertisement. I am preparing to make persistent efforts. Go ahead and beat Golden Lion's King Luffy. Now look at the island in the sky. He also couldn't help but change his face in horror. Can't help but scream out loud, subconsciously want to escape. However, Golden Lion Shiki did not give him a chance to escape. I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. If you have the ability, come and try to take this blow. Golden Lion Shiki shouted angrily. The big hand that was raised brazenly swung down. The buoyancy force applied to the kilometer island is released. The whole island was shocked first. Immediately afterwards, it launched a free fall under the pull of gravity, hitting Ron and Luffy, the king of the island. Then as you wish. Ron let out a puff of steam from his mouth. The power in the body boiled to the extreme at this moment. Facing Golden Lion Shiki's island falling blow, Ron still did not dodge and did not retreat but advance. Take the initiative to meet the terrifying island that fell from the sky. This moment, the fierce sword intent that brings together the strengths of hundreds of swordsmen pierces the sky. Ron's Kendo realm broke through the limit and reached the peak. A sword light that was brighter than the sun burst out from the sharp knife in Ron's hand, extending 100 meters. It's not over yet. The pitch-black armament hockey swims and flows like flowing water, exuding a strong aura. Feel the terrifying armed force. The smug smile on Golden Lion Shiki's face froze. His brows twitched violently, because he already felt it. That is the top-level armed color that is enough to destroy internally. In the previous battle, Ron never showed it. In the duel with him, who is a legend, Ron actually kept his hand, just when Golden Lion was startled and angry. Next second, something that shocked him even more happened. Following the attachment and winding of the top armed colors, Chi-Chi. Wisps of drawing lightning emerge. That is, Conqueror's winding. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened. There was a ghostly horror expression on the old face. It's just a top-level weapon for internal destruction. Now, even the winding of Conqueror's hockey appeared. Even, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly felt that Ron's move was very familiar. Simply, it's almost like Roger B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ new era, a monster. Is he really going to be defeated by this brat today? This terrifying thought flashed across Golden Lion Shiki's mind. Between lightning and flint, the distance between Ron and the kilometer island is less than 100 meters. Advertisement finally. Ron swung his knife, hit his peak all-out blow. Dodge. This moment. Feedback from the two overlords, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates burst out with all their strength. Time and space are frozen. The world fell silent. On the island left by the Golden Lion Shiki there was a narrow ray of light across north and south. Boom. Center on the light. A terrifying gully was formed. Divide the entire island into two, however, and this is just the beginning. Earthquake. The clicking sound was endless. The power of the earthquake hidden in this blow exploded. One after another crisscrossed and crisscrossed, forming dense cracks like spider webs. And spread rapidly toward the entire island. Boom. Rumble rumble. With a thunderous sound, the entire island with a radius of 1 kilometer exploded. Countless large and small stones splashed in all directions. Skylight, let it shine again. Shadows, no more, alas. On the ground, Luffy, who was running, stopped. Looking at the island cut into pieces by Ron, his eyes jumped out of their sockets in shock. How? Golden Lion Shiki lip incitement. How can there be such a thing? Witness the island crumbling under Ron's sword. This scene had an unprecedented impact on his mind. It's just cutting an island, why should you be so surprised? Ron's faint voice rang in Golden Lion's ear, while Golden Lion suddenly turned around. The right leg was instinctively raised high, cut out the powerful slash-wave sword energy again. At the same time, Ron also swung his knife. God avoids. One Piece, who would bow his head even to the gods, performed his stunt again, easily defeating Golden Lion's slash-wave, and then landed on him. It's really Roger's B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈ The tall figure fell like a meteor. A pothole with a radius of hundreds of meters was smashed on the land of the island, and it was impossible to start again. Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, defeated, at the same time. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion Shiki contract successfully close black lens bracket open black lens bracket acquire lion fruit ability close black lens bracket. Chapter 29. Merely a golden lion. The Straw Hats were stunned. Boom. Rumble. The roar like the sky collapsing echoed among the floating Sky Island groups. At the moment when Golden Lion Shiki was defeated, seriously injured and unconscious. The buoyancy force exerted by the Golden Lion on the floating Sky Island disappears. All islands fall towards the sea under the pull of gravity. Sakura Flower Island. Die, die, die. The Straw Hat sniper Usopp screamed in fear, holding Sanji's leg tightly with both hands. Let me go, Usopp, Robin-chan and Miss Nami are still waiting for me. Sanji anxious Yamato. No no no, Usopp shook his head again and again. Snow Island. Wow. Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hats, held Zoro's head, screaming in fear. Chopper, wait a minute. Let go, I can't breathe. It took Zoro a lot of effort to finally lift Chopper off his head. What the hell is going on, Zoro, why did the island fall down? Chopper's eyes were teary. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, the person who caused these islands to float, the old man with the steering wheel, has lost his ability. This battle of the great swordsman is the victory of the swordsman who slashed the island. Zoro said quietly. Then what shall we do? If we just fall like this, we will die. Chopper said. See luck, Zoro said calmly, alas. Central Winter Island Plaza. The terrified screams of the flying pirates came one after another. A second ago, they also confidently determined that their legendary captain, Golden Lion, would never be defeated and soon turned Guy around. This moment, when seeing the fall of the floating Sky Island, the previous beautiful illusions were instantly shattered. All that followed was fear and despair. Boss Shiki is defeated. As a legend of the previous era, Captain Shiki who used to be as famous as One Piece Roger and Whitebeard. Such a powerful Mr. Shiki, how could he lose? Advertisement. But the fall of the island is also a fact. Even the floating of the island can no longer be maintained. This is enough to explain everything. Master Indigo, what are we going to do next? Float around Sky Island. People screamed in horror. Seeing that the island is about to sink into the sea. Suddenly, at this time, the accident happened again. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the floating Sky Islands that were about to fall into the deep sea stopped one after another. It floated up again about 100 meters away from the sea. Everyone on the island couldn't help being taken aback by this sudden change. Immediately afterwards, cheers erupted. The cadres of the Fadian regiment were all dancing. A second ago, they just feel like going to hell. This moment, but again revolving heaven church, before they want to come. Floating Sky Islands refloating is only possible. That is the ability of the own captain to take effect again. Although I didn't witness the battle with my own eyes. But they do. Boss Shiki is alive. Boss Shiki hasn't. Sure enough, such a thing as defeat is related to. Captain Shiki is the strongest. The excited and exciting cheers of the cadres of the Fadian regiment headed by the clown scientist Indigo stopped abruptly in the next second. There was only a loud bang. A familiar and no longer familiar figure descended from the sky. It hit the ground of the square like a dead dog. Shiki. Boss Shiki. How come? How could such a thing happen? All the pirates in the flying Asparas looked dull. The mood is like riding a roller coaster with twists and turns. I thought I was in heaven. The result is back to hell. And this time, there will be no further reversals. Your captain has already lost. If you want to survive, you should know what to do. Advertisement Ron was condescending and spoke indifferently. Next second. Slap, Indigo, the clown scientist, kneels in submission. As the confidant of Golden Lion Shiki, he is loyal to the Golden Lion. Even this life can be sacrificed without hesitation. The reason why he surrendered so easily at this moment. Not because of fear of Ron's terrifying strength. But because he found that the Golden Lion is not dead yet and still breathing. As long as there is life, there is hope. With the deputy captain in the lead, the other pirates of the flying team would not have the slightest hesitation. Immediately knelt down and surrendered, one raced faster. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Immediately settled in front of the sluggish Robin and Nami. What's wrong? Ron asked with a smile. Because, that is the legendary flying Asparas, Golden Lion. Robin opened his mouth slightly, dominated by an emotion called shock. He couldn't even utter a complete sentence, before witnessing the result with my own eyes. She couldn't think of it anyway. The young king 5 years ago would one day grow to the point where even a legendary pirate could be defeated. Mr. Ron is amazing. Nami came back to her senses, couldn't help exhaling. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. It's just a golden lion, no big deal. Ron waved his hand calmly. Robin, Nami, the goddamned mere golden lion. That was the legend of the last era. Okay, after the victory, let's have a good celebration. Ron said. Ron, our partners are now scattered on various islands because of the golden lion, can you? Robin tentatively spoke. Nami is also full of tension and hope. Small things. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. Just half an hour later, Straw Hat Crew 9 reunite. Looking at Ron beside Robin, when he knew that he defeated the legendary big pirate of the previous era. Straw Hat Crew, Chi was shocked and lost his voice. Chapter 30 Invitation from Luffy, a thank you kiss from Robin. Alas, the Straw Hat Crew who learned the truth were all shocked and lost their voices. All of them stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide. It is already shocking to the point where it cannot be added. Nana. That old man at the wheel is Jin. Golden Lion Shiki, the sea overlord who was once as famous as the One Piece King Roger. Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hats, stammered, his calves trembling uncontrollably. It's super unbelievable. Golden Lion Shiki, who had disappeared for so many years, was actually met by us. What's even more unbelievable is that he was. Frankie, the engineer of the Straw Hat Tuanfu and the Reformer, was also so shocked that he couldn't even speak well. Yo ho 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 ho, speaking of it, I've heard of it before, a newcomer named Golden Lion. Brooke, dead with only a handful of bones, laughed. Woo. Chopper, the ship's doctor, wept with joy. The great swordsman who cut open the island with one blow, Zoro subconsciously held the 3 knives at his waist. As a swordsman, his instinct drove him to challenge Ron. However, I didn't wait to speak. Snapped, Nami's iron fist landed. Stupid Zoro, don't be rude to your benefactor, Nami said. What Ms. Nami said is, idiot Chlorella, he is the benefactor who saved Ms. Nami and us. Don't have any strange ideas. Sanji agreed. Yeah, Usopp and others quickly echoed. Afraid of Zoro's impulsiveness, it made Ron unhappy. I know, Zoro gritted his teeth. I had to temporarily suppress the urge to challenge Ron. He. Straw Hat Captain Luffy pressed the brim of his hat and suddenly smiled brightly. Hey, Ron, do you want to join us and take risks with us? No twists and turns. There will be no twists and turns. Luffy attacked with a straight ball. He immediately invited Ron to board the ship. The voice fell. The joyful atmosphere in the venue could not help but stagnate. Everyone in the Straw Hats couldn't help holding their breath, nervously waiting for Ron's response, if Ron really joins. Advertisement then the journey after that is nothing to be afraid of. After all, Ron is a fierce man who can even overthrow the legendary flying pirate. There was a good moment of silence. Ron smiled slightly. No need, I still have important things to do, if it was changed to 5 years ago. Received an invitation to board the ship from King Luffy, the man of destiny. Ron must have no hesitation and follow the boat directly. But now it is different, he has his own affairs and his own plans. And, he who awakened the book of contract and any gate of time and space. There is no need to be subordinate to anyone anymore. One Piece and One Piece are no longer his goals. If he wants to do it, he must be the real king, the king of the world. That's it, forget it. For Ron's rejection, Luffy did not have the slightest regret or concern. Although Usopp and others were lost, they soon recovered. After all, this was the expected answer, rather say. If Ron directly agreed to join, they would be even more shocked. The banquet is ready. Gentlemen of the Straw Hats, do you want to join us? Ron asked with a smile. Oh, very good, I wish I could. Straw Hat Crew, who loves banquets the most, cheers in unison. Then the melodious pirate song sounded, Time Flies. In the middle of the night, Ron, who had a half-day banquet with Straw Hat Crew, came to the hot spring bath and took a comfortable bath. Stay back to the luxurious VIP room prepared by the Fadian group. Open the door. A beautiful scene then came into Ron's eyes. The moonlight like flowing water shines down through the window. On the table by the window, wearing a white and green striped sweater, Sister Yu, a black-haired and bespectacled girl with slender legs wrapped in delicate silk, sat with drunken eyes. Sweater, high wire, glasses girl, royal sister, all elements perfectly hit Ron's preferences. Robin, it's so late, what's the matter? Could it be that he is obsessed with me and is going to confess to me? Ron smiled and joked. Which girl wouldn't be tempted by a strong and perfect man like Mr. Ron? Robin held his cheeks in his slender hands and smiled sweetly. You didn't say that 5 years ago, Ron said. Advertisement, it's because 5 years ago I thought. A look of embarrassment appeared on Robin's pretty face. Okay, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the present. Ron waved his hand. Robin nodded lightly, slightly stern. Then, first of all, please allow me to thank Mr. Ron once again on behalf of everyone. Thank you for helping us defeat the Golden Lion Shiki and end the crisis. Robin sincerely thanks. I've already said this. I'm not for you, let alone for the Straw Hats. It's just a coincidence. My goal is the Golden Lion, and you happen to be targeted by the Golden Lion. That's all. Ron said calmly. Having said that, it is true that you saved us, Mr. Ron. I want to repay you. If you have anything you want, Mr. Ron, just tell me that as long as I can give it, there will be absolutely nothing. Hesitate. Robin said solemnly. I have been struggling in the dark world for 20 years. Robin is more sensible and shrewd than anyone in the Straw Hats when it comes to dealing with people. Even if Ron didn't ask for anything, she would not pretend to have nothing and get away with it. She's fully awakened. Whatever Ron wanted, as long as she had it. Whether it's Pluton's intelligence or her own, she won't hesitate. If the latter, Robin's pretty face flushed slightly, and her little heart, which had always been as stable as Mount Tai, couldn't help but jump at this moment. For something that has never been done, even a mature and stable person like Robin will inevitably be nervous. Silence. Half an hour. Go back, I don't want anything for now. Ron waved his hand casually. Robin's eyelids drooped slightly. The white teeth bit the red lips lightly, she was already prepared. Ron didn't want anything, Ron asked for nothing. She should have taken it easy, however, somehow. Robin just felt empty inside, worrying about gains and losses. Just before going out, Robin stopped abruptly. Take a deep breath. The pretty face looked firm, it seems to have made some kind of awareness. She turned sharply, Hessie moved her long legs, bring a burst of fragrant wind blowing. White slender hands wrapped around Ron's neck, the delicate red lips fell down. Chapter 31 Take the Golden Lion back to 36 years ago. The moonlight is like water, through the ledge, light up a corner. Under the silver moon, men and women embrace each other. Kiss with affection, quiet and beautiful. Robin. A girl's call came from the corridor outside the door. My partner is looking for me, Robin straightened the messy corners of his clothes, got up and was about to leave. Next second, a powerful big hand wrapped around Robin's slender waist. Domineering, involuntary to say it again, Dawn the next day. The sun is rising. Scattered all over the house. Ron sat by the window. In his arms, Robin curled up like a kitten. Ron's big hand slowly brushed over Robin's waterfall of blue hair. Robin, just wait, I will definitely take all of you. Ron whispered to himself, although the two parties had been frank about everything last night. But when Ron mentioned letting Robin stay, Robin's attitude was unusually firm. No matter how Ron bullies, she never let go, the reason. Of course Ron knew that too, after the Enies lobby incident. Robin has formed an inseparable bond with the Straw Hat Pirates. For her, the Straw Hat Pirates are already the second Ohara, her home. That's it. Ron didn't force it either. Anyway, the separation is only temporary. Robin whimpered softly. Frowning slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opened. He glanced at Ron resentfully. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back a little bit, you go on sleeping. Ron said. Robin. How can she fall asleep in this situation? But forget it. In a few more hours, they are about to separate. The rest of the time is up to him, another 3 hours. Advertisement 10 o'clock in the morning, Floating Sky Island Plaza. The little lion ship Qianyang is ready to go. Straw Hat Crew's Floating Sky Island adventure is over. The next destination is the last stop of the first half of the Grand Line, the islands of Sabaody. Miss Nami, where is Robin-chan? Are you still resting? Sanji asked with concern. Nami shook her head slightly. There was a little strange expression on her pretty face. It's so strange, Robin has never been more punctual than ever. Frankie thought to himself, Robin, where did you go? Chopper looked worried. Did Robin find the historical text on Golden Lion Shiki's island? Usopp guessed. Yes, it must be so. Sanji nodded sympathetically. Yo ho 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 ho, only historical texts can make Ms. Robin so addicted that I forget the time. Brooke said. He, then continued to wait. Luffy sat on the bow of the lion boat and said with a smile. Nami opened his mouth. In the end, he didn't say anything. Only she knows. What a huge sacrifice Robin made for them. If you can. She also wanted to share one or two last night. But until the end, she still didn't have the courage to open the door. Another 5 minutes. Coming, Robin sauce is here. Finally come. Seeing Robin approaching from not far away, everyone in the Straw Hats cheered up. Sorry, everyone, it took me a while to say goodbye to Mr. Ron earlier. Robin apologized. It's okay, this is what it should be. Sanji hurriedly said courteously. Robin, is the extension of the historical text in your hand? Frankie asked. Oh, this is a gift from Ron. Robin nodded slightly. Not long ago. Ron, who had finished his morning exercise, took Robin to the Golden Lion's treasury for a stroll. This led to the discovery of 2 historical texts from the Golden Lion collection. Immediately rubbed the text and gave it to Robin. Also, Ron himself also found a good thing in the treasure house and immediately took it for his own use. Robin, where's Ron? We want to say goodbye to him too. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and others looked at Robin. Ron said goodbye. No need, see you soon, Robin rode. See you soon? What's the meaning? Everyone is puzzled. Robin also shook his head. At this time, boom, the little lion ship Qianyang suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, amidst the exclamation of everyone in the Straw Hats, it slowly floated into the air and flew towards the sea. Advertisement second deck. Robin held his cheeks in his slender hands. Looking somewhere in the palace, she blinked playfully, full of girlishness. He. Ron smiled slightly, watched Straw Hat crew go away. He turned and returned to the palace. The Golden Lion is about to wake up too. Just as Ron expected, under the spare no effort of the medical team headed by the clown scientist. Golden Lion Shiki's consciousness has recovered, but his eyes still look a little dull. For Luo Shu, he actually has Whitebeard's shock ability and Roger's divine avoidance. For himself, he was defeated by an unknown brat. For everything that happened yesterday seemed like a nightmare. Golden Lion Shiki has always been unable to accept it and is unwilling to accept it. But, Golden Lion Shiki, how is your body recovering? You shouldn't be able to die. Ron pushed the door open with a big grin, locked his eyes on the Golden Lion on the sickbed, and grinned. You, the clown scientist Indigo stopped in front of Ron vigilantly. That's enough, Indigo, step back, and I'll take care of it next. Golden Lion Shiki said in a deep voice, a moment of hesitation. Yes, the clown scientist stepped back, cough cough. Golden Lion Shiki coughed lightly. The reason why you spared my life is that you want me to be your subordinate, right? Gahahaha, what a wishful thinking. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. He will never be subservient to others. Come on. If you want to kill me, just come. Let me surrender. It is absolutely impossible. Golden Lion Shiki said proudly to himself. Yeah. Ron shook his head helplessly. Golden Lion's old face froze, isn't it? It's just an old lion that has shed its hair. Don't think too highly of yourself. Now I really don't like you. Ron sneered. Golden Lion's old face sank. He coughed again and again, choking with anger. But you said you would never be inferior, so what about the rocks 36 years ago? Ron teased. Nani? A look of surprise flashed across Golden Lion's old face. In this day and age, there are still people who know Rock's name, and even me. Where did you know that? Not only do I know, I will also go to that era. Ron smiled mysteriously. What's the meaning? Golden Lion Shiki was stunned, completely unable to understand the meaning of Ron's words. Literally. Ron grinned. Golden Lion Shiki is no idiot. Where can I not understand? You want to go to the era of rocks? Ha. Stop kidding. I really want to laugh Lousy's big teeth off. The era of rocks ended 36 years ago. Golden Lion Shiki laughed wantonly and mocked. Ron just smiled and said nothing. My mind moved. The space-time arbitrary door is constructed. Golden Lion, are you interested in traveling with me 36 years ago? Chapter 32 Shiki. Is he a god? Youth Kaido Haki appears? See Circle Calendar 1484. New World, Hive Island. Hachinosu. Times gather. Now, this is the center of the world. Headed by Rox D. Zebek, the only sea overlord of this era. The heroes of the sea responded to the call of the overlord Rox and flocked from all directions. Start preparing for the great war that will affect the times and even subvert the world. Some moment. Beehive Island West Blue Shore. Silently. A portal opens like Uzumaki. 2 figures stepped out of it. Clatter. The sea breeze blows. There was a pungent smell of blood in the air. All you can see is a land of red soil, unlike the red line, which runs across divided worlds. The red soil on this island is soaked in blood, from ancient times to the present. I don't know how many pirates spilled blood here. An inch of ground and an inch of blood. This is the real cause of this red land. The land watered with blood, fire and slaughter made countless people on the sea terrified. Even Marine's elite generals would never set foot on this island lightly, seeing it as a taboo. Decades are like a day. Bloody fighting scenes continue to be staged. And it is still no exception today. Hive Island Hachinosu, seeing is believing. It's a cruel island, but I don't hate it. Ron grinned. He who forged the name of God of killing in Magic Valley Town and other places. Naturally, I will no longer be intimidated by these pictures. Unlike Ron's composure, this moment. The legendary great pirate who came here with Ron, Golden Lion Shiki, is already completely stupid and completely sluggish. Certainly, even the weakened old Shiki is not intimidated by the bloody fighting scenes. The one that really shocked the Golden Lion Shiki beyond recognition. This island, really, was Hachinosu 36 years ago. Advertisement Golden Lion Shiki's mouth opened and closed unconsciously. Looking at the familiar scene in all directions, he already recognized it. This is Beehive Island, even more shocking and unbelievable. This Hive Island was exactly as he remembered it. Memories from 36 years ago, until you see it all with your own eyes. Golden Lion Shiki was finally convinced. Ron hadn't been joking before. He actually traveled through time and space, against the river of time. Back to the past from the future, back to the Hive Island 36 years ago. This moment, the worldview of the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki begins to collapse. What's the matter, Shiki? Are you scared now? Ron looked at the sluggish Shiki with a mocking face. Ah, yes, I was scared. This time, Golden Lion Shiki didn't speak bluntly anymore and honestly admitted his mood at the moment. Small. Who the hell are you? Reversing time and space, returning from the future to the past, this is something only God can do. Golden Lion stared at Ron with piercing eyes, and awe gradually appeared in his eyes. After experiencing such a dreamlike thing, he would never see Ron as an ordinary new age brat no matter what. Reminiscent of the various images that appeared in his mind when he first met yesterday. A terrifying thought came to Golden Lion's mind. He felt that the person in front of him might be God. The God who plays games in the world because of boredom. Let's go and meet your former boss now, Ron said lightly, and immediately walked towards the Hive City in the center of the island. 10 minutes later. The screams of the pirates echoed outside the west gate of the Hive City. This is a lawless area with no rules. Blood and fighting are commonplace. Along the way, Ron and Golden Lion were attacked by pirates as many as 2 hands. That's why, except that the number of pirates is too dense. It also has something to do with the fact that Ron and Golden Lion's young and old combination seems to be soft and easy to bully. Advertisement but, any pirate with these thoughts. In the end, they will all pay a terrible price for their stupidity. Jihahaha, it's been a long time since I've seen this kind of atmosphere. I don't know what expressions those guys will have when they see me. Golden Lion Shiki grinned happily, after the initial shock. Now his mentality has been completely adjusted, for acquaintances of this era. He couldn't wait to see her, especially myself in this era. I'll lead the way, I'm familiar with this place. Golden Lion Shiki can't wait to get into town, sudden. At this time, sudden change. There was a harsh cracking sound in the air. A dark object fell from the sky, smashed in front of Golden Lion Shiki. It was a pitch-black mace, immediately afterwards. A young man with 2 horns on his head and muscles like a horned dragon followed. A deep hole was left in the ground outside the city gate. Crash. The wind blows away the dust, waiting to see the appearance of the man who fell from the sky. Both Ron and Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Team leader. The captain is here. It's Captain Kaido. It's those 2 bastards who broke the door without authorization. We must not let them go. The pirates of the Rocks group who were in charge of guarding the gate shouted excitedly. Revealed the identity of the visitor. It is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air in the future, 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. But, in this era, he is still far from the title of the strongest creature. It's just a 21-year-old stunned young man. Hey, are you ready to die? The youth Kaido carried a mace on his shoulders and Haki roared. Chapter 33 beating Kaido to doubt his life, 36 years ago. Hive Island. Hachinosu. The wind swept across the land. Blowing yellow sand all over the sky. Hey, you dare to make trouble in our Rocks pirates' territory. It seems that you have already made up your mind, the awareness of death. The 21-year-old newcomer monster of the Rocks group, the shout of the young Kaido Haki. Jia ha 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 ha, you are young, but your tone is not small. Kid Kaido, you dare to be so arrogant in front of Lousy, how brave you are. Golden Lion Shiki laughed mockingly, in his eyes. The current youth Kaido is a younger brother. It is completely incomparable with the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air that are famous in the sea in later generations. 36 years later. Weakened, he can't touch Kaido, the strongest creature in his prime. Same. 36 years ago now. His younger brother, Kaido, who doesn't even have the ability of the Phantom Beast Qinglong, is not worth mentioning to him at all. Golden Lion Shiki still remembers clearly. From time to time, the self in this era would bully this arrogant stunned young man. If it wasn't for Charlotte Linlin and a little favor from Captain Rocks. An arrogant young man like Kaido received 10 beatings in 3 days. Think about the past. Golden Lion Shiki increasingly disregards the young Kaido. However, next second, he is paying the price for his underestimation of the enemy. Youth Kaido bent his knees. The figure shot out suddenly. He came up to the unsuspecting old Shiki. He waved the mace in his hand mercilessly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Youth Kaido drank loudly. The move name is of course Haki Very, However, the power is completely incomparable with the stick that was used to overthrow the 5 emperors in later generations. Not to mention the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Even armament Haki isn't very powerful, but against today's Golden Lion Shiki. But it is more than enough. After all, Shiki is currently seriously injured. The injuries left by yesterday's battle with Ron are far from recovering. Facing the sudden attack of the young Kaido, Golden Lion Shiki only had time to lift his foot. With the big sharp knife Sakura Ten and Muku interlaced to block. Advertisement only, a hasty defense is of no use. Under the bombardment of youth Kaido's mace, Golden Lion Shiki's figure suddenly flew backwards. The old face suddenly turned pale, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Where is the old cripple? It's really vulnerable. Just like this, he dares to talk nonsense in front of Lousy. It's an eyesore. Young Kaido sneered triumphantly. There was a burst of joy in my heart. Although I don't know Shiki's identity, but just look at the Golden Lion. Young Kaido felt involuntarily angry. He thought of the Golden Lion who bullied him and oppressed him on weekdays, relying on his status and strength. Now, hit Shiki with the steering wheel on his head with a stick. It gave him the thrill of beating the Golden Lion. Cough cough. Cough cough cough, under the impact of the power of Kaido's blow. Old Shiki's body was constantly surging with energy and blood. What made him even more angry was the taunt from Kaido. You little brat, do you know who Lousy is? Golden Lion Shiki stopped drinking with anger. It's just an old cripple, Lousy doesn't care who you are. Youth Kaido said. You, Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth. Regardless, the youth Kaido will have to pay the price. At this time, let's forget it, you are not his opponent now. Ron spoke lightly. It was just me being careless before, and I didn't dodge it, and then I will start to get serious. Golden Lion Shiki had a tough mouth, and at the end, his voice gradually lowered, appearing less confident. Well, it's good to know that you are afraid. On this island, you rely on your fists. Do you understand? The young Kaido is elated, and educates Dao with a senior-like attitude. Look at him acting like this. Golden Lion Shiki's teeth itched with anger. I can't wait to give him 2 ear scratches on the spot. However, now that he is seriously injured, it seems that he really can't even beat Kaido. Speak with your fists, it's direct enough, I don't hate it. Ron grinned. Would you like a taste of my mace too? The young Kaido is condescending, looking down on Ron. Say it. Without waiting for Ron to answer, the figure of the young Kaido disappeared from the spot again. The reappearance is already in front of Ron. Advertisement. The pitch-black mace fell down mercilessly. Go to hell. Be crushed under the power of Captain Kaido. You are far from qualified to play wild in Hachinosu. The pirates of the Rocks group who are in charge of guarding the gate keep clamoring. However, next second, the arrogant voices of the pirates stopped abruptly. Each one is like a duck with its neck stuck. I can't speak anymore. There are ghostly expressions on every face, in their imagination. Youth Kaido's mace fell. Ron will only have one end, and that is broken bones. However, the reality is quite different from their imagination. In the face of the young Kaido's powerful stick, Ron just stuck out a finger. The finger wrapped around emission Haki hit the youth Kaido's mace. This kind of thing. Seeing this terrifying scene, the young Kaido suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He inherited the blood of the Ghost Clan, and he was born to be strong. When I was 10 years old, he is already the strongest in the kingdom of Volca. He was 15 years old. Think of Marine Base as a free dining hall. You can come and go as you want, and you can come and go freely. Years ago, he was even invited by Rocks, the overlord of the sea. Became part of the Rocks pirate ever since, in the Rocks pirate where monsters swarm. Although he is no longer the strongest, but in terms of talent is still outstanding. He always believed, wait a few more years for yourself to grow up. It must be able to reach or even surpass Golden Lion et al. If it takes another few decades, his own strength will definitely not be inferior to Captain Rocks. This is his confidence in his own talent, however. Now, Kaido's confidence was shaken, started to doubt life by Ron's finger. Chapter 34. After beating Kaido beats Ant, carrying the blood of the ghost race. Self-confessed talent is the strongest, all that's missing is time. No one in his generation can compete with it, during the past 20 years. Always, however, today there was an accident. He hit with all his might, it was blocked by a mere finger. If the opponent is a middle-aged and strong man, that's all. The young Kaido can also attribute it to his lack of years of practice, which will surely be surpassed in the future. But, the most unacceptable and even doubtful thing for him is that, at this moment, it is also a young man who is holding the mace with a finger. And from the perspective of physical characteristics, there is nothing peculiar about it. It's just an ordinary human being, in this world. Among contemporaries, someone can do that. The young Kaido only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. The other pirates who witnessed this scene, all of them were so shocked that their eyeballs protruded from their sockets. Gia ha 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 ha, this moment, only old Shiki can still laugh. He who played against Ron yesterday, it is clearest about Ron's strength. Now, looking at the deflated and shocked look of the arrogant Kaido kid before, Golden Lion Shiki only feels full of pleasure, as refreshing as drinking iced wine in the dog days. Damn it, Hearing the laughter of the Golden Lion, the young Kaido came back to his senses, and couldn't help clenching his teeth. His hands holding the mace were swollen with veins. Don't look down on people, hit me seriously, the youth Kaido roared angrily. The pitch-black mace was raised high, then it fell down again. At the same time, Ron sent out his right index finger again. Zeon's top-level arm colors flowed, even more fierce than the spear. Duh. There was a soft sound. The mace in the hand of the youth Kaido was pierced. A small hole with front and back translucency appeared. I've always been serious, Ron said lightly. Ah. Advertisement youth Kaido goes crazy, don't care about shock and surprise. A stormy onslaught began. The mace in his hand swung out after images. Ron didn't dodge or dodge. The index fingers gathered into a fist. Fist against stick. The sound of gold and iron clashing was endless. After dozens of hedging, there was an overwhelmed clicking sound. Under the panicked stare of the young Kaido, the mace in his hand, which was made of special materials, had cracks spreading and densely covering it. Finally, accompanied by a bang, it exploded with a bang. Pieces scattered. In the end, Ron's punch through the mace was printed on the young Kaido's mouth. Ah! In the yelling, youth Kaido flies upside down. Opening his mouth, he spit out a big mouthful of blood. It disappeared without a trace before landing. Open black lens bracket contract youth Kaido close black lens bracket. Acquire ghost physique. Oh, Ron frowned slightly. For this feedback, naturally not dissatisfied, but satisfied as satisfied, before the young Kaido conceived, surrendered. This battle will continue. Ron took a step forward and took the initiative. Before opening his mouth, he adjusted the surging chi and blood. Next second, the thang-long punch from Ron landed on his jaw. Instantly, blood and teeth splatter, under Ron's powerful blow. Half of Kaido's teeth are missing. Have you taken it yet? Asked Ron. Not convinced, young Kaido has a fierce look in his eyes. Form fists with both hands and try to attack again. Boom. Bang bang bang. The muffled sound of fist-to-flesh collisions could be heard one after another. Advertisement during the period, it was accompanied by the sound of bone cracking. Facing Ron, who possesses imperial combat power, how can Kaido, who is still a younger brother, be an opponent? From the start, this wasn't a duel, just Ron's one-sided beating on Kaido. It was only a few minutes before and after. The head of the young Kaido was beaten into a pig's head. Both hands and arms were drooping, and the arm bones were broken into countless pieces. Pockmarked fist marks can be seen everywhere on the tall body. The shadow of death follows like a shadow, this moment. The young Kaido started to panic. He had a hunch. If it continues, I might really be beaten to death here today. As a seed-level intern at Rocks Pirate, he has an infinitely beautiful and bright future. He didn't want to just die here, however, Ron in front of him was so terrifying. This moment, in Kaido's eyes, Ron's stature continued to grow taller. In the end, he turned into an indomitable ancient demon god. Deeply imprinted in the deepest part of his mind. Become an indelible shadow figure in his life forever. Certainly, the premise of all this is that he will survive this one-sided beating. No, I don't even have the strength to admit defeat. There was a gleam of fear in the youth Kaido's eyes. Nothing can be done, just passively waiting for the arrival of death. At this time, sudden change. Well. The familiar laughter suddenly exploded. In Ling's despair, Kaido sees hope. Whitebeards. A huge deep purple knife light flew out of the city. Separated Ron from badly injured Kaido, not long. Brother Kaido, it's so ugly, who the hell is it that beat you up like this? The mature voice of Yu Jia resounded from the hive city. Accompanied by the patter of high heels hitting the ground. A tall, slender, graceful and exquisite young woman in her 30s came slowly. A simple white cloud and a sunny little sun are suspended on the left and right of the body. The visitor is the future 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 35 Contract Ant, Man of Steel evolves into an undefeated golden body. Well, the beautiful young woman in her 30s, with outstanding appearance and graceful figure, walked out of the city slowly with her long legs, and a powerful aura burst out, which made people unconsciously awe-inspiring. Ooh, I'm coming, it's the Legion Commander. Charlotte's Legion Commander is here, Master Linlin, who is both beautiful and powerful. The pirates of the Rocks group guarding the gate are all excited and cheering like chicken blood at this moment. Charlotte Linlin in her 30s, not the fat ant in the future. Both appearance and figure are online, coupled with the full charm of a beautiful young woman. Right now Charlotte Linlin is like a flower of the Rocks pirate. There are so many suitors that they can even circle the Hive Island for a week. Not to mention ordinary pirates, even powerful Legion commanders. They also want to bring it into the harem one after another. Only, Charlotte Linlin picks men with unique tastes. Except for the man she fancy, ignore everything else. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, it was also with her that he hit a wall several times. After every hit, Golden Lion will go to Kaido, whom Charlotte Linlin regards as his younger brother, to vent his anger. It seems to have formed a cycle. Gia ha 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 ha, look at the Charlotte Linlin of this era. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly laughed. I secretly rejoiced that I didn't have anything to do with this crazy woman back then. Otherwise, Just thinking about how old, fat and ugly she will look in 36 years. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help getting goosebumps all over his body. Well, brother Kaido, who beat you like this? Charlotte Linlin strode to the side of the wounded and dying Kaido. The smile on his face was cold. Her gaze swept across the field coldly. Finally locked on Ron. Is that you? Charlotte Linlin asked coldly. It's me. Ron nodded lightly. You know, this kid is covered by me. Charlotte Linlin asked coldly. So, you want to stand up for him? Ron asked back. Short dialogue. The atmosphere is tense. At this time, wait a moment, listen to the old man. Golden Lion Shiki rolled his eyes and stepped in. Ron and Charlotte Linlin locked their eyes on the Golden Lion. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been paralyzed from fright. Advertisement Golden Lion Shiki is not in a hurry. Linlin, didn't you always want a strong bloodline? I can assure you that the man in front of you now definitely meets all your requirements. He is young, handsome, energetic, and talented. Your offspring will definitely be the strongest. Golden Lion Shiki spoke seriously, although every sentence seems to be a compliment. But Ron didn't like what he heard. After all, Ron knew it. What kind of person will the future Big Mom be? Ron, don't rush to refuse. At least the current Linlin is top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. Back then, I couldn't ask for it, but I believe you can do it. Flying old pirate Golden Lion Shiki incarnates as Yulao. Crazy lead Ron and Charlotte Linlin redline. Look at the strange light in the old boy's eyes. Ron already knew that the old boy was restless and careful. Deliberately make fun of him. The other side. For Golden Lion Shiki, this looks familiar. Charlotte Linlin's face was also full of displeasure. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. How to choose next is up to you young people to decide on your own. I won't get involved. Seeing that the two sides are about to go crazy, Yulao Shiki withdrew decisively. Use the lion fruit ability to soar into the sky and escape the battlefield. Old lion, I will settle this account with you later. Ron glanced at the gloating elderly Shiki, the other side. It's really an unpleasant old thing. After you clean up this brat, you will be next. Charlotte Linlin whispered coldly. Say it. The eyes of the two sides locked on each other again. No more words. Fierce battle. One touch, thunder. Charlotte Linlin strikes first. The right hand suddenly grabbed Baiyun Zeus. In an instant, white clouds turn into thunderclouds. Deafening thunder followed, with Charlotte Linlin's big hand waving down. Thick pillars of thunder descended from the sky, hit Ron. Ron carried the thunder with his body. Use this to test the strength of this body. After getting Kaido's ghost physique to feed back. Now Ron's body is undoubtedly stronger, even withstanding such a fierce lightning strike. It's just a little paralyzed. Nani, Charlotte Linlin, who captured this with observation hockey, couldn't help but be amazed. Ron's strength also exceeded her imagination, but shock is shock. Her attacks would not stop there. Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin drank softly. Here we come, Mom. The harmless little son Prometheus wakes up. Advertisement. Instantly turned into a fiery demon, covering the entire sky. The sky, the fire. Boom. Rumble. The overwhelming flames fell from the sky. Triggered a series of terrifying explosions. The land with a radius of 1 kilometer was scorched black under this blow. Well, you arrogant brat, you really deserve it. You should be wiped out under my attack. Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly, however. Just the next second, the smile on Charlotte Linlin's face froze. What emerges instead is a deep sense of shock, horror and disbelief. But it's this level of attack, it's still far away. Ron tore through the flames with his black hands. Knees slightly bent. The figure shoots out. Bullying came to Charlotte Linlin. Right hand into a fist. Top R&D mission winding. Hit. Boom. The world shook slightly at this moment. Then fell into a moment of solidification. Next moment. Ouch. Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The invincible steel balloon body was broken. The tall body flew upside down like a shooting star. It slammed heavily on the wall of the Hive City. Boom. The city walls collapsed. Rumble. The entire Hive Island was shaken. Countless powerhouses moved after hearing the news. Evil spirit and dark clouds covered the sky. The rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. To this, Ron didn't realize it. This moment, he is fully immersed in the great surprise of the contract repayment. Open black lens bracket contract Charlotte Linlin close black lens bracket open black lens bracket obtain a body of steel close black lens bracket this is to be expected. Only, the changes continue. Constitution bonuses from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Coupled with the foundation laid by the physical feedback of the Luo Bai group players such as Diamond Chowzi last time. Ron's physique was further broken through and sublimated. Open black lens bracket congratulations on obtaining the undefeated golden body close black lens bracket now. The body of Ron is the strongest body in the pirate world. 2L Chapter 36 Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, is here. A huge wine pool stretches across. Hundreds of beautiful girls in swimsuits shuttled through the period. The aroma of wine and grilled meat filled the air. Jiuchi Meat Forest is simply the best portrayal of this place. This is the center of Beehive Island, also the center of the Rocks Pirate. Headed by Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. Legion Master John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki. The cadres of Rocks Pirate, the Overlord of the Sea, gathered in the Wine Pond and Meat Forest. Make final mobilization preparations for the next action to subvert the world. At this time. Report. Report, Rocks ship. Captain, something is wrong. A fancy-dressed pirate arrived in a hurry. Why are you in a panic? Didn't you see that the captain and us are discussing what to do? Golden Lion Shiki reprimanded. I'm so sorry, but this is really an emergency. The gaudy little pirate said tremblingly. What the hell happened? The young blonde man said in a deep voice. Boss Rocks, just now, 2 monsters came from the West City Gate. Captain Kaido went out to fight, but he lost to the opponent and was seriously injured. The messenger pirate said anxiously. Nani? Where's the B*************** D who actually attacked the person I was covering? I will never forgive him. Captain Charlotte Linlin set out immediately. Gia ha 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 ha, that kid Kaido is really useless. Golden Lion Shiki laughed out loud, but with Linlin taking the shot, there's no need to worry. Captain John the Great Pirate hiccuped drunkenly. The blissful enjoyment of Wine Pool and Meat Forest continued. Just 3 minutes later, boom, the city shakes lightly. All powers headed by the Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, all had a sense, and their eyes locked on the direction of the West Gate. Next second. Report. Report, another pirate crawled over with a face full of horror. The big thing is bad, Captain Rocks, the leader of the Linlin Legion has also been defeated, the opponent is a monster. Nani? What did you say? Advertisement, not just Kaido, even Linlin lost. John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others couldn't help but be taken aback. Charlotte Linlin, who was supposed to be gifted, made the shot. No matter who it is bound to be able to catch it. But never thought about it. The strength of the comber far exceeded expectations. Even Charlotte Linlin, who has a body of steel, is invincible. This strength, undoubtedly top-notch, Captain. Boss. Mr. Rocks. Everywhere in the Wine Pool and Meat Forest, all the cadres of the Rocks Pirate locked their eyes on the Captain Rocks. After a moment of stagnation, ha 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 ha, the arrogant, haughty, and crazy laughter suddenly exploded. The powerful sound waves caused ripples in the atmosphere like water waves. Goblets and even thick wine bottles filled with fine wine exploded one after another. Ordinary people with weak strength fell to the ground in pain at this moment, covering their ears, bleeding profusely. Only a few powerful people such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion can deal with it indifferently. Interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there are mysterious strongmen in this sea that I don't know. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, laughed happily all over his face. Captain Rocks, you mean? Golden Lion Shiki grinned. Does that still matter? The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned in a huge arc. But, in my opinion, the other party is probably responding to Captain Rock's call and coming to seek refuge. Captain John the Great Pirate smiled proudly. It's very likely. The Great Pirate Ochaku stroked his waist-length beard. The only ones who came to Hive Island at this time, apart from Marine, were the pirates who responded to the call and wanted to participate in actions to subvert the world. The Great Pirate Silver Axe, who was wrapped in silver armor, nodded in agreement. But, Legion commanders, Captain Kaido and Linlin Legion commander were all defeated by that guy mercilessly. The pirates who witnessed the battle at the West Gate said tremblingly. Gia ha ha ha, Kaido and Linlin will be defeated, all because they are too weak. Golden Lion Shiki's merciless sarcasm. In this world, our pirate group, power and status are all fought with fists, and the weak will be knocked down. This is a matter of course. Advertisement. This moment. The battlefield at the West Gate of Hive Island. Under the relentless pursuit of Ron's top internal destruction armed color. Even Charlotte Linlin, who has the body of a super steel balloon, cannot escape being defeated. With Ron's last punch down, Charlotte Linlin fell. Lie side by side with Kaido. Neatly. Gia ha ha ha, no matter what, the current Linlin is also a rare beauty, she really doesn't know how to pity and cherish Jade at all. Golden Lion Shiki teased. Old Lion, aren't you interested in her? Now is a rare opportunity, hurry up while it's hot. Ron shot back at Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki's old face immediately collapsed. Don't say he is seriously injured now, even if the body recovers. That guy is not doing well either, after all, he is now an old man in his 80s. I have suffered many kidney injuries before, now it is deliberate and powerless. What? Can't you? Ron sneered. Gia ha ha ha, how come? Golden Lion Shiki resolutely denied it, and then changed the subject. It's just that this is not the purpose of our trip, the joke ends here, they're coming. While speaking, he looked up to the eastern sky. The dark cloud composed of endless evil spirits came from far and near. Boom. Without warning, the earth roared and trembled. Rumble. The 100-meter city wall riddled with holes collapsed. In the endless smoke and dust, a crazy and haughty figure loomed. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, is here. Chapter 37 Invitation from Rocks, Overlord of the Sea. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city to destroy it. The Overlord aura disrupted the world, in the endless yellow sand. A figure came slowly. The fierce aura like ghosts and gods soared into the sky. Obviously only one person, but it seems to overthrow the world. He's Rocks D. Zebek. This era, the sea, the one and only king. Overlord of the Sea Rocks. Gia ha 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 ha. Unruly laughter sounded from the sky. A middle-aged man with barb eyebrows soared from the city. His blonde hair was as thick as a lion's mane, dazzling in the sun. He is the golden lion Shiki of this age, boom. Another domineering aura surged up. The bright long-handled naginata danced in the wind. Scattered the dust flying in all directions, on the ruined city wall. The man with the crescent-shaped whitebeard stood calmly. It's not over yet. A powerful breath surged. One after another, figures with strong aura came from the yellow sand all over the sky. The drunk Captain John the Great Pirate, the silver axe with the giant silver axe, the waist-length Ochaku. In this era, the strongest group in the sea, Rocks Pirate, all members participate. Even the total combat power of naval headquarters. Go all out with this team, it is inevitable to tremble 3 times. Even Ron, whose strength has reached the imperial level. Confront the Rocks Pirate, there is no half chance of winning. But Ron's trip is not to start a full-scale war with the Rocks Pirate. Finally, the Overlord of the Sea Rocks stood still. 100 meters away from Ron, I want to look at each other. The 4 eyes are facing each other, it was as if invisible lightning flashed across the void. Tyrant and tyrant, advertisement the invisible confrontation has already begun. Time and space seem to be frozen at this moment, I don't know how long it has been. Crash, the wind howled between heaven and earth. It turned into a tornado and whirlwind ravaged the quartet. Ron and Rocks, the invisible confrontation gradually came to an end. 2 powerful domineering chi entangled, intertwined, and clashed with each other, and finally burst out with a bang. Instantly, the smoke and dust that permeated the surroundings dissipated. The raging tornado storm collapsed, the world is clear. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, still stood in place, motionless, and the arc of his mouth gradually widened. At the same time, Ron inadvertently retreated half a step. In this invisible Overlord confrontation, Rocks, the veteran Sea Overlord, has a slight upper hand. Gia. Gia ha 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 ha. Above the sky, the middle-aged golden lion Shiki laughed loudly. It's a big kid to stand up to Captain Rocks with your aura, you're proud of yourself. Middle-aged Shiki exclaimed. Take the bad taste of the golden lion. In the past, such words were often ridiculed and eccentric. Only today, only this time, there is no yin and yang in his words. It's really admiration and admiration from the heart. Because Ron looked so young, however, at this age, he has already been able to resist the Overlord Rocks head-on. Even the rebellious Golden Lion Shiki has to obey this transcendent strength and talent. Not just Golden Lion Shiki. This moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the Great Pirate John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and other core executives of the Rocks Regiment. Shock, disbelief and inconceivability were all on their faces. He was able to block Captain Rock's attack head-on. Who the hell is that brat? I never knew that there were people like him in this sea. No wonder Kaido, even Lin, fell into this kid's hands. What's more important is his age. He has such courage at this age, and how far he will grow in the future. This is a real monster, even more talented than Kaido and Lin. The shock and uproar of Rocks Pirates' cadres, big and small, continued one after another. As soon as the expert makes a move, just know if there is. Advertisement all present here are the elite cadres of Rocks Pirate. There is no weakling, for Ron to confront the invisible Overlord of the Rocks. They can feel it more or less, I know the danger and fear of it. As expected of the Overlord of the Sea, seeing is worth seeing. Ron spoke lightly. Boy, report your name, Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, stopped drinking in a deep voice. The sound was thunderous and rumbling. Ron spoke calmly. Then Ron, let me just say it once, join my team, become a member of Rocks Pirate, I will lead you to conquer this world, and stand on top of the world together. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned and extended his inviting hand to Ron. You don't want to see it, the view from the top of the world? Even the crazy Overlord of the Sea, he also has a hand in winning people's hearts. Otherwise, it is impossible to gather and command such a terrifying team. In the past few decades, Rocks is like this, pulling one after another sea heroes into their ranks. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, all of them. Certainly, a friendly invitation is only the first step. If the other party refuses, then Rocks will also show his dominance and madness. Coerce consent by force. To this, Golden Lion Shiki himself was the most impressive. Because he was beaten up by Rocks until he joined. Little devil, what are you still hesitating for? This is your chance, if you refuse, Captain Rocks will be angry. Captain Rocks is angry, the consequences are very serious. The large and small cadres of Rocks Pirate urged and reprimanded them one after another. Ron suddenly smiled. Forget it, Rocks, your so-called plan to conquer the world turns out to be nothing more than a joke, it will never work. Chapter 38 Two Golden Lions. Is that Shiki's dad? Rocks, your so-called world conquest plan is nothing more than a joke, and in the end it's nothing more than nothing, so I won't get involved. Ron spoke calmly. The voice fell. The world is quiet. There was no sound. Needle drop can be heard. Anyone who heard Ron's words. All cannot help but shock to the point where it cannot be added. All of them stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide, with ghostly expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, Ron dared to say such a thing. Invitation to the Rocks. It was also expected by many of them that Ron would refuse. Because they did it before, but even the most defiant Golden Lion Shiki. It is also very inferior in front of Ron, before that. Who would have thought? Ron didn't just refuse, he even criticized Rock's great ambitions sharply. Straightforward comments about its plans as a joke. Negates all its efforts so far, it's like dancing in a forbidden minefield. Suicide. I don't know how long the unspeakable dead silence lasted. Haha. Ha 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 ha. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, laughed, and laughed out loud. But it wasn't a smile of pleasure, it was anger. Hey, brat, quickly take back that sentence, now kneel down and apologize and beg for mercy, maybe it's still too late. Otherwise, there is only one dead end today, a reminder of the good intentions of the pirates of the Rocks group. To this, Ron seemed unaware. The expression on his face was always calm as usual. Rocks, I admit that your personal strength is very strong. Standing at the apex of this era, you are truly the strongest. The Rocks pirate lineup you formed is also very luxurious, but... Ron changed the subject. A team gathered purely on the basis of interests is unlikely to achieve great things. It only takes a small problem to collapse completely, and even backstab each other. Nani, what did you say? Damn kid, what do you mean? Are you trying to say we're going to betray Captain Rocks? The pirates who were still gloating and waiting to see Ron get blown up by Rocks. At this moment, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and their emotions suddenly became agitated. What a brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Just shoot Kaido and Linlin, advertisement, now you still dare to talk nonsense here, trying to drive us apart. What audacity, you must not be a spy sent by the world government. Yes, it must be a spy from the world government. When you catch him later, you must torture him. Let this kid try the cruelest punishment in the world. Make him regret being born in this world. All the pirates in the Rocks group were full of emotion and righteous indignation. From beginning to end, after laughing, Rocks didn't speak anymore. The aggressive gaze just locked on Ron calmly, although I was very angry at Ron's rhetoric denying his plan. But on the other hand, Rocks knew that too. Ron was right about one thing. That is the unreliability of a collective connected by interests. It is also this sentence. Let Rocks temporarily suppress the idea of going into a rage. Renewed some interest in Ron. Want to see how he will react next. Gee ha 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 ha, he's just a mere brat, why does Captain Rocks do it himself, I'm enough. The middle-aged Shiki stood up in the air and spoke proudly. Next second, he pulled out the big sharp knife Sakura 10 from his waist. It didn't wait for him to cut out the sword energy. Suddenly, slash wave, a huge golden sword energy descended from a higher sky. Middle-aged Shiki couldn't help being taken aback. Between haste, there was only time to defend with a knife. The giant golden sword chi and the big sharp knife Sakura 10 sparked dazzling sparks. Finally, whoosh, rumble, the middle-aged Shiki's figure suddenly flew upside down, and was cut into the sky by the power of the sword energy. It hit the ground heavily, creating a pothole with a radius of 100 meters. The blow did little damage to the middle-aged Shiki. However, more important than the harm is the insult. As the commander of the Flying Legion who dominates the sky, he was shot down from the sky. This is a great shame. While humiliating, middle-aged Shiki felt suspicious for no reason. Because he had already discovered it, the giant golden sword chi from earlier slashed. It turned out to be so familiar, as if it came from himself. Shiki Legion Commander, advertisement, are you alright? Watch as the Golden Lion Shiki is suddenly shot down. The pirates of the Rocks group couldn't help screaming. The big pirate John and other high-ranking officials suddenly raised their heads. There is even a helper, stop hiding and hiding. Both Silver Axe and Ochaku stopped drinking, the footsteps moved together. A powerful chi machine then burst out, almost coincidentally. Silver Axe swings a massive silver axe, Ochaku swung his broadsword. Just like the combination of the two four emperors of the later generations, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Beehive. Now, the attacks of Silver Axe and Ochaku also resonated. It turned into a terrifying fusion shockwave and hit Gao Dian. Boom. Rumble. The sky is pierced. A huge pothole appeared in the thick clouds. A figure dodged the shockwave in embarrassment. I broke out in a cold sweat. Wobbly. Come down slowly. Look at that C***K-headed man falling from the sky. All the officials of Rocks Pirate, big and small, couldn't help being taken aback. What the hell is going on with that rooster head? Why is there such a strange person? Is the one in the middle of his head the steering wheel? Why are you still alive with a steering wheel stuck in your head? Can ordinary people live with the helm of a ship? And his feet turned out to be two swords. What the hell is this guy? Look at the strange shape of the old Shiki. The pirates in the Rocks group couldn't help talking. After the initial shock, many pirates suddenly widened their eyes. It seems that something incredible has been discovered. Hey, let's leave the steering wheel aside, haven't you noticed it? That old man at the wheel seems to. He, looks like the commander of the Shiki army. Then, that could be Mr. Shiki's father, wow. As soon as the words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Chapter 39 Nani, he is the future Shiki, when the old Golden Lion Shiki showed his real body. The whole audience couldn't help being shocked and uproarious. Everyone in Rocks Pirate widened their hell-like eyes. Behold the aged Shiki in heaven, and look at the dazed middle-aged Shiki. Cut off the steering wheel and missing feet on the head. How do these two people look like? It's like carving out a mole. This moment, a bold guess was born in the minds of the people. That is, old-aged Shiki in heaven is middle-aged Shiki's father. The general captains and small cadres just think about this idea, but they dare not say it out loud. However, John and the others who are also the head of the Legion will not have the slightest scruples. Hey, Shiki, I remember you don't have brothers. The great pirate John asked carelessly, so what? Middle-aged Shiki's expression sank. Since that's not your elder brother's words, then the answer comes out, Shiki, that strange old man with the steering wheel stuck in his head, should be your father. John has a look that sees through everything. F***ku, idiot John, that's your father. Middle-aged Shiki scolded. Gia ha 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 ha, elderly Shiki couldn't help but laugh. Look, even this tasteless laughter is so similar, and you still say it's not your father, admit it. John teased. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* itself with red eyes. Ask yourself about the past. Old Shiki didn't care. His eyes then fell on Silver Axe and Ochaku. Hey, Silver Axe, Ochaku, what did you two mean earlier? You don't show mercy at all. Do you want to kill Lousy? The old man Shiki scolded with a face full of anger and displeasure. Heard the words. Silver Axe and Ochaku looked at each other. He looked at the old Shiki inexplicably. Think this is not a matter of course? Is there any friendship between us? Why be merciful? Advertisement. Furthermore, it was you who moved first. It seemed that he realized that his question was a bit stupid. The elderly Shiki gritted his teeth, and then his eyes fell on Rocks, the overlord of the sea. Captain Rocks, it's been a long time. I never thought I'd be able to see you again in my lifetime. Old Shiki spoke with emotion. Memories are written all over the old face. Rocks frowned slightly. Eyes shifted from Ron to older Shiki. Such a unique and wonderful person. Once you see it, you will never forget it. However, he had no impression at all. Only, Rocks cast a sideways glance at middle-aged Shiki. This moment, a bold idea emerged from his mind. Look at Ron and middle-aged Shiki again. The anger hidden in Rock's eyes gradually faded away. What emerges instead is a strong sense of curiosity and inquiry. He wants to know, desperately want to know, where did these two people come from? Is it really as he thought, from, who the hell are you? You will be ******** D over there? The middle-aged Shiki took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Gee ha ha ha, haven't you reacted yet? You're really slow. Are you considered a golden lion like this? Old Shiki sneered. Even if the object is the past self. He still goes his own way, and he makes a move when it's time to make a move. Just like the previous sword, there was absolutely no point left behind. Because, for my bad temper, elderly Shiki knows best. The more nice you talk, the more energetic he will be, and he won't listen to others. That's why he used a long storage blow against his past self, giving himself a blow. Fortunately, he will dominate the rest of the conversation. B********** D steering wheel. My patience is limited. You'd better be 10-1, and recruit me honestly. The middle-aged Shiki said coldly, holding the handle of the knife at his waist with his big hand. Hey, advertisement, what the hell is going on now? Who is that old man at the wheel? Is it really Mr. Shiki's father as Master John said? No. Judging by Boss Shiki's attitude, it's probably not. But if it wasn't Dad, who would it be? It can't be Shiki's boss, haha. Pirates, you look at me, I look at you, and look at each other. At this time, he is Shiki, a majestic and deep voice sounded. In an instant, it attracted the attention of a large and small cadre. Mr. Newgate, commander of the Newgate Legion. Boss. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking at the middle-aged Whitebeard Edward Newgate who was walking calmly. What are you talking about? That's Mr. Shiki. How can such a thing be possible? Yeah, the words of the commander of the Shiki army, isn't it here now? How can there be two Shiki bosses in this world? Everyone in Rock's Pirate shook their heads and waved their hands in disbelief. Speaking of which, that old man at the wheel, how did he manage to float in the air? Silver Axe asks this question. Is it really the ability of lion fruit as Newgate said? Ochaku narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Ha, don't be kidding, just like there can't be two identical people in this world, and it's also impossible for two identical fruits to exist. Captain John laughed. The world is so vast, finally. Overlord of the Sea Rocks is no longer silent, there was a rare emotion on the crazy face. He looks at the old Shiki, then his eyes fell on Ron again. Shiki over there, and Ron, are you from the future? Rocks spoke faintly. The voice fell. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 40 spoilers for the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The Rocks are defeated. Coming from the future, elderly golden lion Shiki. When the words of Rocks, the overlord of the sea, fell. The audience couldn't help being shocked to the point where it couldn't be added. Even the core executives such as the great pirate John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku. At this moment, he couldn't help but froze in place, motionless. No one will question the statement of Rocks, the overlord of the sea. In fact, opened in Whitebeard and Rocks, before this amazing fact is revealed. Many people have already made this conjecture, it's just that it's too outrageous to be sure. Now, outrageous conjectures become reality, after a moment of dead silence. Wow, the pirates' shocked and shocking uproar rose to the sky. Hee hee hee, it's really the old Shiki boss. Going back from the future to the past is unbelievable, but since Captain Rocks and Mr. Newgate said so, that must be true. They really are from the future, gia ha 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 ha. Watching Rocks' pirate shaken because of himself, elderly Shiki couldn't help laughing out loud smugly. Hey, the me in the past, who are you showing your face to? I thought you would be the first to guess it, but I didn't expect. You really don't look like me. Old Shiki said with a lot of farts, heard the words. The middle-aged Shiki couldn't help raising his eyebrows on the spot. I thought it was just your ugly appearance, are you worthy of saying this? Furthermore, since it is my words, why did you attack before? Future self on past self, it is simply, suicide. Simply unreasonable, advertisement think here. Aggrieved for a long time, the middle-aged Shiki finally lost his temper. B**************** D at the wheel, who is alone with you, don't take a pee and look at yourself, what is the similarity between you and the tall and mighty me? The middle-aged golden lion Shiki scolded. I'm one of the captains of the Overlord of the sea, and you're just an old-fashioned funny rooster head, so you deserve to be me. When I get old, I will definitely not be as useless as you. Even if it is his future self, the middle-aged Shiki is still merciless. After some anger, everyone in Rock's pirate couldn't help being stunned. I thought to myself, Boss Shiki, are you being funny? Anyway, that is your future, aren't you scolding yourself? The other side. Listening to the sharp words of criticism from my past self. The elderly Shiki couldn't help being dumbfounded for a moment. Immediately, he became angry from embarrassment and completely broke his defense. Originally, he planned to warn his past self, let him not repeat the same mistakes. Now, old Shiki was angry, decided not to say anything. Ha ha ha, interesting, it's really interesting, the great pirate John laughed wantonly. Shut up, John. The middle-aged and elderly Shiki glared at Captain John at the same time. Future Shiki. The great pirate Silver Axe spoke in a deep voice. If you are really from the future, you should know what happened next. That's right. What's going on with the sea in the future? What's the result of our plan? Did Captain Rocks reach the summit in the end? The great pirate Ochaku asked 3 consecutive questions. Following the questioning of Silver Axe and Ochaku, the sound fell. The noisy sound in the field quickly subsided, all the pirates of the Rocks group silently shut up. Keep your ears open for spoilers from the future. After all, this is related to their own future fate, so they have to take it seriously. Feel the attention of the Rocks group. Old Shiki looked a little solemn. Regarding this, Ron has already said before. A look of distress appeared on the old Shiki's face. Because damn Roger and Marine Garp joined forces, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, we lost, Captain Rocks, Captain he, oh. Old Shiki sighed deeply. Advertisement the expression on the old man's face became more and more lonely and painful. It looked like he was about to burst into tears, certainly. These are all acting skills, he couldn't tell Rocks, after all. Lost in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, except for Garp and Roger's sake. Their own internal strife is also a big reason, especially him and John. He, Golden Lion, gathers the human figures in the lower ranks of the Rocks regiment. John took away all the treasures. The two of them are almost the best anti-bones in Rocks pirate. On this point, Golden Lion Shiki will never say anything. Listen to the not-too-distant future as told by old Shiki. The people of Rocks pirate couldn't help roaring to the sky. Damn Marine. Damn Roger pirates. Why do you always spoil our good things? Especially that B**************** D Roger, absolutely unforgivable. As a pirate, but working hand in hand with Marine, I don't even want face. Since we know what will happen in the future in advance, then we still have a chance to change. Let's start with the Roger pirates. Captain Rocks, issue the hunt and kill order for the Roger pirates now. Be sure to kill none of the Roger pirates, and kill them all. Rocks pirate large and small cadres are all murderous. I can't wait to find the Roger pirates on the spot, and then give the most violent revenge. I see. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, nodded calmly. From beginning to end. For the future described by Golden Lion Shiki, even if it is his own defeat and death. Rocks not only had a calm face as usual, but also had no waves in his heart, unmoved in the slightest. Because he has absolute confidence in himself. I think that even if Roger and Garp join forces, they will never win against themselves. He doesn't get angry about something that hasn't happened yet. Compared to those illusory futures, what he is more curious about now is how Ron and the old Shiki violated the law of time and returned from the future to the past. Chapter 41. Sky-splitting confrontation. Face off against the Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. Is there anything else you want to ask? Ron looked directly into the eyes of Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, calmly. Rocks grinned, but said nothing, just stepped forward calmly. Every time a step falls, the momentum of the whole body will rise by 1 point. In the end, it seems that the world will be overturned. I see, Ron nodded, got what Rocks meant, in fact. This is what he had planned to do. Bang, bass, there was a sudden explosion of crisp saber sounds and sword chant. It was followed by the sound of booming explosions. While the people of the Rocks Pirate were still basking in the shock and outrage of the future told by the old Shiki. The Overlord confrontation between Ron and Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, begins. The earth crumbles under their feet. Countless cobweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The shockwave of Ultimate's terrifying power rippled away like water waves. The pirates here couldn't help but turn pale and backed up again and again. Suddenly, what happened? Look, it's Captain Rocks and that man. Captain Rocks got into a fight with that brat named Ron. All the cadres of the Rocks regiment in the field couldn't help shouting in shock. Look at the sky. Middle-aged Whitebeard stopped drinking reminder. Next second, people raised their heads in unison. I saw a gap in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the gap gradually widened. Across the entire sky, the sky is torn apart at this moment. The sky is cracked. The confrontation between just two people actually cracked the sky. This. What level of power confrontation is this? It's really terrifying. It's only natural for Captain Rocks to have such power, but that kid named Ron, does he really have the strength to rival Captain Rocks? Advertisement, are you kidding? How could there be such a monster in this world? The cadres of the Rocks Pirate couldn't help but lose their voices in shock, their voices raised by more than 18 degrees. Watching Ron and Rocks duel between the courts. Watch the sky split because of them. All the faces showed the same ghost-like expression. An emotion called extreme shock occupies their whole body and mind. Even core executives like John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku are no exception. What a terrifying man. Silver Axe's face was serious. Not only is the armed color at its peak, but even mastered the Conqueror's winding. No wonder Kaido and Linlin are invincible. Ochaku nodded solemnly, and the sword in his hand is also an incredible treasure. John's eyes lit up, ready to move. He has two favorites in his life. One is wine. The second is treasure, no matter what kind of treasure it is. All want to be in the bag, the reason why he joined the Rocks Pirate. It is also for more efficient looting of treasures. For treasure, he was born with a keen sense of smell. So, this moment, at a glance, he smelled the unusualness of the sword in Ron's hand. The other side, that's the holy sword of broken steel. Middle-aged Shiki's pupils shrank suddenly, recognized the sword in Ron's hand. It was the legendary holy sword handed down from his hometown. There are also titles such as the Sword of the King and the Sword in the Lake. Cut iron like mud, nothing goes wrong, on quality. It must be above the 21 jobs of the big fast knife. He has always wanted to find a chance to grab it. Just haven't had time to implement it yet. I didn't expect to be caught by that kid. No, that's not right. The middle-aged Shiki suddenly turned his head, looked at the old version of himself, and guessed a certain possibility. The fact is just as he guessed. The broken steel holy sword now in Ron's hand is the gem found in the Golden Lion's treasure house. Against a mere golden lion, a good sharp knife is enough. Advertisement, but if the opponent is Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. Ordinary sharp knives are not vulnerable at all. The confrontation between the Overlords. Weapons are just as important, if only a sharp knife is in Ron's hand at this moment. So at this moment, it is even strengthened with top-level weapons. In the end, he could not escape being cut off, originally. Ron was going to take old Shiki's feet off, take his two big sharp knives, Sakura 10 and Muku, and barely deal with them first. But, when I took Robin to the Golden Lion treasure house this morning, Ron stumbled across the sword, which had been hoarded by the elderly Shiki. It is perfect for using it as a weapon. Are you still brooding over the truth I just said? The so-called Overlord of the Sea is really narrow-minded. Ron spoke lightly. Sharp-toothed boy, are you afraid? The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned. Afraid? Don't be kidding. Fighting with you is also one of the purposes of my presence here today. Ron said. In this world, no one has ever been able to retreat unscathed after provoking me. Rocks said. Since that's the case, let me set the precedent. Ron sipped. The moment the voice fell, the dazzling light of the knife and the light of the sword shone. Occupy people's attention, accompanied by rumbling heaven and earth earthquakes. The sky-shattering confrontation between Ron and Overlord Rocks came to an end. The sky was completely torn apart, a series of large cracks crisscrossed. Make the sky shatter like a mirror. Whitebeard looked up suddenly. Looking at the shattered sky, the pale golden eyes narrowed slightly. There was a sense of familiarity in my heart for no reason. Vaguely, he seemed to feel the fluctuation of his own shock fruit power. Chapter 42 Contract Overlord Rocks. Get the Ghost Conquerors. Boom. Rumble. Boom. Boom boom boom. The doomsday scene of the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing is staged here and now. Atmospheric cracks criss-crossed like cobweb cracks. The sky shattered and healed. The waves of the sea are surging in all directions. All in all because of the battle between two people. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the end is coming? Run away. Get out of this island. Damn it, I'm here to join the Rocks. How can I encounter such a thing? All over the Hive Island, the screams of the pirates came one after another, one after another. Just when many people were discussing and speculating about the vision of heaven and earth. The answer is revealed. Nani, this is because of the battle between two people. The duel between just two people shook the entire Hive Island. It even created this doomsday scene. This kind of thing, how can? Who is fighting? The answer is ready. No mistake, it's Captain Rocks. Rocks D. Zebek, Overlord of the Sea. There is no one else but him. This is the power of the Sea Overlord. The pirates all over the Hive Island and Ichinosu couldn't help being shocked beyond measure. Only, besides Rocks, the other, who is he fighting against? The earth-shattering hegemonic confrontation is still going on. Even Ron, who has integrated the power of various powers and stepped into the Imperial level. Against the Overlord of the era, Rocks, the pressure is also enormous. You must concentrate on it and muster your energy to face the stormy onslaught of the Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea. In a short time, Ron won't lose easily, but it is unpredictable in the long run. I didn't expect to be able to make Captain Rocks really serious, what a brat. Silver Axe looked moved. His strength may still be above you and me. Ochaku looked serious. HMPH, so what if it's a monster? In front of the all-out Captain Rocks, that brat won't last long, and will eventually be defeated. At that time, everything about him will belong to me. Rocks pirate. Captain John sneered again and again, this moment. The most tangled mood in the field is the old Shiki. On the one hand, advertisement he was beaten and humiliated by Ron just yesterday. At this time, I saw the former Captain Rocks suppressing Ron. Joy arises unconsciously in my heart, but on the other hand, he was also a little worried, if Ron really fell here. So is he also going to be left in this era for the rest of his life? Although this place is full of acquaintances, but it's not really safe. For the temper of these guys who have their own ghosts. Elderly Shiki knows best, he who has a lot of future information. Undoubtedly will be highly valued by the Rocks, but he knows better. Take the character of Rocks. Once you make up your mind to do something, never give up because of other people's persuasion. The plan to attack the Valley of the Gods will continue. Even with his information, it may not necessarily change anything in the end. The future is confusing and full of uncertainties. The most important thing is, although it was defeated by Ron yesterday. But old Shiki hasn't given up entirely. The family business he spent 20 years preparing is still there. Pirates from other paradises are also waiting for his call. There is still hope for the good days that have been echoed by everyone. Think here. Old Shiki gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Captain Rocks, Ron and I came here just to inform about the Valley of Gods, and help the captain change the ending. Old Shiki exclaimed, however, it is of little use. Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, is still ruthless and merciless. My future doesn't need anyone to interfere. Will my future self be defeated by Roger and Garp? What a lie. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned with confidence. The facts are already in front of you, but you are still blindly arrogant. I didn't expect the Overlord of the Sea to be an idiot. Ron sneered. Facts? What are facts? What my eyes see is the truth, everything else is lies. All I believe is myself. Rocks said firmly. Being questioned about this, I can't remain indifferent. Since you want to see the future with your own eyes, then I will send you to 36 years later, and let you see if there is still you in the future. Ron said. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, frowned. Next second, it's beyond everyone's expectations. Without warning, Overlord of the Sea, the Overlord level confrontation between Rocks and Ron came to an abrupt end. The roar that lingered between the sky and the earth subsided. The broken sky gradually healed, all restored, calm. Ron, is what you said before true? Can you really send people to the future? Advertisement Overlord of the Sea. Rocks locked on Ron aggressively. Naturally, Ron said calmly, so, what are you going to do? Asked Rocks. Ron waved. The book of contract emerges. Leave your mark of blood here, and I will guide you in the future. Ron said calmly. Good, the Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, responded on the spot. Blood splattered, sprinkled on the pages of the book. The blood contract is reached. Open black lens bracket contract Rocks D. Zebek close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtained Conqueror's Hockey close black lens bracket Ron, because the turning point is too sudden. It is too easy to achieve the goal, so much so that even Ron himself was stunned for a moment. He was going to give it a go. Fighting for serious injuries, he gave Rocks a knife and bloodletting. Never thought. Ron couldn't help but wonder at this moment whether he had been under some illusion. But, feel the new power flowing in the body, he knows. All this is not an illusion. Overlord of the Sea. Rocks all ghosts and gods conquerors. Now it is really fed back to him and acquired by him. Conqueror's Hockey, which was originally a weak item. Now it is promoted to the top in one breath, also. To Ron's slight surprise, Conqueror's power fed back from Lil Redhead. At the moment, there is actually no rejection of the Rocks Conquerors. There is no need for Ron to deliberately guide what to do. The two are perfectly blended into one, as if they were one. Same origin. To this, although Ron was confused, he didn't care too much. Between heads up, the large and small cadres of the Rocks pirate have regrouped. Listening to the teachings of Rocks, not long, alas? The pirates screamed in surprise. Chapter 43 Contract with the Overlord of the Sea. The trip to Beehive Island has come to a successful conclusion. Alas, Captain Rocks, this. What on earth do you mean by that? Why did you leave blood on that book? What is the use of doing this? All the cadres of Rocks pirate, big and small, asked questions in shock. Shut up all of them. The majestic roar of Rocks, the overlord of the sea, exploded for 9 days. In an instant, the noisy world is quiet. This is the captain's order. Under the majesty of the Rocks, all the pirates had no objection. Whitebeard, holding a naginata, was the first to run. She spilled her own blood casually, immediately left without looking back. However, it didn't take long to go out. Whitebeard stopped abruptly. Turn around. He looked at Ron in surprise. Just now. In his mind, there were some memory fragments that did not belong to him, which seemed to come from the future. Feeling Whitebeard's gaze, Ron also tilted his head. Smiling and nodding, although Whitebeard's second contract did not feed back the new power. But think of the Summit War not long after. An image of 3 Whitebeards from different eras coming together. Ron couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart. The effort of thinking, another tall figure came. That's the great pirate Ochaku. Next came the Silver Axe. There are Legion commanders who take the lead. The other small cadres gritted their teeth one after another. No more resistance. Blood contracts were left on the book of contracts one after another. Certainly, not all are honest, Rocks pirate cadres present. Many are evil, such as middle-aged Shiki, John and so on. As much as being hit by a shotgun, they feel unreliable about leaving their own blood on the mysterious contract book. Advertisement. I'm afraid that Ron will be able to use this to cast a curse on them in the future, or directly control them. So, the chicken thieves quietly exchanged the blood of their subordinates. He didn't let his blood stay on the book of contract. For their little actions, others do not know, Ron knew it well. But, he didn't care much. This moment, he is immersed in the beauty of growing stronger, unable to extricate himself. Just like the previous Luo Bai group banquet, every second, the new power spread to Ron's limbs. This taste is simply wonderful. The other side, the people who completed the contract also learned the intention of this move from Rocks. Knowing this gives them the chance to travel to the future. Everyone in the arena was stunned. This, Captain Rocks, is this really possible? Can we really go to the future? It's too unbelievable. Maybe it really works. After all, there are living examples in front of us. Aged Shiki from the future is the perfect example. What will the sea of the future look like? If it is really possible to go to the future, what should we do with our plan? Questions about the subordinates. Rocks had no way to answer. Because it was a big gamble for him, if it is true that they can go to the future as Ron said. Then the Valley of the Gods offensive plan is dispensable. As this era, the only overlord of this sea, at the same time, he also bears the blood of D. Rocks know many hidden secrets of the world, Joey Boy. Liberation fighters, sun god Nika, 800 years of prophecy. And so on. Once upon a time, when he was young, he also fantasized about becoming Joey Boy and changing the world. However, reality does not allow it. Advertisement. According to ancient prophecy, Joey Boy wouldn't have been around in his day. But decades later, he came too early. The disillusioned Rocks has since embarked on a crazy road of destruction. And ready to fundamentally subvert the world and reshuffle everything. The Valley of the Gods is the first and most important step in his plan. However, if we can go to the prophesied era, he may be able to become the real Joey Boy. As long as this can be achieved, nothing else matters. Was that before that a necessary step to travel through time and space and go to the future? The middle-aged Shiki, John and others stared at each other with surprise and astonishment on their faces. My heart is even more regretful, playing tricks and making big mistakes. If it is possible to travel to the future, it's worth the risk. Shiki, John, where are you going? Silver Axe squinted at the two of them. Gee haha, it's nothing. It seems that the blood was not enough before, I'll add some more. Middle-aged Shiki said. Me too, John nodded. After 2 hours of busy work, Master Luo, whose strength has been further improved, put away the book of contract. This trip to Hive Island 36 years ago has come to a successful conclusion. Then, I'll take a step first, and see you in the future. Ron smiled slightly. Ron, if you dare to lie to me, no matter where you flee to the ends of the earth, I will never let you go. Rocks grinned cruelly. Ron waved his hand. The space-time arbitrary door for the return journey is completed. Gee ha ha ha, Captain Rocks, everyone, then I will go back first. I will make preparations in the future, and hold a banquet to welcome. Old Shiki arched his hands. The words are not finished. Next second, his complexion changed suddenly, because the arbitrary door of time and space is about to close. No more politeness. Elderly Shiki hurriedly followed. The trip to Beehive Island has come to a successful conclusion. Chapter 44 Sabality Incident. Desperate Robin, Sea Circle Calendar 1520. About 5 kilometers above the ground, a large winter island anchored on a solid island cloud. Lord Indigo, what should we do? Shiki old Yamato, where the hell did that man go? It's been 3 days, boss. Shiki shouldn't be. All the pirates in the Fadian group were anxious like ants on a hot pan. At this time, suddenly, the entire island shook slightly. Then it broke away from the carrying capacity of the solid island cloud and floated up again. Could it be, all the members of the Fadian group were refreshed. Next second, Gia ha 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 ha, the familiar laughter that moved them to tears sounded. Little ones, lousy fat is here, elderly Shiki burst into laughter. Oh. The flying pirates headed by the clown scientist cheered in unison. However, just the next second, the smiles on the faces of the Fadian group disappeared. Because Ron is back too. Old lion, if you are still so energetic, why don't you come and practice with me? Ron smiled. Gah, golden lion Shiki stopped cooking immediately. Cough cough. Cough cough cough, time passed slowly. Another week in a blink of an eye. The wind of the age blows across the earth. The gears of fate began to turn. The end of the first half of the Grand Line. The islands of Sabaody are in chaos. Big events are going wild and happening. Half an hour ago, #1 mangrove tree in Sabaody. Population auction. Take the auction of the mermaid girl Kami as the fuse. Pirate Straw Hat Crew versus Celestial Dragons, clash. The entire Sabaody Islands are in chaos. Boom. Rumble. A light brighter than the sun blooms. Advertisement. The huge bubble mangrove marking number 24 suddenly broke under the laser light. Supernova, it's really so scary. Wearing a yellow and white striped suit, Naval Headquarters highest combat strength, Admiral Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, pouted and spoke slowly. One bite at a time, he was so scary, no wounds could be seen on his body, not even his clothes were dirty. Among the ruins at his feet, the supernovas who offer a reward of over 100 million. Fallen Marine X Drake, Hyaming Skulatmanop, Monkey Rogue, and Magician Hawkins bleed and fell to the ground. Grandpa, where have you been? Hurry up and come to number 12, Straw Hat Crew is the key point. An anxious voice came from the phone bug in Admiral Kizaru's hand. That's right, nah, Admiral Kizaru nodded slowly. Number 12 Mangrove Area. Fierce battles are also going on. Zan Momomaru, captain of the Marine Science Corps, led 2 pacifists to stop Straw Hat Crew. For the Straw Hat Crew 2 years ago, just 1 pacifist will need all of them to join forces to defeat it. 2 pacifists, plus a highly armed hockey user, are almost impossible for them. However, worse things are yet to come, accompanied by the shining of dazzling golden light. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, 2. The Straw Hat Crew that dares to touch even the Celestial Dragons is really so scary. Admiral Kizaru pouted obscenely. While speaking, he raised his foot and stepped Zoro, the second in command of the Straw Hats, under his feet. Zoro, dangerous, dangerous, Zoro is dangerous. Looking at his partner Zoro, who was trampled by Admiral Kizaru. Everyone in the Straw Hat Crew couldn't help screaming in panic at the top of their lungs. Usopp and Brook, who were near, tried their best to save. However, their attack was such that Kakuzu couldn't even touch Admiral Kizaru's clothes. Attacks without haki are all futile in front of Logia-capable users. Admiral Kizaru slowly raised his right foot. Shang Lai's laser light shone. It looks like Zoro is about to be finished, at this time. Whoosh! Boom! There was a piercing sonic boom. Reinforcements from the Straw Hat Crew arrive. The legend of the Hermit in the land of Sabaody, the right arm of One Piece, the legendary great pirate Pluton Rayleigh appears. Pluton Rayleigh, it's really scary. Nah, Admiral Kizaru turned into Amakongan's lightsaber to meet Pluton. Even with Rayleigh blocking Kizaru, the situation facing Straw Hat Crew remains dire. Their physical strength is no longer enough to support the war. Usopp, Brook, take Zoro and run, we can't beat these people, just find a way to escape now. Captain Luffy yelled the order to flee, however, Zon Taowen would not just let them leave. Advertisement watch as the pacifists' lasers are about to pierce through and seriously injure Zoro. Wait, PX1 an unusually gentle voice suddenly sounded from the battlefield. Shichibukai, the tyrant Bartholomew Bear, finally makes an appearance. If you wanted to travel, where would you like to go? Tyrant Bear took off his gloves and asked gently. There is no time to say anything, there is no time to do anything. With the palm of the Tyrant Bear's meatball, it fell. Straw Hat Swordsman Zoro disappeared without a trace. Be the first to leave the battlefield, Zoro. Straw Hat Crew's piercing yells echoed in the sky. I saw that ability just now. Once at the Thriller Bark, a girl was blown away by his ability and never appeared again. Nami's tender body couldn't stop trembling, telling the shocking fact. Hey, what did that guy do to Zoro? Where did he go? Straw Hat Luffy yelled in panic. I'm not obliged to answer you, my uncle is the most tight-lipped man in the world. Marine Science Team Leader Zamomaru had a smug look on his face. Just said a second ago that I would not tell, next moment. It is said that people who are hit by Shanggong's meatball will fly in the air for 3 days and 3 nights. As for where they will fly, only I know. The only thing that is certain is that they are no longer on this island. If they fall into the sea, then it's a dead end. Zon Taowen explained patiently, the effort between speaking. Tyrant Bear is on the move again. The big hands with meatballs rode one after another. Brook, dead with only a handful of bones, disappears, then Usopp. Sanji roared and was shot flying, and Frankie disappeared in front of Nami. Luffy. Desperate, Nami calls for help from Luffy. Snap, Nami disappears. Whoa. Chopper ate 3 Rambo balls with tears in his eyes and went into a runaway state. However, it was still easily shot. In the end, only the Captain Luffy and the archaeologist Robin are left. Stop. I told you to stop. Straw Hat Luffy knelt down on the ground in despair, screaming heart-piercingly. However, the Tyrant Bear remained unmoved, step by step approaching the final Robin. under the overwhelming momentum of the tyrant bear. Robin's body and mind were also on the verge of collapse. Her muscles were so stiff that she couldn't even move a step. He could only watch helplessly as the tyrant bear approached. Goodbye. The Shichibukai tyrant bear raised his right hand mercilessly and swung it down. However, next second, sudden change, there's a sword, from heaven. Chapter 45 Tyrant Bear, Kizaru, and Rayleigh Shock. The sword fell from the sky. The awe-inspiring sword intent separates Tyrant Bear from Robin. Boom. The earth then split open. Endless smoke and dust soared into the sky. What happened? Zan Momomaru, captain of the Marine Science Corps, was startled. His intuition told him, something terrible happened. The other side. The duel between Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh was also a stagnation. All eyes are on the center of the locked smoke. Wow. Strong winds blow away the dust from the sky. A slender figure turned its back on the Shichibukai tyrant bear. He calmly raised his right hand, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes. Mr. Ron, looking at the familiar figure in front of him. Robin felt a rumble in his head. The fear and despair born under the double oppression of Admiral Kizaru and Tyrant Bear dissipated in an instant. Unconsciously, there is infinite joy and excitement in my heart. She knows. It's all right now, as long as this man is there. As long as Ron is around, then everything is no longer a problem. Until now, Robin finally realized, same as the Straw Hat Pirates. Ron is also her son, the second son that illuminates her dark life. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Ron. Tears blurred Robin's eyes again. It's all right now, because I'm here. Ron was calm. Ron, please save. Robin. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to speak the last words, and finally exhausted, fell to the ground with his head up. Luffy. An anxious look appeared on Robin's pretty face again. Go, leave the aftermath to me, advertisement, Ron said calmly. Robin nodded obediently. He quickly trotted towards his own captain. Take Straw Hat Luffy to safety. The other side. Ron turned around abruptly. At the same time as the footsteps fell, the broken steel sword pierced on the ground, flew into the air and fell into Ron's hands. Instantly, Ultimate's powerful sword intent soars to the sky. The dark clouds in the sky disintegrated, and the sky lighted up again. Also at this time, Tyrant Bear, Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh finally got to see Ron's face. Instantly. 3. The tall body of the powerful man was shocked at the same time. Ron. A strange light flashed in Tyrant Shang's mechanical eyes. Although there was no slight expression change on the mechanical bear's face. But there was already a turbulent sea in his heart. How could he not recognize Ron as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army? Son of Revolution, the lights of the Revolution. A man born for the Revolution. These are all the names of the Revolutionary Army to Ron. Although born in a decadent aristocratic country. But his ideological realm is like a saint. 5 years ago, he put forward a comprehensive revolutionary idea in a meeting with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Many of his views, even the leader of the dragon cannot help but admire. Tyrant Bear was also one of the participants in that historic meeting. He was well aware of the ideas Ron was proposing. In the future, it will inevitably spread throughout the world with the momentum of a prairie fire. Ron's name will also become famous in the world, and the West Blue Char Kingdom under his command will also become the center of the revolution. That's how it should be. Unfortunately, fire engulfed everything. A month ago, when I learned the news of the demise of the Char Kingdom from the news, Tyrant Shang also couldn't help feeling sorry for it. Obviously he is inside the enemy. Advertisement, however, it didn't work. The tyrant Kumamoto thought that he would never be able to see the wise king who was enlightened like a saint in his life. Never thought about it. Now, it's here, in the Sabaody Islands. In this dangerous battlefield, Ron appeared. With a new attitude, as a monster, with the posture of a strong man. Reappear. For Ron's past, Tyrant Bear knew better than anyone present. He clearly knew that Ron's cultivation talent was not high. 5 years of training is just an ordinary entry level. However, right now, the aura that emanates naturally from Ron's body is so overwhelming that even as a Shichibukai, he feels tremendous pressure. It was only a short period of 1 month before and after. What happened to Ron? Tyrant Bear has too much confusion in his heart. With his time running out, he desperately wanted to know everything. But right now there's nothing to say here, not just Tyrant Bear. This moment, the moment I saw Ron, Admiral Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh were also stunned on the spot. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared on the two old faces at the same time. Admiral Kizaru aside, Pluton Rayleigh the moment he saw Ron. The whole person is stupid. In his head, countless revolving lantern fragments swept by. That's something he's been through, but it is different from the original memory. The phenomenon of quantum memory entanglement from the parallel world created by Ron occurs. Rayleigh in this timeline saw the picture of Ron messing with them in Whitebeard's banquet and learned everything that happened at that time. And most importantly, what Ron promised, the promise to take them to the future. R.O. Ron, R.O. Roger, can you really? Goodbye? Chapter 46 Dragonclaw Fist breaks the world's #1 defense. Mr. Shang, old man, what's the matter with you? Who is that man? Zon Momomaru, the captain of the Marine Science Unit wearing a red bellyband, shouted loudly. However, there was no response from Kizaru and Tyrant Bear. Seeing that the great situation has changed because of the arrival of Ron, a look of unwillingness appeared on Zon Taowen's face. In this case, let me try your depth. Stop drinking, Zon Taowen. Backhand pulled out the double-edged giant axe, knees slightly bent. The soles of the feet smashed the ground, the figure shot out suddenly. Incredibly fast, in stark contrast to the fat body. Go to hell. Zon Taowen roared, and swung the giant axe mercilessly at Ron. Come back quickly, Zon Taowen. That's not someone you can deal with. Admiral Kizaru quickly stopped drinking and reminded. However, it was still a step too late. Ron's right index finger, middle finger, ring finger and little finger are all close together. Black topmost armament hockey winding, it's like turning into a pitch black dragon claw. Dragon claw fist. Zon Taowen's swooping figure shook violently. The whole person is stranded in midair. Extreme shock, horror and disbelief appeared on his face involuntarily. His giant axe that fell with great force, at this moment, it was firmly grasped by Ron's fingers. That is attached with the sharp blade of the mighty armament hockey. Even Ron's fingers couldn't be shaken. What are you? Before Zon Taowen finished speaking, next second, all I could hear was a scalp-numbing crackling sound. A series of criss-crossing cracks appeared on the pitch-black giant axe. Finally, it exploded under Ron's dragon claw fist. Zon Taowen looked stunned in shock. It seemed that this sudden change could not be accepted. Next second, his pupils shrank again. Advertisement. Unprecedented threats of death struck. The black dragon claws pierced through the fragments of the axe blade. Then it landed on his body. Boom. Rumble. Just for a moment. Zon Taowen suddenly flew upside down, like a falling meteor. It runs through an unknown number of buildings, finally. It smashed heavily on the trunk of the huge mangrove tree. No vomit. Zon Taowen's eyes burst out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee, his mouth opened wide, panting heavily. Oh, what an amazing defensive power. Ron raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's a matter of course. Laozi's defense power is the best in the world. How could he be knocked down so easily by someone who doesn't know why? Zon Taomaru forced himself to stand up and issued an imposing declaration. However, next second. Zon Taowen's face turned pale suddenly. The eyes gradually lose focus and turn white, finally fell powerlessly to the ground. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Does Big Bear want to try it too? Ron smiled and looked at Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear. The previous move. Others do not know, he is very familiar and clear. It was the stunt dragon claw fist of the leader of their revolutionary army. And blue out of blue is better than blue. Ron is now the power of the dragon claw fist. Even above the leader dragon, in addition to skills. More important is the strength of hockey. The armament hockey shown by Ron before is undoubtedly the top level in the world. What happened in the past month or so? The tyrant Shang had a mountain of questions in his mind. Advertisement now is not a good time to ask. Since the stronger Ron decided to protect the Straw Hats, he should also retire. Think here. Tyrant Bear decisively uses the meatball fruit ability on himself. He came to Zon Taowen who was seriously injured and unconscious. Admiral Kizaru, I will take your subordinates for treatment first, and then I will hand over this battlefield to you. Tyrant Bear spoke calmly. Admiral Kizaru, if only one Rayleigh. He can also play casually, with ease. But now add an unfathomable Ron, what a fart. Just when Admiral Kizaru was thinking about running away. Rayleigh, long time no see. Ron's eyes then fell on Rayleigh. Rayleigh nodded blankly. My mind was slightly confused by the sudden flood of memories. Robin and the Straw Hat over there, can I take care of you next? Ron said. Of course, Miss Robin and Luffy will be left to me. Rayleigh came back to his senses, understood what Ron meant, and hurriedly responded. Even though he is also one of the legends, the right hand of One Piece. Now he is also a 78-year-old old man. Both physical strength and hockey are not as good as before. Facing Admiral Kizaru, who is at his peak, is already very reluctant. The previous battle is over. His consumption is not small, but Kizaru is still relaxed. Now that Ron is willing to take over, Rayleigh couldn't be happier. Your Excellency Ron, leave the little girl and Luffy to me. You can let go and fight as much as you want. Rayleigh swore. Ron nodded calmly, and then his eyes fell on Admiral Kizaru not far away. The first test of strength battle is with the old Golden Lion. The opponent of this second period, Ron had already decided to. Just use the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters to test the results of two time travels. Chapter 47 Ron vs Kizaru. Cut off the clouds in the sky. Hard anti-light speed kick. Admiral Kizaru, you won't say no to a one-on-one match. Ron looked at Kizaru and spoke calmly. The young people these days are really scary, nah. Admiral Kizaru pouted and whispered lewdly. Amazono's lightsaber condensed again. Represents his choice. If Ron and Rayleigh don't talk about the siege of Wood, he must turn around and run away immediately, but if it's just one of them, then he won't back down either, more or less have to fight a game. That's the best way to go back and do business, then it's not too late, let's get started. Ron spoke lightly. The moment the voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Next second, only a proper sound was heard. It's like the ringing of Huang Zhang Dalu. Deafening. Deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This is the collision of Ron's broken steel holy sword and Admiral Kizaru's Amazona lightsaber. Boom. Rumble. The earth exploded beneath their feet. The violent force shock storm spread to all directions. As expected of Admiral, Ron said, "You're not simple either." Admiral Kizaru looked solemn. Ron grinned, did not speak again. Communicate directly with the sword in your hand. Legend has it that the sword of the king made by the elves opens and closes. With an indomitable momentum, he slashed at Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru frowned sharply. Obviously there are no fancy moves. It's just an ordinary swing of the sword, chopping horizontally and vertically. But it gave him an indescribable feeling. There's no way back. There is no way to avoid it, can only face it head on. Could it be? Admiral Kizaru's pupils contracted suddenly. A possibility came to mind. It's a simple trick. It doesn't mean that Ron doesn't understand kendo. Quite the opposite. It is a manifestation of his kendo has reached its pinnacle. Back to basics, even if it's just a random slash. It also contains the true meaning of swordsmanship. Is this kid's swordsmanship level comparable to that of Hawkeye? How did he do it? Shock was written all over Admiral Kizaru's wretched old face. Advertisement, it's not good to lose your mind while fighting me. Ron spoke calmly. Between stature rotation, drive the muscle strength of the whole body. Cut out a blow that dominates the world. Click. Accompanied by an overwhelmed clicking sound. Admiral Kizaru's Amakongan lightsaber condensed with high-density photons broke at the sound. Then his body and the small half of Sabaodi's islands were split apart. Under Ron's sword, Sabaodi's islands were cut open a gap. Starting from number 12 Mangrove, to the southeast coast. A deep gully slowly emerged. The seawater kept rushing and pouring backwards. Did you win? Robin clenched his fists nervously. No, not yet. Rayleigh shook his head. After all, the opponent is also Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine. Next second, I saw the dazzling golden light shining. Countless light particles condense. A passage of light is built between the giant mangrove tree and the various buildings. Yada mirror. Flash another stunt by Admiral Kizaru. Elementalized, he keeps flashing and shifting along the passage of light. To the end, all over the mountains and plains, the sky is covered with shadows of light. Even observation hockey, it is also impossible to capture its true body. For Admiral Kizaru's blindfold, Ron's face was always composed. The broken steel sword pierced the ground with both hands on the hilt. Awaiting Admiral Kizaru's attack. See, Kizaru wasted no more time. Showing off his fangs, speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Admiral Kizaru's slightly obscene voice rang in Ron's ear. The moment the voice fell, Admiral Kizaru's right leg shines. Kicked Ron at nearly the speed of light, even a master of Grandmaster observation hockey. Able to sense Kizaru's movements, but it can't dodge effectively. Because the speed of this blow is too fast, however. From beginning to end, facing Admiral Kizaru's light-speed kick stunt. Ron never thought of dodging. Just stand there, do not dodge or avoid. Advertisement resist Admiral's light-speed kick with flesh and blood. Boom. The dull sound of physical collision exploded for 9 days. Rumble. The land of the island, which was already riddled with holes, was further shattered. The shockwave of Ultimate's terrifying power spreads in all directions. The huge mangrove trees hundreds of meters high are all crumbling. The roots broke through the ground and were almost uprooted by the impact. As for the buildings on several nearby mangrove islands, it even collapsed in pieces under the impact of this blow. What the hell is this shock? It came from the direction Straw Hat Crew escaped from. What happened over there? Could it be the aftermath of the Straw Hat Crew battle? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere Straw Hat cause such a terrifying confrontation? Red Tree number 16, the Kid Group and the Heart Group, which were affected by the aftermath of the battle, couldn't help being shocked, horrified, and shouted out loud. It's not good, it's so scary from such a distance. If you encounter it head-on, you will definitely die. Captain, run away. Heart Pirate's pet, Beppo, yelled in circles. That light, is one of them Admiral Kizaru? Trafalgar Law narrowed his eyes slightly. The question now is who is on the other side of the fight with Admiral. Kid gritted his teeth. On this island, the only one who can confront Admiral head-on is that legend. Killer Kira murmured in shock. No, not Pluton Rayleigh. Trafalgar Law and Kid agree to deny it. That's another unknown existence. 13th Red Tree. A lonely little bar on a lonely hill. Shocky's ripped off bar. What happened? What's the current battle situation? Little Monkey and the others. No, 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 Lao Lei has already supported them. It will be safe and sound. Shaki, the charming bar proprietress, whispered to herself. Frowning, worried, heavy heart, kilometers above the ground. Gia ha 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 ha, it seems that the yellow monkey in Marine is going to be unlucky today. Golden Lion Shiki laughed gleefully, next second. Suddenly, Golden Lion's laughter stopped abruptly. He realized a problem. Now Ron goes to war with Kizaru. It's already impossible to take care of him. By the way, what am I still doing here? Thinking of this, Golden Lion Shiki decisively soared into the sky and slipped away on the spot. Gia ha ha ha, from now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly, lousy is free. Chapter 48 Chase with Admiral Kizaru's ***, Sabaody Islands. Number 12 Mangrove Island. The endless smoke and dust dissipated with the wind. The shaking of the entire island gradually subsided. The dilapidated battlefield center. Admiral Kizaru remained motionless while kicking with one foot. The wretched old face was full of shock, horror and disbelief. He didn't hold back half a point of the previous lightspeed kick. Go all out and show no mercy, under the blessing of speed. This kick is enough to kick a mountain. But, Ron, who received his lightspeed kick from the front with flesh and blood, just took a step back. A blow that was enough to kick a mountain peak, but even a mere person couldn't be kicked away. It didn't even hurt him even a little bit. What kind of monster body is this? Even Big Mom, who was born with a steel balloon, might not be able to do it. Admiral Kizaru only felt that the world view was about to collapse. What the hell? Your move is over, it's my turn. Ron grinned. Just when Admiral Kizaru was shocked and lost his mind. Ron's right hand reached out like lightning, grabbing Admiral Kizaru's calf. Admiral Kizaru suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. A strong sense of threat came to my heart, hastily retreated with elementalization for the first time. However, it was a failure, under Ron's big men with top-level armed colors. His body has already been grasped. Next second, Admiral Kizaru felt dizzy for a while. While Ron jumped up, holding Kizaru's right hand, he swung the big windmill. The speed is extremely fast, if it is an ordinary person. I'm afraid even the brains have to be shaken, the blood vessels will be burst by the impact. But Admiral deserves to be Admiral, as the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Even under unspeakable pressure, Admiral Kizaru was still able to stay awake. And organize a strong counterattack. The right foot was caught. He also has a left foot. Dazzling laser gold lights shone on the soles of his feet. Kicked Ron's bear with explosive force. Boom, rumble. A terrifying big bang sounded out. Advertisement amazing light and heat bloom in the sky. Occupy people's attention. Make everything invisible. What kind of monster are you? Admiral Kizaru's almost broken cry came from the endless explosion flames. Next second. Whoosh, boom, a piercing sonic boom followed. Like a meteor falling. Ron grabbed the spinning Admiral Kizaru and landed with a crash. He slammed it to the ground without mercy, this time. Mangrove Island number 12 still couldn't handle it after all. In the roar of the sky collapsing and the ground collapsing. The earth with a radius of several kilometers sank into the sea. Only a few small landmasses remain. Give people on the battlefield a place to stay. Continue. Ron looked up and smiled at Admiral who was in midair. This moment, Admiral Kizaru was finally no longer unscathed and his clothes were slightly dirty. He encountered the biggest Waterloo in his life. The entire left arm was twisted in an unnatural posture. I don't know how many ribs were broken. There was blood all over his body. After all, he is not as invincible as Ron, under the thump of force that shattered the island. It's impossible to be unscathed, that Admiral Kizaru, is this Mr. Ron's true strength? Robin whispered softly, his pretty face was full of excitement and admiration. As expected of a man who can even control the power of time and space, Miss Robin, let's get out of here first. The outcome of this battle has been decided, and there is no need for this old man to intervene. Rayleigh spoke quietly. Robin nodded and followed Rayleigh away from this dangerous battlefield. Next moment. At the end of the war, restart. This is where the fight goes. Admiral Kizaru also got angry, determined to save some face. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Admiral Kizaru unleashes his ult with one hand. Laser golden light is overwhelming, densely packed. Shot towards Ron, triggering a series of big explosions in the surging sea of the island. In Admiral Kizaru's opinion, just sink the remaining footholds. Ron would have no place to stand, will be beaten by his AoE big move. No matter how pervert the body is, advertisement it must also have its tolerance limit. Just keep bombing. The damage will continue to accumulate, eventually forming a qualitative change and bursting out in one breath. Admiral Kizaru's imagination is wonderful, only. What he doesn't know is, Ron has long been a human being that cannot be deduced by common sense. All the footholds were sunk. This is simply not going to happen. For Ron, who has fluttering flying ability, the world is his foothold. Now, face Admiral Kizaru's laser AoE. Ron closed his eyes directly. Start to test your knowledge. Feed on the surging sea. Like walking on the ground, there is no sign of sinking at all. Watching this scene, Admiral Kizaru couldn't help being dumbfounded again. What's the matter? Is this over? Looking at the 8-foot Chongguyu who stopped suddenly, Ron couldn't help but smile and ask back. If it's over for you, then it's my turn again. The voice fell. Ron soared into the sky. This time, Admiral Kizaru is no longer lagging behind. Elementalized escape without hesitation in advance. This battle, there is simply no way to fight, by now. Admiral Kizaru is no longer looking to save face. If you can just escape like this, you will be considered a success. Yellow monkey, where are you running? Ron was at full throttle, chasing after Admiral Kizaru's ***. The battlefields of the two spread all over the islands of Sabaody. The earth and the sky shook together, the atmosphere breaks and heals. A golden light shining brighter than the sun in the sky. The terrified people on the ground couldn't open their eyes. Sabaody islands all over the place. Huge mangroves continued to break and collapse under people's horrified eyes. These scenes seemed to be destroying the world. Run away. Monsters are coming to this island. I can't stay here any longer. If you don't leave, everyone will die. The entire Sabaody Islands fell into unprecedented chaos. Chapter 49 Kizaru fled. Meet the Tyrant Bear, Ron and Kizaru. The earth-shattering air battle begins. Dazzling light shines on the sky and the earth. A terrifying impact shattered the clouds. The aftermath of the power that was accidentally dissipated caused the islands of Sabaody to be riddled with holes. The duel between Zhang and Huang lasted for an entire hour. Finally, the battle is over. The terrifying aura that permeated the world disappeared. Heaven and earth restore peace and harmony, as if nothing happened. However, if someone can look down at Sabaody from a height, it will be a shocking discovery. This island composed of 79 mangrove trees is already dilapidated. The original number 12 mangrove tree, the number 1 mangrove area where the human auction site is located, the number 8 island where traffickers gather, etc. have disappeared in the fierce battle between Ron and Admiral Kizaru. The land supported by tree roots has now been replaced and filled by raging seawater. I didn't expect that Kizaru seems to be a little heavier this time. Standing on the sky, Ron looked at the golden figure that disappeared into the sky, with a slightly strange expression on his face. But forget it, it's still Admiral, anyway, I can't die. Didn't care about Admiral Kizaru anymore. Ron looked around. The floating sky island that was supposed to be near Sabaody has disappeared without a trace. That old lion dared to run away. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he didn't care too much. Anyway, there is no escape. As long as it is still above this sea, always meet again. By contrast, Ron has more important things to do next. Condescending. Ron's gaze swept over the broken Sabaody ground. Looked at the rip-off bar on the 13th mangrove. Finally, it landed on the number 18 mangrove tree not far away. Bear, long time no see. Ron smiled slightly. This is not a place to talk, follow me. Shichibukai Tyrant Bear gentle opening. The Paramecia meatball fruit ability is activated. Teleport yourself and Ron to the secret base. There was another long silence. Tyrant Bear just looked at Ron calmly, without saying a word. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have honey on my face. Ron joked, smiling. Chapter 12, Article 7 of the Revolutionary Code. Tyrant Bear finally spoke. Advertisement. Ron didn't hesitate at all. He answered without thinking. Chapter 8, Article 19 inches. Tyrant Bear asked again. Ron still didn't think about it. Several times in a row, not a word, word for word. This is also natural, because this was originally the idea put forward by Ron. Added to the code by the boss dragon, for all revolutionary soldiers to read it every day. Is that enough proof? Ron asked back. Tyrant Bear nodded. The whole bear is deeply immersed in the shocking emotion and cannot extricate itself. Via previous Q&A, he was convinced. The person in front of him is undoubtedly Ron himself. It's not someone else's fake, but what followed was an even greater shock. In his impression, Ron's intellectual height is unmatched. But the strength and cultivation talent are average. However, before and after, but less than a month. Today's Ron has been able to compete, and even suppress Marine's highest combat power, Admiral. This is simply a fantasy. Now it is a reality, in just 1 month's time. Ron has become one of the world's top combat powers. Standing at the top of the pyramid of the strong. What exactly happened in this? Shang, you must be very curious. What happened to me? Why did my strength improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time? Before the Tyrant Bear could ask, Ron took the initiative to speak. In the end, what happened? Tyrant Bear nodded seriously. 1 month ago, the Char Kingdom fell, and I signed a contract with the gods, and obtained the power to change everything. Ron spoke quietly. Serious flicker. God. Tyrant Bear couldn't help but gasp. He was already bluffed by Ron's remarks, for a long time. Advertisement. Ron, the power you have gained, how will it affect you? Tyrant Bear asked with concern. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Ron said calmly. Ron was relaxed and free. Tyrant Bear couldn't really just ignore it. The world is balanced. Paying is rewarding. Everything in the world has a price set in the dark. To obtain the current power, Ron must have paid a huge price that they didn't know. It is even very possible to exchange life for strength. Think here. Tyrant Bear couldn't help but feel worried. Want to do something for Ron, but there is no way to start. After all, it was a contract from the God, even the meatball ability that can even hurt. The God contract cannot be popped up either. Don't talk about me, but you, Shang, have you encountered any problems recently? Asked Ron. He is a time traveler. The next encounter with Tyrant Bear is clearest. Nothing. Tyrant Bear shook his head. Don't hold on to anything alone. I'm here now. You don't need to compromise with anyone. Just follow your own will. Ron said calmly and confidently. Well, I will. With your words, it is really reliable. Tyrant Bear nodded. Also, I'll leave it to you to get in touch with Long. I still have some things to deal with. Ron said. I see. Tyrant Bear nodded. Then see you next time. Ron waved his hand and walked away, until watching Ron go away. Then Tyrant Bear looked away. Take a special one-line phone bug from the hidden compartment of the base. After a long wait, finally, the phone bug connects. Bear, what's the matter? The voice of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, came from the other end of the phone bug. Chapter 50 The Inspiration of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, Naval Headquarters Big Shock. Baltigo, the island of white clay. This is the headquarters of the mysterious Revolutionary Army. Between the yellow sand flying all over the sky, the magnificent base city stands. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, hung up the phone call from afar. His deep eyes looked at the vast sky. There was an involuntary arc on his face. Now I finally understand why the world government is so eager to act, because it is a real, God's envoy. The whisper of Long Yu, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I'm afraid that the person behind the world government is also aware of this, so they want to act early, but they don't know that this behavior has accelerated the process of history. The government's overthrow is not far away. Thinking of this, he has always been wise, leading the dragon like a machine, with a rare look of excitement on his face. Mr. Long, do you have anything to order? Revolutionary Army Base Intelligence Control Officer Terry arrives. Contact Sabo, let them go to the islands of Sabadi, there are people waiting for them. The leader Longdao. Yes, at the same time. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Friar at the moment. 2 hours ago. The news that Celestial Dragon's Roswald's family was beaten by the pirate Straw Hat crew was sent back to the headquarters, which caused an uproar in the entire naval headquarters. After. No surprises. Admiral Kizaru, the marine with the highest combat power in the idle headquarters, strikes. Up to Marine Marshal Sengoku, down to normal marine minions. Everyone thinks it's stable. There is Admiral Kizaru in the shot. Not to mention the Straw Hat crew, even if all the pirates on the island add up. That is also something that is within reach, however. What happened next was far beyond Marine's expectations. This moment, headquarters building, Marshal's office. Marine Marshal Sengoku frowned. For a legend of a bygone era, Pluton Rayleigh makes an appearance. Marshal Sengoku was not much of a surprise, and don't worry too much. Even Pluton Rayleigh. Advertisement after all, he is already an old guy. Sengoku doesn't think Admiral Kizaru will lose, only. Damn it, who is that mysterious strong man? Is there no information yet? Sengoku couldn't help but gritted his teeth and scolded. Yes. Marshal Sengoku. The battle between Paluzolino Admiral and that man is in the sky, and the speed is too fast for the camera to follow. The green-haired Commodore Brandon said tremblingly. Calm down, we'll know when Kizaru comes back, that guy won't come back. Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. Well, Marshal Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Not long. Kizaru Admiral is back, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The return of Admiral Kizaru shocked the entire naval headquarters. And, when seeing Admiral Kizaru's scarred, ragged, and distressed image, the sailors in the entire naval headquarters were shocked beyond measure. In their impression, no matter what kind of task it was in the past, Admiral Kizaru is always at his fingertips. Every time at most, the clothes are slightly dirty. Never had any injuries, however, today is different. One of their Marines' highest combat power, Admiral Kizaru, was injured. And definitely not a minor injury. Who did it? The shock and uproar of the sailors reached the sky. Quickly, Admiral Kizaru came to the marshal's office. Cough cough. Kizaru coughed and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Perusolino, what happened? Who hurt you so badly? Marshal Sengoku kept asking, looking at Kizaru's miserable state at the moment. The bottom of my heart is also occupied by shocking emotions. Others do not know, but he couldn't be more clear. With Admiral Kizaru's slippery nature and fruit ability, even if you can't beat the opponent, running is always easy. However, advertisement, Mr. Sengoku, I really did my best this time. Admiral Kizaru talked about what happened not long ago while selling miserably. Listen to Kizaru's narration. Marshal Sengoku's face grew darker. It's been a lot of trouble lately. Straw Hat crew is doing trouble one after another. There is no clue about the killing of gods in Mogu Town and other places. The flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who has been hiding for 20 years, is about to move. The most important thing is, just a few hours ago, before the big event of Sabadi happened, they have announced that big event to the world. 10 days later, at Naval Headquarters Marineford. Public execution of Firefist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team. The news is out. It's too late to withdraw now, at this juncture. Sabadi, who thought he could catch it, had a new situation. Marshal Sengoku felt an ominous premonition for no reason. The mountain rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. He seemed to have a premonition that an unprecedented storm was about to hit. Mr. Sengoku, I've finished talking. If there's nothing else, I'll deal with the wound next. Admiral Kizaru said. While talking, he also pretended to cough a few times. Go. Marshal Sengoku waved his hands irritably. Sengoku, let's put aside the matter of Sabodi's islands for now. Now we have more important things. The great staff officer, Vice Admiral, he said quietly. You're right. The top priority is to prepare for an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath. The strongest man in the world, He will never stand by and remain indifferent to his partner being publicly executed. Tap. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor of the headquarters building. Marshal Sengoku, the green-haired Commodore Brandon came to the marshal's office, yelling anxiously and panically. What happened again? Marshal Sengoku frowned. The big thing is bad, Marshal. Just now, news came from the frigate of Celestial Dragons. In today's incident, the Celestial Dragons who were injured by the Straw Hat crew. The 3 members of the Roswald Saint family disappeared out of thin air. The green-haired Commodore Brandon yelled in horror. What did you say? Chapter 51 announcement of a big event on the top. The world shakes. Sabaody Islands. 13th Red Tree. Shoki's ripped-off bar. In a dark bar, the legendary great pirate Pluton Rayleigh sat on the bar counter, drinking in silence, calming down the complicated emotions in his heart. Squeak. The back door of the bar opens. Over half a century old and still charming, Shaki, the Kandan lady, walked into the bar. What's going on with Luffy? Rayleigh asked. The injury is not very serious. With Little Monkey's physique, it won't take long to recover. It's just. Shaki frowned slightly. Old Lay, what happened? Why are there only Little Monkey and Robin, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew? They were sent away by the Shichibukai Tyrant Bear. Rayleigh said. Not long ago, shortly before Ron showed up. Tyrant Bear once intervened in his duel with Kizaru. And leaning close to his ear, whispered some secrets. Nani? Shichibukai Tyrant Bear. Send. What the hell does this mean? Shaki had a puzzled look on his face. I can't tell you the details, but that Tyrant Bear doesn't seem to have any malice towards Straw Hat crew. He just shot everyone in Straw Hat crew away to save them. After all, in that situation, even I can't keep them all if that person can come earlier. Rayleigh shook his head. Who is that person? A strong man who can match or even surpass Marine's highest combat power, Admiral, should not be unknown. Shaki looked at Rayleigh and asked solemnly. His name is Ron, a time traveler. Rayleigh replied. Time and space? Traveler? Shaki froze. There is an expression on your face as if you were making me laugh. I'm not joking, although I don't know it too well. Just now, some memories suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps it is the recovery of the memories that were sealed 24 years ago. A bewildered look appeared on Rayleigh's face. Ron had a banquet with us in Whitebeard on that island 24 years ago, and he predicted to us a big event in the future. By the way, see Circle Calendar 1520, this year. Advertisement, what big event? Could it be today's Sabaody event? Shaki said. No, Rayleigh shook his head. It's an all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines. Rayleigh said seriously. The absurdity on Shaki's face was even worse. Old Lay, what are you talking about? The war between Whitebeard and Marine? Why did Whitebeard go to war with Marine? What good is it for them? How could such a thing happen? Shaki had just finished speaking, without waiting for Rayleigh to speak. Next second, Didi, an emergency contact report came from the small black room. Shaki turned on the fax phone bug. Quickly. A copy of the latest news intelligence material that has not yet been released was printed out. Wait to see what the intel says. Shaki's eyes suddenly widened to the limit, and his mouth also opened wide. There was a shocking expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Rayleigh asked. Old Lay, you really hit the spot, Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are about to start a full-scale war with Marine. 10 days later, Naval Headquarters Marineford. To Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, public execution. As soon as the news came out, all over the world, the Grand Line Paradise and the New World are all amazing. Hey, is it true or not? Publicly executed Whitebeard's Fire Fist Ace, and even published the news with great fanfare. What the hell is Marine thinking? Are they? Marine trying to provoke that man, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, who is as powerful as ghosts and gods? Advertisement, no, this is not a provocation, this is an open and above-board declaration of war. Marine is finally going to attack the Emperor who rules the sea, times will change dramatically. But the question now is, will Whitebeard really go? To take the risk of going to war with Marine for a mere 2nd Division captain? What nonsense are you talking about? You will definitely go, everyone on the Whitebeard ship is his son. In this world, how can anyone watch their son being publicly executed and remain indifferent? If that's the case, it would be great, this battle, if Marine wins, how exciting it will be. Interesting, really interesting, this news is simply the best appetizer. 10 more days? I can't wait to know the outcome of that monster Whitebeard's all-out war with Marine. This must be the biggest event of this era, all around the world. Country, city, town, village, ordinary civilians and even beggars. Kings and nobles of all countries, heads of major powers. Countless people are looking forward to and discussing it. New World. The undercurrent gradually surge. The land of love and passion and toys, Dressrosa. Furfur, Whitebeard's all-out war with Marine, it's really exciting, I can't wait to see it. In Wangdong Heights, Shichibukai Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, wearing a flamingo coat, covered his forehead with his right hand and laughed wantonly. This sea has been calm for too long. The era of Whitebeard has lasted too long. This war will completely change the current situation. The era of old Whitebeard is over. Dover, you mean Whitebeard? Is that strong and monster Whitebeard going to lose? The sticky and disgusting snot-nosed man Toribal screamed, with a look of horror on his face. Four Emperors Whitebeard, the great Poseidon of two eras, the leader of the era after One Piece Roger, the strongest man in the world, no matter which one is a famous name, but Doflamingo changed the subject. No matter how strong Whitebeard is, he is nothing more than the overlord occupying a corner of the sea. The real behemoth is always the world government. The world government is the only overlord of the sea that has dominated this sea for 800 years. Chapter 52 Whitebeard Challenges, Hazy Memory, New World. Sphinx. This was originally one of the thousands of ordinary islands in the New World. Poverty, backwardness, chaos, filth, blood, crime. However, this phenomenon changed decades ago. This ordinary island came out of a world-famous existence. His name is Edward Newgate, the world calls it Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, this moment, the calm coast of the Sphinx. The gigantic smiling whaleboat moored quietly, deck. At that time, the 72-year-old emperor of the sea. World's strongest man Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat silently. An unspeakable oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire ship. Just a few minutes ago, this deck was full of people laughing and laughing. However, because of the arrival of a message, everything changed. A week later, the public execution of Firefist Ace at Naval Headquarters. When the intelligence team announced the news to all Whitebeard members, the deck of the huge whale ship fell into a state of absolute silence. There was no sound, and a needle could be heard. After a long silence, clatter, the calm sea suddenly set off huge waves. The cloudless sky was suddenly overcast, all in all. Just because of a man's mood changes, that is the world's strongest man is angry. Damn it, Ace. Ace was actually killed by Marine. Damn Marine, actually. The captains, headed by the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco, also had red eyes with anger, and couldn't help roaring up to the sky. D Marine, how dare you publicly execute Ace? Marine is provoking us Whitebeard pirates? Definitely let them know the price of messing with our Whitebeard pirates. We are the Whitebeard pirates, definitely rescue Captain Ace. Let the Marine who provoked this war know the consequences of provoking us. Captain Ace, we, the Whitebeard pirates, will save you. The roars of the white group of pirates full of fighting spirit and anger were earth-shattering. It caused violent waves to appear in the sea. Cool la 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 la. Advertisement Whitebeard's resonant laugh echoed through the air, full of hockey. Marine, you started this war first. Since you want to play, Lousy will naturally accompany you to the end. Little ones, get ready, the war is about to begin. Oh, the Whitebeard pirates are united as one. Fearlessly accept Marine's invitation to war, certainly. Anger is anger, as one of the emperors who rule the sea. The Whitebeard pirates are by no means brainless. This time an all-out war with Marine, they must also be fully prepared. A war council was called immediately, headed by Captain Whitebeard. The various policies and necessary preparations for the war were determined. After the meeting, the 14 captains headed by Marco moved quickly. The intelligence and liaison department's telephone worms came and went, one after another. Just half an hour. Father, Schoolyard, Doma, Makugai, Little Oz. The captains of the 43 affiliated regiments have all been contacted. Marco reported. Everyone has responded positively to Dad's call, and they are all on their way now. Joe spoke excitedly. There are also coding craftsmen who are already in place. Foil Vista Road. Cool la 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 la, little ones, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Whitebeard gave the order to set sail. Whale ship Moby D*K. Set sail. The Whitebeard pirates are in high spirits. Crush all storms with invincible momentum. Father, there's a saying, I don't know if I should say it or not. Suddenly, Marco of the first team frowned. There is nothing inappropriate to say. Whitebeard said. Then I'll say it. To be honest, when I heard that Ace was captured and Marine declared war on us, I wasn't that shocked. It's like, I knew it a long time ago. Marco's face was full of confusion and entanglement. As soon as the words came out, the nearby Chaozi, Bista, Yizang and others suddenly became uneasy. Well, Marco, are you too? To be honest, I feel the same way. This, do you all have it? I thought it was my illusion. What exactly is going on? All the captains of the Baitwan couldn't help being stunned. Cool la 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 la, maybe there will be some unexpected and interesting developments in this war. Whitebeard laughed. Advertisement he felt the same way. Not just Whitebeard, for this sudden summit war. The red-haired Shanks of 4 emperors, who is also the emperor of the sea, was also shocked. Shanks, what's wrong with you? Red-hair pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman raised an eyebrow. Ahahaha, it's okay, I just suddenly thought of something from the past. The first half of the Grand Line. A floating sky island that sinks at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Gia ha 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 ha, Golden Lion Shiki's laughter echoed beneath the sky. Marine declared war on Whitebeard. Funny, really funny, poor Marine, they have no idea what terrible things are going to happen next. At this time, Marine doesn't know, but you know. A voice with a touch of sarcasm suddenly sounded. Ever since. The smile on Golden Lion Shiki's old face stopped abruptly. He turned his head mechanically. A familiar door slowly opened. Followed by Ron's familiar smiling face, immediately. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but turn green. Old Lion, you actually sneaked away while I was out, how brave you are. Ron grinned. Don't Don't talk stupidly, I'm not your subordinate, sending you to Sabaody is the best of humanity. Golden Lion Shiki is stern and introverted, with a stubborn and strong face. Oh, Ron narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately. Golden Lion's tall body trembled. Forget it, record the matter about your sneaking away first, and besides. Ron casually pointed aside. Golden Lion Shiki's pupils shrank suddenly. Celestial dragons. These 3 pigs are stored with you for the time being, you should pay attention, as long as they don't get killed, I will notify you to pick them up soon. Leave this sentence, no matter what the Golden Lion said. Ron turned straight, walked into any door, and disappeared. The Golden Lion was left alone in the wind. Chapter 53, bringing Rayleigh into the Battle of Ghost Island and witnessing the awakening of the Sun God. The sun was setting. Dusk fell. Hours had passed since Ron's fight with Admiral Kizaru. The chaotic islands of Sabaody gradually returned to calm. Number 13 Mangrove Island. Shaki's ripped-off bar. The atmosphere was heavy. The white-haired and stylish old man Pluton Rayleigh sat silently against the bar counter, frowning, trying to sort out the memories that suddenly appeared in his mind. On the sofa booth, Heichongzi Yuji Robin hugged her knees with both hands, huddled helplessly in the corner, her pretty face was full of sadness. The bar proprietress, Shaki, looked at Rayleigh, then at Robin, and couldn't help but sigh. Old Lay, little Robin, the person you were waiting for may be temporarily busy. Shaki's words had just come out of his mouth, but hadn't finished yet. Next second, jingle bell, the crisp doorbell rang. Represents the arrival of guests. Sorry, the shop is closed today. Shaki quickly blocked the door, for fear of being found inside Rayleigh and Robin. Hey, the guests are here, there is no reason to rush out, besides, today I am not only here to drink, but also to find someone. Ron smiled. Shaki's heart skipped a beat. Naturally intelligent, she thought of a possibility. Next moment, a gust of fragrant wind hits the face. I don't know when. Robin, who was huddled in the corner of the sofa, got up. He strode forward and threw himself into Ron's arms. At the same time, Rayleigh at the bar also got up abruptly. There was an unprecedented light in the old eyes. Ron, you're finally here, Rayleigh said excitedly. Sorry, I have some things to deal with, and I was delayed for a while on the way. As Ron spoke, his big hands stroked and comforted Robin's black hair in his arms. It's fine, not only you, but also your partners are all fine, I've already checked with Tyrant Bear. Real? Hearing Ron's words, the eyes of the autistic Robin regained their brilliance. I had some friendship with Shang before, so there is nothing wrong with it. The reason why he shot your friends away before was only out of judgment of the situation. Ron nodded and continued. Think about it carefully. At that time, I hadn't arrived yet. Rayleigh was blocked by Admiral. Marine's reinforcements were still gathering. If he didn't show up to send you away, in your state at that time, you would never be spared. Difficult possibility. Robin pursed his lips slightly. Advertisement she lost her composure before, her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think. Now calm down, plus Ron's hint, Robin also reacted and felt that it was true. So, my partner, Nami, where were they sent? Robin asked. I already know the location. Anyway, it's no problem. It's better to say that it's an opportunity for your partner. I'll tell you later. Now you need to rest. Ron said seriously. He has a strong sense of knowledge and color perception. From the very first moment I saw Robin, I had already grasped her physical state. Although the body was not seriously injured, the mental fatigue was serious. She was supposed to rest in the room Shaki had arranged for her. But think of Ron still fighting. Robin couldn't rest assured anyway. After confirming that Captain Luffy's condition is stable. So he hurried to the bar on the ground and waited for Ron. Now, under Ron's reminder, Robin's mental fatigue suddenly broke out. The delicate body staggered and almost fell. Ron said nothing. Hold it straight up. Shaki pressed the button. The passage leading to the underground space of Shaoshanbao opened. R.O. Rayleigh wants to stay. Before he could speak, he was stopped by Shaki. Let Ron settle down little Robin first, there's still plenty of time after that. Shaki said. Heard the words. Rayleigh had no choice but to temporarily suppress the urgency in his heart and continue to wait patiently. Never thought about it. This wait was another full 6 hours. Morning hours. Pat, the underground passage door opened. Ron walked out slowly, faced with a desperate Rayleigh. Young people are full of energy. Shaki looked at Ron with a half smile. Hee. Ron grinned awkwardly. Original, after sending Robin to the room prepared by Shaki. He got up and prepared to leave. Advertisement, however. Looking at Robin, who was completely opposite to her usual image of a dark-bellied and powerful sister, holding him with a pitiful face. Ron really couldn't do it and just left. I had to try my best to sleep it. This was finally able to escape. Give. Shaki delivered the prepared cocktail to Ron. Ron took it, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Old Lay said that you were a time traveler. You went to find them more than 20 years ago, and even spoiled the big event of this year to them. Is this true? Shaki didn't beat around the bush, but asked straightforwardly. Yes. Ron nodded, acknowledging straightforwardly. Rayleigh for this timeline would recognize himself. He was not so surprised. Guess it may be the impact of the opening of the timeline. People from different timelines share memories. Sure enough, that's not my illusion. Rayleigh's eyes, who had been there for a long time, suddenly became brighter than ever before. Then Ron, is it true what you promised us to bring us from the past to this era? I really can see my partner again. See Luo, Roger? At the end, Rayleigh's eyes were slightly red and his voice was choked up. Can I see my former partners again in this era, and meet my best friend Roger who has lived and died together? This is what Rayleigh has been thinking about and worrying about today. Of course, this is my promise to you, Ron nodded confidently. Ha ha. Excited, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing out loud. Bringing people from the past to the future, this kind of thing. Shaki was already stunned from shock, only. Ron changed the subject. Then, Rayleigh's smile couldn't help but froze. Before then, I still have a place to go, Ron said. Where? Rayleigh asked. 2 years later, Wanokuni, the island of ghosts. Ron grinned. Wanokuni? Rayleigh froze, confused. How about it, Rayleigh, are you interested in going with me 2 years later to witness the awakening of your disciple, the sun god Nika? Chapter 54. 2 years after Pluto and Rayleigh joined the war on Ghost Island. See Circle Calendar 1522. Wanokuni, Island of Ghosts. Fire Festival Night. The Triple Alliance of Pirates, Samurai, and Fur Tribes, the 4 Emperor's Beasts, and the Big Mom Alliance are all at war. This grand war, which will be called by the world in the future to be comparable to the Summit War, is now in full swing. Ghost Island Skulltop. Headed by the 5 Emperors Luffy, who offered a reward of 1.5 billion Baileys, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, the Captain Eustace Kidd, the death surgeon Trafalgar Law, and the killer Kira, 5 supernovas gathered 2 years ago. What they are facing is a hellish combination: 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and the steel balloon Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's going to be One Piece. Accompanied by 5 Emperor Luffy's hockey declaration. The sky burns for it. The 3rd gear gun exploded. Knocked the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts to the ground. This is the prelude to the ultimate confrontation between the supernova and the 4 Emperors. At the same time, everywhere in the main hall of Ghost Island, the flames of war raged. There was smoke everywhere. Samurai and Beasts pirates fought bloody battles. Marco, the former captain of the Whitebeard pirates, single-handedly prevented the 2 major disasters of the 100 Beasts. Originally Shichibukai, now the 10th member of the Straw Hats, Haishu Jinbei, fought against the flying 6-celled saber-toothed tiger Fu Sifu. The Straw Hat Tuanfu Taigong transforms Frankie versus Sasaki, a flying 6-celled triceratops. Brooke, who was dead with only 1 bone left, and archaeologist Robin fought together to fly 6-celled Black Maria and his army. Finally, there is a combination of navigators and snipers from the Straw Hats. At the moment, they are. No, don't keep chasing us. Nami and Usopp sat on the back of the Kamaru, screaming in panic. Behind them, the 6 brothers and sisters of 100 Beasts Tuanfei, Peggy Wan the Backbone Dragon, and Runti the Puffy-Headed Dragon followed closely. Stop for me. You dare to trick us, you will never be spared. The dinosaur siblings, Runti and Peggy Wan, chased from the city to the outside with a murderous look, as if they were immortal. Seeing that the 2 sides are about to contact, at this time. Without warning, advertisement the empty void suddenly shone brightly. A slowly spinning portal like Uzumaki was created out of nowhere. 2 figures, one old and one young, slowly stepped out of it. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of both parties. Who are you? Runti, a swollen-headed dragon girl with an iron head, scolded sharply, her muscles tensed. His intuition told him that these 2 guys were bad, real monsters. Before Ron and Rayleigh could speak, oh, alas. Nami and Usopp's eyes widened at the same time, and they let out screams that broke through the sky. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared on both faces in unison. Dear Nami, Usopp, do you know those 2 people? The lowly, Jade Emperor, who was wearing a ripped kimono, asked curiously. I know, of course I know. Nami covered her small mouth with her slender hands, and nodded excitedly. That's Ray. Mr. Rayleigh, Usopp said Rayleigh's name with all his might. Hear the cry of Usopp. Rayleigh finally looked up. The eyes then fell on Nami and Usopp. Little girl and long-nosed boy, it's you. The opening of the Rayleigh machinery. Juicy didn't come back to his senses. A minute ago, he was still drinking a small drink at the rip-off bar. And then, Ron suddenly said that he would take him to the future 2 years later. Without waiting for Rayleigh to say anything, the door to the future has been constructed. Seeing that Ron has gone in, Rayleigh didn't bother to think anymore. Bite the bullet and follow up directly, after a whirlwind selection. He just appeared on this battlefield. Look up. Nami and Usopp, who were shot by the tyrant bear during the day, appeared in his sight. And the appearance is slightly different from his impression, as if he has grown up. Uncle Rayleigh, Mr. Rayleigh, Nami and Usopp rode to Rayleigh and Ron on the coma. Little girl Nami, can you tell me, how old is Sea Circle Calendar now? Where is this? Advertisement Rayleigh asked seriously, heard the words. Nami and Usopp couldn't help being taken aback. I thought to myself, Uncle Rayleigh, is it a joke? Obviously came here, but I don't even know where it is. I want to go back to thinking. Inquiry for Thigh, Rayleigh. They still answered in every way. It's Sea Circle Calendar 1522, and we're on the Ghost Island of Wanokuni. Nami said, Now we have allied with the warriors of Wanokuni to wage all-out war against the beast's pirates. Usopp added, it's really, 2 years later, the future. Rayleigh's mouth fell open. Until this moment, he was finally convinced. What Ron brought himself to turned out to be the future. Mr. Rayleigh, you must be the same as Marco, where you got the news, so you came here from Sabaody to help out, because this is also the country of your former partner Kazuki Oden. Excitement was written all over Usopp's face, for them now. The arrival of Rayleigh is simply a timely help, it can greatly ease the difficulty of this war. The other side. Nami's eyes fell on Ron. A little suspicion could not help but appear between the beautiful eyes. At the same time, flashes of revolving lantern flashed in my mind. You are Luo. Wait until Nami recalls a new memory floating on Sky Island. Pluden Rayleigh. Are you Pluden Rayleigh? Peggy Wan, the flying six-celled spineback dragon, raised 18 degrees and screamed loudly. Caused a storm of shock and uproar. Pluden Rayleigh. That old man. It's fake. Why is the legendary? Once the right hand of the Pirate King. The legendary great pirate Pluden Silver Rayleigh. Ah, can't be wrong, that's really Pluden Rayleigh. At this moment, the beast pirates who followed Runti and Peggy Wan to chase and kill Nami and Usopp were all shocked and horrified beyond measure. Chapter 55 Ghosts and Gods Conquerors sweeping the battlefield of Ghost Island. Shock is spreading. Panic kept growing. The legendary big pirate suddenly appeared. Few people can calm down. Damn it, Pluden Rayleigh, why are you here? How did you get here? What happened to the previous door? Peggy Wan, the spine dragon, gritted his teeth and asked. Well, I'm here to witness the growth of my disciple, and I'll do my part for Oden by the way. Rayleigh spoke calmly, regaining his composure. Kazuki Oden, it's Kazuki Oden again. Runti, a swollen-headed dragon girl with an iron head, yelled impatiently. I don't care if you're a Pluden or a legend, you're all going to die. Say it. Runti, the Iron Maiden, launched a surprise attack on Rayleigh with earth-shattering steps. Wait, old lady. Peggy Wan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Since that's the case, I'll come too. Let me try it today. It's said how many caddies and tails it is. Peggy Wan suppressed the fear in his heart, showing the ferocious side of the Ridgeback. One left and one right with Runti. Attack Ron and Rayleigh and others. Seeing the approaching dinosaur charge, Nami and Usopp were already frightened into quails and dared not move. Since we're here, we have to do something, Rayleigh whispered to himself. Step forward with your right foot. The figure suddenly passed by. Come to the Ridgeback. Peggy Wan's pupil shrank suddenly, but his reaction was quick. The ferocious dinosaur's head jerked downwards, hitting Rayleigh. Rayleigh didn't dodge or evade, just raised his right hand calmly. Zeon's top armament hockey flows down his arms. From a distance of 1 meter, like an invisible cannonball, it hit Peggy Wan's upper jaw. Boom. Peggy Wan, the spine dragon, suddenly raised his head high. Immediately afterwards, the huge dinosaur body rose from the ground. Accompanied by a loud bang, the spine dragon Peggy Wan fell to the ground with his feet on his back. His figure returned to his human form, his eyes turned white, and he was already in a coma. Lord Peggy Wan has fallen. This is the power of legend, that's the strength of Pluden Rayleigh. Run. All the pirates of 100 Beasts screamed and fled, not daring to stay for a while. Advertisement, wow, that old grandpa is amazing. Loli, Jade Emperor, had bright eyes and exclaimed in surprise. This is a matter of course, it is a legendary existence. Usopp is also full of excitement, sudden, Usopp found. Nami next to him didn't respond, as if he was stunned. Nami, why? Usopp just wanted to ask, suddenly. He reacted with hindsight, in addition to Ridgeback, there's Pachycephalosaurus. Swish. Usopp turned his head suddenly. Wait to see the scene on the right. His eyes suddenly widened to the limit, and his mouth was wide enough to stuff 2 eggs. Ron, who had been ignored by him before, at this moment, it was the armed iron head that blocked the swollen-headed dragon girl. What shocked Nami and Usopp even more was, Ron just used 1 finger. Hole. Runti, a swollen-headed dragon girl with an iron head, shouted angrily. Her iron head, which can pierce even mountains, met her opponent today. Even a single finger could not be broken, and Ron's strength far exceeded her expectations. Girls, don't be too irritable, Ron smiled lightly. D, don't underestimate me, I will definitely smash you to pieces. The swollen-headed dragon Runti went into a rage. Leaping high, it is about to launch a proud stunt. However, next second, the accident regenerates. The aura around Ron suddenly changed. The breath of conquerors, as powerful and terrifying as ghosts and gods, explodes. The situation in the world changed for it, in an instant. The world is quiet. The body of the Pachycephalosaurus Runti is humanoid. His eyes rolled white, and he fell powerlessly. The pirates of the 100 Beasts who were flying in all directions fell to the ground one after another. The conquerors with the breath of ghosts and gods continued to sweep and spread, and finally enveloped the entire battlefield of Ghost Island. Slap. Pat clap clack. Advertisement. The weak pirates and warriors fell unconscious one after another. Banquet floor. This is, Conquerors Hockey, Yan Calamity Ember looked solemn. Who the hell? Who's unleashing conquerors? is it you guys again? Plague Quinn screamed in shock, and locked his eyes on Marco viciously. Hey, if it's really our reinforcements, it would be great. Marco grinned reluctantly, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. What a horrible conquerors, another extraordinary person has arrived. Who is it? Is it an enemy or a friend? Such a terrifying haki, could it be the red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors? All over the Ghost Island battlefield, the strong men who were still standing all looked dignified and shocked. This moment, Onishima Skull Top Battleground. Feel the ghost conquerors that sweeps the island. The 5 supernovas headed by Wowon Luffy also couldn't help but change their expressions. Opposite, 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin are no exception. Even their mood swings are even higher than those of supernovas. Because, this terrifying and unique conqueror's haki. They have felt it more than once, 38 years ago. Since then, after that man died, it should be impossible to exist anymore. However, that familiar, trembling conqueror's breath. But it appeared again today. What exactly is going on? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin exclaimed. This aura is, Captain Rocks. The strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, also has pupil tremors. Hey, what's going on here? Captain Kid said. What did those 2 monsters find? Killer Kira narrowed his eyes. Whatever it is, now is our chance. 5 Emperors Luffy grinned, and they went up without any fear. Chapter 56 Pluton Rayleigh is here, Onijima battlefield is shaking. Ghosts and conquerors, no one can match, in an instant. The battlefield outside Ghost Island was quiet, the Beast's pirates were wiped out. Whether it's normal or real, even the swollen-headed Dragon Runty, one of the Flying 6 cells. Rolling his eyes white, he fell to the ground. This, is it Conqueror's haki? Usopp said tremblingly as his upper and lower rows of teeth clashed. How powerful this is. Nami also couldn't help being shocked to the point of sluggishness, unable to recover for a long time. Little girl, long-nosed boy, there is nothing to do here, you can rest here for a while, I'll go in and take a look. Rayleigh began. Nami and Usopp nodded blankly. Next second, only 2 bangs were heard, like the firing of cannonballs. Ron and Rayleigh catapulted to the start. Like 2 shooting stars, they pierced through the Ghost Island palace and entered forcefully. Now, Usopp, the one with Mr. Rayleigh, did we meet somewhere? Nami whispered blankly. When you put it that way, I seem to have remembered a little bit, but these memories seem to pop up out of nowhere. Usopp looked bewildered. No matter what's going on, that gentleman, Mr. Ron, is Robin's friend and has a very close relationship. With him and Mr. Rayleigh, plus Luffy and the others, even Big Mom and Kaido don't need to worry about it at all. Speaking of this, Nami's pretty face kept showing excitement. This moment, Ogre Island Castle battlefield. Momonosuke-sama, please hold on, I, Shinobu, will definitely protect you even if I give up my life. Shinobu, a fat, middle-aged mature ninja, flees on the back of Momonosuke, who was unconscious under Ron's conquerors. Found it. The kid is over there, hurry up, kill that brat. As long as you can kill that brat, there will be a lot of rewards. The beast pirates shouted and killed everywhere, chasing and intercepting frantically. Momonosuke-kun, don't be afraid, your father is here. Take the filial daughter Yamato to wave the black mace to stop the pursuit of the beast pirates. Master Yamato, please do not do this. Under the powerful strength of Yamato, the pirates of the 100 Beasts were helpless. Please come to my side, Shinobu, Momonosuke-kun, I will protect you. Advertisement Yamato called out, only when she called herself Kazuki Oden. Xiao Ren has already included her in the list of weirdos. Even with the Straw Hat Luffy as a guarantee, I still don't feel at ease. Taking advantage of Yamato's gap in attracting firepower, Shinobu led the unconscious Momonosuke to dodge left and right. But he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the 100 Beasts group. Because behind that, there's the little military advisor, Balwong of the 100 Beasts group, who is coordinating the overall situation. By sharing the field of vision with small animals all over the city, you can accurately pursue the target. With such a special ability, no matter where you hide, it is useless. Under the Emperor's dispatch of troops, finally, the cautious Shinobu fell into a trap, seeing that blood was about to splatter on the spot. At this time, only a loud bang was heard. Onijima's skull shook violently. There was a big hole in the outer wall. At the same time, the surging conqueror's haki is released intensively. Stunned all the beast pirates who killed Shinobu and Momonosuke. It's conqueror's haki again. Yamato's complexion changed, and he hurried over immediately. Ninja-chan, Momonosuke-kun, are you alright? Yamato asked anxiously and concernedly. Oh, no. No problem. Shinobu nodded blankly, holding the unconscious Momosuke, looking vigilantly and anxiously at the white-haired old man not far away. Who are you? Yamato strode forward and confronted Rayleigh. Intuition told her that the old man in front of her was not an ordinary person. But, even so, she still had no intention of retreating. Because she identified herself as Kazuki Oden, it's her job to protect Momonosuke. As a woman, she wants to be a man. As Kaido's daughter, she fanatically wants to be Kazuki Oden. It would be fun to change her mind. Thinking of this, the corner of Ron's mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc. The slight annoyance that Momonosuke was still alive because of Rayleigh's speed was swept away. Old Lay, don't worry, there is still some time before your apprentice's transformation performance. Ron spoke easily and freehand. Sorry, I just sped up the speed a little when I suddenly sensed that a junior was in deep danger. Rayleigh said. The other side. Advertisement looking at Ron, who was coming slowly. Yamato's muscles tensed further. The inner warning signs are also full to the extreme. If only Rayleigh, she still has the confidence to stop it. But this second young man was the monster of monsters. He feels like the B*********** D daddy. No, even above the B********* D daddy. Don't be nervous, little girl, we mean no harm. Rayleigh waved his hand calmly, signaling Yamato to relax. Who are you guys? What are you trying to do to Momonosuke-kun? Yamato shouted coquettishly. My name is Rayleigh, and Momonosuke over there is my junior, the son of an old friend. Rayleigh said. Rayleigh, listen to this familiar name. Yamato couldn't help but startled, the delicate pretty face was shocked. Then it turned into excitement again. Rayleigh, is it that Rayleigh? One Piece Roger's right hand, Kazuki Oden's partner, Pluton Silver Rayleigh? Yamato moaned excitedly, even though it was the first time seeing a real person. But he already knew everything about Rayleigh from Oden's diary. Rayleigh nodded with a smile, can be favored by little girls. It was also a joy for Rayleigh. Hi Mr. Rayleigh, I am Kazuki Oden, aka Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Yamato quickly stood at attention and bowed, introducing himself. Rayleigh. Chirp. A little mouse with eye patterns on its face cast its gaze from a hidden corner. Under the ability of vision sharing, Bao Huang, the little secretary of 100 Beasts group, could clearly see it. Next second. That person is, extreme horror and disbelief appeared on Balwang's face uncontrollably. Attention everyone. The big guy has appeared. Standing next to Momonosuke is Rayleigh, Pluton Rayleigh. Repeat. The right hand of One Piece, the legendary great pirate Pluton Silver Rayleigh has appeared. Loli's secretary, Balwang, was full of shock and shocking voice, which spread throughout the castle battlefield through the phone bug. This moment, the entire Ghost Island battlefield was shocked. Chapter 57 shocked the audience. Here comes Ron. The four emperors join forces, open black lens bracket on the shelves for the first order close black lens bracket. Repeat. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, the legendary great pirate Pluton Silver Rayleigh has landed, and is now by Momonosuke's side. The voice of Balwang, the little secretary of the 100 Beasts group, spread throughout the Ghost Island under the boost of the phone bug. For everyone on the battlefield to hear and learn clearly. Instantly, the entire battlefield was involuntarily silent. Next moment, shocking shock and noise soared to the sky. Nani, what did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Rayleigh. Rayleigh, the legendary great pirate Pluton Rayleigh. The right-hand man of One Piece Roger. That Pluton actually came here. I at #%. The 100 Beast Pirates who were in charge of chasing and killing Momonosuke were in a mess. Just one wayward Master Yamato is already causing them a lot of trouble. Now there is even a legend-level big pirate. How can this make them happily chase after Momonosuke? With Pluton Rayleigh Tower jumping to kill Momonosuke? Do not make jokes, don't say this kind of thing is them. Even the big Kanbans can't do it, and only Captain Kaido, who is the strongest creature, can do it. Banquet floor, battlefield. Neutralized by Chopper's phage cannonball. The ice ghost poison on the warriors and beast pirates was removed. The enraged Plague Quinn wanted to unleash his wrath on Chopper. However, this moment, when I heard Balwang's full server announcement. Plague Quinn can no longer take revenge on Chopper. His eyes popped open. The eyeball popped out of the eye socket, smashing the goggles. Death. Pluton Rayleigh, Brachiosaurus Quinn's voice raised more than 18 degrees. Are you kidding? Why did that Pluton appear on this island? He couldn't believe it 10,000 times, and he didn't want to believe this fact. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, sure enough, he also came to avenge Kazuki Oden? Was he also responsible for the previous Conqueror's hockey? The second in command of beasts, Yan Wanjin gritted his teeth, his face under the mask was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Hey, pterosaur of beasts, don't look at me like that, I don't know anything. Marco, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, had a relaxed smile on his face. 15. I didn't expect Rayleigh from Roger's family to come, this is really the most reliable reinforcement. As the second in command of the original Whitebeard Pirates. For the strength of the old rival Roger Pirates, Marco knows best. Especially Deputy Captain Rayleigh, on that nameless island 26 years ago. They fought fiercely with the Roger Pirates for 3 days and 3 nights. What impressed Marco the most was that Rayleigh took over his phoenix mark with just one finger. It is different from him, Yan Henju and others. Deputy to Roger's regiment, Pluton Rayleigh, he is really standing on the top of the pyramid. A strong man who is qualified to wrestle with the general. Mr. Tanuki, is that Pluton Rayleigh friend or foe? Is that person strong? Is it okay for Momonosuke-sama to follow him? The samurai, headed by the Wanokuni mafia boss Hanazi Heiguro, surrounded Chopper and asked questions again and again. Does it need to be said? Uncle Rayleigh is a legendary pirate, of course he is super powerful. Luffy is exactly the disciple taught by Uncle Rayleigh. Chopper danced excitedly. Nani, what did you say? Lord Luffy is that Rayleigh's disciple, can teach a strong disciple like Mr. Straw Hat. How powerful is that Rayleigh supposed to be? The ignorant Wanokuni warriors were all shocked. For a while, the image of Rayleigh, the teacher of the Straw Hat, is infinitely tall in their brains. Only, what the samurai didn't know was, Woan Luffy can have today's achievements. It wasn't just Rayleigh, it is inseparable from the hard teachings of Mr. Ka, knowledge color, Mr. Bing, armed color, and the most important Mr. Guy, conquerors. This time Ron brought Rayleigh 2 years later. I also want Rayleigh to see how Mr. Guy teaches his apprentices. So that he can learn a little bit, so that he will not mislead his children in the future. Hey, Jin, the situation is about to get into trouble. Who on earth is going to let Pluton be ******* go? Plague Quinn turned his head to look at Flame Cinder. Although it is a question, the meaning of the words is already very clear. You are number 2, there you go, whether you go or not. Anyway, Lousy will not go. Yan Calamity Jin didn't say a word, the wide membranous wings fanned and soared into the sky. Marco wanted to stop him. Sudden, there was only a bang. The Brachiosaurus neck was launched, tightly entangled Marco. Hey, are you still a Brachiosaurus? It's a foul? Marco complained. Stupid Phoenix, the ancient Brachiosaurus is such a creature. Transforming people and transforming the Triceratops battlefield. Really? Rayleigh is here, this is super exciting news? Advertisement Frankie, who was driving General Frankie, shouted excitedly. I don't care if it's Pluton or not, anyway, you're a piece of shit, I'll take it apart. Flying 6-celled Triceratops, Sasaki said coldly. Women's battlefield. One Piece's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh. A drop of cold sweat oozed from the forehead of Fei Liubao Black Maria. What? Are you scared? The black-bellied Robin smiled slightly. Yo ho ho ho, I didn't expect Rayleigh to come, this is really an unexpected reinforcement. Brooke laughed. Afraid? How could it be? In front of the strongest creature, Kaido-sama, so what if it's Pluton Rayleigh? And even Pluton can't save you here. Black Maria spoke coldly. Let's try it, Robin has nothing to fear. Leading to the castle tower battlefield on top of the skull. Go to hell. Smelly Murloc, flying 6 Phosphord, who transformed into the form of an ancient saber-toothed tiger, screamed and launched a stormy attack on Jinbei. What's the matter, Phosphord, your movements are slow, are you afraid that Pluton will come here? Haishu Jinbei said with a relaxed smile. How is that possible? I just want to get rid of you first, so I can get rid of Pluton. Said the saber-toothed tiger Phosphord, it's really shameless. What the hell, that legendary character, the right hand of One Piece, will come to this island. Now, the beast's pirates may not win for sure. 2-5 Boy Supernova, Hyaming Skulikmana crumpled and held his head. No, wait a moment. Even if the beast's pirates win, it won't do me any good. That B*** D Quinn will definitely kill me. Why don't you take this opportunity and jump right back? Pluton Silver Rayleigh, why did he appear? In the divination so far, there has never been any prediction, he should not appear. Urwuzi's magic stick, magician Hakansuo Banshion frowned, constantly playing with the tarot cards in front of him. No, more than that. Who's the other guy with Pluton? He's the real wild card. Ghost Island chess room. 3 men in white robes and masks sat calmly, looking down. They belong to the world government spy organization Cypher Pol Agiso. Since the Onijima War, I have been watching the changes. As the narrator of the battlefield, analyze the direction of the battlefield. And wait for the opportunity to capture Robin, however. Now, when I heard Balwang's full server announcement. The 3 CP0s are also calm, I didn't expect the Pluton to get involved. The face under the mask of CPO Maha was full of shock. When did he come? Why didn't there be any sign beforehand, as if he appeared on this battlefield out of thin air? The relatively short CPO team leader shook his head and whispered. No matter what is going on, what we have to do now is to report the situation to the above and let the 5 elders decide. The only surviving yin-yang face mask CP0 said solemnly. Last but not least, the top of the skull, Supernova Double Emperor battlefield. Although there is no phone bug arrangement here, but the 7 people present are all masters. Observation hockey is also powerful. Now, the news of Pluton Rayleigh's landing on the battlefield has already reached their ears. Immediately, alas, Rayleigh is here. 5 Emperors Luffy's eyes widened in shock. Pluton Rayleigh, what a coincidence. Is it that monster old man again? Both Trafalgar Law and Kid grinned. The two thought of the Sabaody incident 2 years ago at the same time. That was the day they met the legend. Oh, this is really exciting news. Killer Kier laughed out loud. So the previous conqueror's hockey was Uncle Rayleigh? Zoro guessed. No, Zoro, that's not Rayleigh's conquerors. 5 Emperors Luffy immediately denied it. Well. The sinister laughter full of hatred and killing intent echoed under the dark sky. Click. Thunder and lightning flashed between heaven and earth, dancing wildly. Is the Rayleigh B*** D here too? This is really good. It's time for those guys to sneak into my world and make a fuss today. 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin spoke coldly. Well, it's not just that, Linlin, you can't forget that account from 38 years ago. The 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts laughed deeply. You're right. Then let's make a quick decision, finish off these ignorant brats, and then go to Rayleigh B************** D to settle the score. Charlotte Linlin grinned. Your opponent is us, rubber rubber. On the battlefield of Ghost Island, due to an earthquake. At the same time, Corridor is the center of the storm. Rayleigh was still unaware of the sensation caused by his own arrival. This moment, Rayleigh's mouth twitched. I was surprised by Yamato's self-introduction. Named Yamato, calling himself Kazuki Oden, it turned out to be Kaido's daughter. To protect Oden's son Momo B, these elements are concentrated in one person. No one can calm down when they hear it for the first time. What's the matter? Mr. Rayleigh, is there any question? Yamato tilted his head in confusion. No, nothing. Advertisement. Rayleigh shook his head, not dwelling on these little problems. Then, little girl, leave Momonosuke and the female ninja over there to me, and I will take them to a safe place. Rayleigh said. This, after a moment of hesitation, Yinhe nodded in response. If it were you, Kazuki Oden's former legendary partner, I can hand over Momonosuke-kun to you with peace of mind. Then, Ron, I'll go first, Rayleigh said. Go. Ron waved, watching the three of Rayleigh disappear around the corner. The eyes of Ron and Yamato then fell on each other. Mr. Rayleigh called you Ron just now. It's the first time I've heard this name. Who are you? And the horrible conqueror's hockey before, probably came from you. Yamato spoke seriously. If you want to know my identity, just follow me, you will know right away. Ron smiled slightly, and took the first step towards the top of Ghost Island. He didn't intend to get too involved in this war. After all, what he wants to contract is the awakened sun god. But it's okay to say hello or something, seeing that Ron was about to walk away. Yamato, who came back to his senses, hastened to keep up. Quickly, Yamato guessed Ron's destination. The shock and curiosity in my heart couldn't help but get worse. After a few minutes, Ron and Yamato came to the only way to the top floor. With the arrival of two people, the battle between Haishu Jinbei, the helmsman of the Straw Hat Regiment, and Phosphord, the flying six-celled saber-toothed tiger, was stagnant. Both of them stopped at the same time, watching Ron and Yamato pass. Until Ron disappeared at the end of the stairs, Jinbei and Phosphord finally fought back to 420 together. Damn it, who the hell was that guy with Yamato before? It's a monster. The saber-toothed tiger Fu Sifu clenched his teeth and kept drinking, his body trembling uncontrollably. This kind of question, you ask me, I don't know. Jinbei responded seriously, ignored Jinbei and Phosphord. Ron and Yamato went straight forward, go up the steps and open the door at the end. Finally, on the top floor of the skull, the Supernova Double Emperor battlefield has arrived. Rubber Rubber, Ape King gunfights, three-sword style, Black Rope Tornado. Magnetic Man, Whirlwind of Decapitation. Room, Gamma Knife, Hot Breath, Tianman Da Zai God. 5 supernovas and 2 sea emperors, all kinds of big moves come out frequently. Chaotic world situation. The dazzling light continued to shine. The shock of terror spread in all directions, the earth crumbled. The rocks pierced through the sky. Now, this is the top battlefield in the world. Well, let's use that trick to finish them off. Well, come on then. The triumphant laughter of the 2 emperors broke through the sky. At this time, Linlin, Kaido, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress as before. You can't even take down 5 brats, and you still have the face to laugh here. What a shame. A faint voice sounded without warning. In an instant, it attracted the attention of 7 people in the field. Supernova and Xuanwang turned their heads together. Clack. There were footsteps in the flying smoke. Wow, the wind blows. The figure in it emerged clearly. For a moment, the expressions on the faces of the 7 people in the field froze. Who are you guy? The irascible Captain Eustace Kid yelled. Very dissatisfied with Ron calling them brats earlier. Kid, this guy's breath seems to be bad. Killing warrior Kira looked solemn. This place is already a hell. Why is it still going to be upgraded? Cold sweat dripped from Trafalgar Law's forehead. Yamato Man and 5 Emperors Luffy frowned. Luffy, that person, why'd I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Zoro looked solemn. Just when the supernovas fell into tension, vigilance, panic, and confusion because of Ron's appearance. On the other side, the combination of the double kings of the sea. The moment I saw Ron, their heads suddenly felt as if they were hit hard, as if they were about to explode on the spot. Strange memories from 38 years ago emerged clearly at this moment. That was the most humiliating memory in their life, none of them. Regardless of whether the memory is true or false, under the influence of an unforgettable humiliation. Both Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts couldn't help but have red eyes. You were the B***************** D you were 38 years ago. Ron. Chapter 58 Godslayer vs. Beehive. One person fights against the 2 emperors. Open black lens bracket, seek the first order, close black lens bracket. It's you. It turned out to be you. The angry shouts of 4 emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts echoed under the sky. The moment they saw Ron, new memories about 38 years ago unconsciously emerged in their minds. On the eve of their attack on the Valley of the Gods, Ron arrived and pressed them to the ground one after another with explosive hammers. This is the most humiliating experience in their life. The body is also aching with the awakening of the unforgettable memory. This moment, whether it is Big Mom Charlotte Linlin or Kaido of the Beasts, neither will go, nor have extra brainpower to think about, doubt the authenticity and source of this memory. They just know. The man in front of them once made them suffer and suffer humiliation. This humiliation needs to be washed away with the other party's blood. Kaido, you know what to do. 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's eyes opened and closed, and a cold murderous intent burst out. She held the Napoleon homie's machete with both hands, and the purple light shone on the blade. Blood debt. The humiliation of 38 years ago can only be washed away with this guy's blood. The 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts understood and whispered coldly. Chi-Chi. Black and red conquerors lightning bolts on the black mace 8 fasts. The auras of the 4 Emperors harmonized at this moment. Homie's broadsword and Conqueror's lightning on the black mace are intertwined and strengthened. This is a combo skill belonging to 4 Emperors and 4 Emperors. It is enough to destroy everything in the world, Bahai. Originally, they intend to use this blow to end the provocation of the new era and completely terminate the 5 supernovas. Now, with the arrival of Ron, the hatred of the 4 Emperors was transferred on the spot. For them, Straw Hat Luffy et al. Are irrelevant. Ron was their primary target of hatred. Hey, this trick is not a joke. If you hit it, you will die in an instant. The head Iron Captain, Eustace Kid, felt the power of the 4 Emperors' combined attack to dominate the sea, and he couldn't help but change his face in shock. Fortunately, Big Mom and Kaido don't seem to be targeting us. The face under the mask of Killer Kira couldn't help but sweat profusely. That new monster man is not with the 4 Emperors, there is a feud between them. This is really the best news. Trafalgar Law let out a long breath. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although I don't know what happened to those memories in my head, but... Zoro drew out the 3 knives at his waist, ready to fight. Ron, fight with us, 5 Emperors Luffy greeted. Alas, Kid, Luo, Kira and Yamato looked at Luffy together. The Straw Hats, Straw Hat, Mr. Luffy, do you know who this person is? The 4 asked in unison. I'm not very clear, but he should be Ron. Yes, he helped us before, and he is very strong. 5 Emperors Luffy nodded seriously. Kid, Luo and the others were all shocked for a long time from ear to ear. Rayleigh is a teacher and that's all. Now I even know this man. How many legendary existences does this guy know? Anyway, who the hell is this man named Ron? A man with such terrifying oppression. They had never heard of it before. This is simply unscientific. Just when Luo, Kid and others were thinking hard about it. Cemetery. The horrible death threat came to my mind. They couldn't help being shocked, suddenly looked up. Looked to Shuangwang. The light on Homie's broadsword and pitch-black mace was extremely intense. Combine the power of the 2 Sea Emperors to complete the 4 Emperors combo technique. Let's come to. Straw Hat Luffy is ready to transform into 4th gear. Zoro is also ready to attack. Combo skills. The 2 of them are already familiar with it. The Enies Lobby incident 2 years ago, facing the incoming tsunami, the gods of water. It was the Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro who pierced through with the combined attack siege cannon. Terra Man, Thorn Man, Mask Man, and Yamato Man, come together. Said Straw Hat Luffy. I see, Yamato was the first to respond. Next came Kira. So, I already said that, don't order me. Trafalgar Law and Kid also joined the attacking camp after a moment of arrogance. However, I'm sorry, Straw Hat Boy, but I never said I'd ask you to help me. Ron spoke lightly. Well, the 5 supernovas and Yamato were taken aback. Hey, oh, don't you understand? This guy has no intention of joining forces with you. The 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts laughed. Well, this is the grievance between us and this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Emperor's big mom Charlotte Linlin laughed. Ron, are you serious? The other party is the B************* D father and aunt, 2 emperors who rule the sea. Are you going to fight alone? Yamato's eyes widened and he shook his head in disbelief. Why not? You all get out of the way. Ron responded calmly and confidently, and the holy sword of broken steel was unsheathed. The moment the voice fell, a dark aura rose from Ron's body. It's like condensing into a ghost that stands upright. Advertisement at the same time. The incomparable breath of conquerors swept across the 4 directions and rushed into the sky. This conquerors, it's the one from before. Sure enough, he was the owner of the previous conquerors. Luo, Zoro, and Kira were all shocked. This conqueror's scent reminds me of someone. Kid's face sank, and a red-haired man appeared in his mind. Me too. Straw Hat Luffy nodded sympathetically. Also thinking of the red-haired man as the Shuangwang not far away. Sure enough, my previous feeling was not wrong. This conqueror's power, which is as powerful as ghosts and gods, is Captain Rocks. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts said in a deep voice. Why does this guy have the power of Captain Rocks? 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's eyes flickered. Hey, oh, are you scared, Linlin? Kaido of the Beasts suddenly laughed. What nonsense are you talking about, Kaido boy? Why should I be afraid? Charlotte Linlin squinted at Kaido. That's right, no one in this world can threaten us now. We have already stood at the same height as the rocks back then, even higher than the rocks. Kaido of the Beasts spoke in a deep voice, showing haughty and confidence in his words. Back then we were indeed inferior in skills, that's why we suffered that humiliation, but it's different now. B***************, Ron, you still have the last chance to say your last words. Charlotte Linlin sneered again and again. Last words? You should keep this opportunity for yourself? Ron spoke lightly. The momentum of the whole body sublimated to the extreme. Knowledge colors, armed colors, and conquerors. Conqueror's hockey is harmonious and introverted, a sword for civilian use. The sword edge cut across the void. Tear, it was like paper was torn. Dark cracks loom. That's the atmosphere. No, that's space being torn apart. Ron and the Double Emperor, neither side attacked. The invisible confrontation has already begun. It seems to be divided in two here. Center on both sides. The sky slowly cracked. It's the battlefield of hell. Captain Eustace Kid clenched his fists. That man named Ron, can he really fight against 2 emperors at the same time? Killer Kira lost his voice in shock. Anyway, it's too late to intervene now. Luo's expression became extremely serious. This is no longer a battle we can intervene in. Zoro grins. The next blow will collapse the sky and the earth. Yamato gives his own judgment. Hey, oh, come on then. The 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts laughed. Well, go to hell. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin wields homie's machete Napoleon. Cut out the most powerful country that has accumulated power for a long time. At the same time, Kaido of the Beasts is also 8 fasts wielding a pitch-black mace. Play the most powerful 8 trigrams shockwave. The 2 powerful forces, regardless of each other, further merged and sublimated, turning into a dark green shockwave, as if they wanted to break through the limit of the world and destroy everything in the world. This is the combo technique of the 4 emperors. Broken, bad, G, tyrant, C. Then try it, now my limit. Ron's eyes flashed red. Every time travel, he has made a careful plan. First time choose Luo Bai group banquet. The purpose is to fish in troubled waters and accumulate primitive capital strength. Return to the real world and practice with Golden Lion Shiki. Then go to Beehive Island 36 years ago. Battle the rocks, the overlord of the sea, and master it thoroughly. Not long ago, the battle between Sabaody and Kizaru was just a small test. After contracting Rock's pirate, his strength skyrocketed for the second time. What Ron really wants to face off is the Onijima battle 2 emperors 2 years later. Facing the 4 emperors Baha'i joint attack technique. Ron never wanted to dodge, thinking, there is only one. That is to take it head on and penetrate it. The dark green Baha'i shockwave is already in sight. Finally, Ron swung his sword. Integrating countless powerful people such as One Piece Roger, 4 emperors Whitebeard, Sea Overlord Rocks, Pluton Rayleigh, Kazuki Odin, Copper Jabba, etc. The sword of ultimate is charged and cut out. This is a sword that even the gods will fall. Its name, Janshin. It's so dazzling, this power. In the end, the thorn-headed Eustace Kid yelled in shock, and his voice was drowned out as soon as he exited his mouth. Simply the end of the day. Trafalgar Law backed away in shock. This sword, even Hawkeye. Zoro gasped in amazement. According to the new memory from 2 years ago that suddenly appeared in my mind. 2 years ago, he had been amazed by Ron's sword, but felt far inferior. Now 2 years later, after 2 years of training under the world's #1 swordsman, he has become stronger. His accomplishments in the Tao of the sword have reached the level of a great swordsman. He is one of the strongest swordsmen in the entire sea. However, after seeing Ron's current slaying sword, Zoro couldn't help feeling powerless again. This is no longer a level that can be caught up by simple efforts. Advertisement, Ron, who the hell are you? Yamato murmured unconsciously in shock. It's not just the strong players on the top battlefield of the Skull. Ogre Island Castle battlefield. The samurai and pirates who were fighting also felt the indescribable oppression. What exactly is going on? Heart feels like it's going to burst. The warriors and pirates with ordinary strength are all holding their hearts in pain. Hey, what's going on here now? Plague Brachiosaurus Quinn yelled loudly. It's not just one side, it's the power of the 2 parties. One of them is Kaido and Big Mom. As for the other side, whether it's the Straw Hats or Rayleigh, I'm afraid they can't do this. Marco grinned. Ron. The royal voice resounded through the phone bugs throughout the battlefield. The man named Ron, who came with Pluton Rayleigh, just climbed the highest battlefield with Yamato, and is now fighting Mr. Kaido. With the royal voice fell, the entire Oni Island battlefield was involuntarily silent. Ron? Who is that? I haven't heard of it, but... That man named Ron is now fighting Captain Kaido. This terrifying power came from the hand of that man. Who the hell is he? Shocking emotions spread across the Onishima battlefield. The uproar and shouts of the people were drowned in the rumbling noise. Skulltop battleground. The ultimate duel between Ron and the Xuanwang has entered a fever pitch. The world lost its voice at this moment. A light that is brighter than the sun shines and blooms in the dark night. The entire Ghost Island trembled violently at this moment. Everywhere along the coast crumbles and falls, also broken is the dark sky. A series of crisscrossing cracks spread in all directions. I don't know how long it has been, for a moment or forever. Kaido and Big Mom's Baha'i joint attack and Ron's god-slaying sword. The 2 forces turned into a dazzling ball of light, which slowly rotated. If you let this force explode, The ghost island floating in the sky will collapse completely, and there will be no survivors. Finally, under the guidance of both parties, the fierce ball of destruction rushed against the sky. The sky was blasted into a dark cave. The power of ultimate terror burst out. Disintegrated the clouds in a radius of thousands of miles. The hum of heaven and earth gradually subsided. The broken sky is slowly healing. Everything returned to calm. Skull Battlefield. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin stood in place, motionless. Extreme, Li Wangjiao, shock and disbelief appeared on the two faces at the same time. All because it is 100 meters away. Ron was still standing still. He received the Beehive joined attack head-on. One person fights against 2 emperors. Not a lie. Cough cough cough. The disheartened kid, Kira, Luo and others stood up from the ruins of earth and stone. Looking at Ron who was still standing intact in the distance. Extreme shock and unbelievable expression appeared on every face. How powerful is he? One person fights against 2 emperors. Is there really such a person? It's so strong that it's a foul. Kudos to Zoro et al. Ron didn't have much joy. He looked down. The brows could not help but twitch slightly. In the previous confrontation, seemingly evenly matched. But he took more than 7 steps back. After all, it was still not completely blocked. But right now it can only go here. That's pretty much what he's going to do here today. Then it's time to hand the battlefield back to the Straw Hats. Hey Straw Hat. Ron looked at Luffy on the stone pier not far away. What's wrong? Straw Hat Luffy asked. This battlefield is returned to you, and I will not interfere again. Ron said. Yamato was shocked. Kid, Luo and the others all pursed their lips. If Ron was there, this battle would undoubtedly be much easier. Oh, among the crowd, only Luffy, the Straw Hat, was unmoved by this and agreed with it. Because this was their fight. Also, Straw Hat, if you can win this battle, I can give you an extra reward. Ron grinned. Reward? I don't need it, this is what I want to do. Straw Hat Luffy said calmly. Really don't want it? Ron asked with a half smile. Even if this reward is to give you a chance to go back to 2 years ago and save your older brother Ace, who you couldn't save back then, don't you want it? Chapter 59. Luffy awakens at level 5. Nika, the sun god, joins in. Even if this reward is to give you a chance to go back to 2 years ago and save your older brother Ace, who you couldn't save back then, don't you want it? Ron looked at Luffy in the Straw Hat with a half smile. Huh? Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help but froze. I couldn't react for a while. Ace is dead. He died to protect me. I failed to save. Straw Hat Luffy opened and closed his mouth, and his voice was intermittent. My mind is subconsciously occupied by memories from 2 years ago. Not just Straw Hat Luffy. Zoro, Luo, Kid, Kira and the others couldn't help but froze in place. The shock of the previous wave has not subsided, now it's up again. Hey, reverse time and space, go back to 2 years ago, what are you kidding? Captain Eustace Kid couldn't help shouting. Time can only move forward, towards the future, it is impossible to go back to the past. Kira spoke firmly. Master of the Straw Hat, wake up a little bit. Luo stopped drinking. Ron, do you have any basis for saying that? Yamato asked nervously with his eyes wide open. Ignorant brats, although that man is a B******************, D. You may believe what he said, because that B*************** D once traveled to the distant past. The 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts grinned suddenly. Kaido, why are you telling them this? 4 emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin said dissatisfied. What's the matter, Linlin, do you think we'll lose to those brats? Kaido of the Beasts didn't care. It's better to let that Straw Hat see hope, and then shoot him down into the abyss. Wouldn't it be more interesting? Except for this reason. There is another reason. Kaido did not say. That is, he was really afraid that Ron would stay and fight with the Straw Hats. 5 supernovas and Ron. Either side, he has no fear. But if united together, that would be really troublesome. The other side. Listen to Kaido's explanation. Charlotte Linlin's eyes also lit up. I think Kaido's words are very interesting, either Ron or the Straw Hats. All are thorns in their eyes. Just defeating and blowing up is not enough. What they want is despair. Well, that's it, Straw Hat. I can also tell you clearly, that man has been there 38 years ago, and he does have the power to reverse all established endings. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin also laughed. 4 emperors testified. Even Luo and the others, who firmly believed in the irreversibility of time, were shaken. No further assertions have been made on the matter. Next second. Straw Hat Luffy suddenly smiled. Yossi, I understand 543. Ron, I retract my preface. I want your reward very, very much. I will definitely win. And no matter what the price is, I have to go back to the past, back to 2 years ago. Straw Hat Luffy's firm opening, then you should work hard. Ron turned his back to the crowd, waved his hands, and left. Into 4th gear. Dwang, under the stimulation of attractive rewards. Straw Hat Luffy exploded with 120% power. With all his strength, he launched an offensive against the Shuangwang. Zoro, Kid, Luo, and Kira were not idle either. It also inspired a strong fighting spirit. They want to see it too, after defeating the Double Emperor. Whether the reward Ron said can be fulfilled, the other side. Yamato looked at the battlefield between the Double Emperor and Supernova. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Ron and was gradually walking away. The most urgent task right now is of course to help defeat the Shuangwang. But now, Yamato had something in his heart that he had to figure out no matter what. She also wants to go back to the past, back to 2 years ago. Go to the top battlefield, save best friend Ace. It's okay, as long as you get Ron the spot to go back to the past, I'll come back and help Luffy and the others. Yamato made up his mind, turned around, and hurriedly approached Ron. The only way to get to the top. The fierce battle between the original Shichibukai Haishu Jinbei and the saber-toothed tiger flying 6 cells phosphid is still going on. Blade gun. Phosphid drew his dagger and swung it out. The invisible air bullets flew out rapidly. Jinbei neither dodged nor evaded. His waist sank suddenly. Zhang punched out peacefully. Tang Kawa Zhengchuan. The powerful fist wind shockwave radiates in all directions. It easily defeated Phosphid's blade gun. At the same time, it sent all the attacking Phosphid subordinates flying backwards. Shave. Phosphid avoided the sharp edge with 6-style shaving. Simultaneously, the feet flicked violently. Tempest kick. The huge Tempest kick air blade shoots out. Plum skin. Jinbei crossed his arms, armed with plum skin to block it. Phosphid stepped on the moonwalk. Jinbei bent his knees. Advertisement. The two looked like they were about to fight again. At this time, suddenly, without warning, the actions of the two people stopped at the same time. Immediately afterwards, their eyes were all looking in the same direction. Accompanied by tap-tap footsteps, a tall figure slowly emerged. Yo, still playing? Ron smiled lightly. You, how could you still? Phosphid opened his mouth wide, so shocked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. According to the previous announcement of the whole server of Balwang, he can roughly guess. Ron had a head-on confrontation with the twin emperors on top. Confront the double emperors with one person's power? How could such a fantasy-like thing happen? In the eyes of Phosphid and others, Ron, who dared to challenge the Shuangwang, was already a dead man. Must have fallen under Kamui of the double emperor. However, but now he reappeared and retreated completely intact. For the duel between Jinbei and Phosphid, Ron made no attempt to intervene. Immediately passed through their battlefield calmly. At this time, I know, no matter how much you pretend to be nonchalant on the surface, in fact, you have already been seriously injured by Mr. Kaido and Big Mom, but it's just a strong outsider. Phosphid sneered. Despair. Ron stopped in his tracks. Turn around. Eyes locked on Phosphid, this moment. Under Ron's indifferent eyes, Phosphid felt like falling into the ice cellar of 10,000 years. Cold sweat wet his back. Unprecedented threats of death hit my heart. This moment, Phosphid wanted to give himself a big mouth. It's obvious that they can live in peace, so why bother to provoke monsters? However, it's too late for him to regret it now. Boom. The conquerors, as powerful as ghosts and gods, rushed out. Circle circle. A shrill scream followed. Ron's conquerors aren't just fine Kamui pressing. It can also cause substantial damage to reality. Phosphid only felt that all the muscles in his body were paralyzed and torn. In the end, he rolled his eyes white in excruciating pain and fell to the ground in a coma. Sizzling, the original Shichibukai Jinbei couldn't help but gasped. Not targeted by Ron's conquerors though, but just feel the power. Even Jinbei at the Shichibukai level couldn't help but change his face in horror. Goodbye. After dealing with the ignorant Phosphid, Ron waved his hand and left straight away. Mr. Ron, wait for me. Yamato hurried to catch up. Anything else? Ron asked without looking back. Mr. Ron, is what you said earlier true? Can you really send us from the future to the past? Yamato shook his fist nervously. His pretty face was full of hope, and he looked at Ron without blinking. I want to soak in a hot spring now, Ron said lightly. Oh, a hot spring. Okay, I know where it is, so I'll take Mr. Ron away now. Yamato graciously opened his mouth and hurriedly led the way. 10 minutes later, Yamato took Ron to a hot spring room away from the flames of war. Ron stretched his waist and began to soak in the hot spring leisurely. The fatigue accumulated in the body for taking Robin to sleep before coming here is instantly relieved. Mr. Ron, I brought you some melon, fruit, wine and vegetables. Do you think it suits your taste? Like a maid, Yamato arranged the good wine and dishes neatly in the hot spring. Ron nodded in satisfaction, since awakening to cheat more than a month ago. Ron is either fighting to become stronger or on the way to fight to become stronger. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Mr. Ron, do you need me to find someone to drink with you? A friend I know is called Iran. She is also nearby now. How about I ask her to come over? Yamato asked. No need, isn't there already a BFDB, beautiful girl to accompany the drink here? Ron said. Beautiful girl accompanying wine? Oh, who? Yamato was taken aback. The color of knowledge perceives the surroundings. Besides Ron, there was only her. Ever since. Could it be that the beautiful girl that Mr. Ron mentioned is me? No, I'm not a beautiful girl. I'm Kazuki Oden, I'm a man. Yamato said seriously. Ron, a moment of silence. Mr. Ron, did I say something wrong? Yamato said nervously. Ron closed his eyes and meditated without saying a word. Mr. Ron, Ace. Ace is my best friend. 2 years ago, I watched the reports on the news and couldn't do anything, so if you can, please, just let me go back together until 2 years ago, let me do anything. Yamato knelt beside the hot spring and begged first. Ron still didn't respond, as if he was asleep. Hey, this. Mr. Ron, you must have been injured in the previous confrontation with the B**************** D father. I will call you a doctor. Yamato thought of this possibility and got up immediately. However, at this time, a powerful big hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wow, water splashes. Advertisement. The girl breathed into the water delicately. You said earlier that as long as you can go back to the past, you can do whatever you want? Ron opened his eyes. Yes, it is. Yamato nodded heavily. Then, my request is simple, I want you to be yourself from now on, not Kazuki Oden. Ron said calmly. Huh? Regarding Ron's request, Yamato couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes and was taken aback. But Mr. Ron, I am you, without waiting for Yamato to finish his sentence. If you can't do it, then let me help you recognize yourself. The corner of Ron's mouth curled up. Open black lens bracket contract Yamato close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get Yamato close black lens bracket Ron. It is different from the previous power and skill feedback. This contract. Is it because of the blood used in the contract? Thought Ron. After all, this time he came up on a whim. The contract is made with blood, but none of this matters. The most important thing now is to educate and correct Yamato's distorted cognition. After an hour, Yamato, who are you? Asked Ron. I am Kazuki Oden, Yamato said stubbornly. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 hours later, Yamato, who are you? Ron asked again. I am Yamato. Yamato's eyes blurred. 3 hours later. Yamato, who are you? Asked Ron. I am Mr. Ron's Yamato. In the past 3 hours, all over Ghost Island, artillery fire raged. The brutal fight gradually came to an end. The battlefields have ended one after another. Kid teamed up with Luo to knock 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin into the abyss. Zoro's 3-sword style new big move exploded, cutting down the flame-toothless dragon. The Sanji bloodline factor is fully awakened, and the Plague Quinn is ended with the demon god Windfoot. The top layer of the skull. The battle between Luffy and the 4 Emperors Kaido. Straw Hat Luffy fell under Kaido's mace several times. But, relying on the strong will, the resilience of the Zone Phantom Beast, the aura of the protagonist's sit-ups, and the obsession with the reward promised by Ron. No matter how many times he fell down, he stood up tenaciously again, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. It was only a few hours before and after. 5 Emperors Luffy has mastered Conqueror's Haki's entanglement impressively, and is even able to confront Kaido of the Beasts. Witness the split sky. Witnessing the disciples' unusual speed of becoming stronger. Even Rayleigh, who was a teacher, couldn't help but feel numb. Rayleigh, I won't lose again, leave this battlefield to me. 4 sit-ups tying Luffy Haki's opening, Taking over the work that belonged to Yamato, Rayleigh, who held back Kaido several times to give Luffy recovery time, nodded blankly and turned to solve other problems. The fierce battle between 5 Emperors Luffy and 4 Emperors Kaido finally came to an end. Kaido, this is the last. The 4th gear form Luffy takes a deep breath and fills a large amount of air into the right arm. Ooh, come on, Straw Hat. Kaido of the Beasts with mace in hand, Haki fights. Rubber, Overlord gun. The Great Ape King lance wrapped around Conqueror's Haki is charge. Roar Thunder. 8 trigrams. Faster and stronger than the thundering 8 trigrams, the power of Roaring Thunder bursts. Seeing that the 2 Zeon forces are about to clash. At this time, Iron Body, just, the CPO team leader who received the order from 5 elders suddenly appeared, and fearlessly locked up Luffy with his Iron Body, blocking his Overlord Ape Spear. Next second, Kaido of the Beast's Thunder 8 trigrams fell, knocking Straw Hat Luffy to the ground again. The battle is over. Hey, baby, Balwong, now tell the whole island, this is my victory. Kaido of the Beasts turns into a blue dragon and hovers over the battlefield. How come? How so, Luffy, is he still defeated? This kind of thing. Kid is in charge. I only have 100 million physical strength. But I can only go up. The pirates and samurai on the Straw Hat side couldn't help but panic and despair. No matter how much they have achieved in the early stage. As long as Kaido is not defeated, all results will be empty. Just when the samurai were desperate, outside Wanokuni, the towering giant elephant emerges from the mist. I heard it, 800 years later, I heard it again, the sound of the drum of liberation. He is coming back from awakening, Joey Boy is back. The giant elephant roared and cheered, at the same time. No one saw it. A barren battlefield, the boy who fell to the ground. The corner of the mouth gradually opened an arc. Nika, Chapter 60. 5 Great Apes Shinso V's Fire Dragon Torch Flame 8 trigrams open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Royalty, declare my victory to the whole battlefield. The thunderous voice of Chinglong Kaido resounds throughout Onishima. There is no need for the little secretary to protect the emperor and convey it. The people on the island have already learned the result of the battle of Top Shang. How so? Nami's beautiful eyes widened, and she unconsciously covered her small mouth with her hands. Brother Luffy, Lolita, Jade Emperor, cried out in worry, her tears couldn't stop falling. Luffy. Straw Hat, Lord Luffy, the Straw Hats. All over Ghost Island, the voices of people shouted one after another. Luffy, you are not someone who will fall like this, I will continue to buy time for you. Rayleigh clenched the knife in his hand, and he was about to fight Kaido again, fighting for Straw Hat Luffy's sit-up time. At this time, no need, Rayleigh, a faint voice sounded. No need anymore. Ron, what do you mean? Are you going to make a move? Rayleigh froze for a moment. Ron shook his head with a smile. Listen, the drums representing liberation are about to be played. The moment Ron's voice fell, boom, suddenly there was a powerful heart-beating sound between heaven and earth. What's going on? I've already lost to him. Why haven't I fallen yet? On the barren battlefield of skulls, Luffy's lost consciousness gradually regained clarity. But it always feels more interesting. Ah ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Luffy, who was supposed to be in a coma, suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. The sound of the heart beating like a drum gradually became more intense. Everyone on Ling's Ghost Island is clearly audible. Luffy. It's Luffy. The Elephant Lord says Luffy is Joey Boy, he's back. Under Shaoran's ripe fruit ability, the pink dragon grows up and screams in surprise. Joey Boy. Sure enough. Rayleigh nodded, his eyes dark but deep. He who once went to the final island with Roger also learned the truth of everything. And the first time he saw Luffy in the Straw Hat, he knew that it was Destiny's Child. Everything is developing as prophesied. Luffy turned out to be Joey Boy? Behind Ron, Yamato, who was standing in an unnatural posture, murmured softly. At the same time, all over Ghost Island, left brain profile. Ah! Sanji suddenly woke up from the coma. Luffy. This is Luffy's voice. Banquet hall, it's the Straw Hat. Hanano Binguro suddenly raised his head. Straw Hat. The Straw Hats, Kid and Luo were also taken aback. That guy in the Straw Hat seems to be still alive, Yoi. Marco felt the same way. Great, Luffy's alive. Brother is really not dead yet? Both Xiao Yu and Nami wept with joy. Desolate Skull Vault battlefield. Now I can do whatever I want. If that's the case, let's play for a while. The sound of the beating heart is also very interesting. Straw Hat Luffy lay on his back, talking softly to himself. White auspicious clouds gushed out from its body, lingering around. Immediately afterwards, his hair and even his clothes. All were rendered in a pure white color. This is my peak. This is fifth gear. With the last word down, Straw Hat Luffy suddenly opened his eyes. Ultimate's powerful conqueror's hockey spread out. The cheers and celebrations of the Pirates of the Hundred Beasts came to an abrupt end. One after another, they rolled their eyes white and fell to the ground unconscious. Damn it, this conquerors, who the hell is on the roof? Advertisement. Shinlong Kaido raised his head suddenly, his bloodshot copperbell eyes looked at the roof without blinking. Next second, a hand magnified in his eyes, not just because of the proximity. It was also because the hand itself was rising against the wind. In the blink of an eye, the giant hand approached him. With 5 fingers, he grabbed his dragon body, then he flung it like a fish. Kaido's blue dragon body is like a toy to him. It was thrown into the sky for a while, and then smashed into the ground again. Damn it. Damn Straw Hat. Shinlong Kaido goes crazy. Open mouth. The radiant dragon's breath roared out. Hit the body of Luffy in 5th gear, however, the next second. Under the tough rubber elastic, the dragon's heat, which was enough to destroy the mountain, was bounced back. Ah ha 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 ha. Level 5 Luffy, surrounded by white auspicious clouds, covered his forehead with one hand and laughed loudly. Straw Hat, I'm really sorry just now, that wasn't the victory I expected. Shinlong Kaido regrouped and spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry about it, let's have a showdown. 5th gear Luffy grinned nonchalantly. Well, it's really surprising. I thought you were dead after eating me just now. I didn't expect. Besides, it can assimilate foreign objects into rubber. It seems that Paramecia awakening, but there is something wrong. This kind of transformation should be Zone's ability. Shinlong Kaido charged towards the 5th gear Luffy while talking. The dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. However, this behavior only caused him to suffer. 5th gear Luffy slams right inside him. In the end, he rushed up and opened Shinlong's stomach. Shinlong Kaido howled in pain. Spray the swallowed 5th gear Luffy high into the air. Next second. Rubber, giant, level 5 Luffy transforms in place. Turn into an indomitable giant. Kick the blue dragon Kaido over with one kick. Then he grabbed his neck and tail. There was a wave of acrobatic rope-skipping performances on the spot. As expected in that record, Zone has the ability to do whatever he wants. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth twitched, he didn't know what to say. It's almost enough to give me enough. Kaido, who was taken as a jump rope, roared. The heat rushed out. Transform the giant Luffy into Kurozumi. Shinlong Kaido instantly transforms into a Dragonman form. A Jom Sanshi Yang Naraku hit the 5th gear Luffy's head. Extend his head for hundreds of meters, pass through the ceiling, and appear on the banquet floor. The bold and unrestrained posture that popped out of the facial features frightened a group of people in an instant. Even people as aloof as Kid and Luo were frightened into emojis. I have to admit that this performance is very exciting, but you have reached your limit, you still can't beat me after all. Die in peace. Your story will be eulogized by future generations. Dragon Man formed Kaido with a mace on his shoulder, hockey's opening. Who? 5th gear Luffy gasps weakly. No matter who dies, only bones are left in the end. Do you think I still care about death? It's not over yet. Momoko, Shoutama, Kinemon, Pedro, and Ace. My heart, keep on beating. 5th gear Luffy murmured softly. The turbulent atmosphere around him gradually calmed down. Immediately afterwards, like a flame burning, white auspicious clouds covered his body again. Boom. Boom boom boom, under the beating drumbeat of the heart. Level 5 Luffy revived with full health. I have no limits. Boom. The Dragon Kaido's mace fell. Playing Gear 5 Luffy's head deforms. There is no one in this world who can beat me. Kaido of the Beasts stopped drinking confidently. Level 5 Luffy endured the severe pain, spinning like a spinning top to launch a counterattack. Punch through the face of the Dragon Man Kaido, knocking him to the ground. Asking for flowers. Zero advertisement, it's fun, Kaido. Level 5 Luffy said with a grin. Who the hell are you, kid? Dragon Man Kaido asked in a deep voice. Who am I, you ask? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to surpass you and become One Piece. 5th gear Luffy is a no-brainer. Hey, he really has the ability to mess around, so let's continue to. Junya and Longshangjun. Countless black maces fell like a violent storm. Level 5 Luffy showed no sign of weakness, and confronted him head-on with his machine gun-like fists. The battle between the two changed the color of the world. The sky shatters like a mirror, heals, and shatters again. The dilapidated Ghost Island trembled violently and was on the verge of collapse. Everywhere in the city, the fire was blazing, devour all life. It's not good. If the fire spreads to the gunpowder magazine, the whole Ghost Island will explode. Yamato's pretty face changed drastically, and he was about to drag his tired body to solve this problem. Now you should rest well. Ron pressed Yamato with one hand. At the same time, lightly tapped the ground with the sole of the foot. The Paramecia Lion Fruit ability fed back from the Golden Lion is activated. Control the island with a buoyancy force stronger than Shinlong's flame cloud. Next second. The entire Ghost Island sank suddenly and fell into the sea. The sea rushed in and extinguished the raging fire. Simple and convenient. Let us watch the end of this battle together. Ron smiled leisurely. Ooh, Luffy holds the lightning. Yamato exclaimed in shock. Rubber, Ray. Level 5 Luffy is holding the Thunderbolt, just like the main god in charge of Thunderbolt. Between shaking hands, thunder is like a gun, pierced through Kaido's body. It made his dragon body paralyzed. Straw Hat, no matter how powerful your abilities are, you cannot conquer the world with your abilities alone. Only Haki can surpass everything. Kaido of the Beasts roared in a deep voice. A thunderous 8 trigrams sent a 5th gear Luffy flying into the sky and deep in the clouds. Immediately after Kaido activates the Blue Dragon ability. Transform into dragon form again. Attack the 5th gear Luffy in the clouds with slash bad wind. However, next second, a pitch black fist the size of a ghost island slowly emerged from the clouds. Just use the next blow to end it all. Level 5 Luffy's calm voice echoed off the sky. That guy Luffy really? Looking at the giant fist that covered the sky, Rayleigh couldn't help but be full of emotion. As a master, he has been completely surpassed now. Next second, Rayleigh snapped back to himself. He quickly looked at Ron. No need for Rayleigh's reminder. Ron's mind moved. The ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit is activated again. Take Onishima out of the rubber fist. I understand, Straw Hat, let's use the next blow to decide the outcome. Shinlong Kaido opened his mouth wide. Blazing flames gushed out of its dragon's mouth. In an instant, it enveloped his whole body. Shinlong turned into a huge flame dragon. Burned the sky and the night. Do you know, Straw Hats, 20 years ago, the heroes of this country were burned to death by flames. This country has been plunged into darkness, and 20 years later, it will be no exception now. Kaido, who turned into a fire dragon and a torch, stopped drinking coldly. I will never let this happen again. In the 5th gear, Luffy's giant fist that covered the sky and the sun slowly fell, and the top emission weapon flowed on his fist. Rubber, ape, god, gun, hey, oh, let's try it. Kaido of the Beasts laughed heavily. Fire dragon torch, rising dragon, fire, flame, ba, gua. Boom. Rumble. Chapter 61 Robin is jealous. Contract Luffy. Get the sun god. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Rubber, ape Shinso. Fire dragon torch, flame 8 trigrams. Boom. Rumble. Heaven collapses. Crack. The sea is broken. It's over. Ron spoke quietly. Next second, Luffy's ape Shinso in Gear 5 completely overwhelmed Kaido of the Beast's flame 8 trigrams. The giant fist of the gods that covered the sky and the sun drove the flaming dragon into the ground. The decisive battle on Ghost Island is over. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linland's double Emperor alliance lost. In the new era, here we officially stand on top of the world. Ooh! Cheers resounded through the sky. Wanokuni has been shrouded in darkness for 20 years. At last the light was seen. 9 shadows descended from the hazy sky. Tell the people of Wanokuni the truth about everything. At the same time, the broken Ghost Island battlefield. Severely injured people lay around. Marco, Chopper and the senior ship doctors of the Heart Corps are busy running and swimming, trying to save lives as much as possible. Luffy. Wait a moment, you are still seriously injured and can't move around. Nami screamed anxiously. Don't stop me, Nami, I still have important things to do. Straw Hat Luffy struggled firmly to his feet. So far, even Kaido has been defeated by you, Luffy. What else is there to do? You have done enough. Luffy, resting is the top priority now. Usopp repeated. Usopp, the mummified Zoro opened his eyes. Don't stop Lu, 750, from flying, that's what he has to do. Even Zoro Nami, Usopp and others were puzzled. Hey, green algae head, what is it? Sanji, who healed himself with the power of the powerful blood factor, asked seriously. Zoro didn't speak again, and couldn't speak anymore. Just look not far away, does that mean Luffy says hello to Rayleigh? Frankie raised an eyebrow. The words just came out of my mouth. Everyone guessed it was not the case, because the Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro were not looking at Rayleigh. Their eyes all fell on Ron. It's not even just Luffy and Zoro. Trafalgar Law, Kid, and Kira also persevered without rest. All eyes were on Ron. They will not forget, hours ago. What Ron, who stopped the Double Emperor's attack with his own power, once said. Now is the time to verify. This moment, it is about tens of meters away from the place where the wounded are concentrated. Ron stood calmly, with a warm smile like a spring breeze on his face, looking at the black-haired Yuji in front of him. Robin pursed her lips. Mei Shui looked at the man in front of her without blinking. There are new memories that have never existed before in my mind. Including a night of floating Sky Island adventure. And today's memorable experience at the Rip-Off Bar. Looking at the scenes that made people's ears red and heartbeat across the mind. Rao is a calm, wise and calm Yuji like Robin. At this moment, she couldn't help but blushed, as if she was in the scene. The body also gave birth to a trace of abnormality. For a long time, these memories don't completely belong to me. Robin let out a long breath and spoke calmly. Immediately, she changed the topic. Although I have never experienced these memories, from a certain point of view, they are also my experiences. I once read an interesting theory in a book. Besides the world we live in, there are countless parallel worlds that repeat the same thing over and over again, and sometimes there will be some accidents that lead to some changes. Robin spoke eloquently. Are you from another world? It's really my Robin, but you are wrong about one thing, the world is unique. Just because I came, so a branch world was born. Ron smiled and nodded. Not just because Ron said, my Robin. It is also because the inner conjecture has been confirmed. Mr. Ron, Luffy and the others are awake, and they are already waiting for you. Yamato walked over with long legs, and naturally took Ron's arm. Watching Ron and Yamato walk away arm in arm, Robin pursed his lips, feeling a sense of taste in his heart for no reason. Nico Robin, what are you thinking about? You are not from the same world, you will be separated after all. This man belongs to you in another world. Well, that's it. Robin whispered to himself, dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Advertisement at the same time. Ron went straight to the seriously injured Straw Hat crew and sat down on the spot. I do. Did it? Straw Hat Luffy's weak opening. Ron nodded. You did very well, B. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up, and his face was full of anticipation and hope. Don't worry, I won't break my promise, what I promised you will be fulfilled. Ron said calmly. Luffy, what the hell is going on? Mr. Ron, what did you promise Luffy? Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others were all confused, puzzled and curious. Ron promised me that as long as I beat Kaido, he would send me back to 2 years ago and give me another chance to save Ace. At the end, the voice of Straw Hat Luffy gradually choked up. This moment, when his voice fell, when I learned the content of the promise made by Ron. Jinbei, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Brook. All the sober people in the arena were stunned and shocked beyond measure. Through time and space, go back to 2 years ago. Change the established ending, from the future back to the past. Is such a thing really possible? Everyone in the Straw Hat crew murmured unconsciously in shock. No, this kind of thing is simply impossible. Usopp was the first to shake his head in disbelief. For time travelers, they have been in touch since Punk Hazard on Ice and Fire Island. Kinemon, Raizo, Kiku, Momonosuke, they traveled from 20 years ago to the present. It is also from their mouths. The Straw Hat crew learns of the existence of the magical time fruit. Can send people from the past to the future, but at the same time they also know, time fruit can only travel from the past to the future. It's impossible to go back to the past from the future. How can an established fact be changed? Sanji also shook his head in disbelief. I also really want Brother Ace to be alive, but Jinbei looked sad. I saw it in the hometown of Vegapunk. Vegapunk once had the idea of designing and building a time machine, but in the end he gave up, not only because it was difficult to realize, but also because if he went back to the past and made changes, time would be chaotic, and eventually lead to unimaginable disaster. Frankie said seriously. Wrong, Straw Hat Luffy yelled loudly, interrupting the speeches of his partners. That's what Ron said, he must have a way. Straw Hat Luffy's firm opening. Full of confidence in Ron. If it's Ron, it can indeed be done. Rayleigh nodded calmly. Because he has already returned to the distant past, and I am not the Rayleigh of this era. I followed Ron and came here 2 years ago. Well, alas, there was an uproar full of shock from the people. There is evidence of the legendary great pirate Pluton Rayleigh. Naturally, Straw Hat Crew will no longer have any doubts. All that was left was an undeniable deep shock. Ron, what else do I have to do, so that I can go back to 2 years ago? Straw Hat Luffy asked expectantly. Ron waved. The book of contract reappears. Luffy, leave your mark of blood here. Ron will pick you up 2 years ago. Rayleigh said. Oh, Straw Hat Luffy doesn't hesitate. Immediately leave your mark on the book of contract. Open black lens bracket contract. Straw Hat Kid Nika Joyboy Luffy close black lens bracket. Obtain the power of the sun gods. Nonsense. Ron. The feedback from the book of contract is really getting more and more unrestrained. It's fine to give feedback to Yamato before. Now it actually feeds back the power of nonsense of funny characters. But funny comic characters are invincible. Although Ron is not the same type of character as Straw Hat Luffy. But the increase in the nonsense power of the sun god is genuine. Just when Ron was still immersed in the power of the sun god's nonsense. Feedback from the book of contract to open black lens bracket contract Roronoa Zoro close black lens bracket. Acquire talent for naming moves. 53. Name the ability and name it. Thank goodness I didn't feedback Zoro's road idiot attribute. Advertisement otherwise. Ron, who was holding any door, was afraid that he would get lost in time and space. Next second. Open black lens bracket contract Nico Robin close black lens bracket. Acquire the ability to interpret historical texts. After Luffy and Zoro, the third contractor of the Straw Hats is Robin. C. Nami, Sanji and others also recovered from the shock and sluggish state one after another. Stupid green algae head, you are so injured, what are you doing? Save Luffy's brother, save Ace's task, leave it to me. While talking, Sanji left his own blood on the contract book. Open black lens bracket contract Sanji close black lens bracket open black lens bracket obtain the undefeated golden exoskeleton close black lens bracket. If I can really go back to 2 years ago, if I really have a chance to do it again, even if I risk my life, I will never let Ace die in front of brother Luffy again. Jinbei spoke firmly, and pressed his own bloody palm print. Open black lens bracket contract Jinbei close black lens bracket, gain naval combatability +10. Summit War 2 years ago, we were scattered all over the world. Don't say it's helping Luffy, not even consolation. But, if it's us now, must be able to do something for Luffy from 2 years ago. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook all nodded firmly without hesitation. It's just when it's Brook's turn, but there are some problems. Even Frankie, who is a reformer, there is still human blood in the body. But, Brook was completely dead and a skeleton with only a handful of bones left. The blood or something has already been drained and does not exist. Finally, Brook tried to grind down a bit of bone meal. Only then did he finally leave his mark on the book of contract. At the same time, he gave back to Ron the skills of a musician. The Straw Hats, are they really here? Do you really believe that you can go back to 2 years ago? Luo and Kid looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. Little ghosts, do you want to be together? Ron smiled and looked at Kid and Luo. The two were silent. They don't have to go back to the obsession they had 2 years ago. There is no need to do something a second time for something that has already been experienced. At this time, if you can, Ron, please take me back to 2 years ago. A choking voice sounded. It was Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. Please, Ron, take me back to 2 years ago and fight for Dad again. Marco got down on one knee and begged. Ken? Ron nodded calmly. Marco burst into tears of joy, hastily left a mark of blood on the book of contract. Then, let's go back. Ron looked at Rayleigh. Well, Mr. Ron, what about us? Yamato said anxiously. Luffy, don't worry, heal your injuries slowly, the time will always come. Rayleigh reassured. Heard the words. Everyone in the Straw Hats nodded in response. Really? Go to the top of the battle with their current state of residual blood. Don't say it's a boost, it's not bad if it doesn't hold back. Then, gentlemen, goodbye. Ron waved. Immediately, the arbitrary door of time and space was opened under the eyes of everyone. Disappear from the Ghost Island together with Rayleigh, return to 2 years ago. I seem to have really seen it, is that Sabaody land? Straw Hat, Kid, Heart, the 3 supernova pirates murmured in shock. See Circle Calendar 1520. Summit War, Eve. The deep night shrouded the islands of Sabaody. Some moment. On the 13th, the mangrove island has a rippling space. A door slowly opened. Ron and Rayleigh are back. Ron, I have a question. Rayleigh suddenly spoke seriously. Explain, Ron spoke quietly. What are you doing these things for? Rayleigh looked at Ron solemnly, after a long silence. Ron grinned. Of course it's because it's fun. Chapter 62 Rocks, Roger, and the Sun God Luffy. Come, open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. In the dead of night, Sabaody Islands, number 13 Mangrove Island. Shaki's ripped off bar. Jingle Bell, accompanied by crisp bells. Rayleigh pushed the door open and walked in. Shaki, we're back. Rayleigh looked at Shaki at the bar with a wide smile on his face. Old Lay, Ron, you are finally back. Shaki let out a long breath of relief. Ha ha ha, a glass of rum. Rayleigh snapped his fingers with a smile, in a good mood. This time travel, for Rayleigh, it is simply a once-in-a-lifetime. A once-in-a-lifetime unique experience. Even follow Roger to conquer the Grand Line. Experienced countless adventures, nothing can compare to it. After all, this is a trip to the future. Also, this trip. He even witnessed the awakening and birth of the sun god Nika. Everything is as recorded in the final island. In this era, a king who can lead the world to change is born. At last. It is also what Rayleigh looks forward to, excited about the most. Future travel is real, since he can be taken by Ron 2 years later. So, they were 24 years ago. The same can also come to this era. Roger, Jabba, Odin, Sunbel. The faces that haunt him. People who thought they would never see each other again. How exciting it will be again soon. Rayleigh can't wait to see his old friends again. Unlike Rayleigh's joy, exhilaration and excitement. This moment, Shaki, the rip-off Kanban girl who never suffers. At the moment, he is not in high spirits, with a frowning look on his face. Ha ha ha, Shaki, do you know what level that kid Luffy has grown to after 2 years? Even that Kaido was defeated by Luffy. Rayleigh said with a full face. Oh, the little monkey 2 years later defeated Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Even the little monkey 2 years later is only 19 years old. The 19-year-old Sea Emperor is so crazy. Shaki raised his eyebrows slightly, and 19 wrong appeared on his face uncontrollably. Even she is very bullish on the potential of Straw Hat Luffy. But never thought about it. Just 2 years. Straw Hat Luffy was able to grow from a rookie who was abused by Admiral to a level that can defeat the Emperor of the Sea. You know, that is one of the 4 Sea Emperors in King's Landing New World. And, Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. There are faint signs of surpassing Whitebeard and becoming the strongest in the world. The Straw Hat, who can defeat the strongest creature Kaido 2 years later, also has the qualifications to become the strongest. How can this not shock Shaki? Haha, there is nothing surprising, after all Lu is my disciple. Rayleigh is not without narcissism. Oh, Ron narrowed his eyes. No rebuttal. Just quietly watching Rayleigh pretend. Cough cough. A look of embarrassment crossed Rayleigh's face. Of course, the master leads the door, and the practice is on the individual. I have laid a solid foundation for Luffy, so it must account for 20%, but the other 80% depends on Luffy's own hard work, and that ability. Rayleigh said to the point. Old Lay, how the little monkey in the future will defeat Kaido, I can't even imagine, even if the little monkey's hockey can match Kaido. But Kaido is the most powerful blue dragon in Zone. Shaki pressed. No, Shaki, the strongest Zone has never been the blue dragon. Rayleigh said quietly, it's not Qinglong, what is that? Shaki froze for a moment. Of course it's Luffy's ability. Rayleigh said. Well? Shaki froze again. Old Lay, isn't little monkey paramecia a rubber fruit? Are you kidding me? Shaki, you should still remember that I once told you about a special fruit described in the records we saw on the final island. Rayleigh reminded. Wait a moment, Old Lay, what do you mean? Paramecia rubber fruit is just a disguise, and little monkey's real fruit ability is that fruit that hosts the will of God and is named after God. At this moment, Shaki's heart was already filled with turbulent waves, which was beyond shock. That's right, Shaki, and 2 years later, Luffy has fully awakened this fruit, and the liberation fighters who are enough to lead the world's transformation have appeared, and this hopeless world will change. Rayleigh said excitedly. Where is the awakening of God? Really, the two of you sneaked away to witness history, leaving me here to help you take care of your children. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh and Ron complainingly. Ha 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 ha, jail has a chance, Rayleigh laughed. Compared to the future 2 years from now, we are in this era, this world, changes are about to happen. Shaki grimaced. She understood what Rayleigh was saying. The opportunity for change is the Summit War in the near future. At that time, the world may be turned upside down by this war. Shaki, how long have we been away? Asked Ron. 3 days, 1 week until the war, Shaki said. Ron nodded. Advertisement for Ron. Time travel is only a few hours. However, there will be some time errors in each crossing. The first 2 shuttles also had 2 or 3 days of error. Again and again, proves that this is no accident. Originally, Ron was going to be on the day of the war. Open the gates of 3 time and space in one breath. Receive the coming of the overlords that the world government fears. But taking into account the time error, the timing of opening the door may be a little earlier. Otherwise, if the war is over, the overlords of all ages came. That would be too boring, sooner rather than later. Ron decided. It opens early tomorrow morning. As for the troubles that the overlords of each era will cause in this era, let nature take its course. Shaki, Girl Luffy and Robin are doing well while we're away. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine, smacked his mouth, and asked casually. It's okay not to mention it. Just mention this. Shaki couldn't help but sigh. Is something wrong with Robin? Asked Ron. No, little Robin's condition has stabilized, it's just little monkey. Having said that, Shaki couldn't help sighing again. What happened to Luffy? Are you still worried about your friends? Asked. Shaki shook his head. It's not about the partners, about the whereabouts of little Nami and the others. Little Robin and I have already explained it when he woke up, and little Monkey has also accepted it. Then what is it? Rayleigh became more and more puzzled. Shaki didn't speak. Throws Rayleigh a 3-day-old newspaper backhand. Look at Fire Fist Ace's public execution announcement in the news headlines. Rayleigh was startled and finally came to his senses. Is Luffy restless because he saw the news that his brother is about to be publicly executed? Rayleigh said. About the Brotherhood of Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. Rayleigh didn't know until the future of this trip. Well, Shaki nodded. I didn't expect Little Monkey and the second captain on the Whitebeard ship to be brothers, and I was shocked when I first found out. So, is that kid Luffy clamoring to go to the Summit War? Rayleigh asked. If it is like this, Rayleigh wouldn't say no. Although that battlefield is too early for Straw Hat Luffy. But this time, there are big predecessors like them. And there's a future that Luffy has to protect herself. It is also good for him to let him venture into the high-end battlefield. No, Lao Lei, Little Monkey wants to go directly to the deep-sea prison impelled down to save people. Shaki said quietly. Nani? Rayleigh was taken aback. It was impelled down after all, the legendary deep-sea prison. It's my fault too, I accidentally let Little Monkey know about Little Ace being imprisoned and impelled down. Shaki had just finished speaking. I could only hear footsteps coming from the tunnel. Immediately afterwards, bang, the tunnel entrance was pierced by a fist. Rayleigh, Ron, you are finally back. Straw Hat Luffy jumped out of the tunnel. The first time rushed to Ron. Ron, my brother. My only brother was imprisoned by Marine. I want to rescue him. I want to go to impel down. Robin said you must have a way, please. I'll go. Straw Hat Luffy fell to his knees in front of Ron, pleading. Ron looked at Straw Hat Luffy. Then he looked at Robin, who looked helpless at the exit of the tunnel. Rayleigh opened his mouth. I didn't wait to speak. Yes, I do have a way to send you to impel down. Ron nodded calmly. Real? Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up. Rayleigh and Shaki looked anxious, for what impel down is. They know best. It was a large prison that existed in the Calm Belt, and its defenses were as tight as iron walls. Hundreds of years so far, no one has ever invaded. Among them, there is one and only one person who escaped successfully. That is the legend of the last era, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Rao is Shiki, who also crippled his own feet, then use your own flying ability. This is the only way to escape from the desperate situation that is not in the sky or the ground. If only Straw Hat Luffy got into it, it's like sending a sheep to a tiger's mouth. That Luo. Rayleigh was about to say something. Advertisement. It was interrupted by Ron raising his hand. My eyes can see past and future. Ron smiled. Rayleigh froze for a moment. Memories of 24 years ago came to mind, ever since. He stopped worrying and nodded, decided to leave the matter to Ron. Straw Hat Luffy, for Robin's sake, I can send you to impel down, but with your current strength, can you save brother? Ron asked lightly. Oh, whatever the odds I will definitely rescue Ace. Straw Hat Luffy said firmly and confidently. Boring nonsense. Ron stopped drinking. Anyone can say big words, even determination can't improve your combat power. Straw Hat Luffy pursed his lips, but did not speak. 3 days, Rayleigh, for the next 3 days, you will be in charge of teaching this kid hockey. As long as he can master the basics, I will send him there. Ron said. Hockey? Straw Hat Luffy looked dazed. Soon, he nodded firmly again. No problem, whether it's hockey or others, I will definitely learn to show you. Luffy, ambition is a good thing, but hockey is not so easy to master. The old god Rayleigh is there. Next moment, Rayleigh hadn't had his drink yet. Straw Hat Luffy grabbed his arm. Rayleigh, please, hurry up and start now, please teach me hockey. Straw Hat Luffy said impatiently. Good, 270. Rayleigh shook his head and had no choice but to go with the cheap one. It's all right now, I don't have to worry about it, and I can sleep soundly. Shaki stretched his waist and went back to the room immediately. With Shaki away, only Ron and Robin were left in the bar. Look at the smiling Robin. Ron was silent, silently drinking wine. Seeing that Ron did not respond for a long time, Robin put his hands on his hips, his small face puffed up slightly, feigning anger like a girl. In the end, he took the initiative to directly. Arms wrapped around Ron's neck. Ahem, Robin, it's a little late today, let's try another day. Ron said. Okay. Robin had a half smile. 3. For Robin. Haven't seen Ron for 4 days, but for Ron. With Robin was more than 10 hours ago, during the period, Yamato. If it was the old Ron, I'm afraid it's already. Sniff. Robin's nostrils fluttered slightly, and his black eyebrows like distant mountains raised slightly. Mr. Ron, why do you seem to have? Swish. Ron stood up suddenly. Hold it horizontally, don't give Robin a chance to ask questions. 0119070015. 142,162,180. Don. Aw, it hurts. Hockey is so hard. Straw Hat Luffy's scream echoed under the hill of Red Tree number 13. Mr. Rayleigh's emergency hockey practice has continued through the night. And it's still going on, because of the accident 3 days ago. Today's Sabaody is completely deserted, especially the surrounding mangrove islands. Either it was sunk or it became an uninhabited island. So there is no need to worry about someone finding out about Rayleigh and the Straw Hats. Even if someone came by accident, Rayleigh's observation haki is also enough to avoid it in advance. No need for Ron to bother. This moment, Ron, who successfully slept with Robin, is preparing to overturn the world. It's time. Ron waved his hand. Clatter, the book of contract quickly turned the pages. There was a crashing sound like waves. Each name on the book shines. Release the breath of their own era. Take the arbitrary door of time and space as the medium. Take the contract as the coordinate, past and future. Weaving here and now. Open it, the gate of time and space. Following Ron's voice fell. The time and space gate leading to the past and the future is completed. 36 years ago, the Overlord of the Sea Rocks. 24 years ago, the One Piece Roger, and Nika Luffy, the Sun God, 2 years later. It will come here. Chapter 63 Overlord Time Traveling. Redhead Conqueror's Deterrence Admiral Green Bull. Any door in time and space, because of limited space-time energy. There are only 3 chances to travel through time and space. But once you travel to a space-time, the channel has already been penetrated. And, with the help of the power of the Book of Contract, anyone who leaves a name on the book, all can follow the guidelines of the contract. Arrived in the era of Ron, 20 years ago, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. 36 years ago, the Overlord of the Sea Rocks Pirate. And 2 years later the future One Piece Team Straw Hat Crew. Shuttle, start, if nothing else, within the next 2 to 3 days. The islands of Sabaody will become the gathering place for overlords. Certainly, that's no accident. If there are no accidents, accidents will happen soon. This moment, just when Ron opened the 3 doors of time and space. When the Overlord of the Sea who led the 3 ages came. The uppermost floor of the Red Line not far from the Sabaody Islands. A majestic megacity sits on a land of red earth. This is Holy Land, Mariajoy. The residence of the victors 800 years ago. This moment, the deepest part of the Red Line, after the Void Throne. Between flowers. Wear a crown, wearing a ground-sweeping cloak. The existence sitting on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. The sharp eagle eyes seemed to have cold electricity blooming, and it seemed that stars had fallen. Who is disrupting time and space? I am, the king of the world, whispered. He got up slowly. Go to a stone gate. Look at the huge straw hat in the stone gate. Silence for a while, finally came to a sundial like a millstone. Move your hands together to set things right. See Circle Calendar 1496. New World. An unnamed uninhabited island. 2 of the most legendary pirate ships of this era. Oro Jackson and the whale ship Moby D*K are quietly moored on both sides of the coast. It's been over a week now. A week ago, the Roger Pirates encountered the Whitebeard Pirates. A fierce confrontation lasted for 3 days, and the 4th day. The 2 sides reconciled and held a banquet together. The same day, Ron arrives. Spoil them about the future 24 years from now. And make a contract with it. To this end, either the Roger Regiment or the Whitebeard Regiment. None left, and, now in 3 days, Dad, Captain Roger. Mr. Ron's space-time gate has appeared. The surprised cheers of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates resounded in the sky. Ahahaha. Cool la 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 la. The Overlord Roger, who had been waiting for a long time, came hand in hand with the Overlord Whitebeard. Rayleigh, Jabba, Odin and other cadres followed closely behind. Here it is. It's here, it's finally here. Roger, the world-famous Overlord, is as happy as a child at the moment. What will the future look like 24 years from now? I can't wait to see it. Everyone in the Roger Pirates was smiling and couldn't wait. At this time, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team headed by Marco stopped in front of Roger's team. Whitebeards, what do you mean? Spencer waited for Luo Tuan to be higher than the dissatisfied Dao. It's not interesting, it's still the same sentence. This is our battle for our support in the future, we should go first. Everyone in the Baitwan said as a matter of course. The effort between speaking. Cool la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed and walked through the portal first. Roger, I'm sorry, I made a deal too, Odin laughed. The future is related to me, and I should go and see it. Sage, captain of the 4th team, followed closely behind. Seeing that the father and others have already entered the door, Marco and others blocked Roger and others vigilantly, while slowly approaching the time and space gate. However, at this time, Roger frowned, keenly noticed a trace of strangeness. It's not good. Roger exploded Conqueror's haki powerfully, shaking off the captains of the white group who were blocking the way. Advertisement, Captain Roger, what's the matter? Luo Tuan Kadri Mu Lien asked anxiously. The time-space gate is starting to become unstable, hurry up. The moment the voice fell, Roger, who is at the Overlord level, has not yet started. Heard the words. The cadres of Luo Tuan couldn't care less about being friendly and modest. Immediately started the rabbit Dondery without hesitation. The other side, the captains headed by Marco also refused to give in. The 2 Overlord groups once again fought together. Shanks, hurry up, greeted by Buggy, who, relying on the Conqueror's luck, made it across the battlefield safely. Running into the unstable time and space gate one after the other with Lil Red Hair. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh, I'm sorry, I'll go first. Jabba, the 3rd in command of Roger's regiment, smiled and walked into the gate of time and space calmly. Just after Jabba passed, the vibration of the time-space gate became more and more violent. It looks like it's about to disintegrate, at that last critical moment. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, turned into a phoenix. Break into it when there is no time to send. Boom. Like a broken mirror, the time-space gate connecting 1496 disintegrated under the interference. The Luo Tuan and the rest of the Bai Tuan who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed. Next second, it's all your fault for the Roger pirates. If you didn't mess around, how could the door be closed? Yeah. Xiao Zi and the other captains of the Bai Tuan fan reprimanded them angrily. Nani, what did you say? Don't let the villain file a complaint first. This is not what you provoked first. Besides, there are 4 members from your Whitebeard group and 4 members from our Roger group, which happens to be fair, so why are you dissatisfied? The long-awaited trip to the future came to nothing. The cadres of the Roger pirates were also full of anger. Seeing that the conflict between the two sides is about to resume. Boom. The surging conquerors' hockey swept the audience. Now that Roger, Whitebeard, Odin, and Jabba have left, there is one and only Rayleigh among conquerors awakened. Stop arguing, the disintegration of the gate of time and space cannot be affected by the aftermath of our battle. It must be because of some accident on Ron's side. Rayleigh said gravely. Time and space travel is a heaven-defying move, and it may be that the world is preventing it. The ship's doctor, Crocus, looked serious. How so? So, what will happen to Captain Roger and the others? Papa, are they all right? They won't be lost in time and space because of this. The hearts of the members of the 2 Overlord groups couldn't help but lift up. Regarding this point, you don't need to worry too much, even if the power of the world is stopping it. Ron's means are not covered. Based on his experience in time and space travel, nothing will happen. We're here now waiting for the future group come back. Rayleigh reassured. Heard the words. The 2 Overlord groups also nodded. I had to be patient and continue to wait. See Circle Calendar 1484. Beehive Island, Hachinosu. Ha, Captain Rocks, come. Ron's gate of time and space has opened. The laughter of Golden Lion Shiki, the leader of the Flying Legion, echoed in the sky above the Hive City. Ha. Along with the fragrance is the laughter of the sea Overlord Rocks. Little ones, you can almost get ready to attack the future. Rocks waved his hand. With a domineering aura, take the lead. Break into the slowly rotating portal of time and space. It was at the moment when Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, entered the door. A crack emerged from the door without warning. Just when Golden Lion Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others are arguing over who is the second in command and can enter the door second. Always on the sidelines, the young Whitebeard, who had shown little interest in future travel, suddenly moved. At the moment when the gate of time and space collapsed, he jumped in. Boom. The time-space gate shattered. The cadres such as Golden Lion Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, etc. who were left behind stared at each other with big and small eyes. Next second. I'm #% John, it's all because of you. Golden Lion Shiki, who missed out on a great opportunity to travel to the future, couldn't help but curse. I'm Sao Lee's Golden Lion, what's the matter with Lousy? Do you want to fight? Captain John, who was also holding back his anger, went into a rage. Stop arguing, no matter how loud you are now, it won't help. Silver Axe said angrily. Damn Ron, he didn't say that there is still a quota limit for time travel, Lousy's blood is shed in vain. Captain John gritted his teeth, and Newgate, who usually looks honest, didn't expect to be such a thug at a critical moment, stealing the spot without making a fuss. Ochaku, who had long beard reaching his waist, also had an ugly face. This day. Beehive Island Hachinosu Sky. The pirates shouted one after another in despair, impotence and fury, one after another. See Circle Calendar 1522. New World. Wanokuni. A week has passed since the final battle on Onijima on the night of the Fire Festival. The people injured in the Onijima War are recovering in 7s and 80s. Wanokuni freed from the long night, today is still lingering in the joyful banquet atmosphere. 3L Chapter 66 The 4 Emperor's Straw Hats arrive. Luffy breaks into Impel Down. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Countdown to Summit War 5 days. Sabaody Islands. 13th Red Tree. Rip off the bar. Today Ron is as usual. Ron, let's go shopping together. Robin sends out a date invitation to Ron, who is about to collapse on the recliner. Oh well. Ron agreed. Nothing to do. Walk around. The right is to meet Robin's small request. In the past 20 years. Robin is either on the run or on the run. It wasn't until they joined the Straw Hats that they finally found a place to live. It wasn't until meeting Ron again that she finally had the little happiness of an ordinary girl. For the first date in his life, Ron of course has to accompany him to the end. Only, Ron thought that Robin would hang around the bookstore and collect all kinds of books. But never thought about it. Today's Robin is uncharacteristically. I really went shopping in clothing stores and dessert shops like ordinary girls. In the end, I took Ron to Sabaody Park and played various projects. Nighttime. Robin wasted no time either. He directly dragged Ron to the Seaview Hotel, which he had visited a long time ago. All kinds of clothes bought in various stores during the day are also useful. To this, Ron will stay with him to the end, although no one came today. But this day is also full enough. The next day, Countdown to Summit War, 4 days. Ron and Robin returned to the rip-off bar after a day out. All the way, the two saw the Straw Hat Luffy sitting in front of the 2-3 bar, his body covered with electric dew. Swish. Ron and Ron were still hundreds of meters away from the rip-off bar. Straw Hat Luffy seemed to feel something in his heart and suddenly opened his eyes. Ron, Robin, you are finally back. I have mastered hockey initially, now you can send me to Impel Down. Straw Hat Luffy's firm opening. Aside, Rayleigh nodded in approval. In fact, yesterday night, Straw Hat Luffy is achieved. It's just that Ron is going out. Straw Hat Luffy had to wait patiently. Now, watching Ron return, Straw Hat Luffy could no longer suppress the anxiety in his heart. Greeted Ron at the first time, showing off his cultivation achievements. I see, Ron nodded. Mr. Ron. The happiness on Robin's face faded away, and a look of tension and anxiety appeared instead. Like Ron, Luffy, who rescued her from 2 decades of darkness, is also her family, her brother. Robin knows best what Impel Down is, Enies lobby event. If not Straw Hat Crew, she's about to fall into it and never see the light of day. 3 days ago, Robin heard Ron set the threshold for the Straw Hats. I thought I could stop it, so I don't have to worry anymore. Never thought about it. Straw Hat Luffy actually got over it. It's okay, trust me. Ron stroked Robin's little head. Robin nodded obediently. Then, according to the agreement, Straw Hat, I will take you to Impel Down, and bring whatever else you want to bring now. Ron said. Just me alone is enough. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his fist confidently. Then let's go. Ron waved his hand. Any door leading to Impel Down is instantly formed. Go ahead, Impel Down is behind this door, Ron said. Oh, Straw Hat Luffy confidently clenched his fist and raised his arms. Step in without fear. With his entry, any door dissipates. What an incredible power, Shaki couldn't help but wonder. Since it's an agreement, there's nothing we can do. I don't know if Luffy will be able to succeed. If Ace the Fire Fist is rescued early, even Marine will start to panic. Rayleigh chuckled. Advertisement, Ron, Luffy is he really alright? Robin frowned slightly. Don't worry, for your sake, even if there is anything wrong, I will go and fish him out. Ron said. Thank you, Ron. Robin stood on tiptoe and tapped Ron's cheek. This is the deposit for the thank you gift, and I will give it to you the rest of the night. Robin smiled. Ron. Who is this to thank? Robin, who is reserved and stable in appearance. It's totally addicting now, fall into it, tireless. Between South Blue and the Grand Line, in the calm belt. The pitch-black buildings stand like behemoths among the sea. This is the deep-sea prison, Impel Down, known as the Iron Wall. Hundreds of years since it was built, no one has ever invaded, and there is only one successful jailbreak. However, just today, the myth that Impel Down is invulnerable has been shattered. The whole big prison is in chaos with the invasion of Straw Hat Luffy. Grass. Straw Hat, the buggy god Tyr, who was arrested a month ago for accidentally digging into the marine base, was stunned. Straw Hat Sauce. Bentham, the tough guy and ladyboy who was arrested in the Alabasta incident, joins the escape. Take me too, Candle-free Mr. 3 implores. The jailbreak operation is in full swing. At the same time, Grand Line's famous shipbuilding island, the capital of water. Since the Enies Lobby incident, the city of water returned to its usual calm. In the present, when Pluton's blueprints are publicly burned by Frankie, the world government will no longer bother to plan spies. After all, the two sides still have to do business. This moment, water capital, number 4 Minato. Hulk Island. It's here. 3 top shipbuilders in the world were born one after another. And 2 treasure ships that can ride through any storm and conquer the Grand Line. And now, a new legend will be born and start here. The door of space rotates slowly and opens. Wearing a black cloak, Luffy, the 4 Emperor's Straw Hat who was 2 years later, stepped forward first. Immediately afterwards, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Nami, Jinbei. 10 people from Straw Hat Crew, Yamato and Marco. A total of 12 people traveled through time and space and went back to 2 years ago. Are we really back? Is this really 2 years ago? Has the Summit War really not started yet? Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others looked around with nervous expressions on their faces. Although I don't know if it was 2 years ago, there is no doubt that this is the capital of water. Frankie gasped in surprise. I was still in New World Wanokuni a second ago, and arrived in the water capital in a blink of an eye. This is the miracle of miracles, that is, the miracle of supper. Frankie strikes his signature pervert pose. The city of water, I really miss it. 4 Emperors. Luffy smiled slightly. Yes. Sanji exhales smoke rings. 2 years ago, if we took one wrong step, we would not be where we are now. Zoro said. Feel sorry. Usopp apologized softly. He thought about 2 years ago. Here it is. He challenges Captain Luffy to a question about Mary. In the end, he announced to disembark in a fit of anger. Ha ha ha, it's long gone, never mind, Usopp. 4 Emperors. Luffy laughed. I was saved in the end, thanks to Usopp and Mei Lee. Thinking that it was obviously dilapidated to the extreme. But still can cross the gods of the sea. The miracle ship that went to them. The eye sockets of everyone in the Straw Hat group could not help but redden. Feel the change of atmosphere. Yamato, Marco and Brook also kept silent in tacit agreement. Well, Mei Li must be looking at us now, everyone, cheer up. 4 Emperors Luffy made a fist. Oh, everyone should drink in unison. Next second. Advertisement, somebody is coming. Yamato spoke suddenly. 4 Emperors Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others also felt it. The mighty observation Haki sensed the person behind him. Little ones, Big Brother will be safe and sound, and today we must collect useful wood to our heart's content and rebuild Frankie's base. Wearing fishnet black silk, the rugged pervert man, the former leader of Frankie's family, raised his arms and shouted. Oh, the gangsters of the former Frankie family responded in unison. After Frankie joins the Straw Hats and leaves, they were recruited by Frankie's brother Bingshan. Added Doc 1. There is a formal establishment, but the deserted ship Hulk Island was still their stronghold. When the dock work is idle, they always come to collect materials. Rebuild the original base, today is no exception. However, didn't wait for them to start working. Hey, little ones, it's been a long time. 2 years later, Frankie jumped onto the ruins of the shipwreck and greeted his younger brothers not far away. Look at the strange man who jumped out suddenly. The younger brothers of the Frankie family couldn't help being taken aback. Next second. Who are you? Do you know us well? Wear a pair of underwear in broad daylight, pervert. This is our territory, if you are sensible, get out. The gangsters headed by Zanbai reprimanded them one after another. They didn't recognize that the person in front of them was their eldest brother. This is also natural. After all, Frankie 2 years later and Frankie 2 years ago are simply two people. Plus there wasn't much time for Frankie to leave now. The gangsters of the Frankie family have a deep-rooted understanding of Frankie. The voice just felt a little familiar. For this situation, Frankie had already expected it. He also didn't care at all. After 2 years, goodbye my former brothers. There was nothing but excitement in his heart. Zanbai, Keppu, Eggboy, Kiehu, Shuzo. Frankie said their names in turn. Well, how do you know our names? It's so clear, it's all right, have you investigated us? Wait a moment, everyone, don't you think this voice is familiar? The gangsters of Frankie's family couldn't help being stunned on the spot. A bold idea emerged from their hearts. Who are you? Zanbai opened his eyes in disbelief, and opened his mouth tremblingly. Frankie grinned, did not speak, instead, respond with action. Super. Frankie's left arm overlaps his right arm in his signature pose. At the same time, Zanbai and the others below also unconsciously posed with 2.4. You, is it, F. Fran, brother Frankie. The gangsters of the Frankie family yelled in unison. You guys. Bastards, you really miss me. 2 years later, Frankie jumped up and hugged with his younger brothers. Tears poured out as if they didn't want money. Brother. It's really Big Brother, brother Frankie is back. Great, really good, brother is still alive. That news is really nonsense. It's a matter of course, Big Brother is lucky and faithful, how could he die? The gangsters of the Frankie family also wept with joy and tears streaming down their faces. But, brother Frankie, what is going on with your image? Yeah, you look like this, even we can't recognize it at a glance. And brother Luffy? Is everyone safe and sound? Everyone asked curiously. Our words, of course it's fine. Usopp spoke. Long nose, and everyone at the Straw Hat crew. Great, Straw Hat crew is really all safe. The gangsters of the Frankie family cheered in unison. But everyone feels a little different from before? Obviously, it's only been a few days. Zanbai said suspiciously, it's not a few days, it's a change in 2 years. Frankie corrected seriously. Chapter 67 Roger lands in the City of Water. Meet the Straw Hat crew. Open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket. Nani. What? Brother, you guys come from 2 years later, through time and space, go back to the past from 2 years later. Is it really possible for something like this to happen? Wow, the shocked and shocking screams of the Frankie family's gangsters echoed under the sky for a long time. Good moment. Yes, I believe in Big Brother, as Frankie's loyal little brother, Zanbai nodded first, accepting this unbelievable fact like a fantasy. Yeah, that's the only way to explain the changes in Big Brother and the others. It's only a few days since Sabaodi's incident was reported, but Big Brother and the others have undergone earth-shaking changes. Brother's self-improvement has been greatly upgraded, Mr. Long Nose has become a reliable muscular man, Nami and Robin are getting more and more beautiful, Chopper is getting cuter. And Luffy-san, Zoro-san, and Sanji-san, everyone looks like a big shot. Wait for a moment, speaking of big shots, that pineapple head. Couldn't it be Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team? Really, there is also a fat Murloc, it seems to be the Shichibukai Haishu Jinbei. The shock of Frankie's gangsters escalated further. Everyone was stunned, frightened, and froze in place, motionless. To this, Frankie and the Straw Hat crew didn't say much. Let them think and digest by themselves, in brief conversation. They have also obtained the information they want. First, this is indeed 2 years ago. See Circle Calendar 1520 Top Eve. There are still 4 days until Ace's public execution. Problems ensued. Their birth point is in the water capital. How to choose next? Naval Headquarters Marineford, the deep sea prison impelled down, and Eni's lobby Eni's Ace Hall. These are the three major institutions of the world government, and they are connected by special ocean currents. Now we are located in the City of Water. If we take the sea train, we can arrive at Eni's lobby in half a day. If we take the Eni's lobby's Gate of Justice, we can reach Impel Down in less than a day. Jinbei's familiar analysis said 15. To this, everyone in Straw Hat Crew was also the most familiar. The original Eni's lobby incident, they've been through this process firsthand. Robin is only one step away from the door of justice. 2 years ago now, the Eni's lobby that was broken in Buster Call is probably still being rebuilt. There are not many troops on the island, so it won't be too difficult to break through, it's just. Sanji exhales a smoke ring. The problem is what happens after that. Once we go to the Eni's lobby, our existence will be exposed immediately. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just an admiral. Zoro frowned. Worst case, by the time we reach Impel Down, Marine may have already formed an encirclement network. Frankie added. At that time, the battlefield of the Summit War will not be naval headquarters, but Impel Down. Think here. Everyone in the Straw Hats frowned, even if they were the new 4 Emperor's regiment that crushed the Beast's pirates. If it is against the total combat power of Marine, the number is still too small. 10,000 steps back, even if Ace can be rescued. It is almost impossible to escape under Marine's nose. Everyone of Straw Hat Crew, you don't have to take such risks. The main battlefield this time is not Impel Down, but naval headquarters. 2 years later Marco said categorically, you are the strongest surprise reinforcements. This time, you will definitely be able to rescue Ace, and Dad will never come back. Oh. I will work hard too. 1 Yuan rescued Ace. Yamato also clenched his fists and shouted, expressing his determination. For more than 20 years, it was the first time I left the Ghost Island and saw the outside world. She couldn't give any constructive advice, only the strength of this body can contribute. Then it's decided, first go to Sabaody to meet Ron and Rayleigh and then naval headquarters. 4 Emperors Luffy laughed. The task of sneaking into Impel Down is still left to him in the past. Now, he only needs to land in the latter's posture on the day of the war. If it is decided, the first thing to solve is the problem of the ship. It is too slow to build on the spot. I will ask Ace Bagu for one. Frankie got up immediately. Big brother, leave the ship on us. We're going to find Mr. Ace Bagu. Zanbai and the others came back to their senses, and hurriedly trot away. That's okay, if we bluff the market, it will attract too much attention. It would be bad if Marine finds out. Frankie nodded in response. However, as long as you keep a low profile, put on a little disguise, and buy some daily necessities for the voyage, there should be no problem. Yamato, do you want to go together? Robin smiled and looked at Yamato. Oh, me? Can I? Yamato was taken aback immediately, and excitement appeared on his pretty face. For her who left Oni Island and Wanokuni for the first time. Everything outside is so novel and interesting, especially this water capital. She had read it many times in Oden's sailing diary, and she was fascinated. Now that it finally arrived, she naturally wanted to see it with her own eyes. However, considering the overall situation, this willful request was not made. The empathetic Robin also sees through this point. That's why she was invited to go with her. Besides, Robin also wants to have a private chat with Yamato. Want to know how far she and Ron have developed. Usopp, Chopper, you guys come too. Nami said hello, calling them, of course, for free coolies. Advertisement, also, Luffy, Zoro, you absolutely must not run around. Boss Jinbei, you must keep an eye on them. Nami said solemnly. Nami, it's too much. Luffy is fine. If you go out, you will definitely cause trouble, but why should I be restricted? Zoro was dissatisfied. Stupid green algae head, with your road crazy attributes, you can't even walk out a straight alley. If you are allowed to go out alone, you may still be in the water city of Kuan Yu after the war is over. Sanji scoffed. What are you talking about? Want to fight? Curl your eyebrows. Zoro went berserk. Sanji ignored it decisively, and turned to look at Nami. Nami-san. I asked to go out and solve the problem of ingredients. License. Nami nodded, agreeing. Sanji, remember to bring me water and meat when you come back. 4 Emperors Luffy said. I know, Sanji agrees. I want $100, 4 Emperors Luffy said again. Sanji. Give me 2 kegs of beer and more. Zoro is also giving his own menu. Do you take me as an errand boy? Still have to make an inch, then the old man will wait here with Luffy for everyone. Jinbei laughed. For the fun vibe at Straw Hat Crew. Jinbei likes it the most. Yo ho ho ho, Brook also feels the same way. Such a team. Even if you stay for 100 years, you won't get tired of it at all. Robin, Yamato, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Sanji, after purchasing the simple disguise of the 6-member group, enter the City of Water from number 4 Minato. Luffy, Zoro, Frankie, Brook, Jinbei and Marco are the 6 conspicuous people as the waiting group, standing by on the spot. The other side, Water Capital, Carrera attack, no shipyard. The Frankie family headed by Zanbai rushed into the headquarters building. Zanbai, aren't you resting? What's the matter, so anxious? Barry the shipwright asked. Brother Barry, no time to explain. Where is brother Ace Bagu now? Zanbai and the others asked anxiously. Boss is in a meeting right now. Barry pointed in the direction of the meeting room. Say it. Don't wait for him to continue asking. Zanbai and others have already rushed into the conference room. Zan, what are you doing? Ace Bagu was taken aback. Brother Ace Bagu, hurry up and come with us, this is a first-class event. As Zanbai and the others spoke, they set up Ace Bagu and ran outside. This sudden change made the boatmen of the Carrera Company all look dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally came back to their senses. Aware of the fact that the boss was robbed face to face, immediately began to chase madly. The city of calm water gave birth to turmoil. The other side, original CP9 spy Bluenose Cantina. Jiwei, Mosey, and Granny K. Kellogg, you are also here, that's just right, come with me quickly. The chubby man named Eggboy said anxiously, what's wrong? Sister Fang Fang was puzzled. Brother is back, if you want to see him, it's now. Eggboy said anxiously, Nani, brother, water capital. Commercial Street. Nami and Robin took Yamato to purchase goods. At this time, across the street across the river, there was commotion. Nami and the others instinctively concealed, and their expressions changed at the same time. Luffy, who thought it was Hulk Island, couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to make trouble. No, it's not Luffy, it's Frankie's boys. Robin saw Ace Bagu who was being supported by Zanbai and others. At this time, Ace Bagu also noticed the sight from Robin. Although only a brief glimpse, but he still recognized Robin in disguise. Until then, he finally believed what Zanbai and the others said. The Straw Hat crew is really back on the island, although I don't know what they mean by 2 years later. I don't know why the Straw Hat that was still in the state of group destruction a few days ago appeared here intact. But Ace Bagu knows. If word gets around that the Straw Hat crew is on the island, it will trigger a series of incredible events. After all, not long ago, they beat the Celestial Dragons, the nobles of the world. Zanbai, let me down first, we can't let the commotion continue to spread. Ace Bagu said in a deep voice, really sorry. Advertisement Zanbai and the others finally came to their senses at this moment, and quickly put down Ace Bagu. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** shipbuilder, and others led a team to surround the crowd. Barry, I praise them for not trying to do anything to me. You go back first and calm down the commotion. Ace Bagu's majestic way. But Mr. Ace Bagu, before Barry, the master shipwright, finished speaking. In addition, immediately prepare a light fast ship that has not been registered and send it to Hulk Island. Remember, absolutely don't make it public. Ace Ba Trail, it is to leave with Zanbai and others. Tuliu, Barry and others were in a mess in the wind. Although I don't know what it means, but since it is the order of the boss, it can only be followed. Under the instruction of Ace Bagu, the turmoil in the water capital subsided. Ordinary civilians only thought it was an internal activity of Carrera's employees, and they didn't care about it as a joke. Call, Nami and others let out a sigh of relief. No more delays, speed up your purchases. 10 minutes later. Hulk Island. Ace Bagu met with Granny Kekela, who came from another direction. Ace Bagu, you're here too, Grandma, have you said that too? The two spoke at the same time. Immediately, they all looked at the people not far ahead. Big brother, Cube sister Kiwa Maz strode forward immediately and threw herself into Frankie's arms. After appeasing the little sister, Frankie stared straight ahead and grinned. Hey, Ace Bagu and Kekela, it's been a long time. 5 minutes later. 017 Ace Bagu and Granny Kokoluo, the mermaid, finally sorted everything out. What came here was not the Straw Hat crew that was wiped out a few days ago. It's the Straw Hats from the future. It's the same as the Frankie family who learned all this not long ago. Even the wise and calm Ace Bagu and Kekela, this moment. From the inside to the outside, the whole person is completely occupied by an unprecedented wave of shock, so that he can't move for a long time. After all, this is time travel, from the future back to the past. If this kind of thing can really happen, 10 years ago Mr. Tom. Ace Bagu, I know what you were thinking, don't worry, if there is a chance, I will definitely grab it. 2 years later, Frankie said categorically, stupid Frankie, you're getting worse and worse. Ace Bagu glanced at his junior brother. Can I take it as you were praising me, woohoo? Frankie was smug. Ha ha ha, Granny Kekela laughed heartily. Brother Luffy is so handsome, he looks like a big shot. Nah nah nah, the little girl Zamone and the rabbit cheered around the four emperors Luffy. Yeah, it's just like back then, the figure of One Piece 23 years ago appeared in Granny Kekuluo's mind. Half an hour later, the purchasing 6 returns, another 5 minutes. A light fast ship approached quietly. Only Barry and a few shipmasters who had participated in the Enies lobby incident were on board. Quickly, when I learned the series of shocking truths. Barry and other shipbuilders were all shocked to the point of stupor, motionless, unable to utter a word. So, goodbye, Ace Baba. Frankie waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew. Everyone, set sail, following the order of Captain Luffy. 2 years later Straw Hat crew, set sail, destination, Sabaody Islands. Goal, Summit War, Ace Bagu, a terrible event is about to happen. Grandma Kekela watched the boat drift away, whispering softly. Yeah, I'm afraid the world will be overturned because of them. Ace Bagu nodded. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. Kekela had an expectant smile on his face. At dusk. Dusk fell. The fiery red sunset reflected the sky. Kekela changed into the overalls at the station. Get ready to go to your job at Sift Station. Woo woo woo. The sea train comes in. The passengers on board got off in twos and threes. Kay Kellogg just wanted to take a ride, at this time. She glanced out of the corner of her eye. I saw 2 big, 2 small and 4 figures getting off the adjacent carriage. In an instant, Kay Kaluo's body froze in place, motionless. Are you Kay Kellogg? Time is not forgiving, One Piece Roger grinned. Chapter 68 Kaido gives the redhead face. Whitebeard attacking Wanokuni. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Night fell. Water capital. The warehouse under the number 7 bridge. This is the original place where Tom's workshop gave birth to 3 of the world's top shipbuilders. This moment, Ace Bagu, the mayor of the City of Water and the owner of Carrera, suffered the second impact of today's meteorite. Daytime. He had just witnessed a miracle from the future. Witnessing the Straw Hats from the future, I can't extricate myself from being immersed in shock. Result. It hasn't been long. A new miracle happened again. Miracles from the past, and, compared to the future Straw Hats, the impact from the 4 people in front of them was even worse. After all, it is the One Piece who appears in front of him alive now. Gold D. Roger, the only One Piece who conquered the Grand Line 800 years ago. Tom Studio, it's really nostalgic, our Oro Jackson was also born here. Roger said with a full face of emotion. Yeah, it's all thanks to Tom, he is really the #1 shipbuilder in the world. A shipbuilder like him. This is the world's loss. Copper Jabba shook his head. Damn world government, it's so despicable, it dares to frame it. Little Buggy clenched his fists angrily, on the way. They have heard Kay Kellogg talk about the murder of Tom the Murloc 10 years ago. Obviously even the sea train was built, and the achievements that took decades to achieve were destroyed by a villain's treachery. Even the gentle little redhead's fist was hardened. Tom is still tired of us after all. Roger's expression also darkened slightly. Wrong. Ace Bagu, who had been silent for a long time, spoke decisively, his eyes bright. Mr. Tom said that a man should stand up to the ship he built. To build a ship for a man like Roger, to conquer the Grand Line, Mr. Tom has no regrets, rather, he is very proud. Ace Bagu said seriously. Ahahaha, what a resounding shipbuilder. Roger laughed. It sure looks like something Tom would say. Jabba also nodded with a smile. By the way, Ace Bagu, where's your junior brother Frankie? Tom saved him with his life, has he become an outstanding shipbuilder? Jabba asked. That idiot Frankie, he's a pirate now. Ace Ba Trail. Oh? Jabba raised an eyebrow in surprise. 20 or 30 years ago, the main activities of the Roger Pirates are New World. But every 5 years or so, I will quietly visit the capital of water. Let Tom do a full overhaul on Oro Jackson. It was at that time that they met Tom's 2 disciples, Ace Bagu and Frankie. For rebellious Frankie at the time, Jabba also once invited him to be an intern. But it was severely rejected. Unexpectedly, Frankie, who rejected Roger Pirates, would become a pirate now. What kind of pirates are they? Roger also couldn't help but feel a little curious. They are a group of pirates made up of idiots, Ace Bagu smiled. Ha ha ha. Kay Kellogg also smiled. Little Buggy and Little Redhead looked at each other. I thought to myself that my junior brother was abducted by a fool to be happy? However, they will definitely become the second team to conquer the Grand Line after you in the future. Ace Bagu changed the subject and spoke firmly, he believed in what he said. Ahahaha. Roger suddenly smiled. I think I already know who they are. Yes. Jabba also nodded. Same words, they had heard it from their mate Crocus. Blue blue blue, the phone bug sounded from Ace Bagu. Connected. Mr. Ace Bagu, the ship is ready, and all the supplies are ready. Barry's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. I see, you can go back directly after parking the boat on Hulk Island. Ace Ba Trail. Got it, the phone bug hangs up. Mr. Roger, Ace Bagu looked at Roger, this is a real help. Roger nodded. Hulk Island. Taking advantage of the night. Buggy, Bibbly Lulu, and Del Stone, the master shipbuilders of the Carrera Company, quietly docked the ship. Let's go, our task is completed, Mr. Ace Bagu will come to receive it next. Barry greeted. Barry, did Mr. Ace Bagu really not tell you? Who is this ship for? Advertisement. The muscular and strong shipmaster Daryl Stone asked curiously. If I knew, would I need to scratch my head? Barry said angrily. The ship during the day is for the future Straw Hat crew, who will be the mysterious person tonight. Shall we stay here for a while and take a look? Bibbly Lulu, a shipbuilder with a unique hairstyle, suggested. It's better to avoid it, it's not good to know too much. We'll pretend we don't know anything anyway. When the time is right, Mr. Ace Bagu will tell us. Barry shook his head and pulled his 2 colleagues away. In a quarter of an hour, Roger, Jabba, Buggy and Redhead board the ship. Riding the wind, stepping on the waves, drifting away. Quietly watching the boat go away. This time the world government has kicked the iron plate. They will regret their decision to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, and the world will be turned upside down. Granny Kay Kellogg took a sip of wine and said drunkenly. A subversion of world government? This is really worth looking forward to? Ace Bagu looked deeply. Day and night. Countdown to summit war, 3 days. Sabaody Islands. 13th Red Tree. No more rowdy Straw Hat Luffy. The atmosphere in the ripped-off bar suddenly became much quieter. Sofa booth. Ron sat next to Robin, leisurely reading and resting. Rayleigh looked like a young couple in love and frowned. Because as long as you see it, you will always eat a mouthful of dog food. Also, looking at the love between Ron and Robin. Shaki, who has always been silent and respectful in the past. My heart is also inevitably driven. The idea of wanting to show affection to Rayleigh was born. Due to his status as a senior, Rayleigh has always been embarrassed. Also, all he thinks about now is Roger, and he really can't hold Shaki. 2 more days of agonizing wait for Rayleigh, countdown to Summit War days. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal Sengoku. Green-haired Commodore Brannow's panicked yells echoed in the hallway. What happened again? Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth and frowned. The past days. For Commodore Brandon, the more he looks at it, the more he doesn't like it. Every time he groaned, he was frightened, and then. What was reported was even more unbelievable. What someone in New World witnessed Whitebeard and the first team Marco on the handsome pirate ship. Somebody saw One Piece Roger or something in the gourmet town of Puki. These non-existent things, even if you think about it with your asterisk, it is impossible to happen. With the war approaching, he had already worked hard enough to formulate a plan to annihilate the White Regiment. Sengoku is bound to get annoyed when his subordinates report these rumors. Marshal Sengoku, this time is really amazing. The green-haired Commodore Brandon wiped the sweat from his forehead and said seriously. You've never been a big deal, Marshal Sengoku thought. Say it, Sengoku said in a low voice. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, just now, news came from New World that 4 Emperor's red-haired pirates and 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts contacted and clashed in New World. Green-haired Commodore Branno reports. Nani. Stormy, New World. Above the sky, thunder and lightning flashed. The Pteranodon, surrounded by raging flames, spread its membrane wings. 1,000-meter-long blue dragon dances in the wind above the 9 heavens. Triggered a series of doomsday-like changes of heaven and earth. The raging waves piled on top of each other, enough to overturn everything. But it can't shake that mere ship name Red Force. Belongs to 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks. Go back, Kaido. I will never let you get involved in this war. On the bow of Red Force, the man with the most hockey in the sea, 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks stood on the bow, holding the sword hilt at his waist with one arm. Hey, old man, Whitebeard is going to die soon. Instead of letting him die humiliatingly in the hands of Marine and achieve the glory of Marine, it is better for me to take his head off. This is the best destination for old man Whitebeard. Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, laughed out loud, and their voice rumbled like thunder, resounding through the sky. I will never stop the last burning of the old man who has supported 2 eras, and I will never allow anyone to interfere, because it is enough to illuminate the light of the new era, so. Even if an all-out war breaks out with you, I will not hesitate. 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks drank in a deep voice, the veins on his forehead swollen. Boom. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth shook violently amidst the explosion. The Zeon Conqueror's breath, thousands of times more violent than the waves of the sea, exploded. Black and red lightning is densely covered, as if to overthrow the world. Just by feeling this breath, Yan Wanjin, the second in command of the Imperial Regiment, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Fear subconsciously arose in his heart, and he retreated a little unconsciously. Whoa, what a hockey, it reminds me of a man. Qinglong Kaido laughed loudly, and the figure of a man laughing wildly appeared in his mind unconsciously. The heated standoff continued. Seeing the conflict between 4 Emperors and 4 Emperors will start. At this time, blue, the urgent phone buzzer rang. Yenjo connects to the phone bug, after a while. Advertisement. His complexion suddenly changed. Extreme shock and disbelief occupied his whole body and mind. Kaido, Flame Calamity Ember called loudly, what's the matter? Qinglong Kaido looked back. There's no time to spend with redheads here, something happened to Wanokuni, someone took advantage of us to go out and attacked Wanokuni. Yan Calamity Ember said solemnly, sneak attack, who is so bold? Qinglong Kaido narrowed his big copper bell eyes. This time he only brought Jin with him. There are also 2 disasters, 6 suns and an army of tens of thousands in Wanokuni. Plus Wanokuna's unique location, who can make trouble there? Who dares to make trouble there? Yan Calamity Jin pursed his lips. Good moment, he took a deep breath, finally spit out a name. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This is the name he got after repeated confirmation from Wanokuna's subordinates. Listening to the name that Yan Calamity said, Qinglong Kaido couldn't help being stunned. That's right, this time we're going to get Whitebeard's head. Qinglong Kaido opened his mouth subconsciously, but he still didn't react. No, Kaido, I mean, Whitebeard is in Wanokuni now. Flame Calamity Ember emphasized again, this time. Kaido finally reacted. Immediately, the squinting Copper Bell's big eyes suddenly opened wide. It was as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. After all, now is an extraordinary time. The all-out war between Whitebeard and Marine is well known. Nowadays, Whitebeard is supposed to be on his way to naval headquarters. How did it appear in Wanokuni? If true, isn't he stealing chickens and losing money? Sneaking Whitebeard's asterisk doesn't work. Was Whitebeard's home stolen? Wang Defa? Qinglong Kaido the whole dragon is a bit messy. Kaido, I have an idea. Flame Calamity Ember put forward his own opinion. Whitebeard never thought of going to war with Marine. Rather, under this guise, it is certain that Kaido will leave Wanokuni for this. So they sneaked into their base camp to avenge the death of their brother Kazuki Oden 18 years ago and take back Wanokuni. Listen to the analysis of the flames and embers. Kaido of the Beasts nodded its head blankly. It does seem to be a possibility. Oh, that old man Whitebeard, he knew he couldn't beat me, so he played tricks on me, but this is a pirate, he actually deceived everyone in the world. Wang Zhaozhao, really what a great deal. Kaido of the Beasts smiled, knowing that Whitebeard is now in Wanokuni. He is also no longer attached to Summit War. Fighting the red-haired Shanks here now is not worth the candle. Right now he just wants to rush back to Wanokuni as soon as possible and take off the attacker's head. Kaido Longan beads a turn. Hey, red-haired, since you have already talked about this, then today, I will give you your face, Jin, let's go. Qinglong Kaido dances a 1,000-meter body, say it. Make a prompt decision, turn around without hesitation. Return to Wanokuni as quickly as possible with Flame Ember. Estimated time of arrival, day, the other side. Watching Qinglong and Pterosaur go away. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates looks at me, I look at you, and they look at each other. He obviously looked like he was not going to die before, why did he suddenly leave without doing anything? As expected of the boss, it seems that Kaido was also intimidated by the boss's haki and left in despair. A reward of 90 million berries newcomer Rockstar Road. Ooh, yes, it must be so, our boss is indeed the strongest. The new members of the Red Group were all cheering. However, the senior cadres on board did not think so. That be asterisk D Kaido, what the hell are you doing? The little fat man Raziru took a bite of the big bone and meat, and ate it happily. I heard vaguely earlier that something happened to Wanokuni? Yasop frowned. It's all because of the contact Yan Calamity received. Ben Beckman said in a deep voice. Ha, 4 Emperor's redhead Shanks smiled. It's a good thing that we don't have to conflict with Kaido, because we have no time to delay. We are now preparing to coat the ship and go to naval headquarters. There should be time. Chapter 69 Rocks come to Wanokuni, Drought War Whitebeard, open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. New World. Wanokuni. A mysterious country, since ancient times, it has always been closed to the outside world. Cut off all contact with the outside world, however. It is such a country, it played an important role 800 years ago. Closely linked to the Great Kingdom buried in history. And Wanokuni was not what it is today 800 years ago. In that distant past, Wanokuni is also the same as other islands and countries, bordering on the sea and level. However, after the events of the rebellion 800 years ago, the Great Kingdom collapsed. World government controls the world. In order to resist the invasion of the world government, 800 years ago Wanokuni began to build high walls around the country. Thus began the 800-year history of closed-door policy. Later, because the walls are too strong and airtight, the torrential rain flooded old Wanokuni along with its history and ancient weapon. Helpless people rebuild the country on the mountainside of the volcano. After 800 years, it has evolved to the present day. Arrived now, except for the generals of the past dynasties. Already no one knew of the existence of the old Wanokuni. The new Wanokuni stands against a high wall and a waterfall. It is also completely cut off from the outside world. Even if there are occasional pirates and government personnel breaking in, it is also no match for creatures called warriors. Especially 400 years ago. The sword god Ryoma cut down the zone phantom beast fish fruit green dragon form ability person at that time. Ling's powerful image of the Wanokuni samurai is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. After this, even the world government is unwilling to conflict with it easily. 800 years have passed in peace, until 18 years ago. Kurozumi Orochi colludes with Kaido of the Beasts. Designed to kill Daimyo Kazuki Oden, Wanokuni completely fell. To date, 18 years, today's Wanokuni is still in dire straits. This moment, Wanokuni, Lily, the endless barren land. 2 tall figures appeared out of thin air. Are you alone, Newgate? The overlord of the sea, Rocks, frowned slightly. Probably the gate of time and space encountered some kind of interference, and the others didn't have time. Said young Whitebeard. Never mind, overlord of the sea. Rocks narrowed his eyes. Looking around, the entrance is actually a desert. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Is this the future 36 years from now? We have been teleported to some shitty place? There is a city over there, you can go and ask. Young Whitebeard points southeast. Although it is no longer within sight, his observation haki has already felt the breath of the city. Rocks, who is the overlord of the sea, can of course feel it and nodded immediately. Next second, there was an ear-piercing explosion between the sky and the earth. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, and the young Whitebeard both smashed the ground and shot out from their bodies. Under their extreme speed, it won't be long, the town is already in sight. Ignored the dilapidated Jianlu town, the 2 tyrants leapt forward. One after the other, they landed on the entrance of Bola town. Boom. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. The arch with the 3 big characters of Bola town collapsed. The peaceful town suddenly fell into chaos, the civilians scattered and fled. Tell the person in charge on your side to come out and see me. The voice of Rocks, the overlord of the sea, reverberated under the sky and lasted for a long time. Vaguely, it seemed that there was a jet-black lightning, diffused and diffused. Such a violent commotion. Naturally, it is impossible for the officials of the 100 Beasts Regiment stationed in Bola Town not to notice it. This moment. Luxurious mansion in the center of Burrow Town. Master Jack, big. Something is wrong, there are intruders. The intruders are coming. The man-made gazelle fruit ability user sprinted over and shouted to report. Master Jack, the enemy is now at the entrance of Bola Town. I took a look at it from a distance. The enemy this time seems to be very unusual. Among them, there seems to be. The man with the artificial horse fruit ability really hits Speed with panic, fear and anxiety written all over his face. What are you afraid of, Speed? Kim Rami, the pretty squad leader, sneered. Anyway, it's another ignorant warrior who wants to resist. There's no need to panic. We have Mr. Jack in charge here. The person with the artificial goat fruit ability really hit Sip's head confidently. Master Jack, please order your subordinates to fight and capture the intruders who know nothing about their heights. Hold'em, the artificial lion fruit ability user, asked for your order. No need, this time I will come in person. Jack the Drow of the Three Plagues stared at the large signboard of the 100 Beasts. This time Whitebeard and Marine's War, advertisement. Kaido of the Beasts just brought his big brother, Yan Calamity, along with him. Order him and Quinn to guard Wanokuni, for Kaido's resolution. Of course he has no problem, it's just him who has always been aggressive. There is inevitably some regret in my heart, and I urgently need to find someone to vent. Now, it happened that someone who was not afraid of death was delivered to the door. He certainly won't refuse. Immediately, the 9-Mile Beast Legion headed by Jack the Drow gathers. Gathering mightily towards the entrance where the intruders are located. The wind kicked up the smoke, still separated by hundreds of meters. Only two figures at the far entrance could be vaguely seen. Some impatient and ferocious beast pirates just couldn't hold back their attacks. Boom. Bang bang bang. The shells were fired. Go to hell. Invaders. Cannonballs are densely packed, covering the sky and covering the sea. Overlord Rocks and the young Whitebeard. Whose subordinate is this? Really stupid. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, spoke indifferently. The right hand falls on the hilt of the sword. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Captain, leave it to me, young Whitebeard spoke. Say it. He stepped out. The right hand slowly forms a fist. Then brazenly hit the atmosphere in front of him. Boom. A dull sound like a war drum sounded. The world is silent. The overwhelming cannonballs all froze in midair. Immediately afterwards, caw, accompanied by an overwhelmed clicking sound. There was a hole in the atmosphere, continuously spread towards the four directions. The atmosphere shatters like a mirror. Boom, boom 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 boom. The shells exploded one by one. The bright fireworks and black gunpowder smoke spread in all directions, making everything invisible. The only thing people can see is the constantly broken atmosphere. Ever since. The screams of the pirates from the 100 Beasts were all over the place. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? The atmosphere. The atmosphere is cracked. What kind of ability is this? Terrible. It's really terrible. I have the impression of this ability, but how is this possible? Who is the intruder? Sipshead, the leader of Jack's real fight squad, yelled. Just kidding. How could it be that monster old man? Could it be that his war with Marine is fake news? Jin Rami's face also changed in horror, and he couldn't believe what he saw no matter what. Even Sipshead and Kim Rami guessed it. How did Jack, who is one of the three plagues, have the ability to shake the atmosphere? Only, regarding this fact, Jack the Drow couldn't believe it. After all, now is an extraordinary time. The battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine is imminent. How could Captain Whitebeard, the core figure of the White Regiment, suddenly appear in their Wanokuni? But the scene that shattered the atmosphere was genuine, BFBE. Perhaps a similar ability, thought Jack the Drow. A pair of small eyes stared at the gunpowder without blinking. Finally, the black smoke dissipated under the gust of wind. The two who were hidden behind then clearly appeared in the sight of Jack the Drow and the 100 Beasts. When you see the tall figure with the unique crescent Whitebeard, the yelling of the pirates from the 100 Beasts came to an abrupt end. Everyone's eyes widened in unison. The eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets in shock. I was so shocked that I couldn't even close my mouth. There are ghostly expressions on every face. There was a moment of dead silence. The screams of the pirates from the 100 Beasts group escalated. That man is. That one of a kind Whitebeard, you can't go wrong. That's it. That's 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. Why is Whitebeard here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But that beard doesn't lie. Master Jack, retreat quickly. The other party is not something we can deal with, we must report to Master Kaido as soon as possible. All the pirates were panicked, how arrogant it was. How scary it is now, hearing the advice of his subordinates to retreat. Advertisement. The small eyes under Jack the Drow's mask suddenly widened, bloodshot. Who do you think Lousy is? So what if he's old Whitebeard? The battle is settled. Jack the Drow hockey is completely drunk, the moment the voice fell. He was shocked. Zone Elephant Fruit Ancient Mammoth form activates. Change yourself. A gigantic mammoth explodes onto the scene. Even knowing that the opponent is Whitebeard, Jack the Drow is still fearless. 4 hooves moved, with earth-shattering steps rushing toward young Whitebeard. What an arrogant brat, the overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned. But it didn't work. Leave the field to young Whitebeard. Young Whitebeard didn't talk nonsense either. With a leap, his right hand formed a fist. A circle of transparent shockwaves wrapped around his fist. Then it hit the head of the running mammoth Jack. Punch. Down. Bang. There was a loud bang. The flesh-clad mammoth transformed from Jack the Drow fell down like a pillar of jade falling from a mountain of gold. The hill-like body gradually shrank and finally returned to its human form. Impressively, his eyes rolled white and he lost consciousness. The big Kanban of the beast group, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues. It was actually no match for the opponent's punch. This scene directly frightened all members of the 100 Beasts. This moment, the 2 of them fought. Body muscles are stiff. Since he didn't even have the strength to escape. Plop. Plop plop. Plop plop plop. Start with Hold'em. All the pirates of the 100 Beasts kneeled down one after another in front of Rocks and the young Whitebeard. That's what makes sense. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, strode forward and asked majestically. Let me ask you, how much is the sea circle calendar now? Back to my lord, it's sea circle calendar 1520. Sip's head answered repeatedly without thinking. Asterisk 1520? Looks like Ron didn't lie to me, it's indeed 36 years later. Rocks nodded, although only the young Whitebeard followed on this trip. But the Rocks aren't worried, now that Golden Lion Shiki is here. Then there is a high probability that others will be there too. Do you know where that Golden Lion guy is? Rocks asked again. Golden Lion? Is it the Golden Lion Shiki? That big flying pirate? Jin Lami and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally shook their heads tremblingly. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, frowned. And what about John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku? Rocks asked again. The heads of the beasts were lowered even more. These names. They haven't even heard of it. They're of no value if they cannot even answer questions. Pill. Also as they expected, seeing this bunch of trash as useless. Rocks, the overlord of the sea, was also a little impatient and made a murderous attempt. But, before that, for the time being, let's go through a process and ask other people. So, do you guys know Kaido? Asked Rocks, Lord of the Seas. This problem falls. All the pirates in the 100 Beasts are a spirit? All of them suddenly raised their heads, looking at Rocks and the young Whitebeard in shock and disbelief. I think you have already called us and asked us if we know Kaido. Is this kidding us? How could it be possible not to know? Even if you don't know it, there's absolutely no way Whitebeard over there doesn't know. I want to go back to thinking. Finally, there's a question that can be answered. Of course they will not take the initiative to seek death. I know, of course I know, all the pirates nodded like chickens pecking rice. If you know it, tell me. The face of Rocks, the overlord of the sea, softened slightly. Mr. Kaido. Master Kaido. Kaido is our captain. All the pirates of the 100 Beasts said in unison. Overlord of the Sea Rocks. Chapter 70. He is the overlord of the sea, the former captain of Kaido. Open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket. Kaido. Kaido-sama is our captain. All the pirates of the 100 Beasts said in unison. The voice fell. The air was still. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, narrowed his eyes slightly. Kid Kaido is your captain. I became the captain myself, but I recruited you useless ones. He is still useless as always. Rocks sneered. For his belittling. The beast group that has always been arrogant, pirates. At this moment, he didn't even dare to fart. Stop, shut up. An angry scold sounded. Jack the Drow, who had been punched down by the young Whitebeard before, and even his ivory was broken, stood up. What do you know about Mr. Kaido? Mr. Kaido. Mr. Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, one of the 4 sea emperors who rule the sea. Jack yelled with all his might. Finish this sentence. He just fell down again, unable to continue, can only passively wait for the arrival of death. But, Rocks, the overlord of the sea, did not attack him. In his view, this is Kaido's pirate group and subordinates. Of course it was also his subordinates, although it is a bit wasteful, it is useless. But talking is better than nothing, so let's use it first. So, where is Kid Kaido now? Tell him to come and meet me. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, spoke. This. The pirates of 100 Beasts all looked at each other in blank dismay, hesitated and couldn't tell why. Rocks stares. Pause time. Everyone was shocked. Returning to the Lord, Captain Kaido is not in Wanokuni now. He and Master Jin are going to stop the Whitebeard pirates who are about to fight the Marine. Sip's head panicked. Confid everything in one go. After all, I feel bad. He sneaked a quick glance at the young Whitebeard beside him. To this, the young Whitebeard just frowned but said nothing. Oh, the overlord of the sea, Rocks, frowned slightly. There was a trace of curiosity and surprise in my heart. In his anticipation, Whitebeard had followed him here 36 years ago. This era should be without him, however, until now. He just found out. Things don't seem to be as he imagined. Whitebeard is still alive in this era, that's why. The 100 Beasts were so afraid before, besides. Another point. Rocks is also very interested. That's the Whitebeard versus Marine War. Tell me in detail, Why Whitebeard wants to fight Marine, and why Kaido wants to fight Whitebeard. Rocks asked with interest. Yes. Yes, the cause of the incident is that Marine arrested the Whitebeard Pirates' second team captain Firefist Ace. Jin Rami spoke repeatedly. Speed on the side quickly took out the newspaper on the saddle and handed it to Rocks and Young Days. Check out the reports on the news. Listen to the description of the 100 beasts. Rocks frowned again, but it is not because of dissatisfaction with their narration. Nor is it because of Kaido's feud with Whitebeard. Purely because the Whitebeard Marine battle is now just over a day away. In such a short time, even he couldn't get to naval headquarters from here. The war between Marine and Whitebeard is regarded as the biggest event of this era. In Rock's view, it's also his best chance to make an appearance in this era. However, due to geographical and time reasons, he was unable to arrive, which is really a big pity. Can your fastest ship here take me to naval headquarters in a day? Asked Rocks, Lord of the Seas. All the pirates in the 100 beasts were about to cry. One day. Boat from Wanokuni to naval headquarters. How could it exist in this world, even if the road between the two places is smooth? In addition, smooth sailing are not enough. Not to mention, Wanokuni is in the New World, naval headquarters is in Paradise. There is a red line between the two. Forget it, it's better to count on the bugs on the ground than to count on you trash. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, shook his head, at this time. My lord, if it's Captain Kaido, he can reach naval headquarters from here in one day. The person with the artificial lion fruit ability really hit Hold'em weakly. Oh, tell me. Rocks was intrigued. Kaido is the supreme blue dragon who dominates the sky, let alone a day, even half a day is enough. Hold'em boasted avenues. Qinglong, I take back my preface. It seems that the Kaido boys of this era have indeed grown up, so hurry up and get in touch. Rocks ordered. Yes. All the pirates, as if they had received an amnesty, quickly dialed the phone bug and started to communicate. The other side. Rocks had no intention of speaking to Kaido. Advertisement. His eyes looked in the direction of Oni Island. The powerful observation haki covers the whole of Wanokuni. It was easy to locate the headquarters of the 100 Beasts group. The Emperor of the Sea in King's Landing New World, he has quite a name, so let's go to the base camp of the Kaido boy and wait, and let's see how the pirate group he established has a real history. Rocks grinned. Take the first step and walk towards the port. Whitebeard followed closely behind. 3 minutes later. All the beasts stationed in the port and the pirates bowed their heads. A mammoth ship leaves port, goes straight to the Island of Ghosts. In a quarter of an hour, the mammoth ship anchors at Ghost Island. Turmoil ensues. Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, still did not make a move. Just one young Whitebeard is enough to sweep everything. Kong Yunki, the supreme sharp knife, slashed and slashed, creating a violent shockwave. In an instant, dozens of hundreds of pirates were sent flying. It even made the entire Ghost Island tremble violently. Whitebeard, it's 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Whitebeard is calling. Damn it, why is Whitebeard here? Hurry up and notify the cadres, Master Quinn. Shocked, horrified, and frightened screams from the pirates of the 100 Beasts came and went one after another. This moment. Skull Castle right brain area. It's boring. It's really boring. Mr. Kaido, why didn't you take me with the Marine and Whitebeard battle? Hey, little Pepe, why do you think? Runti, a beautiful girl with blue hair and long legs, a cadre of the 100 Beasts Corps and one of the Fei Liubao, acted like a baby to her younger brother. You ask me, how'd I know? Peggy Wan, a young man in suspenders, said angrily. Here you should comfort my sister well, and have some fun for my dear sister by the way. The violent and poisonous girl Run is like a cat with fried hair. With a swoop, he locked his brother's throat with his long legs. Bang bang bang. Peggy Wan blushed and slapped the floor hastily. Hurry up, I'm about to suffocate. Boom. There was a loud noise from the whole of Onijima. Then came the commotion of the beast pirates. Huh? It's so noisy outside. Run frowned. Only then did he let go of his poor brother. Blah blah. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Master Runti, Master Peggy Wan, something is wrong, intruders. There are intruders. A beast pirate rushed to report. Aha, an extremely absurd look appeared on Runti's fair little face. Invaders, did you make a mistake? This is the Island of Ghosts. However, next second, the news that shocked them even more came. Whitebeard, the intruder is 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Get ready for battle. The voice of Bao Huang, the little secretary of the 100 Beasts group, was amplified through the phone bug, resounding through the entire Ghost Island castle, and was clearly heard by everyone on the island. Immediately, the world seemed to be quiet for it. Immediately afterwards, the hustle and bustle of Ultimate was everywhere. Whitebeard, just kidding, it's the eve of the Whitebeard vs. Marine War. Whitebeard is supposed to be busy dealing with Marine. How could it appear on the Island of Ghosts? All the beasts who have not witnessed Whitebeard's arrival are in disbelief. Let's go, Xiaopei, I'd like to see who knows who the sky is, and dares to pretend to be Whitebeard and invade our territory. Runti, a violent swollen-headed dragon girl, is full of murderous looks. At the same time, Onishima Castle banquet floor. On the brightly lit stage. If I get thinner, I will be popular. So should I lose weight? The third in command of beasts, Plague Quinn is singing, dancing, and rapping, and the atmosphere of the concert is enthusiastic. At this time, full channel access from the royalists interrupts Plague Quinn's concert. Don't wait for Quinn to get mad because of it. Next second. The royalist Whitebeard invasion announcement sounded. Immediately, including Quinn on stage, all the beast pirates on the banquet floor couldn't help being stunned. Immediately. Hey 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 hey, Plague Quinn suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, not just the laughers, but the entire banquet hall burst into laughter. Whitebeard invaded the island of ghosts. That royalist guy, do you know what he's talking about? If it's really Whitebeard, I'll eat this big screen on the spot. Plague Quinn laughed sarcastically. The moment the voice fell, only a loud bang was heard. The steel gate on the banquet floor was violently smashed open. The Whitebeard man strode in with a naginata in his hand. Puff. For a moment, Plague Quinn's laughter stopped abruptly. The small eyes under the goggles suddenly widened to the limit. The eyeballs popped out of the eye sockets directly, breaking the goggles. Next second, Plague Quinn's vision shifted. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. It fell on the man next to young Whitebeard. Immediately, his body like a fat pig stopped completely. On the face. What is more surprising and shocking than seeing Whitebeard is the exaggerated yawny expression. Whitebeard. It's Whitebeard. Really, for Emperor's Whitebeard. Whitebeard is coming. Why Whitebeard? Whitebeard shouldn't be here no matter what. Is this a nightmare? I must be dreaming. Shocked and frightened shouts of the pirates came and went. More than this, he was so frightened that he fainted to the ground. Kid Kaido's subordinates, what a bunch of noisy guys. Rocks, the overlord of the sea, picked out his ears, stepped forward together with the young Whitebeard, and stood in the center of the banquet floor. However, it's also interesting. Those weird-looking guys, as well as the few people from the previous town, shouldn't be orthodox ability users. Rocks glanced over a group of man-made demon fruit power. Get out of the way. The angry girl scolded. The crowd immediately moved out of the way. The irascible long-legged girl Runty stepped forward. Mimo immediately locked on the young Whitebeard. Immediately, the pupils could not help but shrink suddenly. The previous announcement about royalties. She doesn't believe it. However, now, Whitebeard is in sight. I can't stand her disbelief. It's really Whitebeard. Hey hey hey, this is no joke. Peggy Wan, the sixth member of Longfei on the back, lowered the noise, with heart palpitations and shock written all over his face. Face the terrifying four emperors Whitebeard. No one can be calm about it. No, this guy is not Whitebeard. Whitebeard is an old man in this era, how can he be so young? He must be just a poor imitator. That's all. Run opened his mouth firmly, confidently finding the opponent's weakness. The moment of speaking, she changed. Zone ancient species of dragon fruit Pachycephalosaurus form ability, activated. Let me expose your true colors. Runty, the head iron girl, is ready to attack. However, next second, sudden change. Stop it. Plague Quinn on the stage woke up from the long-term shock, horror, and trance. A big jump, coming down the center. The big hand pinned Runty's head to the ground. Quinn, what are you doing? The irascible girl Runty was furious. Even the boss is right. Idiot Runty, do you know who is in front of you now? Quinn scolded. Huh, it's just a fake Whitebeard, who else? Run is the way. Idiot, 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 I'm talking about another person. Quinn yelled repeatedly, and his eyes fell on Rocks. This man is C, and even Mr. Kaido's former captain. Quinn's shocking and breaking voice echoed in Ghost Island Castle for a long time. With his shouts the world fell into absolute silence. I don't know how long it has been. Well, alas. The overlord of the sea Rocks. Mr. Kaido's former captain. The shouts of the pirates sublimated to ultimate, and the sound waves shook the sky and the sea. Ha 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 ha, it's rare in this era that someone can recognize my identity. Yes, you are good. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, nodded in satisfaction. Hey hey hey, where is it? If others don't know you, how could I not recognize you? After all, you are the overlord of the sea in King's Landing New World. Plague Quinn rubbed his hands together and flattered him with a smile. Under the deliberate concealment of the world government. Everything about the Rocks is covered up. People of the New Age have never even heard the name Rocks. I don't know that 36 years ago, there was a sea overlord named Rocks. But Plague Quinn is not a New Age person. 36 years ago, he was 18 years old. Works for the Mads organization established by Vegapunk. It even has deals with Rocks Pirate. He once went to Beehive Island with Vegapunk. Saw the Rocks, Lord of the Seas, with my own eyes. It was also at that time that I formed a relationship with Kaido. So, now he was able to recognize Rocks immediately. In front of this terrifying man. Any resistance is futile. Only invites death, so Plague Quinn chose to surrender without hesitation. Under Quinn's orders, the sumptuous food and wine will be served soon. There are even more beautiful girls serving by the side. Rocks wasn't polite either, immediately greeted the young Whitebeard to sit down and eat while waiting for Kaido to return. And, 2 hours later, click, lightning connects the sky and the earth. The green dragon dances in the wind. Kaido of the Beasts, is back. Chapter 71 Kaido, Lololo. Captain Rocks. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Wanokuni, Island of Ghosts. The atmosphere is warm and heavy. All because of the sudden intruders. One is the four emperors Whitebeard who was supposed to be ready to fight Marine. Regardless of the war with Marine, they ran to the headquarters of their 100 beasts. Simply, can't understand. Also, anyway look at it. This Whitebeard is too young. Everyone in the 100 beasts group couldn't help but start to doubt and guess. The young Whitebeard in front of me is not the four emperors Whitebeard himself, but the son of Whitebeard. Except for young Whitebeard, the identity of the other person shocked them even more. Overlord of the Sea Rocks. When did such a number one overlord appear in this sea? What shocked them even more was that, according to Plague Quinn's description, this man turned out to be their captain's captain. Former captain of the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. Even if it's a joke. This is too exaggerated. This moment. Only Plague Quinn knows. This is not an exaggeration at all. Rather say, the more exaggerated parts are far from being revealed. Then, as a newcomer of Mads, he went to the Beehive Island Hachinosu with Vegapunk. Experience and feel the powerful power of Rocks, the overlord of the sea. At the same time, he also witnessed the horror of the Rocks pirate. That is not a luxurious lineup that any four emperors regiment can match. Under the rocks at the time, it is gathering today's legends one after another. The great pirate John, Silver Axe, and Akoku were all werewolves who offered a reward of over 1 billion at the time. Certainly, these names, it is uncommon in this day and age. Even if Plague Quinn said it, not many people would know. But, except for John, Silver Axe and Akoku, there are other existences that are even less, 660. Among them, the four most famous people have a pivotal position in this era. Golden Lion Shiki, the overlord flying pirate who was as famous as One Piece King Roger and Whitebeard in the last era. Across two eras, the four emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate of the King's Landing pirate era. Four emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin who is also one of the sea emperors. Finally, there is their captain, four emperors Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Two of the three overlords of the last era. Three of the four emperors of this era. All were once that man, a member of Rocks, the overlord of the sea. If this secret is revealed, it will be enough to scare the Japanese version to death on the spot. In addition to these brilliant life resumes that scare individuals to death. The appearance of Rocks, the overlord of the sea, in this era is the greatest miracle. Plague Quinn also remembered, shortly after the meeting that year. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods broke out. Rocks, the overlord of the sea, led the whole group to fight against the Island of Gods. In the end, it fell. Rocks' pirate also fell apart. Only then did the rising overlords and four emperors emerge. The incident was not widely reported at the time. But Quinn, who is a member of Mads, learned about it through his own channels. However, at the moment, Rocks, the overlord of the sea who should have been dead for 36 years. Now it is miraculously reappearing. And it's the same as Quinn's impression. And that younger version of Whitebeard. Others took it only as the unknown illegitimate son of the four emperors Whitebeard. But, according to Quinn, that's Whitebeard himself after all. Whitebeard 36 years ago. Either Rocks or Whitebeard. All remained the same as they were 36 years ago. It's like jumping directly from that era to this era. If everything is as he thought. So, this sea is about to change. An unprecedented storm is coming. Think here. Plague Quinn's obese body shivered suddenly. Hastily shook his head, not daring to think about it or study it further. There is only one thing he has to do now. That is to hold Rocks and Whitebeard as long as possible. And wait for the Captain Kaido to return, and leave all the decision-making power to Kaido, and the day will be matched. That's it, Quinn, you don't need to think too much, just being a B*************** D is enough. Plague Quinn admonished himself in his heart and firmly believed. Immediately, he stepped onto the stage and began to sing and dance rap hard, adding to the fun of Rocks. Driven by Quinn, the atmosphere at the banquet floor gradually became active. To this, Rocks, the overlord of the sea, didn't reject it either, and nodded with satisfaction, enjoying it. At this time, the accident regenerates. There was commotion outside the banquet hall. Master Yamato, please calm down. Don't mess around. The pirates of the 100 Beasts shouted in panic. Get out of the way. The girl's vigorous scolding sounded. Wearing a wide Yamato suit and a Prajna mask, the man broke through the barriers of the beasts and came to Rocks and the young Whitebeard. Plague Quinn's complexion changed, and he felt that something was wrong. Hastily jumped off the stage, standing between the impulsive Yamato and Lux. Mr. Rocks, please calm down, she is Mr. Kaido's son Yamato. Advertisement. Plague Quinn explained repeatedly. Oh. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, next second, Rocks' expression darkened. Even though Yamato is wearing a mask, he is still wearing a wide kimono, covering his graceful figure. But as the overlord of the sea, he still can't even tell whether the person in front of him is a man or a woman. Boy Quinn, are you kidding me? Rocks' eyes narrowed dangerously. No. Not, let me explain. Quinn quickly slapped himself. Actually, this guy has some problems with his head. He is obviously a woman, but he always thinks he is a man. Mr. Kaido also let her go, so. Hey, in terms of self-will and recklessness, he is exactly the same as the Kaido boy back then. Rocks nodded, accepting the explanation. Yamato, don't mess around, hurry up and pay respects to Mr. Rocks. Plague Quinn reprimanded. However, how could Yamato, who has always gone his own way, listen to him? From beginning to end, Yamato's eyes were locked on Whitebeard. This time she is also here for Whitebeard. For today's intruders, not for intruders. She doesn't care, he doesn't care. Because during this period of time, she was in a state of irritability. Mingming's first friend in life is in danger and is about to be executed. She can't do anything. She bound by explosive shackles. Can't even leave the island. I can only pray secretly in the corner that the Whitebeard pirates can win and save Ace. However, at this time, hiding in the attic, she heard the commotion of the 100 beasts. At first she didn't care. Until Baohuang's full server announcement. Whitebeard is here. The intruder is Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who is about to start an all-out war with Marine, has come to the island of ghosts. Yamato, who got the news, was like everyone else. It was also shocked to the point where it could not be added. For a long time, Yamato finally came back to his senses. Decided to come and confirm this for myself. So here she is. Came before young Whitebeard. The iconic crescent Whitebeard is the real deal. But, the age is not right. The Whitebeard in front of him was too young. Are you really Whitebeard Edward Newgate? Yamato asked suspiciously. Yes, young Whitebeard nodded. If you were Whitebeard, why are you here now? Why did you leave Ace behind and leave all your comrades here? Are you backing down? Are you trying to give up Ace? The willow eyebrows under Yamato's mask were erected, and he asked loudly. Surprised, Quinn and everyone in the 100 Beasts group stared wide-eyed, fearful. But at the same time, each of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Because this is exactly the question in their minds. However, the young Whitebeard just frowned and said nothing. He still doesn't have a clear understanding of the things of this era. If you are Whitebeard, how can you sit here peacefully? The Beast's pirates are your enemies, the ones who killed your brother Kazuki Oden. Yamato asked again. Young Whitebeard remained silent. There was no fluctuation in the expression on his face. After all, it was something he had never experienced before. Kazuki Oden. Who is he? I don't know it at all. For the death of a complete stranger. Of course he doesn't have any empathy. You are not Whitebeard. The real Whitebeard is not the one who will abandon his family. The pretty face under Yamato's mask showed a look of desolation. On the other hand, the pirates of the 100 Beasts let out a sigh of relief, with smiles blooming on their faces. Family. There was a wave on young Whitebeard's face. Family. This is exactly what he has been looking for since he went to sea. This time. The reason for this era. It's not that I want to compete with Golden Lion and others. He just wanted to see it. Did my future self find a family? If it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for these explosive shackles, the current me. Yamato raised his hands tremblingly, looking at the shackles that lock him. This moment, she even had the idea of abandoning these hands directly. Little girl, do you want to take off these handcuffs? Young Whitebeard spoke suddenly. Yamato was taken aback. Next second, but young Whitebeard clutches the shackles with both hands. Armament hockey begins to flow. Pat, pat, the interior of the shackles is broken by flowing hockey. Young Whitebeard's pale gold eyes widened. He flicked his hands violently. The explosive shackles that had bound Yamato for 18 years rose into the sky. Boom, rumble, accompanied by violent explosions and roars. A huge hole exploded in the ceiling. Ah, all the pirates of the 100 Beasts were dumbfounded. Partly because the explosive shackles actually explode. The other half was because Yamato's shackles were taken off so easily. Advertisement. Am I free? Yamato stared blankly at his hands. Unprecedented joy hit my heart. Yamato took a deep breath. Calming the ecstasy of freedom. Thanks. She bowed deeply to young Whitebeard. Immediately, he turned around suddenly, took out the Masagian, and faced all the beasts. Get out of the way, I want to leave this island. Yamato stopped drinking firmly. No, absolutely not. Master Yamato, you can't go. If the young master leaves, Master Kaido will kill us when he comes back. All the beasts resolutely blocked the way. It's useless to stop me, such a b************ d father, I will never see him again. Yamato clenched his mace and was about to break through. The war is about to break out. At this time, little girl. The silent Whitebeard spoke again. Even if it's the b********** d father, the bond between family members can't be cut off so easily. Hearing this, Yamato was taken aback. The young Whitebeard continued, your destination should be the same as ours. If you want to go, come here and sit down now. Wait for now. Yamato pursed his lips. Weigh it again and again. Finally put away the mace. Choose to believe in young Whitebeard. See, Quinn and others were also happy. The tense atmosphere is over. Ha ha ha, Newgate, in my impression, you are not a nosy person, especially other people's family affairs. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, suddenly smiled. Young Whitebeard shook his head and said nothing. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 hours. Some moment, Rocks, who was feasting, made a meal. He casually picked up the napkin and wiped it, then stood up. What's the matter, Mr. Rocks, is the food not to your taste? Plague Quinn hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Came back. Young Whitebeard spoke quietly. The moment the voice fell, there was only a click. A bolt of lightning connects the sky and the earth. Immediately afterwards, ooh, the loud laughter, which was more dull than the thunder, resounded through the sky. Mr. Kaido, Master Kaido, it's Captain Kaido. The captain is back, ooh. The cheers of all the beasts were everywhere. The hanging heart is completely let go with Kaido's return. Damn it, you're back. Plague Quinn hid in a corner, sat down on the ground, and started watching a movie. Raging, a dazzling line of fire streaked across. The Pteranodon, surrounded by flames, appeared first. It rushed down from the hole opened by the explosive shackles. Oh, the Lunaria family, the overlord of the sea, Rocks, frowned slightly, and recognized Jin's race at a glance. At the same time, Fire Calamity 2.9 Jin's sight is also locked on Rocks and the young Whitebeard below. At first sight of them, Jin's pupils shrank suddenly. Unlike Quinn, Yan Jujin, who was imprisoned as an experimental subject for urinating, did not know Rocks. But, the intuition of being a strong man told him. That man is the culprit of ultimate horror. Also. And young Whitebeard, the situation here is different from what they imagined. Just when the flames and embers were shaking, the 1,000-meter blue dragon also fell from the sky along the gap of the explosion. The huge body circled above the banquet floor. The huge brass bell Longan locked the young Whitebeard in the first place. Well, can anyone tell me what the hell is going on here? You're serving old, of Whitebeard. At the end, the voice of Kaido of the beasts in Qinglong form was obviously taken aback. Old man. Then where is the old man? Obviously younger than him. What about old man Whitebeard? It turned out to be a counterfeit. No, wrong. Qinglong Kaido's eyes widened further. About 40 years ago, he was taken into the Rocks pirate by Whitebeard as a teenager. He knew best about Whitebeard when he was young. So definitely not wrong. The person in front of me is clearly the young Whitebeard. What's going on? Old man Whitebeard is rejuvenated. Just when Kaido thought so, sudden, a feeling of palpitation hit his heart. Hey, kid Kaido, after decades, you've become so arrogant that you don't even dare to look down on me. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned ferociously. Swish. Qinglong Kaido's eyes turned suddenly. Finally. See the man on the other side of the long banquet table. You are, Captain Lalalo Rocks. Chapter 72 Battle on the top of Ghost Island. Kaido's Rocks. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Lalalo Captain Rocks. The blue dragon form of 4 Emperors Kaido of the beasts is full of shock, and the broken sound that breaks through the sky rumbles in the Ghost Island castle for a long time. This moment, looking at the man not far below, Qinglong Kaido's big copper bell eyes suddenly widened to the limit. A dragon's mouth was opened wide, and its jaw was almost pulled straight to the ground. An unprecedented shocking emotion occupied his whole body and mind. No words can describe his mood at the moment. How can you not recognize it? How can you not recognize it? It's Rocks after all. Overlord of the sea Rocks. An existence that once made him respect and fear. Both his idol and his shadow. 36 years ago. Kaido is a participant in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. I once witnessed the scene where Rocks was defeated by Roger and Garp. I thought it was a farewell, and I would never see Dao again in this life. Never thought about it. Reality is often so unexpected. The captain, who had been dead for 36 years, appeared in front of him so suddenly. There is no trace of psychological preparation at all. It's just, to hell, under the domination of excessive shock and horror. In the blue dragon form Kaido can't even maintain flight. One fell into the banquet layer and returned to human form. Also shocking were all the beast pirates present. Previously, when I heard from Plague Quinn that Rocks was the former captain of Kaido. Many people still have doubts. After all, their captains are the 4 emperors who rule the seas. There is no one who is entitled to dominate the strongest living beings. However, now, when Kaido said, Captain Rocks, the people of the beasts pirates finally believed Quinn's words. The man named Rocks turned out to be really their captain's captain. Compared to Whitebeard's son, this is the real heavyweight. Only, if the overlord of the sea is real, so why have they never heard of it in this era? The pirates of 100 Beasts couldn't help thinking curiously. A blue dragon of the zone phantom beast species. You really got a good ability, Kaido boy. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned. For a long time. 15. Pat. There was a soft sound. Kaido of the beasts pushed back the jaw that had almost come off. The expression on the old face was unprecedentedly solemn. He looked at Rocks. Another look at young Whitebeard. Needless to say, whether its appearance or breath, they are all genuine. It will not be faked by others. Even Paramesha clone fruit ability users. It is absolutely impossible to imitate the chi of the world's top powerhouses. 0. Captain Rocks, Newgate, how did you end up here? Kaido of the beasts paused every word and asked questions solemnly. The moment the voice fell, his head buzzed suddenly. A series of new memory images flew by like a revolving lantern. He thought of Ron and the old golden lion. I remembered that I was beaten by Ron Fat once. At the same time, he remembered the miracle of time travel that Ron had promised. Did you come from 36 years ago? Kaido of the beasts whispered in shock. This kind of thing, really? What, Kid Kaido, aren't you happy to see me as the captain? The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, asked with a smile on his hands behind his back. Another moment of silence. Happy. Of course I'm very happy. I'm so happy. Oh, 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 oh. Kaido of the Beasts laughed suddenly, and laughed out loud. Ever since, the pirates of the 100 Beasts on the banquet floor all laughed. That's great. The reunion of Kaido-sama and the former captain. It's a miraculous reunion. Now, our Beasts pirates are really the strongest. No force can compete with us. Everyone in the 100 Beasts group shouted and laughed excitedly one after another. Only a few cadres such as Plague Quinn and Yan Calamity did not agree, and the expressions on their faces became more and more dignified. Because they deeply understand a truth. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. At the same time, they are also more aware of the character of their captain. In this day and age, no one can make the strongest creature that rules the sea bow its head and surrender. Not even if that man is Kaido's former captain. As expected. Just as Yan Wanjin and other cadres expected. Next second. Kaido of the Beasts, laughter stopped abruptly. The topic of conversation took a 180-degree turn. Of course I am most happy to see Captain Rocks again in this era, because in this way I can have the opportunity to defeat you head-on, proving that the current me has completely surpassed you. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts said categorically. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the pirates from the 100 Beasts also came to an abrupt end here. Only the laughers, because of the sequelae of man-made devil fruit, still couldn't help laughing and crying. This sudden turning point is really scary. I thought it was a touching reunion between the crew and the former captain. After that, they joined forces to create another brilliant meeting. Never thought about it. In the blink of an eye, swords were on the verge of breaking out again. With the Kaido of the Beasts, the declaration of war falls. The atmosphere of the huge banquet floor suddenly froze to the extreme. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the audience. It was almost impossible to breathe. It felt like my heart was being pinched by an invisible hand. The unspeakable dead silence lasted for a long time. How dare you say it? Kaido boy. The face of the Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, completely turned cold. Decades have passed. After becoming the captain of the captain, that submissive little brat has started to speak loudly. He wants to surpass me. Don't laugh your A off. Ha 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 ha. Overlord Rocks laughed out loud. The terrifying sound waves centered on him. Spread to the 4 directions. It caused ripples in the atmosphere. Ah, ah ah ah. The pitiful screams of the pirates rose one after another in an instant, forming one after another. Not to mention ordinary miscellaneous fish. Even cadres. At this moment, he was covering his ears in pain. Can't bear the magic sound that goes straight into the soul. Enough. Kaido of the Beast stopped drinking. Rocks, the times have changed. This is no longer your time. I am the Overlord of the Sea in this time. If you don't believe me, just try it. I will let you know how strong I am now. Kaido of the Beasts leaps forward. Climb to the top of Skull on Ghost Island. What an arrogant brat. That's fine, then let me try. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned. Between slightly bent knees. The figure shot out like a cannonball. Follow Kaido to the summit. With the departure of the 2 top powerhouses facing each other, the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the banquet floor gradually dissipated. All the pirates in the 100 Beasts group opened their mouths wide, gasping for breath. Every face is full of lingering fear. I didn't expect the situation to develop like this. The relationship between Lord Kaido and his former captain is not as close as we thought. What's going to happen next? A terrible storm is coming. Think about what might happen next. The pirates all shivered suddenly. Raging. The flames rise into the sky. The second in command of the 100 Beasts group, Yan Calamity Jin, was the first to soar into the sky. Going to observe this shocking battle between the world's top powerhouses. Mr. Kaido and the former captain named Rocks, who will win between them? Mr. Kaido, he will definitely not lose. What do you think, old lady? Peggy Wan, the 6-member dragon flying on his back, whispered shockingly. Turn around and look. The irascible blue-haired beautiful girl, Run Shi, has already stretched her long legs and rushed to the top of the skull. Sister, where are you going? Wait for me. Peggy Wan hurriedly followed. Not just dinosaur siblings. Black Maria, Triceratops Sasaki, saber-toothed tiger Phosphid and other officials of the 100 Beasts group moved together at this moment. They all gathered at the top immediately, not wanting to miss this epic battle. Young Whitebeard and Yamato are no exception. At the same time. Ghost Island Skull Top. 36 years ago, Rocks, the Overlord of the Sea, and the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, the most powerful creature in the sea, land and air of this era, were separated by 100 meters, looking at each other from a distance. The 2 sides have not yet contacted. The invisible air machine confrontation has already started. 2 Zeon Conquerors hockey shares are hedged here. Divide the whole world in 2. Do not give in to each other, and are comparable. Between the heaven and the earth, the wind and the cloud are turbulent. Black and red, lightning strikes the weather. The thick clouds are like the Uzumaki of the sea. It slowly rotated and fell over the 2 of them. Not bad, Kaido boy, it made me a little bit more excited. The Overlord of the Sea, Rocks, grinned. Next second. The more turbulent Conqueror's hockey erupted and exploded from its body. Vaguely, there seemed to be a ghostly phantom emerging behind Rocks. There was a bit of bloody red light in the deep pupils, which was soul-stirring. Rocks, the opponent is you, I will not hold back. The expression on Kaido of the Beast's face was unprecedentedly serious and solemn. For his former captain, the overlord of the sea Rocks is terrible. He knows best. No probing is required. From the very beginning it was all about going all out. Zone fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form ability, activate. The twin horns on the head of Kaido of the Beasts turned into dragon horns. Dark blue dragon scales are densely packed, covering its whole body, shining like metal. His hands and feet gradually turned into the shape of dragon claws. A dragon's tail extended slowly behind him, slapped the ground, and instantly split the ground. The strongest half-orc dragon form, open. Dragon Man Kaido holds a mace in both hands for 8 fasts. Chi. Black and red conquerors brushed lightning bolts wrap around the mace. Faster and stronger than thunder 8 trigrams, like a roaring thunder. Its name. Advertisement. Roaring thunder. The Dragon Man Kaido spat out 2 words. At the same time as the voice fell, its figure shoots out. Suddenly disappeared from the spot. Momentary. The distance is more than 100 meters. Lie himself in front of Rocks. 8 trigrams. Boom. Rumble. The roaring thunder 8 trigrams, which is enough to drive Luffy into a desperate situation, exploded. The atmosphere exploded in bursts under the 8 fasts of the Black Mace. Conquerors winding. Interesting. Just. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned. Clang. There was a crisp sound of knives between heaven and earth. The supreme sword black sword belonging to Rocks is out of its sheath. Heavy clouds Uzumaki split in 2 silently. Don't forget, kid, conquerors is my forte. Overlord Rocks faintly opened his mouth. The black sword of conquerors haunted by ghosts and gods meets the mace of Dragon Kaido's mace. 1 stick, 1 knife. Both are not touched. There is still a punch distance in the middle. However, the ultimate collision has happened. Dazzling rays of light bloom from between a stick and a knife. Thick lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Shattered the earth. Split the sky. The sea was disturbed. Hey, look, the sky is cracked. Is this the end of the world? Is this still something humans can do? This is the battle of the world's top powerhouses. A veritable battle on the top. The people who witnessed the scene of the earth-changing animation with their own eyes couldn't help screaming in horror. The real battle 647 is just beginning now, murmured young Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. Ooh. Amid the earth-shattering laughter, the all-out war between the sea overlords of the 2 eras began. The battlefield is no longer limited to Oni Island. The whole of Wanokuni is to become their battleground. Xinglong raged for 9 days. Overlord Moonwalk turned into the sky. The sky shattered and healed. The earth is full of holes. The people wailed into pieces. It's like the end is coming. Julie, Beluo Town. Master Jack, look quickly, it's Mr. Kaido. Master Kaido is really back. If it's Captain Kaido. Win for sure. The beast pirate shouted excitedly. The capital of flowers. Orochi General Mansion. Damn it, what the hell is Kaido doing? The battlefield has spread to my side. And who is that guy fighting Kaido? Who has the strength to fight Kaido? Shogun Kurozumi Orochi screamed in exasperation. Rakshasa Street. The headquarters of Kwangshalang's family. In a luxurious room carved with dragons and phoenixes. Wanokuni's #1 beauty, Orin Shaozi, nervously touched her little hand and prayed silently. Everyone is fine, please, get rid of Kaido, the monster. Unfortunately, her prayers were doomed to fail. The shaking at Wanokuni lasted 2 hours. 2 hours later. The world returned to calm. The sky is no longer broken. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Everything is as if it never happened. At the same time, Onishima Castle, banquet floor. Hey, little ones, I would like to introduce you formally. This is your captain, my former captain, Rocks. From now on, the orders of Captain Rocks are equal to my orders. Select. Kaido of the Beasts announced with a laugh. Add the word, captain, to the title of Rocks. Kaido, you are indeed qualified now, you are indeed the man I fancy. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned. Kaido is no longer called kid or kid. This shows that today's Kaido has been recognized by Rocks. He is strong enough to catch the eyes of Rocks. Do not fight, do not know each other. Through this battle, the Rocks and Kaido determined each other's qualifications. The other side, seeing the reconciliation of the 2 captains. The 100 Beasts group, which had been trembling for a long time, erupted in unprecedented cheers. Plague Quinn volunteered and began to sing and dance rap. Little ones, hurry up and get ready to welcome Captain Rocks with the grandest banquet. Kaido of the Beasts ordered. Wait a second, Kaido. Overlord Rocks raised his hand to interrupt. I'll talk about the banquet later, we have more important things to do now. Chapter 73 Rocks. Call Linlin. Roger is here. Open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket. Right now, we have more important things to do than the banquet. The overlord of the sea, Rocks, grinned. Something more important. Kaido couldn't help being taken aback. Kaido, don't forget our original purpose today. Ember of Flame reminder. Snapped. Kaido of the Beast slapped his forehead. Remember, tomorrow is the battle between Whitebeard and Marine, and I'm going to get Whitebeard's head. The voice just fell. The joyous atmosphere in the venue fell silent. Plague Quinn and the others all stared wide-eyed with strange expressions. I thought that what my captain said was really out of place. Man, Whitebeard, is here now. Snapped. Kaido of the Beast slapped his forehead again. Finally reacted with hindsight. I actually said in front of Whitebeard that I wanted to take his head. Don't get me wrong, Newgate, it's not your head I want to take, but the old Whitebeard of this age. Kaido of the Beasts explained. Young Whitebeard. You were looking for trouble, right? Young Whitebeard's fist hardened. Gudong. Gudong Gudong. All the pirates of the 100 Beasts could not help swallowing their saliva with difficulty. Just experience the thrilling battle between Kaido and Rocks. Could it be a battle between Kaido and a young Whitebeard? A critical moment of tension. Enough. Rocks, the overlord of the sea, stopped drinking, and cold electricity bloomed in his eyes. I can't wait to go to the all-out war between Newgate and Marine in this era, let's go now. Rocks spoke, speaking with an uncompromising imperative tone. Oh, yes, indeed, although I was stopped by that B************ D with red hair just now, but this time, even if it is red-haired, I will not give in anymore. Kaido of the Beasts Hockey laughed. Naval headquarters, he's going to order. It's not just him, he's also taking Rocks with him. When Rocks, the overlord of the sea 36 years ago, appeared on the battlefield. How will Marine and world government react to this? Kaido of the Beasts is looking forward to it. Then let's go. Oh. Click. Blinding lightning strikes the sky. Kaido of the Beasts is transformed. His stature swelled against the wind. The body of the 1,000-meter green dragon soars above the sky. Rocks, the overlord of the sea, stepped forward, standing on the back of the blue dragon Kaido. At the same time, the young Whitebeard is also standing on Kaido's dragon body with Yamato. Aware of this, Xinglong Kaido's movements froze. The ferocious faucet turned its head, looking at his daughter. Yamato, what are you doing up here? Hurry up and down. Xinglong Kaido scolded angrily. I do not want. Yamato lay down on the spot and hugged Kaido's dragon body, refusing to let go. Because she knows it too. Even if there is no explosive shackles now. With no sailing experience, she went to naval headquarters to rescue Ace. It's not even possible to leave Wanokuni. Want to get to naval headquarters in just one day. Only if you hitch a ride with Daddy A******. Yamato, you idiot. A stern look flashed in Kaido of the Beast's eyes. The figure swung suddenly, about to smash Yamato against the wall, forcing her to let go. Crucial moment. Young Whitebeard pulled Yamato up and dodged out of the way. Newgate, what are you doing? Kaido of the Beast scolded in dissatisfaction. I'm going to take this girl with you, do you have any objections? Strong opening from young Whitebeard. Well, backquote. Kaido of the Beasts laughed angrily. You're a free rider yourself. He even brought people along without hesitation. It was Lousy's own daughter. What's the point? If it wasn't for the fact that the thought of a second Whitebeard at naval headquarters seemed amusing, Kaido would have thrown Whitebeard down as well. Enough, Kaido, time is running out, let's go. Rocks frowned disapprovingly. Advertisement. Kaido of the Beast snorted coldly. For the sake of Captain Rocks this time, I will let you follow, but Yamato, be honest with me, don't give me any trouble. Oh, Yamato lowered his head, responding in a rare and obedient manner. Seeing the rebellious daughter give in for the first time. Kaido of the Beasts didn't say anything more. Let's go, Jin. The green dragon soars into the sky. The flame pterosaur flew across the sky. Go to the top of the battlefield again. En route. Kaido, do you know where John, Silver Axe, Wang Dao are now? Asked Rocks. They are already dead, Kaido of the Beast sneered. When I was at Rocks Pirate, relying on their seniority and strength, these guys bullied him a lot. The results of it, in this era, after all, he stood at the apex. Those guys have long been buried in the dust of history. Then Shiki is still alive after all, Rocks said. The words of the Golden Lion may still be alive, but they have already been discarded and are useless. Xinglong Kaido is still not polite. In this era, among the people who walked out of the Rocks Pirate, only me, Whitebeard and Linlin stood at the top. Oh, Overlord Rocks is in the mood. I was negligent, I kept forgetting about Linlin. I have been asking others before. Until Kaido brought it up. He finally remembered. Ignored Charlotte Linlin myself. Because she is a woman. Plus that personality. Rocks subconsciously excludes her. Don't think she will do much. This moment. Listen to Kaido's conversation with Rocks. Yamato and Yan Wanjin were completely numb. John, Silver Axe, Akoku, they don't know each other. But, it is impossible for them not to have heard of the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. The legend of the last era, which is also known as the One Piece Roger and Whitebeard. He turned out to be a member of the former Rocks. And 4 emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Add her words. Now, 3 of the 4 sea emperors of this era. They all came out of this man's boat. What a horror this is. Overlord of the Sea Rocks. The weight of this name is even more important than they imagined. This battle of naval headquarters may collapse the world. I didn't expect Linlin, the gluttonous ghost, to be one of the 4 emperors of this era. Kaido, where is Linlin now? If you drop by, please call her along. Overlord Rocks said with great interest. Forget it, Captain Rocks, if you go to Linlin's Wangguo for a circle, you really can't keep up with the good show between Whitebeard and Marine. Besides, it's better not to come to that troublesome Linlin. Kaido of the Beast said with disgust. Okay then, let's go meet Linlin after this matter. Rocks didn't hold out. Kaido, besides you, Linlin, and Newgate, who is the last 4 emperors of this era? Who can be as famous as you? Rocks asked again. Oh, last of the 4 emperors, whose name is the red-haired Shanks, and you, Captain Rocks, are conquerors monsters. Xinglong Kaido pouted. Redhead Shanks, the overlord of the sea. Rocks narrowed his eyes slightly. For the name, he is no stranger. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it, red-haired Shanks. Countdown to summit war. Days. 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, Lord of the Sea Rocks, young Whitebeard are still on the way. This moment. New world. An emergency is happening. An island suddenly appeared, like a dark cloud cover. Suspended above the Cake Island. It has also become the haze in the hearts of everyone on Cake Island. The Flying Pirate. Golden Lion Shiki. D. What the hell are you trying to do? Charlotte's eldest son Perospero, third son Daifuku, and fourth son Owen shouted in shock. Jahahaha. Linlin's boys, do you see that I don't even say uncle? Golden Lion Shiki laughed wantonly. It attracted a lot of verbal criticism from the ministers and cadres of the Charlotte family. Advertisement. Perospero and other older people gritted their teeth and remained silent. 36 years ago, they were all teenagers. I have seen many big scenes with Charlotte Linlin. Naturally, they are not ignorant of the relationship between Golden Lion Shiki and his mother. They used to be partners in a pirate group. Only. The terrifying team back then has been disbanded. Plus all these years, the little love between them has long faded. Well. Eerie laughter came from the Cake Castle. I don't know who it is, it turns out it's you, a crippled old lion. 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin arrived with trembling steps. Jahaha, Linlin, I haven't seen you for decades. Golden Lion Shiki laughed happily. Shiki, are you looking for death by taking the initiative to deliver it to your door this time? Charlotte Linlin spoke coldly, full of killing intent. Goodbye, rare partner, don't be so tense. Golden Lion Shiki waved his hand. You provoked it first. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the island in the sky. That's it. Golden Lion Shiki waved his hand casually. The island suspended above the Cake Island flew farther away, and the sky lighted up again. It should work now. Charlotte Linlin's complexion softened slightly. So, what do you want to do this time? It's nothing, it's just that there is a grand event, and I want to invite you to participate. Golden Lion Shiki grinned. You mean old man Whitebeard and Marine? Why should I meddle in their affairs? Charlotte Linlin asked back. It's not just Whitebeard and Marine, there is a high probability that there will be many unexpected existences in this war, even yourself. Golden Lion Shiki grinned. He already guessed. Ron took him back 36 years ago. Promised to travel through time and space. Promise. If you want to make trouble, then the high probability is for this war. On Kaido's side, he has already taken action after receiving the news. In order to make the atmosphere more lively. So he came to the nations. Old Lion, what on earth do you mean? Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes slowly. The man who disappeared in history 36 years ago is coming back. Jin Zhao's Lion Shiki said with a half smile. Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened suddenly. It was as if a switch was flipped in my mind. With the words of Golden Lion Shiki, a series of new memories emerged clearly. Rocks, Captain. Well, that's interesting. It's less than a day since the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The all-out war between Whitebeard and Marine is about to start. The mountain rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. The sea, anyone can feel it. The air was filled with the smell of war. Sabayati Islands. It has not recovered since the war 10 days ago. Even if the pirates returned to the island, they all kept a low profile and did not make trouble anymore. At the same time, 13th Red Tree, a small bar on a lonely hill. Shaki's ripped off bar. Ron and Rayleigh today. Still haven't waited for anyone. Not to mention Rayleigh. Even Ron himself can't help but start to whisper. Doubt whether the time-space gate is linked successfully. Or because of interference. As a result, the opening time of the door was a little bit off. The night was dark. Cover the earth. Rip off the bar. The atmosphere is quiet. Some moment. Drip drip. A rush of emergency alert sounds. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the 4 people in the bar. Ron, Lao Lei, someone is coming. Shaki walked out quickly and spoke solemnly. Rayleigh's eyes flashed suddenly. Who is it? Roger. Chapter 74 4 Emperors Luffy and the Straw Hat Royal Group land in Sabayati. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Dark night enveloped the earth. The islands of Sabayati are quiet. Clatter. The sea is surging. A ship from far away was sent. Sabo, Sabayati land has arrived. A word of caution from Koala, a revolutionary girl with short orange hair. Oh. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army took down the newspaper covering his face, patted his face, and tried to cheer himself up. These days, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, who has always been full of energy, has always been in a bad mood and often worries. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army on the ship found that he would glance at the newspapers from 10 days ago from time to time. Look at the Fire Fist Ace execution announcement on the front page. Let's take a look at the news about the destruction of the Straw Hat Pirates in another page. The brow is always furrowed. Sometimes I even cover my head, as if I have a headache. This is something that has never happened before. However, the results of the comprehensive examination by the ship's doctor showed that Sabo's body was healthy in all aspects and there was no problem. Sabo, are you really okay? Why don't you rest for a while? Let me do the contact work this time. The caring revolutionary girl Koala does not care about opening her mouth. It's okay, I'm completely fine, it's fine. Sabo cheered himself up. Let's go, I'm also curious about the person Mr. Long wants us to meet temporarily. After letting other people stand by on board, Sabo and Koala travel light. Immediately walk to the address provided by the leader dragon. The other side, when Sabo and Koala landed in Sabayati. The eyeliner of Shaki's subordinates has already grasped their whereabouts. After discovering their target was to rip off the bar, he immediately sent the news to Shaki. This moment. Shaki, who's here? Is it Roger? Rayleigh hurriedly asked anxiously, his old face full of anticipation and tension. This is not. Shaki shook his head. They should be members of the Revolutionary Army. While speaking, Shaki couldn't help but look suspicious on his face. She was very puzzled about the purpose of the arrival of the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, the young chief of staff. Revolutionary Army, then they are probably looking for me. Ron nodded. Oh, both Shaki and Rayleigh raised eyebrows not without surprise. Then, I'll leave it to you then. Not long. Sabo and Koala came to the 13th red tree. 063 far away. You can already see the small bar on the hill with a faint kerosene lamp. Shaki's rip-off bar. What a strange name. Does anyone actually come to such a bar? Suspicion and puzzlement appeared on Koala's pretty face. Don't underestimate this bar, Koala. According to the information, the owner of this bar is definitely not simple. She has a huge intelligence network in the underground world, and she can be said to have great powers. Sabo nodded seriously. Well, Koala froze. Let's go. Sabo greeted and climbed the steps first. In a minute. Jingle bell. The bar's welcome bell rang. Welcome. A sweet voice sounded, and Robin stood at the bar and spoke with a smile. Sabo and Koala sat down directly at the bar. After ordering at will, I began to look at the dim bar. Auxiliary observation hockey. Sabo immediately located the 4 people in the bar. On the sofa, except for the young lady at the bar. There was also a casually dressed bartender, with his back to them. On the sofa, the middle-aged lady who still has the charm is puffing. The other side of the bar. There is also a guest who was suspected to be the same as them, drinking wine. Through the dim light, Sabo saw the appearance of the opposite guest. It was an old man with gray hair. There is a lightning scar in the left eye. Just for a moment, Sabo's eyes suddenly widened to the limit. The moment I saw the old man, he recognized the identity of the other party. Rayleigh, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. The right hand of One Piece, the legend of the previous era who knows everything. Shua. Sabo stood up abruptly. Start from the door. He always felt that this bar was unusual. Vaguely felt the breath of the strong. And it's not an ordinary strong man. Until now, he finally knew. What kind of big man is hidden in this small bar of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Advertisement. Sabo, what's wrong with you? Koala is still ignorant. Unlike Sabo, start at the door, her attention was always going back and forth between the 2 people at the bar. It wasn't until Sabo felt strange that he looked away and looked at his partner. Are you, Mr. Rayleigh, BFBJ? Pluton Rayleigh. Sabo looked at Rayleigh without blinking, and spoke solemnly. What? Before Rayleigh could respond, Koala exclaimed first. The legendary great pirate, Pluton Rayleigh, the right hand of One Piece, he, me, us. For such a sudden meeting with a legendary figure, Koala couldn't help being shocked beyond measure. You too, your order is ready. The bartender, Ron finally turned around and delivered the 2 glasses of wine that had been prepared to Sabo and Koala who were immersed in the legendary shock. Thanks. Koala subconsciously took over. Next second. There was a sudden pause in her movements. The previous gentle noise echoed in my head. That was the voice she had heard in dreams countless times in the past. She will never forget this familiar voice in her life. Koala took a deep breath. Use all the strength in your body to restrain the trembling of your delicate body. She slowly raised her head and looked at Ron in front of her. Waiting to see that familiar face. The emotions that had been suppressed in the girl's heart for a long time surged like a broken dam. Tears instantly blurred her eyes. Ling's vision couldn't help blurring. Is this real? Am I dreaming again? Koala whispered to himself with panic and confusion on his face, with a crying tone in his voice. In the past few days, she didn't know how many times she dreamed of such a scene. However, in the end it is always empty, a dream. Wake up. All dissipated. No longer exists. She panicked and frightened. I'm afraid it will be the same this time. Still just a dream. Don't cry, I'm fine. Ron held out his hands. Hold up the girl's little face. Wipe away the tears from the corners of your eyes. This moment, aware of Koala's crying, Sabo, who was immersed in the shock of Pluton, also came back to his senses. Koala, what's wrong with you? Sabo glanced at Koala hastily. Then the eyes returned to Rayleigh. However, next second, there was an expression of more disbelief and disbelief on his face than seeing Pluton Rayleigh. In the previous glimpse, he seemed to see a familiar face. Sabo's head turned like a machine. His eyes fixed on Ron. Yo, Sabo, we meet again. Ron grinned. FK. Sabo's eyes widened further with an emotion called shock. Even the eyeballs seemed to pop out of their sockets. There are all kinds of confusion and incomprehension in his heart. In the end, it just turned into AF G cry and blurted out. Another long silence followed. Ralalo. Ron, you are still alive. Sabo's screams, raised an octave, echoed through the bar. It's really rude, Sabo, I said it a long time ago, Mr. Ron will not die so easily, he is the son of the revolution sent by heaven to save us. Koala first complained for Ron angrily. Then a look of infinite joy appeared on the delicate and pretty face. Mr. Ron, Koala exclaimed coquettishly. Go straight over the bar. Into Ron's arms. Embrace warmly. I knew that Mr. Ron would be fine, because you are the most incredible person in the world. Koala said happily. Tears of happiness wet Ron's skirt. Ron stroked Koala's head with his big hand. Although the acquaintance with Koala is only 5 short years. But this girl's heart has been completely captured by Ron. The title of Son of the Revolution just made Koala adore Ron. The event that really made Koala fall in love with him was a year ago. The world government is deliberately looking for trouble. Send celestial dragons to wreak havoc on Char's kingdom. At that time, Koala was working as a Murloc karate coach in Char Kingdom. The arrival of the celestial dragons directly awakened the tragic memory in the girl's mind. I couldn't understand Ron of celestial dragons. Directly create a series of unexpected events. That day, celestial dragons fled in fright. After, Ron relied on his 3-inch tongue. Successfully liberated Koala completely from the shadow of the celestial dragons. Also since then, the relationship between the two gradually developed by leaps and bounds. Advertisement. If nothing else, Koala will be Ron's first queen. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. Now it can only be second, third. It's all right, from now on, nothing like that will happen again. Ron caressed the girl's hair, calmly promised, and comforted the trembling girl. Robin. Stare. Feel the sight from behind. Ron couldn't help grinning and making a ha-ha. It's a little narrow here, let's go over there and talk about it. Talking. Ron took Koala and Sabo to the sofa booth. Shaki got up after smoking a cigarette and took over the bar again. Another moment passed. Sabo finally digested the shock in his heart. Then it was like opening a chatterbox. Started explaining everything to Ron these days. Including the resettlement of the survivors of the Char Kingdom. Son of the Revolution. The king of West Blue Char's kingdom. Ron's identity has increased again. It's getting more and more confusing. Shaki held his chin with one hand, quietly listening to Sabo's narration. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he thought of many things. Up to now, these things are irrelevant. What is important is that he does have that strength and ability. Rayleigh nodded calmly. Makes sense. Shaki nodded, agreeing. Ron, that's about all I have to say. It's up to you next. How did you escape from the Sea of Fire that day? And how did you get from West Blue to the islands of Sabayati? What happened to you? I seem to feel that you are a little different from before. Are you working in this bar now? Then you must know the proprietress over there, and Mr. Pluton Rayleigh well. Sure enough, Mr. Long said that you are the one who asked us to meet. Really, Mr. Long is really too. He didn't tell us earlier. He really wasn't mentally prepared at all. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army was chattering. A second ago, he said that he was almost finished. In the next second, he said a lot without stopping. Really, Sabo, why did you become a chatterbox today? So many questions, how do you want Mr. Ron to answer? Koala complained again for Ron. Say it. Her gaze immediately fell on Robin, who was quietly reading a book. Her intuition as a woman told her. The relationship between Robin and Ron is unusual. Koala stared at Robin without blinking. And then, the expression on her face froze. I feel more and more familiar. Finally. You are Miss Robin. Koala exclaimed coquettishly. Nani, it's the light we've been looking for. Miss Nico Robin. Sabo couldn't help being surprised again. If you change to normal. He could definitely spot Robin instantly. However, there are too many things that shocked him today. First there is the legendary great pirate Pluton Rayleigh. Then came a reunion with his friend Ron. Sabo's mind is filled with these two things, and he can't think about anything else. At this point, Koala was originally the same. Out of a little bit of jealousy. Only then did she realize that the sister you in front of her was the beacon of revolution. Ron, how did you and Miss Robin meet? I remember she was a member of the Straw Hats. Where is everyone but Miss Robin now? There is also Captain Straw Hat Luffy. If you are there, I want to meet and solve some doubts. Ron. Blah 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 blah. Today's Sabo seems to be suffering from a terminal illness that will die if he doesn't speak. Don't give other people a chance to speak at all. Just finish everything by yourself. Ron, who originally wanted to have a good chat, couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this. Hastily asked Shaki to arrange a room for the two of them, rest first, and calm down. Can't talk at all today. Or wait until after tomorrow to sit down and have a good talk. After a few minutes, Ron and Koala worked together to send Sabo to the underground room to calm down. Okay, Mr. Ron, it's our time now. Koala was beaming with joy. Next second. No, Miss Koala, it's my time next, you should also have a good rest. Robin smiled slightly, and with a rare force, he pulled Ron back to the room and closed the door. Why, it's obvious that I came first, Mr. Ron is an idiot. Koala pursed her mouth. Nothing to say all night. Time flies. Day and night, in the blink of an eye. There are 3 pulls in the sun. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 2 hours before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second squad. All eyes on naval headquarters. This moment, no one noticed. To the southeast of Sabayati, a light sailboat rides the wind and waves. The boy in the straw hat wearing a black cloak is full of vigor. 4 Emperors Luffy and the Straw Hat Royale are coming. Chapter 75 Brothers meet again. 2 years later 4 Emperors Luffy and Sabo. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. There are 2 hours left before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. All Marines are ready for battle. For this day, Marines started preparing as early as a month ago. Urgently summon all elite generals and schools from all over the world. Only sailors with the rank of lieutenant and above in the headquarters are eligible to participate in the war. In this war with the Whitebeard Pirates, there is no weakling. The entire naval headquarters is on alert level 1. Get ready for the onslaught of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates in the sea. At the same time, headquarters building, Marshal's office. Boom. Marine legend Vice Admiral Hiro Garp hit the Marshal's desk with both fists, leaving 2 fist marks. Sengoku, hold back, there is still time. Garp spoke in a deep voice, his expression gloomy. As early as a month ago, it was already too late. Marshal Sengoku spoke quietly, but his words were firm. I don't want to excuse Ace, this time, I really have a bad feeling, this war will really turn upside down. Garp said word by word. The arrow is on the string, it has to be fired, the world is watching, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace can no longer be stopped. Sengoku said firmly, and, whether it's Whitebeard or anyone else, Marine's justice will kill them all. But, without waiting for Garp to continue saying something. Enough, Garp, please put yourself on the line, don't do anything stupid, you are our Marine's hero, the Marine's pillar. Sengoku stopped drinking. Of course the old man knows about this kind of thing, Yintian is also a sailor. 10:15 in the morning. The countdown to the war is 1 hour and 45 minutes. All over the world, Grand Line Paradise and New World. The eyes of the world are on naval headquarters. The biggest event of the era awaits. Waiting for the full-scale collision between the world's strongest man and Marine's total combat power. Who wins and who loses? The direction of the world will change drastically as a result. And, no matter what the result is, a new era will thus kick off. This is the consensus of people all over the world. Now, countless people are waiting eagerly. Waiting for the final result. However, there are also a few people who are more fortunate. You can have the opportunity to watch the whole battle live. Sabayati Islands, Mangrove No. 32. At the moment, there are huge crowds of people. There are more than 10,000 people gathered here. Commoners, businessmen, rich people, nobles, pirates. The islands of Sabayati, and even the people from the surrounding islands, all moved after hearing the news and gathered here. All because this is the live broadcast square designated by Marine. Because it is not far from naval headquarters. The islands of Sabayati can directly receive video signals from naval headquarters. In addition to designating this as a dedicated battlefield live broadcast area. Marine also has reserved slots exclusively for major news agencies around the world. Leave the best on-air front row to newsroom reporters. Let them watch and record the war to the maximum extent, and report to all over the world. The move to broadcast the war live to the world is not for nothing. Demonstrate Marine's strong confidence in winning the war. At the same time, it can enhance Marine's sense of trust in people's hearts. Ooh, live square. Shocking noises of people were everywhere. Although the war has not yet officially started. But the live broadcast has already started. A group of fully armed Marine troops kept passing in front of the camera. Look, how reassuring this is. Vice admirals are all ready to go. And the admirals with the highest combat power in this department. The current naval headquarters is simply a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Even if the other party is Whitebeard, there is absolutely no back and forth. The people are all infected by the powerful atmosphere of Marine, so they firmly believe. What a bunch of fools. At the height of the live broadcast square, Eustace Kidd, the supernova captain who offered a reward of more than 300 million, sneered. Marine is powerful, but Whitebeard is not a vegetarian. Bej, the captain of the flame tank pirates, looked serious. The strongest man in the world, let us see for ourselves, the gold content of this title. Euroj, the Sky Island eccentric monk, had a smile on his face. But first still think Marine will have the last laugh. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is old after all. How much strength he can display now is unknown. Hyaming Scrackyman Apdeo, the captain of the noisy radio pirates. Even if Whitebeard is an old man, it's the easiest thing to do to sink an island or two. Jewelry Bonnie, a female supernova with a big stomach from South Blue, spoke. The battle between Whitebeard and Marine is covered in a fog, and nothing can be seen through. The only thing that is certain is that today will be turned upside down, and a storm far beyond imagination is coming. Known as a magician, Hawkins, a magician and half immortal, muttered. All the supernovas sneered and glanced at the magic stick when they heard the words. Thinking about this kind of thing, anyone can guess it. Captain, everyone has spoken, why don't you say a few words? Advertisement. Heart Pirate's pet white bear Bipo pushed his own captain with his eyes closed. What else can I say so far, just wait. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law whispers faintly. The Kid Regiment's deputy killed the warrior Kira with several ups and downs. Because of wearing a special helmet, no one could see the shock written on his face. Kira whispered something in Kid's ear. Next second. Nani, Captain Kid's eyes popped open. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared on his face involuntarily. Are you sure you read it right? It's really a straw hat. Mangrove Harbor, 44 Sabayati Land. This is one of the main ports of Sabayati. Civilians and even pirates generally choose to suspend the ship here. This moment, Port 44, look around. It's like a sea of boats. The entire port is flooded and filled with all kinds of ships. In this dizzying sea of ships, there exists a special little lion ship. Exudes a warm breath like the sun. The name of the ship is Chenyang. Use the treasure tree atom as the material. It is jointly built by the world's best shipbuilders. This is a miracle ship that can ride through any storm. Flags waving on the mast to show their affiliation. It belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Only, this moment. It's not the Straw Hat crew on the deck of the Thousand Suns. It was a man with sharp facial features who could be called a handsome guy tentatively. His name is Dabaru. Sabayati is the head of the Flying Fish Knights. 22 years ago, One Piece Roger is dead to start the era of great pirates. Dabaru was born exactly at that point in time. Because the appearance is too ugly. Rumored by ignorant villagers as the son of the damned. Had a miserable childhood. Even so, the strong Dabalu survived. I didn't take it seriously, and I still lived happily. Until 2 months ago. Big event at Eni's lobby. Straw Hat crew rewards for all members. Among them, black-footed Sanji failed to leave a photo due to the mistake of an unreliable reporter. In the end, Marine chose to paint by hand, but the painter he found was also unreliable, a sole painter. However, what a coincidence. That graffiti-like Sanji bounty order. It was exactly the same as Dabaru's appearance. Thus, Dabalu became the target of Marine. Had to wear a mask to hide our eyes and ears. For Sanji who put himself in the wrong and stayed away from a peaceful life. At first, Dabalu wanted to eat his flesh and gnaw his bones. However, 10 days ago, Straw Hat crew lands in Sabayati. Encounter with Dabalu because of Octopus. After listening to him tearfully tell about his past. The sad and angry Sanji decided to give him a plastic surgery package. Under the powerful cosmetic effect of, return my beautiful feet. Dabalu turned ugly and turned over. Suddenly, he turned into a handsome guy with sharp edges and corners. Since then, his feelings for Sanji and Straw Hat crew also changed 180 degrees. From the initial hatred into the bone marrow, it turned into gratitude. Right now when Straw Hat crew is, group destroyed. Dabalu became the guardian of the Thousand Suns. Take protecting the Thousand Suns as your mission. Leading the Flying Fish Knights to guard day and night, time and time again repelling the pirates and criminals who coveted the Chenyang. Boss, let's rest for a while. Today is the day of the war between Whitebeard and Marine. Those pirates are all going to watch the live broadcast. A Flying Fish Knight said. No, this is the time when we can't take it lightly. Those cunning pirates may have calculated our mentality and launched a sneak attack. Dabalu said decisively. The voice just fell. Ask for flowers. Whoosh. Boom. There was only a piercing sonic boom in the air. Next second, a figure fell from the sky and hit the deck of Chenyang. It made the surrounding sea surface violently turbulent. Who? The Flying Fish Knights headed by Dabaru looked cold and ready to fight. Advertisement. However, next second, looking at the sunny boy wearing a straw hat in front of him. The expressions on the faces of the Flying Fish Knights headed by Dabaru suddenly froze. Straw Hat Boy. The shocking shouts of the Flying Fish Knights echoed in the sky. He. 4 Emperors. Luffy smiled brightly. Another long silence followed. The Flying Fish Knights headed by Dabaru. All of them were as if petrified, motionless. Clatter. The waves are pushed. Under the control of the Murloc helmsman Jinbei. The light sailboat borders the Thousand Suns. Came back. Nami was the first to jump aboard. Sure enough, it has to be the Thousand Suns. Usopp smiled. Chenyang 2 years ago, I really miss. Duh. Frankie pushed his sunglasses. Yo ho ho ho. Of course we will go to war on our own ships. We in the past, Chenyang, we confiscated. Brook, Zoro, and Sanji boarded the ship with smiles one after another. From beginning to end, Dabaru and the others just stared blankly. The wave called shock took over their whole body and mind. 0. Although they firmly believe that Straw Hat crew will come back. But never thought about it. It's so fast. But just 10 days. Straw Hat crew reunite. And no matter which one, it looks different from 10 days ago. Give them a feeling like a big shot. Dabaru. Flying Fish Knights. It's really thanks to you for protecting Shenyang during this time. Grateful. The Straw Hats headed by Captain Luffy did not put on airs and sincerely thanked them. Dabaru and the Flying Fish Knights were shocked and finally came back to their senses. No, where? This is what we should do. That's great. Mr. Straw Hat, you are all safe and sound. I couldn't be happier to see you all back together. All the Flying Fish Knights couldn't help crying with joy. Persevered for 10 days. They finally arrived. Wait until the return of the owner of the ship. They finally completed their mission. Return the ship intact. Then, gentlemen of Straw Hat crew, this little lion ship, now this ship, we will officially return it. Dabaru said solemnly. Oh, everyone in the Straw Hats should drink. The members of the Flying Fish Knights rode on the flying fish and watched the thousand suns slowly set sail. Brother, Mr. Straw Hats seem to have changed a lot. Yeah, I feel the same way. Besides Mr. Straw Hat and the others just now, I seem to have seen some other faces. That blue and fat Murloc seems to be, like Shichibukai Hexia Jinbei. There is also that person with a head like a pineapple, I saw it on the news, he seems to be Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. All the Flying Fish Knights stared wide-eyed. There was a ghostly look on every face. The whole person was overwhelmed by the shock again, unable to control himself for a long time. Under the pilot of the Murloc helmsman Jinbei, Shenyang sailed out of Mangrove No. 44. Immediately turned a corner, walked straight to No. 13 Mangrove through the inland sea. Along the way, looking at the river that has widened a lot. Everyone in Straw Hat crew couldn't help but be amazed. In my impression, Sabayati's land doesn't seem to be like this. Sanji frowned. Yeah, this should be the place where we dispersed 2 years ago, how did it become a Mediterranean sea now? Usopp looked at the original number 12 mangrove area with a surprised face. Probably because of Ron. Robin nodded lightly, and he could probably guess a little bit. Fortunately, Red Tree and Shaki's bar on the 13th is still there. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away. The bar on the hill is already in sight. At the same time, a young blonde youth caught everyone's eyes. That's Sabo. 4 Emperors. Luffy's eyes lit up and he cheered excitedly. Chapter 76. Top. Up. Open. Fight. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. It was 10:15 in the morning. There is still 1 hour and 30 minutes before the top opening. Sabayati Islands. 13th Red Tree. Ron, as always, was doing his usual morning exercises in his room. Hundreds of push-ups are almost a daily standard. Robin did not slack off either, and one time of squat training is 100. If so several times, back and forth. Really, what the hell is Mr. Ron doing? Koala pursed her mouth with displeasure, and paced back and forth in the bar. Well, don't worry, little koala, it should be soon, after all, it's almost time. Shaki said. Say it. She glanced at the direction of the ground strangely. Big events are imminent. However, the young people these days are really full of energy. When is it, Sister Shaki? What time do you mean? Koala was taken aback for a moment, and asked curiously. Nothing, I'll find out soon. Shaki waved his hand. Well, Koala sighed softly. Instead, go out to check on Sabo. Sabo, who was chattering last night. After waking up this morning, there was a sudden silence again. Start with waking up in the morning. He just sat silently in front of the bar. His brows and eyes were deeply locked, motionless, as if in deep thought. Really, Koala is already unable to complain. At this time, Koala's beautiful eyes narrowed. Look forward to the right. The area where the original number 12 mangrove tree was located. 170, the energetic little lion boat arrives straight. That's the Straw Hat Pirates. They didn't die. Koala exclaimed in surprise. Straw Hat, where's the Straw Hat? Sabo, who sat in a daze for a long time like a meditator, stood up suddenly, looking around again and again. Finally locked on the little lion ship not far away. Lock on the sunny boy wearing a straw hat on the little lion's bow. For a moment, Sabo only felt a rumble in his head. It's like being hit by a giant hammer. In my mind, scenes like revolving lantern scenes gathered into a torrent, rushing out together. These memories, me and Luffy, and the Fire Fist Ace, between the three of us, to the end. Sabo's face was pale, panting heavily, and fine cold sweat oozes from his forehead. At the same time, just when Sabo sees 4 Emperors Luffy also felt something about the 2 years after the little lion's bow. The 4 eyes are facing each other. 2 years later, Luffy, who was quite stable and 4 Emperors in the previous second, immediately made a breakthrough at this moment. Sabo, 4 Emperors. Luffy shouted happily. Knees slightly bent, and then ejected to start. Straight across hundreds of meters, boarded the hill. Under Koala's shocking and amazed eyes. 4 Emperors. Luffy opened his arms and embraced Sabo. I didn't expect to meet you, Sabo, here. I'm so happy. Sure enough, Sabo, you are also here to save Ace. Then let's go together later, to Naval Headquarters, to Ace's side. 4 Emperors. Luffy smiled happily. To this, Sabo just stood there blankly. The memory chaos in my mind keeps escalating. Wait a minute, Straw Hat Luffy, what is the relationship between you and Sabo? And you just said you were going to naval headquarters. What are you going there for? The war is about to start. There will be the most dangerous place in the world. Koala recovered from the shock, listening to Four Emperors Luffy's words, couldn't help crying coquettishly. Koala sauce. 2 years later Robin landed and greeted Koala with a smile. Koala turned his head in a daze. Ralalo. Miss Robin. Waiting to see Robin approaching. The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the extreme. An exaggerated expression that was 10 times more surprised than what Four Emperors Luffy said before appeared on his face. She opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at the beautiful Uchiha who came to her. Can't go wrong. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Robin. Just why? Obviously Robin is still in the room under the bar. Could it be that Robin came out when she wasn't paying attention? No, this should be impossible. This moment, Koala is already completely messy. Advertisement. Seeing how surprised Koala looked. 2 years later, Robin couldn't help feeling a little confused. She didn't seem to say that she was from 2 years later. The girl's shock seems to have come too early. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Luffy's second brother. Didn't expect to meet here. This is amazing. Yes, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie and others spoke with emotion one after another. Koala. A new shock hit my heart. Why did the Straw Hat Pirates recognize their identities at a glance? They all know Sabo. And what about brother? Sabo is Straw Hat's older brother. This kind of thing, how could it happen? At this time, there was only a jingle. Rip-off bar doors open. Rayleigh and Shaki heard the commotion outside and strode out quickly. Rayleigh, Shaki, we're back. Four Emperors Luffy, who was holding the dull Sabo, greeted happily. Mr. Rayleigh, Uncle Rayleigh, Miss Shaki, Miss Shaki. Everyone in the Straw Hats greeted them one after another. Ha 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 ha, loud laughter followed from Pluton Rayleigh. These days, people who have not waited for other time and space. Although Rayleigh didn't say anything, he was always worried in his heart. Especially now, the war is about to begin. However, the people Ron promised still didn't show up, even one person. This made Rayleigh start to wonder if he had been fooled by Ron. Now, look at the Straw Hat crew in front of you. The depression accumulated in Rayleigh's heart for many days was swept away in an instant. It was replaced by extreme excitement and ecstasy. He knows. The Straw Hat crew in front of you does not belong to this era. They are from 2 years later. It's reinforcements from the future. The miracle of the future has already appeared. Can the miracle of the past be far behind? There is no need to have any doubts anymore. Roger, the figure will come. Little Monkey, Little Nami, another Little Robin, and Shichibukai Jinbei who should have been kicked into impel down, and the captain of the Whitebeard family's first team, Phoenix Marco, who will never appear here anyway. They really traveled through time and space, returning from the future to the present. Shaki whispered in shock, except for the miracle of time travel. No other words can explain this state. Feelings of shock or joy are spreading. Yo, everyone is here. A faint voice came from the bar. After the morning exercise, Ron took Robin out after washing up. Ron, Mr. Ron. 2 years later, everyone in the Straw Hat Royal Group turned their heads. Next second, the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat Royal Group fell on Robin. Robin sauce, woo. The Robin of this era has not been shot by the Tyrant Bear. Mr. Ron must have saved Robin. The members of the Straw Hat Royal Group immediately stepped forward and surrounded Robin 2 years ago. The Robin sauce 2 years ago, it's been a long time. Sanji spun round and round courteously. Robin, I have become stronger and can protect you. The cute chopper said proudly. Robin, look, Robin. While talking, everyone showed Robin their 2 years of growth. This moment, listening to the words of everyone in the Straw Hat Royal Group. Robin would have been a complete fool 2 years ago. Although before going out, Ron had already announced it in advance. It will be a huge surprise for her. Prepare her mentally. Only, advertisement. Robin never expected it. This surprise will be so huge. Compared to surprise, it was almost frightening. Rao is such a wise and steady sister like Robin. At this moment, he was completely stunned and dumbfounded. Can't comprehend what I see in front of my eyes. The clever little head almost shut down. Needless to say, she was convinced by the bond between her partners. The people in front of them are undoubtedly the partners of the Straw Hat Pirates. But, these partners she is familiar with and can no longer be familiar with. At this moment, there are more or less places in each of them that she is not familiar with. Sanji grows a beard, Zoro only has one eye, Usopp becomes a muscular man. Frankie is getting more and more inappropriate. And, myself, watch Robin 2 years later. 2 years ago Robin couldn't help but be lost in thought. When did I have an extra twin sister? Mr. Ron, I can't understand what is going on now. Koala, whose head was almost occupied by a mountain of confusion, hurriedly asked Ron for help. There were some tears in her beautiful eyes, she was crying urgently. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Koala, watch slowly, listen slowly, it will be clear soon. Ron smiled reassuringly, immediately looked around. Everyone, it's almost time to go. Ron said, oh. Rayleigh and the Straw Hats responded in unison. Sabo, Koala, and Robin followed in a daze 2 years ago. Wait until everyone boards the ship. The little lion ship Shenyang set sail again. Goal. Naval headquarters on top of the battlefield. The coast of Sabayati. Look, kid, I'm not mistaken, the Straw Hat crew has really reunited. Killing warrior Kira looked at the shrinking lion ship in the distance, and said in shock. Straw Hats, how the hell are they, and where are they going? Captain Eustace Kid clenched his fists. Does it need to be said? That direction can only be naval headquarters. Another voice sounded without warning. Trafalgar Law, you follow us. Kid frowned. I'll be here a while before you. Trafalgar. Gallo glanced at Kid. Straw Hat crew, why are they going to naval headquarters? Could it be that they are crazy? They were easily wiped out by Marine Admiral not long ago. They finally survived. Why do they want to go to naval headquarters? To take the initiative to die. It can't be for the sake of fame. The face under the mask of Killer Kira is full of absurdity and unbelievability. If you ask me about this kind of thing, I don't know. It's just that I can be sure that this war will cause waves because of them. Trafalgar Law firmly said. Aha. Captain Eustace 5.2 Kid showed an expression as if he heard a joke. Hey, that's an all-out war between Whitebeard and Marine. A small pirate group of their level is like a pebble dropped into the sea, and it can't be lifted at all. The slightest wave, Kid said mercilessly. I didn't say that there were only straw hats on that boat. Trafalgar Law said faintly. Who else? Kid was taken aback. Pluton Rayleigh. Trafalgar Law rowed. Both Kid and Kira stared. Although surprised, but still expected, because they already knew Rayleigh was on the island. And has some ties to the Straw Hat crew. If it was Pluton Rayleigh, it is indeed qualified to have an impact on the battlefield. Shichibukai Hexia Jinbei. Trafalgar Law continued. Nani. Kid and Kira were shocked again. When did Straw Hat crew get mixed up with Shichibukai? There is also Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and a monster that is on par with Pluton, and even higher than Pluton. Trafalgar Law said finally. Kid, Kira, comma. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed bit by bit. Hour hand minute hand second hand. The three needles are perfectly aligned. 12 noon, here we come. All eyes are on. Summit War, start. Chapter 77 Domineering. Chi, Deng, Field. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. The tide of the times is getting more and more turbulent. The gears of fate turn slowly. The hour hand, minute hand, and second hand are all in one. The time is exactly 12 noon. I'm coming. Finally it's time to start. Public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard. Where is the strongest man in the world now? The current naval headquarters is simply a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Just wait for the Whitebeard pirates to throw themselves into the trap and die. In the islands of Sabayati, the reporters and the melon eaters held their breath nervously, watching the live broadcast screen without blinking. The picture shows the center of Oak Square in the bay. On the huge execution platform, two executioners with execution knives escorted Ace, the core figure of this incident, to the execution platform step by step. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast screen began to rotate. Show people the luxurious lineup and powerful oppression of Marine's total combat power. Look at the front of the square, that's 7 warlords of the sea. A reporter screamed. Gecko Moria, that image, is simply a demon in the world. Destroyed the Shichibukai tyrant bear of Straw Hat crew in Sabayati 10 days ago. The greatest dark agent of the underworld, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. The world's #1, great swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. Besides, Empress, Pirate Empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Boa Hancock. When discussing the first 4 Shichibukai, people's expressions are still quite serious. However, after seeing the Empress, the style of painting suddenly went astray. No matter men or women, everyone is captured by the peerless appearance. More than this, he was petrified, directly across the screen on the spot. Until the camera moved away from the Pirate Queen for a long time. The madness of the people was finally restored. Ahem, speaking of 15, it's clearly 7 warlords of the sea, why are there only 5 of them, and 2 more? A reporter changed the topic in order to ease the embarrassment. According to the gossip, Shichibukai Hexia Jinbei was imprisoned by the marshal because he opposed the war. As for the other person, who succeeded Crocodile as Shichibukai's Blackbeard. I don't know that. The reporters all frowned and shook their heads, not knowing what Blackbeard was doing. Not to mention them, even the Marine executives in the headquarters. At this moment, it is also unknown where Blackbeard has gone. Marshal Sengoku has hidden worries in his heart. But consider the imminent war. At this juncture, it's not easy for him to send people to search with great fanfare. At the forefront is the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 major forces in the sea. The next is Marine's total combat power team. 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 square formations, that's 100,000 people. And don't forget, these 100,000 people are not ordinary sailors, they are all Marine elites. Sabayati live broadcasted the plaza, and the reporters and the melon eaters were all excited. The screen then returns to the position of the execution platform. The first is the bottom of the execution platform. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral lined up with Stalo Berry, Stiras, Dalmesia, Bastio, Maynard, Gumier, Jonathan, Kongming, Mozambique, etc. As the leader of each target force. On both sides of them, there are John Giant, Ronsa, Lakulwa and other 6 giant vice admirals, standing like hills, motionless as mountains. Next is the second floor of the execution platform. Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Huoshaoshan and other naval headquarters elite vice admirals stood calmly. In addition, there is Marine's legendary veteran, Vice Admiral Crane, Marine's chief staff officer. And one of the pillars of the Marine, the legendary Vice Admiral, the hero Garp. Then there are 3 upper floors. 3 chairs side by side. The 3 naval headquarters with highest combat power. Advertisement. Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Kazaru Pelusalino, each sat on it, crossing Erlang's legs. Imposing. It's Vice Admiral and the Admirals. Vice Admirals at naval headquarters almost all in place. Plus the 3 most powerful admirals. And legendary veterans like Hero Garp, Marshal Sengoku. Just ask who else. So what if it's Whitebeard? It's still upside down. Sabayati broadcast live on the square, and the excitement of the reporters and the melon eaters gradually rose to the extreme as the screen rotated. Finally, the live broadcast screen returned to the top of the execution platform. The executioner, Huaquan Ace, fell to his knees. Standing beside him is Marine's mainstay, Marshal Sengoku. After a long silence, Marshal Sengoku glanced across the audience before speaking. Today is a big day. Marshal Sengoku's voice resounded throughout naval headquarters through the phone bug. At the same time, it was also clearly heard by the people in the live plaza of the islands in Sabayati. Before the execution begins, I have one more thing to tell you, about the necessity of today's public execution. What does the Marshal want to say? Except for attracting Whitebeard and killing them all. Is there any deeper meaning to this execution? Have no idea. The reporters and the melon eaters looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing why. Next second, Sengoku's voice came again. Fire Fist Ace, report your father's name here. Sengoku spoke quietly. My dad is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Ace spoke without hesitation. Wrong. Marshal Sengoku sternly denied it. What's wrong? My dad is only Whitebeard, not anyone else. Ace suddenly became emotional. At that time, we desperately searched for the last possibility left by that man, and only relied on bits and pieces of information from CP to conduct a thorough investigation of newborn and unborn babies and their mothers, but we found nothing. Of course, because your mother paid for your life with her own. That woman deceived us and even the whole world. Her actions are far beyond our common sense. Letting you stay in her stomach for a full 20 months is completely against common sense, but it is precisely because of this that you were kept. 1 year and 3 months after your father died, a baby who inherited the world's most evil blood was born. You should know that your biological father's name is Gal D. Roger. Sengoku's every word is sonorous and powerful. Reveal to the world this shocking secret that has been hidden for 20 years. With Marshal Sengoku's voice fell. The headquarters where hundreds of thousands of sailors gathered fell silent. Sabayati's Zudao live broadcast square was also quiet. After a short period of silence, what followed was the noise and uproar of ultimate. Anyone who hears this secret, all were shocked to the point where it could not be added. Hi, son of the One Piece. That Fire Fist Ace is actually the posthumous son of One Piece Roger. Is this kind of thing really possible? It must be true. That's what Marshal Sengoku said himself. The blood of One Piece, the most evil blood in the world, is still alive. No wonder that Fire Fist Ace can become the captain of Whitebeard's second team at this age. This monster-like strength is completely inherited from One Piece Roger. If you give him time to continue to grow, in time, he will definitely be another Roger. But, it's really great. Today he is going to die. The blood of One Piece is cut off. Ha. Hurry up and announce today's first big news to the world. In Sabayati's Island live broadcast square, the reporters and the melon-eating crowd turned upside down. The war has not yet begun. Just the revelation of Ace's identity. It made the people tremble. Advertisement. Marineford. Marshal Sengoku's speech continued. Fire Fist Ace, taking your head here today is of great significance, so even if an all-out war with Whitebeard broke out, we would not hesitate. Sengoku shouted decisively. Masters, let's fight. Oh. 100,000 sea soldiers shouted and roared together. The sound was like thunder. Resounded through the sky. Next second, sudden change. Didi, a piercing red siren sounded. Attention everyone, the day is coming. The Marines of the Marine Surveillance Force, who were always watching the open sea, yelled to remind them. Through the hazy mist that hangs over the sea, they saw the shadow of a large ship hidden in it. It was Whitebeard's 43 sub-regiment from the New World. Ranger Doma, Lei Ching Makugai, DeKalban Brothers, Great Eddie Spider Squad, Ice Witch Pei. No matter which one is the famous fierce in the New World. Self-response to Daddy Whitebeard, here to fight the top. Just when Marine's attention was attracted by the pirate fleet in the open sea. Next moment, the unexpected happened again. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, the 3 Marine admirals and others all felt this way. 860. Turning his head suddenly, his eyes locked on the Arc Moon Bay of Naval Headquarters. The calm sea surface gave birth to violent waves without warning. The sea water suddenly swelled, as if some huge monster was about to surface. Hey, this is not trying to come out from an unexpected place. Hero Garp whispered. It turns out that their main ship has been coated and directly invaded the bay from the bottom of the sea. The wise chief advisor Vice Admiral Crane guessed the truth. Finished talking. The behemoth in the bay finally appeared. The huge coated whale ship Moby DK fully surfaced. Not one, but 4, Moby DK mothership, and 4 auxiliary ships. The Whitebeard pirates, carrying a total of 20,000 people, are at full strength. At this time, at this place, land on the battlefield. When it first appeared, it shocked the audience. It finally appeared. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates of King's Landing New World. The other side of this war has finally appeared. I didn't expect to attack directly from the bottom of the sea. Even Marine was taken aback. The war is about to begin. Gudong. Sizzle sizzle. The sound of people's Adam's apple rolling with difficulty and the sound of sucking air conditioning became one after another in the live broadcast square. Even though there is an ocean, a screen. The melon eaters and reporters in the square seem to be there. Feel the horror that hangs over naval headquarters at this moment. War is on the verge of breaking out. Tap. Footsteps suddenly sounded in naval headquarters, where tens of thousands of people gathered but was completely silent. Under the spotlight, the old man who has experienced the baptism of years and wars boarded the bow of the whale step by step. Curved like a crescent, Whitebeard soars proudly. He is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. From the Rocks era to this era of great pirates. After 3 eras, he has always stood firm and stood at the top of the king. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Hu la 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 la, I haven't seen you for decades, Sengoku, my son is really indebted to you for taking care of me during this time. Chapter 78 Luffy, the Sun God, join the battle on the top. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. 5 minutes past 12 noon. 4 Emperors Whitebeard landed on the battlefield. The curtain of war slowly opened. Hu la 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 la, Sengoku, during this time, my son is really indebted to you for taking care of me. Whale prow, Whitebeard chuckled. The sound was like thunder, shaking the sea in all directions. Ripples appeared on the water surface of the bay. At the same time, it also caused waves in the hearts of the 100,000 sailors in the headquarters. He alone is enough to be worthy of thousands of troops and thousands of blessings. This is the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku looked ugly. 100 secrets and 1 sparse. Even with the resourceful general he doesn't count. Whitebeard would invade directly from under the sea. In their original plan, Whitebeard wants to invade the bay. There is a huge price to pay. After entering the bay, the combat power will be greatly reduced. At that time, the siege wall battle started. You can fight without bloodshed. Take down the Whitebeard pirates with minimal effort. However, now it is invaded directly into the bay by Whitebeard. No matter what happens next, it is possible, even if this is their marine home. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Dad, on the execution platform, Ace clenched his fists. Watch Whitebeard and his friends for their own adventure. There are many emotions in his heart, with mixed feelings. There is excitement, but also infinite regret and self-blame. Obviously it was me. I ignored the advice and acted on my own. Why didn't you abandon me? Why did you take risks for someone like me? If I were to die, I would be enough. Exclamation mark quote. Ace screamed out of control. No, you're wrong, Ace, I let you go. Whitebeard stopped drinking. Sorry, son, I made you do such a dangerous thing. It's not like that, at that time you clearly prevented. Ace wanted to refute, but he didn't finish his sentence. No, I told you to go, you say yes, Marco. Whitebeard grinned. Yeah, I heard that too, it really hurt you, Ace. Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team, agreed. In this sea, everyone should know what the consequences will be if we dare to attack our companions. 5th Division Captain Foil Vista stroked his beard. We will never let anyone hurt you, Ace. The captain of the 3rd team, Diamond Joes, looked determined. Wait for Ace, I will save you now. Captain Ace will be rescued by our 2nd team. Wake up, Marine. Get ready for the wrath of the 4 emperors. We must make you regret your actions today. Ooh. The Whitebeard pirates, with a total of 20,000 New World pirates roared in unison. Even if he was facing the total combat power of Marine, he still had no fear at all. Ah la la, what a group of amazing guys have come. Admiral Aokiji said lazily. It's really scary, nah. Admiral Kizaru pouted with a lewd look on his face. Arrogant guys will eventually lead to destruction. Admiral Akainu sneered again and again. Hey hee hee, we have the total combat power of Shichibukai and naval headquarters here, how do you plan to attack? Whitebeard. Shichibukai Gecko Moria laughed. It seemed to be responding to Moria's question. At the bow of the Moby DK, Whitebeard grinned. Duh. Kong Yunchi, the supreme sharp knife, pierced the bow of the ship. Whitebeard's hands slowly clenched into fists. Power is constantly accumulating. Finally, some moment, Whitebeard flung his arms left and right and punched. Boom. The dull sound like the beating of war drums sounded, deafening. It seems to be the heartbeat of heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelmed clicking sound followed. Centered on Whitebeard's double fists. Irregular lines lit up one after another. Spread and spread in all directions. What is that? What the hell is going on here? Atmosphere, the world is cracked. Is this really something humans can do? Monster. That's a monster. Wow. Naval Headquarters Battlefield, and Sabayati Live Square. The people who witnessed this terrible scene couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. However, the real horror is only just beginning now. A horrific discovery by Marine's Coast Watch team. The water level on the left and right sides of the headquarters is constantly dropping. This is definitely not a good sign. Experienced, they immediately thought of a possibility. That is, tsunami. The silence before the storm falls over naval headquarters. Seeing the cracks in the atmosphere gradually recover. Nothing terrible happened. The horror on the faces of the sailors receded. They looked at each other, with suspicion written all over their faces. Hey hee hee hee, Shichibukai Gecko Moria burst out laughing. It's just a bluff, isn't it, that nothing happened at all? It's just a way to scare people, Whitebeard, it's almost time to show your real skills. Moria yelled triumphantly. Don't worry, Moria, come right away. Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the first team, grinned. The moment the voice fell, the calm sea gave birth to violent waves. A loud noise like thunder followed. Advertisement. Not from the sky. With naval headquarters as the center, the four seas shake together. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. The waves rolled, wave after wave, and finally broke through the sky. It's coming. The sea quake caused by that guy has turned into a tsunami. Marine legend Vice Admiral Hiro Garp yells. As his voice fell. A great shadow looms over naval headquarters. It was a super tsunami hundreds of meters high. Started with Whitebeard's shock fist. Air quakes affect sea quakes. Eventually a tsunami was triggered. This is the ability of the strongest man in the world. The strongest ability in Paramesha. The power of shock fruit that destroys Earth. Naval headquarters, there is a lot of chaos. Watching the natural disaster and tsunami falling from the cover. No one can be at peace with it. If the terrifying tsunami as powerful as that day was allowed to fall, the consequences would be disastrous. Damn it, is this the purpose? It's a lunatic. If he does this, won't he even be swallowed by the tsunami? Shichibukai Gecko Moria screamed in horror. He is also an ability user cursed by the sea. If it is submerged by the tsunami, in all likelihood, there is none. Fufurfur, it's really useless, Moria, this is just a greeting, and it scares you like this. Shichibukai Doflamingo sneered. What did you say? Moria was furious. At this time, the execution platform has 3 floors. Naval headquarters has the highest combat power and moved. Ah la la, this can't let you succeed. Frozen Admiral Aokiji Kuzan's figure flashed. In a blink of an eye, it was over the bay. He opened his arms wide, facing the sides. Ice Age, Logia Frozen Fruit ability, fully open. Ultimate's freezing chill unleashes. In the blink of an eye, the raging tsunami was frozen. Even the entire Crescent Bay is frozen. What a troublesome brat. Whitebeard sneered. But it's good this way. Whitebeard waved his hand. More than 20,000 white pirates attacked together. Running towards the plaza on the sea frozen by Aokiji. To this, naturally, the marine side will not sit idly by. The more than 50,000 marine elites defending the square were dispatched. At the same time, the other 50,000 marine elites also clashed with the New World pirates who landed on the coast. The flames of war spread. There was smoke everywhere. The all-out war between the 4 Emperors' Whitebeard pirate fleet and the naval headquarters has begun. The war has begun. In Sabayati's live broadcast square in Zudao, the reporters and the melon eaters whispered in shock. Frightened by the cruel summit war, I couldn't recover for a long time. Good moment. Now is not the time to be in a daze. What we have to do now is to report the news of the war to the world. A reporter slapped himself on the face violently to cheer himself up. Hey, look, that man is about to move. I didn't expect him to make the first move. His target seems to be Whitebeard. Interesting. This is big news. The emotions of the reporters and the people who eat melons are getting more and more excited. Kang. A high-pitched and loud knife sounded. It is still clearly audible in this chaotic and noisy battlefield. The powerful sword intent soared into the sky. In an instant, it attracted the attention of swordsmen from all over the battlefield. Hawkeye Mahawk, number 1 in the world, great swordsman Hawkeye. What is he going to do? As long as you are a swordsman, you can't ignore that man's actions. All because he is Mahawk, a man who stood at the pinnacle of the sword in this era. Fufurfur, this is really rare, what's the matter? Are you going to FK? You are not an active man. Doflamingo laughed. I just want to test the gap between myself and the strongest and take it. Hawkeye Mahawk said calmly. The voice fell. 12-handed black sword knight, the supreme big sharp knife, wielding. The green sword light shines on the entire battlefield. Whitebeard slashes at the bow of the whale with unstoppable momentum. Seeing that the two sides are about to collide. At this time, a diamond Jazzy popped out halfway. If you want to take action against Dad, you have to pass my level first. Activate Paramesh's shiny fruit ability. The captain of the 3rd Division forcibly blocked Hawkeye's slash with his diamond body. As expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, 1 or 2 were as strong as monsters. It's really scary, hey. The word "na" falls. Admiral Kizaru disappears from the scaffold. The reappearance is already over the bay, above Whitebeard's head. Capture the thief first and capture the king, your chief. I accept it. A little golden light lit up on Admiral Kizaru's fingertips. However, didn't wait to E******************. Next second. Blue flames are burning. Phoenix Seal, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Phoenix Marco, kicked Kizaru with a powerful kick. It's my turn next, come and try if you can take it. Joes dived into the air. Diamond Fist shattered the ice. Then put your hands together. Advertisement. Scoop up a giant ice cube like a small mountain. Throw it to the square in the bay without mercy. Quote. One or two are like this, if you are all gone, who will guard the execution platform? Quote. Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki finally moves. Logia lava fruit ability, activated. Great eruption. Admiral Akainu binge drinking. The right hand shot out suddenly. Magma fist rose against the wind. Stop the giant ice cube. Terrible high temperature release. The ice cubes are broken down and evaporated. Next second, Admiral Akainu turned defense into offense. The blazing magma fist exploded. It turned into countless bolides and fell to the battlefield. The scene reappeared like a natural disaster. The screams became the only melody here. Every moment, people kept falling. 12:15. 15 minutes into the war. Boom boom boom. Earth-shaking footsteps sounded. From the coastal battlefield, in the hazy mist, the huge figure gradually revealed its true face. They were ancient giants over 80 meters tall. The descendants of the legendary Yongguo Oz, Little Oz landed on the battlefield. Ace, here I come. Little Ozzy swung the huge saber. Cut the warship in front of you with one knife. Little Oz was unstoppable all the way. Even Marine's giant race vice admirals. It is also impossible to stop his footsteps. Get knocked away one by one. Little Ozzy took the lead. Enduring Marine's endless artillery fire. Step by step, he walked firmly towards the execution platform. Oz, Ace yelled nervously. The chain behind him rattled. Don't continue to come over, you will become their target. Ace yelled to stop. However, Little Ozzy's footsteps still never slowed down. Wait for me, Ace, I will definitely save you. Finally. Little Ozzy walked to the edge of the bay. Step forward. That is the square. However, this step, but it is as difficult as reaching the sky. Because standing in front of him are the 7 warlords of the sea. The atmosphere made abnormal noises without warning. A huge bear's paw was created out of nothing. Keep compressing and shrinking. That's Shichibukai Tyrant Bear. What does he want to do? Watch out, Oz. Don't go any further. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates shouted nervously. However, it was too late. The Shichibukai Tyrant Bear spread his palms silently. The atmospheric bear paw bomb compressed to ultimate flew out slowly. Stopped in front of Little Ozzy. Ding. Blinding light shines. Rumble. A terrible explosion happened. Bear shock. Under the ultimate move of Shichibukai Tyrant Bear. Little Oz dropped to his knees. He was bleeding all over his body. Even so, he still didn't fall. Fight back against Shichibukai with all your might. However, click. His foot was cut by Shichibukai Doflamingo's line. His neck was impaled by Gecko Moria's shadow gun. Finally, still down. Little Oz. Captain Oz. Everyone in the white group shouted in shock and anger. Oz. Whitebeard struck with anger. Tat for tat. Kill the invading giant Vice Admiral Ronsa. HMPH. No use, Whitebeard, our plot is flawless. Marshal Sengoku looked indifferent. At this time. Blue. The urgent phone buzzer rang. Marshal Sengoku. The anxious voice of the Coast Watch team came. What's wrong? Marshal Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, the ship is coming from the sky. The surveillance team yelled for a report. Sengoku frowned, suddenly looked up. Far away, a small black dot gradually enlarged. All attention. The little lion Shenyang descended from the sky accompanied by the sun. On the bow of the lion boat, the young man embraced his arms, looking high-spirited. Future 4 emperors, Luffy, the sun god, joined the battle on the top. Chapter 79 Rubber, glue, fruit, sleep, wake up. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. The time is 20 minutes past 12 noon. The Sea of Mist is about a kilometer away from naval headquarters. The energetic little lion ship Shenyang finally arrived. Wait for us, Ace. On the bow of the little lion, 4 emperors Luffy looked determined. It's finally here, this time we will never let that kind of thing happen again. 2 years later, Yamato clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. Is this the Summit War? Not even the Onijima War. Zoro looked solemn. What's wrong? Is this scary? Chloral ahead. Sanji breathed out a puff of smoke ring easily. What are you talking about, idiot curling eyebrows, I'm just excited. Zoro held the natal and Dao characters on his waist. Countless strong men gathered in this war. His goal. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, is also among them. Zoro wants to try. How far is there between the current him and the #1 in the world? Ahead is the naval headquarters, which has assembled the total combat power of the Marines. If you go there, it will be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap. Aren't you afraid? Second deck. 2 years ago Robin smiled and looked at himself 2 years later. No. 2 years later Robin smiled. as the only survivor of Ohara, known by the world as the Devil's Son. She is the key, care, object of Marine and world government. If it appears on the top battlefield, it is very likely that the Marine will locate and capture the target first. But at this moment, Robin didn't feel any fear or panic in his heart. Because I have the most reliable partners by my side. 2 years later, Robin's eyes swept over the Straw Hats. In the end, he returned to himself 2 years ago. What about me 2 years ago? Are you not afraid? Robin asked back 2 years later. Not afraid. 2 years ago Robin shook his head without hesitation. Because I have Mr. Ron by my side. 2 years later Robin. The Straw Hat crew 2 years later, through time and space. Mr. Ron is going to participate in the Summit War. Sabo is the brother of the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Ace, who was executed, is also Sabo's brother. Koala, a revolutionary girl with short orange hair, was chattering. Within an hour of being on the road, she has roughly learned about the current situation from the crowd. Only, because the truth is too outrageous. A plethora of shocking 357 facts. So much so that she hasn't fully recovered yet. The little head was overloaded and almost crashed. As for Sabo, at this moment, it is completely down. Deeply trapped in the triangular relationship between himself, the Straw Hat and the Fire Fist, he cannot extricate himself. Take your time, little Sabo, little Koala, don't rush, don't be nervous, take it easy, it's okay. Shaki smiled reassuringly. 2 years later, Luffy and the others have caught up. I don't know where Roger and the others are. Can they catch up? Rayleigh looked in the direction of the sea with deep eyes. Everyone, it's bad, the sea ahead is frozen, and we can't move forward. Straw Hat Sniper Usopp reports anxiously. There is no other way, we can only enter. Yamato clenched his mace and prepared for battle. Wait a moment, Yamato, don't forget, the Thousand Suns. Straw Hat Tuanfu Master Frankie pushed the sunglasses confidently. Frankie, do you want to use that? Chopper's eyes lit up. That's right, Frankie grinned. Indeed, if it's that, you can break into the battlefield in one go. Nami smiled slightly. I'm here to help too. Usopp raised his hand quickly. Wait a second, which is that? Yamato looked suspicious. Yo ho 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 ho, Captain, give the order. Musician Brooke said. Little ones, prepare to enter the battlefield in one breath. 4 Emperors. Luffy grinned. Yes, Captain. Frankie, Chopper and Usopp hurried into the cabin to fill up the Coke energy. Jinbei, who was in charge of the steering, adjusted the steering wheel to channel 0. Marco, relax, this time we won't make the same mistakes again. Jinbei looked comfortingly at Marco 2 years later. Marco nodded 2 years later. Immediately after taking a deep breath, the blue flames blazed, and the wings of the phoenix spread. Ron, Jinbei, and everyone, I'm sorry, we're going to split into 2 teams from now on, and I have to meet someone first. Marco rode. Say it. Phoenix wings vibrate. Advertisement. Marco flew towards the chaotic coastal battlefield without looking back. Although he also wanted to see his father who he thought he would never see again. But, before that, he has more important things to do. He didn't want the tragedy of 2 years ago in his memory to repeat itself. I don't want my father to be betrayed again. And I don't want to make Squid despair again because of the stupid things he did. He made up his mind that he would never let Marine's plan succeed. Gorgeous light blooms from the rear propelling port of Shenyang. Let's start. From now on, let the world be turned upside down. Ron grinned. Shenyang Channel. The wind comes out. Coca-Cola energy. Full power. Propelling the Shenyang to soar into the sky. He broke into the center of the battlefield in one breath. Marshal Sengoku, the ship, a pirate ship, is flying over. At the same time, the contact from the Coast Watch team came. On the execution stand, Marshal Sengoku looked up suddenly. Followed by aces. Then there is the hero Garp, the great staff officer Vice Admiral Crane. Observation Hockey's outstanding strength players all over the battlefield suddenly raised their heads in unison. Their gazes locked in the same direction. That is. Pirate ship, who? The powerhouses on both sides of the battlefield were first stunned, then surprised, and finally full of doubts. Not long. The time before and after is just a few breaths. The little lion ship Shenyang leapt over 1,000 meters of ice. Finally, the power was exhausted and the landing began. Well, I said, although it's cool to fly in like this, it seems like there's ice underneath. Usopp's face stiffened. Don't worry, Qian Yang won't disintegrate so easily. Frankie said confidently. But, we will, Nami said. Everyone, hurry up, it's about to land. Jinbei reminded. The voice fell. The little lion boat began to fall freely. It was about to smash heavily onto the ice. At this time. He. On the bow of the little lion, 4 Emperors. Luffy smiled. Immediately, strange things happen. Only the solid ice surface should have changed suddenly. The moment the Thousand Sun hit the ice, the hole in the ice surface where the two contacted were all sunken, turning into a hit. Whether it is a boat or an ice surface, everything has been assimilated into rubber properties. Dwang, dwang, dwang. The little lion ship Shenyang is like a bouncy ball. Bounce forward several times on the ice. Finally. Stay level with the Whitebeard pirates' mothership Moby DK. As this, awakening, Shaki whispered not without shock. Knowing the inside story, she guessed the reason for this phenomenon. However, This moment, Naval Headquarters battlefield. There are tens of thousands of people who are stunned by this. What's the matter? What's the matter? What the hell happened to that ship? It's fine to be able to fly in the sky. What happened to that weird picture earlier? If it falls from such a high place, shouldn't it be crushed directly? How the hell did that happen? What the hell? All over the battlefield, Marine and pirates who witnessed this BFEH, seen with their own eyes, widened their eyes, with ghostly expressions on their faces. For a while, even the fierce fighting war was stagnated. Just the next second, Marine's attention shifted from the hull to the pirate flag flying from the mast. Hey, look, that piece of pirate flag. Skull, wearing a straw hat. Straw Hat Crew's pirate flag. And the ship, and the people on board. They are. The intruders are Straw Hat Crew. When you see the Straw Hat pirate flag on the mast, see the future Straw Hats on board. Advertisement. The incredible expression changes on the faces of the sailors. It turned into shock and unbelievable, beyond words. This moment, all eyes were on the Straw Hats. For a while. Naval Headquarters tragic battles are all stagnant. At the same time, Sabayati Island's live plaza, reporters and melon eaters also saw the appearance of Straw Hat Crew through the live screen. After a good moment of silence. Wow, the shock and uproar that gathered tens of thousands of people resounded through the sky. That's really, the pirate Straw Hat Crew. This year's super problematic rookie, with a bounty of 300 million berry Straw Hat Luffy, appeared on the top battlefield. It's not just Luffy, the whole Straw Hat Crew is here. What the hell is going on here? The big incident 10 days ago, haven't they been wiped out by Admiral's crushing regiment? Why did Straw Hat Crew regroup in such a short period of time? Sabayati's live broadcast square, reporters and melon eaters all put their hands on their heads. Being reorganized and reproduced by Straw Hat Crew, and even appearing on that battlefield, I was so shocked that I couldn't add it. Straw Hat Crew, those guys don't seem to be the same as they were 10 days ago. Big stomach female supernova jewelry Bonnie narrowed her eyes slightly. The big event 10 days ago. She once had contact with Zoro. Knock him down before Zoro draws his sword and slays the celestial dragons. After 10 days, Zoro is still Zoro, but it gave her the feeling that she had changed from a stunned young man to an unfathomable big shot. It's only 10 days, why do I feel that Straw Hat Crew has been reborn? Capone Beige, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, frowned. No, what should be concerned about now is not Straw Hat Crew, but other people besides Straw Hat Crew. Loud broadcasting pirate ship, exclaimed Chief Scrackymanap. That Murloc is Shichibukai. Seaman Jinbei, why did he appear on Straw Hat Crew's boat? Sky Island strange monk Uroge no longer smiles. Besides Shichibukai Jinbei, there is another heavyweight there. Corrupted Marine Rear Admiral Drake Faint Way. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. The magician Hawkins fiddled with the tarot cards in front of him. No, Pluton is not the trump card. There are even more incredible people on that ship. Who is it? Hawkins, the magic stick and half fairy, suddenly yelled. Immediately attracted everyone's expressions as if they were looking at two fools. I thought to myself who on that ship could have more weight than Pluton, the legendary great pirate of the last era. This moment, only Luo, the captain of the Heart Corps, knows. Hawkins, divination was not wrong. That man, can't be wrong, it's the man who made Admiral Kizaru run away 10 days ago. Trafalgar Law locked his eyes on Ron and whispered faintly. This moment, Naval Headquarters battlefield, the shock and uproar between pirates and marine are everywhere. Mr. Smoker, Straw Hats. It's really Straw Hat Crew. Glasses girl Tashigi exclaimed in surprise. Straw Hat Kid, are you kidding me? Didn't they already? Smoker's eyes widened suddenly. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. Not just Smokers. Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru, G8 Commander Vice Admiral Jonathan, Rear Admiral Hina and other Marines who had dealt with Straw Hat Crew couldn't help but turn pale at the moment. The big event in Sabayati 10 days ago. Of course he doesn't know. And no more clearly than the average person. Ordinary people only know that Straw Hat Crew was wiped out. But they don't know how they disappeared. But people inside Marine do know. They were sent flying around the world by the Shichibukai Tyrant Bear with his ability. Even if Tyrant Bear's move is tricky. But, people who were shot by the Tyrant Bear's ability must fly in the sky for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Finally fell to an unknown place. Even if the Straw Hat Crew can get away with it. It is absolutely impossible for them who were photographed to fly all over the world together in such a short period of time. Totally not enough time, however, at the moment. Miraculous things happen. Straw Hat Crew that could never have been reassembled. Now it just happened so suddenly and surely. What the hell is going on? Hina can't understand. Marine Beauty Rear Admiral Hina murmured and shook her head. Belumber, look quickly, it's Mr. Luffy, that Mr. Luffy looks like a big man right now. Kirby said excitedly, not only Mr. Luffy, but also Mr. Zoro the Pirate Hunter, Mr. Sanji the Blackfoot, even Mr. Usopp with the long nose, everyone looks amazing. Hey, Kirby, is this the time to focus on this? The A*jawed man Belumbo shook his head again and again. Look, besides the Straw Hat Crew, there are Shichibukai Hexia Jinbei and Pluton Rayleigh on that ship. Chapter 80 Full, Field, Shock. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Sabayati Islands, Live Plaza. The reporters wrote furiously, wanting to convey to the world the news of Straw Hat Crew's resurrection and participation in the war as soon as possible. Sudden. At this time. Hey, look, there are other people besides them on Straw Hat Crew's boat. A melon-eating crowd suddenly screamed. Like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Pause time. People's attention is diverted from Straw Hat Crew. That, if I'm not mistaken, that Murloc seems to be Shichibukai. Sea-man Jinbei. What the hell is going on here? Why is Shichibukai Jinbei with Straw Hat Crew? I remember that Hexia Jinbei should be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison Impel Down. That's Impel Down. There is absolutely no way anyone can escape. Not even Shichibukai. All the reporters and the melon eaters widened their eyes and mouthed congratulations. However, just the next second, everyone's attention was diverted again. The shock in his heart escalated even further. That person. Hey, are you kidding? That old man, he seems to be. Old man, what's wrong? Someone was puzzled. You really don't know. That man, he is. Pluton Rayleigh. Wow, the uproar that had just calmed down a few tens of seconds ago started again at this moment. Under the shouting reminder of the reporters, the melon-eating crowd in the entire square all changed their expressions in horror. Nani, what did you say? Pluton Rayleigh. Could it be that Pluton, the legendary great pirate of the last era? Roger Pirate's vice captain, One Piece Roger's right hand. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. There were screams one after another. How could such a thing happen? Why would Pluton Rayleigh, who had disappeared for so many years? So he is going for the son of Roger the Pirate King. It must be so, that Pluton also went to fight the Fire Fist. Damn it, it's really troublesome now. Straw Hat Crew can be ignored, it's just cannon fodder on that battlefield, but Pluton Rayleigh is a true legendary pirate. What changes will his arrival bring to the battlefield? The ordinary people who have a heart for marine can't help but raise their hearts, and they are extremely nervous. In their view, Straw Hat Crew, which was easily wiped out by Admiral 10 days ago, is not worth mentioning at all. Although it shocked them a little before. But that's all. Until the war resumes, it will soon be overwhelmed and perish by the torrent of war. But Pluton Rayleigh is different. His existence is bound to change the war to some extent. It's not just the reporters and people who eat melons in the islands of Sabayati. This moment, the same is true for the Marines on the naval headquarters battlefield. Straw Hat Crew don't need to pay too much attention. Of course, it's just this year's supernova. This is not a battlefield where rookies like them can set foot. Since you have thrown yourself into the trap today, let's accept it together and give celestial dragons an explanation. To deal with them, you don't need Admiral at all. As long as the Vice Admirals draw their hands, they can easily solve it. What really needs attention now is One Piece's right hand, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. There's also Shichibukai's Jinbei, although I don't know how he got involved with the Straw Hat Crew, but it can't be ignored. All over the battlefield, the Marine elites below General Tien thought so. Because of the preconceived impression of Straw Hat Crew. They didn't take the dreaded Straw Hats of the Four Emperors to heart. Think that Straw Hat Crew is nothing to be afraid of. It cannot cause the slightest impact and change on the battlefield situation. But it's just giving away people's heads in vain. However, the real powerhouse is on the battlefield. At this moment, everyone looked dignified. From the Chenyang number that entered the battlefield indiscriminately. They felt the breath of the monster. Not just Pluton Rayleigh. Rounding. Simply, all monsters. Hey, this situation is too abnormal. I never knew that Nico Robin had a twin sister. Naval Headquarters' highest combat power, Admiral Aokiji, looks dull at the moment. While most of the others' attention was drawn to the four emperors Luffy and Pluton Rayleigh in the bow. Advertisement. But he saw the two Robins on the boat at a glance. After all, that was the person he had been staring at for 20 years. Now you suddenly tell me, she also has a twin sister. Rao is Admiral Aokiji, and he can't help being a little confused at the moment. Also Kizaru of Admiral with the highest combat power. The attention at this moment is also different from ordinary people. The moment the little lion ship Chenyang landed, his line of sight was locked on the second deck. The corners of the mouth and eyes twitched uncontrollably. Don't care about anything else. Decisively turn around and run away. Get enough distance. Furofurfur, is that the super problematic rookie Straw Hat Luffy who beat alligators, made a fuss about Eni's lobby, and even dared to attack celestial dragons. Interesting indeed. Shichibukai Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo smiled sinisterly. If my predictions are correct, the strange movement of the ship on the ice earlier should be an awakening. At this moment, Straw Hat Crew and Pluton Rayleigh appear. The attention of people throughout the battlefield is on the people on the ship. Few people will echo the scene when the ship landed just now. But Doflamingo is one of the few. Through the previous weird picture. He guessed part of the truth. Straw Hat, beside Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, also Shichibukai, has red eyes at the moment. Memories of being humiliated and defeated by the Straw Hat Crew came back. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting. All he could think about was revenge. Roronoa, Hawkeye's piercing eagle eyes locked on Zoro. Intuition told him that Zoro was different from when he was a fledgling half a year ago. He couldn't help being interested in the bitter sword intent that naturally emanated. At the same time, the square in the bay is on the second floor of the execution platform. For the sudden appearance of grandson Luffy, Marine Legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp. At this moment, he was also stunned, feeling extremely devastated and incredible. 4 days ago, the Straw Hat Luffy of this era suddenly invaded the Impel Down thing. Garp has also heard about it. I wanted to wait until the war was over. After the storm has passed. Find another excuse to go to Impel Down. Secretly bring out the trapped grandson. Never thought about it. His plan has yet to be implemented. Straw Hat Luffy ran out first by himself. And also came to this battlefield. Hey, Garp, you be ********D, come up to me. At the top of the execution platform, Sengoku, the gardener, gave an order. Garp was shocked, and immediately stepped on the moonwalk to the top of the execution platform. Garp, your problem grandson and Jinbei are obviously in Impel Down, why did they appear here? Could it be something you did? Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth angrily, and looked at Garp with a bad expression. Sengoku, who do you think I am? Well, I admit that I have had this idea, but I haven't had time to do it. Besides, Luffy is nothing more than that. Why should I liberate that Jinbei together? Even if you leave with Jinbei, Magellan will report as soon as possible. Garp explained. You really thought about it. Marshal Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Don't wait to get mad. He glanced out of the corner of his eye. Spotted Admiral Kizaru slinking back. Poor Salino, what's the matter with you? Marshal Sengoku glared at Kizaru. Well, Mr. Sengoku, don't you want to know who the man who beat me like that was 10 days ago? Now he's here. Admiral Kizaru spoke weakly. Nani? Marshal Sengoku's eyes popped open. What did you say? Garp also couldn't help being shocked. The eyes of the two marine legends swept across the unusual people on the Thousand Suns, and finally locked on the same person. Who is that young monster? Garp looked solemn. That man, he seems to. Marshal Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Ron, he felt a little familiar. But I couldn't remember it for a while. This moment, it wasn't just the two legends of Marine who were following Ron. There is also the strongest overlord of the era who was close to the bow of the whale. Father, that's Ace's younger brother who always talks about it, Luffy the Straw Hat Kid, it's amazing to be able to come here. Besides, for some reason, I feel that Ace's younger brother seems to be even more amazing than we imagined. Asking for flowers. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, raised his eyebrows. There are also Jinbei and Rayleigh. This is really a rare and powerful foreign aid. Now, the chances of successfully rescuing Ace have risen again. The captain of the third team, Diamond Chowzi, was also beaming. For Marco and Jaws's words. This moment, Whitebeard, however, seemed unheard of and did not respond. Advertisement. Ever since the Thousand Suns landed, there was only one person in his eyes. Whether it's the extraordinary aura of Four Emperors Luffy, or old buddy Rayleigh. None of them have caused the sight of the king of this era to shift in any way. Marco and Jaws were both taken aback, aware of the abnormality. Follow Whitebeard's gaze. They finally noticed Ron on the second deck of the Thousand Suns. Ron smiled and waved towards them. Next second. Boom. Marco and Josie only felt a rumble in their heads. A series of new memories emerged from their minds like a revolving lantern. An unprecedented shock hit their hearts, causing them to open their mouths wide and remain motionless. For a long time. Old, are these memories, really? Marco nodded. When Baba opened his mouth, he couldn't even speak clearly. 10 days ago. The day I learned that Ace was about to be publicly executed. They just had a certain familiar feeling. Felt as if someone had told them about this war. And something terrible is going to happen. Now, everything runs through. 24 years ago, someone actually told them all this. And promised to send people from the past. The traveler who walked between time and space, he once went to meet us 24 years ago, foretell this war, and even promised. Joe's opened and closed his mouth unconsciously. Papa and us 24 years ago, as well as the Roger Pirates, can they really appear? Confusion appeared on Marco's face, and immediately the confusion turned into excitement, which was beyond words. La, let us wait and see what the result will be. Whitebeard laughed out loud. Naval headquarters, atop the battlefield. All eyes are on Shenyang. The shock is spreading. This moment, for the eyes of all. Four Emperors Luffy never cared. From the beginning to the end, his line of sight was only locked on one place, one person. After 2 years, he miraculously stood on the battlefield again. This time, he will have no more regrets. This time, he was bound to change everything. Who? Four Emperors Luffy took a deep breath. Cry out like a soul. The sound was like thunder, resounding through the headquarters. The top of the execution platform. Ace as a thrill. Finally came to my senses. Previously, after seeing the people on the Thousand Suns, his whole person fell into deep chaos. On the one hand, he was happy that his younger brother escaped from Impel Down safely. On the other hand, he was also nervous about the fact that his idiot brother had chased him to this more dangerous battlefield. It's not just Papa and pals. Even his younger brother and his partners were dragged into the water by him. And Rayleigh, the man's partner, obviously determined to draw a line with that man. However, unprecedented self-blame and guilt hit Ace's heart. It made him fall into an abyss of chaos from which he could not extricate himself. Until now. Hear my brother's cry full of soul. He finally struggled out of the chaos. Luffy. Ace responded with all his strength. Ace, wait for us, we will come to rescue you right away. Yamato stepped forward and joined Four Emperors Luffy. Great. Yamato. Ace, who finally noticed Yamato's presence, unconsciously raised his voice by more than one octave. What appeared on his face was a look of shock 10 times more shocking than seeing his younger brother. However, next second, after seeing the young blonde youth walking silently to the left of Four Emperors Luffy, the expression on Ace's face was completely frozen, and the whole person was caught in the shocking Uzumaki and couldn't extricate himself. Ace. By the way, I remembered, you are Ace, you are my brother. Sabo cried out with tears in his eyes. Under various stimuli, his lost childhood memories recovered. Saw. Sabo. Chapter 81 Overlord. King, S**X, Entanglement, Entanglement. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. More than 2 years ago, the fledgling Ace serves as the captain of the Spades Pirates. Led his companions to Wanokuni by chance. Met lowly Kodama from Nirakasa village. After hearing about the miserable situation of Wanokuni, the bloody Ace. Immediately, with a passion in his heart, he killed himself on the island of ghosts alone. To expel the four emperors Kaido of the beasts from this kingdom. Unfortunately and coincidentally, at that time, Kaido of the beasts just led the main force to go out to fight. Finally, face off against Ace, who was wreaking havoc on the island of ghosts. Kaido's daughter Yamato appeared to meet him. And do not know each other. Two soulmates forge a friendship in battle. This time Yamato learned that he was about to be executed from the top news, so he came to help for a good reason. Only, what Ace couldn't figure out was that Yamato, who was bound by explosive shackles to Oni Island for 18 years. How did you break free from the shackles? And how did they get here from distant Wanokuni? He even makes an appearance with his own brother Luffy. This is like a miracle. Just when Ace was still immersed in the shock of Yamato's appearance, he glanced out of the corner of his eye, saw the other side of Four Emperors Luffy in the distance. A young man with blonde curly hair stepped forward with firm steps. Looking at the strange but familiar blonde youth. In an instant, Ace only felt a rumble in his head. Any doubts about Yamato were cleared up on the spot. His eyes, his head, his soul, everything about him was occupied by the figure of the blonde youth. Uncontrolled. Memories of 10 years ago flooded my mind. Before meeting Luffy, he once met a brother at a garbage dump in Goa Kingdom. The two agreed to go to sea together in the future. Later, Lu, 790, flew up the mountain. A duo becomes a threesome. Practice and hunt together in the jungle. Find treasures at the garbage dump together. Sleep together in a secret base. Let's talk about the future and life together. Later, they stole a bottle of wine from their adoptive mother Dayton. The three officially sworn brothers. Life is good. The future is promising. However, the good times don't last long. Sabo, who ran away from home, was captured by his noble father. Due to a series of accidents, I had to go to sea ahead of schedule. The result was an ill-fated encounter with the arrival of the celestial dragons. Was mercilessly bombarded by the celestial dragons, and eventually died in the sea. Flash forward 10 years. If Sabo grows up, it will probably look like this. This was Ace's first thought when he saw the blonde young man next to Four Emperors Luffy. Then, memories of the past emerged. Tears blurred Ace's eyes. It rolled down unstoppably along his face. Ace, my brother, I totally remembered, we are brothers. Under today's series of stimuli, Sabo's memory finally fully recovered at this moment. Wait for us, Ace, Luffy and I will definitely rescue you. Sabo raised his right hand high, clenched his fist, and shouted firmly. Saw. Sabo. Ace exhausted all his strength, crying and yelling. Well, alas, when the interaction between Sabo and Ace fell. All over the battlefield, the shocking uproar of marines and pirates reappeared. What's the situation now? Isn't Ace's brother the Straw Hat? Why is there another one all of a sudden? Ace's other brother. Never heard of Ace before. The members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but look at each other. Even the second team, who originally followed Ace as a member of the Spades group, shook their heads in a dazed expression. Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy the Straw Hat, and that young man are three brothers. Speaking of which, that blonde man suddenly looks familiar to me. Yeah, me too, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Ah, I remembered. That man, he. He is also a problematic character who is not under Fire Fist and Straw Hat. All over the battlefield, the screams of the marine elites came and went. This moment, for the existence of Sabo. The biggest response was the marine legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp on the scaffold. Sabo, is it really Sabo? Is that kid still alive? Damn kid, since he's still alive, why didn't he contact us for so many years? Garp beat his chest. On the one hand, she weeps with joy that Sabo is still alive, and she is very happy. On the other hand, it is also resentful for Sabo's disappearance all the time. I can't wait to give him 2 iron fists of love on the spot. Garp. At this moment, Garp heard Sengoku's shout beside him, and subconsciously turned his head. Advertisement. It happened to meet Marshal Sengoku's dark eyes. PFF ha ha ha, what's wrong? Sengoku. Garp smiled reluctantly. Garp, UB asterisk 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 D is really good. How many B asterisk 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 D grandchildren have you taught? Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy are nothing more than that. Now even that brat is your grandson. Sengoku looked ferocious and growled furiously. Yo Sengoku, what's the matter again? Is there something wrong with Sabo boy? Garp looked puzzled. B asterisk 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 D, you really don't know or you don't know, that kid, Sabo, is now the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and has participated in several revolutions in the countries that joined the world government. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth. Garp was dumbfounded. Sengoku, I have to clarify, that kid Sabo is my adoption. Garp said seriously. The grandson is adopted, but the son is his own after all. Sengoku bared his teeth. Chief of Staff Sabo is an adopted grandson. But Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is the real son. Cough cough. Garp coughed, straightened his face, and said solemnly. Sengoku, it's not about pursuing these things now, the most urgent thing is how to deal with Whitebeard's attack. Sabayati Islands, Live Plaza. Who the hell are the man and woman next to that Straw Hat Luffy? Watch the picture given on the screen. The reporters and melon eaters in the square couldn't help but bewildered. Quickly. A reporter suddenly screamed out. I remember, that blonde youth. I recognized it too, he. That blonde man, he is from the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. Nani, the Revolutionary Army, are the people from the Revolutionary Army involved in this war? No, I just heard, they seem to be brothers. Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, and Revolutionary Army Sabo, they are three brothers. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Nani, FK, what the hell is going on with these three brothers? Either one of them is a heinous criminal. If we let them continue to grow, the sea will be turned upside down by them. Fortunately among misfortunes, today, these three worst germs will end here. That's right, if one attracts the other two, it kills three birds with one stone. Marine will never allow the three brothers to survive. Today, others can run, but the three brothers and Whitebeard must die. A group of reporters and people who eat melons are so convinced. Ooh, look, Marine is starting to move. Naval headquarters, atop the battlefield. The shock of the invasion of the Chenyang Straw Hat Royal Group gradually receded. The atmosphere is tense again. Pirates, don't get carried away. It's just a dozen or so people, and it won't have the slightest impact on the battle situation. Victory to Marine, victory to justice. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death, the Whitebeard pirates. Everywhere on the battlefield, the Marine elites resolutely stopped drinking. What did you say? Don't get carried away, it should be you Marines. Who do you think we are? We are the Whitebeard pirates. The white group of pirates showed no sign of weakness. The war that was stalled by the arrival of the Straw Hat crew restarts. The brutal fighting continued. The other side, as the folks at Sabayati Plaza expected. The Marine side attached great importance to the intruders on the Thousand Suns. 10, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000. Marine elites are constantly gathering. Start in every direction. Surround the Straw Hat crew and the Thousand Suns. Among them, there are vice admirals who are strong in marine, and even Admiral Aokiji. Extremely cold air hits. The temperature of the atmosphere dropped sharply. No, that Aokiji is heading towards Ace's brothers. On the bow of the whale boat, the face of the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joe's, changed. Even if you want to go to help. Wait, Inns, Whitebeard spoke. Daddy, Joe's was taken aback, not to mention Rayleigh and that godlike man on that ship. Ace's brothers are not idle people, I can feel their extraordinary pressure. Marco, a team of phoenixes, spoke solemnly. There is no need for us to rescue them, their strength is even higher than ours. Aha, listen to Marco's words. Joe's froze. I thought no matter what I said. Ace's younger brother is only a 17-year-old boy. It has been less than half a year since he went to sea. Just this year's supernova. And who are they? The core senior cadres of the New World 4 Emperors super group who rule the sea. Such them are not as good as a supernova team. No matter how much you look up to Ace's younger brother. This is really a bit exaggerated. Advertisement. However. What Joe's didn't know was. The moment he met Ron's eyes earlier. Marco received more quantum memories than them. It even contains some memories of 2 years later. He sees it clearly. 2 years later, the Straw Hat Luffy defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, with an island-sized god strike. It is also this memory. Only then did he know clearly. The Straw Hat crew in front of them is not the gang of this era. They are the new 4 Emperors group from Dahai 2 years later. Admiral Aokiji led the team to siege, this wave, steady. This is the common thought in the minds of reporters and melon eaters in the islands of Sabayati, as well as many sailors on the battlefield. Ah la la, Nico Robin still has a straw hat. He managed to escape, why would he throw himself into the trap? Admiral Aokiji asked lightly. We're not throwing ourselves into a trap, we're here to save people. Robin's calm response 2 years later. In this world, there are walls that you cannot cross. Smart people do what they can. This battlefield is too early for you. Admiral Aokiji said quietly. Thank you for the reminder. Indeed, as you said, this battlefield is too early for us, but it is just right for them. 2 years ago Robin smiled. Admiral Aokiji. He looked at Robin from 2 years ago. Look at Robin 2 years later. Finally sighed lightly. Sure enough, there is no way to get more information just by watching, so let me test it out, whether you have the qualifications to set foot on this battlefield. Admiral Aokiji spoke lightly, at the same time as the voice fell. Aokiji's figure flashed. The reappearance is already in front of Chenyang. Ice cube. 2 thorny spears. Admiral Aokiji waved his hand lightly. 2 ice spears shot out suddenly. For Admiral's attack. Future Luffy takes his time. The style of 4 emperors is full. There was a red light in his eyes. That is observation haki that foresees the future. Before Admiral Aokiji attacks, he has already seen this picture. At this moment, his hand stretched out, and Germany grabbed it. Deng even grasped those 2 ice spears in his hands. Ha ha ha, it's really courting death. That's Aokiji Admiral's spear of cold air. The cold that freezes everything is about to end the Straw Hats. The sailors who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be overjoyed. Also, as they say, the piercing effect of Aokiji's blow was second to none. The real killing move comes from the extremely cold air on the ice spear. The moment 4 emperors Luffy grabs the ice spear. The cold ate away at his hands. Spread quickly along his arms. If nothing else. 1.6. It doesn't take a few breaths to freeze its whole body. However, if nothing else, arrived unexpectedly. The dark armament haki emerges from the arms of 4 emperors Luffy. Then it flowed like flowing water, completely suppressing and expelling the biting cold air. Exclamation mark. 4 emperors Luffy shook his hands vigorously. Crushed the spear of ice. Admiral Aokiji was taken aback. That's armament haki. It's been more than a month, how did you learn it? As the highest combat power in Marine, Admiral Aokiji will naturally not fail to recognize armament haki. What puzzled him was that when the Enies Lobby incident happened, the Straw Hat Luffy was just a little party member who was helpless against Logia. Result. Now not only have I learned the armed color, but I have even mastered the advanced usage of the armed color. Even if it is opened and hung up, it does not carry such a thing. Just when Admiral Aokiji was thinking about these things. Cemetery. A strong sense of threat hit his heart. Admiral Aokiji looked up suddenly. Lion bow. 4 emperors Luffy jumped lightly. The right hand suddenly stretched 100 meters. Rubber. 4 emperors Luffy made a fist. The moment he clenched his fist, Zeon's armament haki flowed on his arm again, like a sakura flower flying. Immediately afterwards, raging, flames blazed from his fists. It's not over yet. Chi. After the flames, black and red brushed lightning lingers and looms. That's Conqueror's haki winding. 2 years of practice. Fight to the death. Everything. Melt into this hit. Its name. Karma. Fire. Bully. King. Gun. Chapter 82 Tyrant Stalking Aokiji. The audience trembled. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Rubber. Yahuo 6 King Gun. Practice for 2 years. To commemorate the deceased brother Ace, Straw Hat Luffy created his own rubber fire fist gun. The Battle of Wanokuni. 5 Emperor Luffy's armament haki upgrade. The fire fist gun is attached with the emission top-level weapon, named the Industry Fire Gun. And, the present after the Onijima War. 4 Emperors Luffy incorporates Conqueror's haki in this punch. The final achievement is the Karma 6 King Gun of the 4 Emperors level. Fight against Admiral Aokiji, Naval Headquarters highest power. Use the 4 Emperors level Karma 6 King Gun to start the battle top. It is the most suitable. Whoosh. Boom. 4 Emperors Luffy punched out. Like a meteor falling to the ground. The atmosphere exploded into pieces. Surrounded by lightning and flames, the 4 Emperors attacked Admiral Aokiji mercilessly. Feel the strong sense of threat from 4 Emperors Luffy's blow. The look on Admiral Aokiji's face completely changed. No longer the original calm, although he already felt that the straw hat in front of him was not simple. It is very different from the straw hat in my inherent impression. But Admiral Aokiji hadn't thought of that either. In less than 2 months, Straw Hat Luffy can grow to this point. Not just mastering armament haki's top flow destruction. Even Conqueror's haki, a technique that only the world's top experts can master, is learned. Although I have not awakened conquerors, I have never eaten pork and seen pigs running. At the moment of seeing the brushed black and red lightning, Admiral Aokiji, one of the top powerhouses in the sea, is instantly recognizable. That's the power of Conqueror's haki. This guy is at 4 Emperors level. Admiral Aokiji had this horrible thought in his mind. No time to think about it. 4 Emperors Luffy's karmic fire, the 6 King Gun, is just around the corner. The best defense is offense. Admiral Aokiji took a deep breath and regrouped. When there was no time, he played his own Sema. Ice Cube. Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Jittery. There seems to be a bird song as high as 15 yuan between the sky and the earth. A large frozen bird slowly emerged from Admiral Aokiji's right hand. Soar high and strike the 4 Emperors Luffy's fire 6 King Gun. Between lightning and flint, Admiral and 4 Emperors. Karma fire 6 King Gun and Storm Pheasant beak. There are still 10 centimeters between the two. The shocking collision has already happened. The shock waves of violent power spread in all directions, causing ripples in the atmosphere. Just a little bit of power dissipated is enough to blow up one big hole after another on the ice battlefield. Hey, are you kidding? The naval headquarters elites who witnessed this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes in horror. That's Kuzan Admiral, one of the highest powers in our marine. How can that straw hat Luffy compete with Admiral? The faces of the sailors were full of exaggerated and shocking and unbelievable expressions. I can't accept and dare not accept the terrible facts that I see before my eyes. A fledgling rookie pirate has the power to counter Admiral. Ace's younger brother, that straw hat, he, he can fight against Admiral. Not only Marine, but all the pirates in the Baituan were also full of disbelief at this moment, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Floating hockey, is it a high-level emission? Has Ace's younger brother already cultivated armament hockey to this level? Really, he's just a rookie. Diamond Joes, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' third team, was stunned. It's not just emission, it's an amazing man. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the strongest person standing at the apex of the world, couldn't help feeling and admiring. Ordinary people can't see it. As the strongest in the world, it is impossible for him not to see it. It wasn't actual lightning that wrapped around 4 Emperors Luffy's fist, but hockey from Conquerors. That's all for the top-level armed color. Even the Conqueror's winding is mastered. This is already the configuration of the world's top powerhouse. So big on the battlefield. Whitebeard is not alone in seeing this. This moment, Bay Square, on the execution stand. Marshal Sengoku's expression turned extremely ugly. His face was gloomy, as if water was about to drip. Top-level armament, and Conqueror's entanglement, Garp, what kind of monster did you teach? Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth with a hideous look. No, Sengoku, I didn't do anything at all. That Luffy, he has a problem. Advertisement. Shock and bewilderment were written all over Garp's face, and he couldn't even speak well. It's not a problem, it's a big problem. When I was in the Sabayati Islands 10 days ago, that Straw Hat kid didn't know anything. In such a short time, is that really a Straw Hat crew? Quote. Admiral Kizaru Pelusolino couldn't help but wonder. The big event in Sabayati 10 days ago. Admiral Kizaru was in contact with the Straw Hat crew. Crushed them with overwhelming strength. He knows the strength of Straw Hat crew best. Facing Admiral-level powerhouses, they should have no power to fight back. But now, not good. That kid Kuzan is going to be overwhelmed. Garp's complexion changed. The voice fell. Gulf ice. In the heated general battlefield, the situation took a turn for the worse. Face off against 4 Emperors Luffy's emission arms. Admiral Aokiji can still fight. His armament Haki, who is ranked Admiral, has also reached the level of flow. Compared with 4 Emperors Luffy, there is a gap, but not too big. But 4 Emperors Luffy also contained Conqueror's power in this hit. If Admiral Aokiji also has Conqueror's entanglement power, then at this moment, the sky at Naval Headquarters Marineford will crack. There are 2 levels of tyranny and no tyranny, coupled with the attribute restraint of fire to ice. The result of this shocking collision between generals and emperors has long been predetermined. Blue shards of ice flew. Evaporates in the flames. Click. Caw. Overwhelmed voices sounded one after another. Frozen big bird from Admiral Aokiji. Start with the head of the big bird. A series of cobweb-like cracks spread. It didn't take long for it to cover the whole body. Finally, accompanied by a bang, Admiral Aokiji's beak smashed and exploded. 4 Emperors Luffy roared. The rubber industry fires the 6 King gun through the shards of the ice bird. It hit Admiral Aokiji's body straight. Even if Admiral Aokiji wants to elementalize in advance, it's useless. Because 4 Emperors Luffy's vision of the future has already locked it. Admiral Aokiji, who was hit head-on by 4 Emperors, bowed into a shrimp. Eyes wide open, mouth wide open, while flying upside down. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. The ice was stained red. Boom. There was a loud bang. Admiral Aokiji's inverted figure hit the edge of the square heavily. A corner of Ling's inner square collapsed, and the smoke and dust shot up into the sky. Silence. Dead silence. The huge naval headquarters was on top of the battlefield, and there was no sound at the moment. All those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes widened their eyes and opened their mouths unconsciously. All the faces were filled with ghostly shocked expressions, unbelievable and unacceptable. I don't know how long it has been. Marine's exclamation broke the dead silence of the battlefield. Next moment, after the silence comes the hustle and bustle of ultimate. The shock and uproar of tens of thousands of people resounded through the sky. The lingering sound curls up and lasts for a long time. Earlier. What happened earlier? Admiral. Kuzan Admiral got kicked. That straw hat kid actually vomited blood from the highest combat power of our marine. How could this kind of such a thing happen? If it's a nightmare, wake me up quickly. The naval headquarters elites shouted one after another, full of shock and shock. The shock kept escalating. Aokiji Admiral is one of the highest strengths of our marine. On the other hand, the Straw Hat Boy is just a fledgling rookie pirate. The strength gap between the two should be vastly different. Mr. Kuzan, who is also Admiral, and Mr. Pelusolino are about equal in strength. The entire Straw Hat crew was crushed by Kizaru Admiral 10 days ago. 10 days later and now. It's just 10 days, how could there be such a big improvement? Even Admiral can fly with one blow, so is that Straw Hat Kid already at the level of 4 emperors? No, no, no. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wow. 100,000 marine elites were in an uproar. Unwilling to accept. Advertisement. Unbelievable. A 17-year-old rookie pirate has the power of 4 emperors. Anyway, this is too outrageous. Not just the people on the marine side. This moment, the pirates of Baituan also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Ace's brother. He. That's Aokiji. It's just like this. This is the youngest 4 emperors in history. No, 5 emperors. The captain of the 5th division, Vista, the 6th division, Bramank, the 16th division, Izo. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all shocked beyond measure. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But he is just a Straw Hat Boy, how could he be so strong? Shichibukai Gecko Moria screamed in surprise and horror. On his side, he still wants to find a chance to take revenge on Straw Hat crew. As a result, the other party gave him such a blow. Even Admiral level Aokiji is. How does this make him, who is alone, take revenge? Fur, a 17-year-old imperial powerhouse. This kind of thing. Doflamingo put his right hand to his forehead and laughed loudly. In order to cover up the shock and horror beyond words. No, the previous attack was not just armed, but conquerors. Hawkeye's Mahawk's sharp eyes are wide open like a hawk's version. Get acquainted with 4 Emperors Redhead Shanks. He has faced off countless times before. The entanglement power of Conqueror's Haki is naturally very clear. 4 Emperors level Straw Hat Luffy, really, so scary, nah. Admiral Kizaru pouts, full. Wretched whispers on the face. Immediately attracted the glare of the violent Marshal Sengoku. That boy Luffy, how did he do it? Garp whispered unconsciously. Route 983, Luffy, even Admiral. Luffy is. At this moment, Ace is completely stupid, relying on the restraint of fire to the attributes of ice. He is confident that he can fight Aokiji. But. At most, it's 5, open. Temporarily contain Admiral Aokiji. Knock him into the air and even vomit blood. But it is absolutely impossible. Knock back Admiral with one hit. This is something that only the strong at the 4 Emperors level can do. However, my brother did it. Shock. Long time no see. My brother has become 4 Emperors. Hey, Kebi, there is something wrong with my eyes. That Straw Hat actually knocked Kuzan Admiral into the air and vomited blood. It must be because of my eyes. It's definitely not reality. Balumbo, who was watching secretly in the corner of the battlefield, shook his head in horror. No, Balumber, this is the truth. Mr. Luffy has really been able to compete with Admiral. Kebi sighed with emotion. The body trembled uncontrollably. Half of it was because of fear. The other half is because of excitement. Happy for the idol to reach this height. Straw Hat Luffy, what happened to him in such a short time? Glasses girl Tashigi murmured unconsciously. Are they really Straw Hat crew? Beauty Rear Admiral Hina couldn't help feeling suspicious.
Damn it. Smoker, who has been chasing Straw Hat crew since the beginning of Logtown, growled and bit off a cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth. Not long ago, he also vowed to arrest Straw Hat crew. However, the reality gave him a heavy slap. Look at the 4 Emperors Luffy on the lion's prow not far away. Smoker felt as if he was facing an impassable mountain. An unconscious feeling of panic, fear and powerlessness arises in my heart. At this time, damn Straw Hat Kid, dare to treat Kuzan Admiral, let me finish you.
An imposing roar exploded under the sky over Naval Headquarters. What followed was the sound of footsteps shaking like mountains. That's Naval Headquarters Giant Vice Admiral on the run. Wake up, Straw Hats. Giant Vice Admiral John Giant roars and strikes. The 10-meter broadsword slashed towards Chenyang with the momentum of chopping Mount Tai. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly. The black sword Yanmo was out of its sheath for half an inch. Let me. The girl drank delicately. Yamato strikes. Chapter 83 Thunder 8 Trigrams. Bully sees bully again. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Sabayati Islands. Number 32 Mangrove. Live square. Now. There was no sound. Needle drop can be heard. Whether it is a reporter or the people who eat melons. Or the supernovas who offer a reward of over 100 million. More than tens of thousands of people gathered here. All eyes widened and mouths opened wide. The whole person is dominated by shocking emotions. Shocked beyond measure. All because of the terrible scene that happened earlier. Supernova Straw Hat Luffy suppressed and repelled Naval Headquarters' highest combat power Admiral Aokiji with one punch. A scene like the Arabian Nights is being staged at this moment. For a long time. What are you kidding? Someone uttered an unbelievable loud cry, breaking the dead silence here. How can such a thing be possible? That's Kuzan Admiral, one of the highest combat powers in Marine. That Straw Hat Boy, unexpectedly.
I saw it clearly earlier. Kuzan Admiral. Admiral is vomiting blood. The blow didn't just fly, Admiral was hurt. Admiral Aokiji was wounded in just one confrontation. How strong is that Straw Hat boy? No, I don't believe it. 10 days ago, they were crushed by Kizaru Admiral and they had no power to fight back. How could it be possible to grow to the level that can rival Admiral in just 10 days? Wow, the melon-eating crowd in the live broadcast square couldn't help but lose their voices in shock, and yelled almost breaking the sound. But, facts are facts. A reporter took a deep breath and began to bury his head in writing. That's right, what you see is the group sale. Although I don't know what's going on, but now that Straw Hat Luffy does have the power to rival and even surpass Admiral. Admiral and above, that is, the Emperor. The Emperor of the Sea. 4 Emperors level Straw Hat Luffy. No, not the 4 Emperors. That's the 5th Sea Emperor, 5 Emperors Luffy. A reporter from the World Economic News spoke word by word. As soon as the 5 Emperors Luffy came out, the square was silent at first. Then the audience boiled. Hurry up, speed up. Be sure to send this newspaper out in front of others. Announce to the world the birth of a new Sea Emperor. The reporters from major news agencies shouted excitedly. This moment, they have ignored Marine Admiral's deflation. All he wanted was to spread this appalling event to the world. Under the joint promotion of various news agencies in the world. The first wave of big event reports about Summit War, released. With Newsbird, start going to the world. This moment. Naval Headquarters. On top of the battlefield. Go to hell. Naval Headquarters Giant Vice Admiral John Giant's full-fledged roar broke the stagnant atmosphere that lingered on the battlefield. Accompanied by piercing screams, the Giant Vice Admiral John Giant swung the 10-meter broadsword at the Thousand Suns. If this knife is implemented, with the strange power of giants, even the Thousand Suns created by Baoshu Atom must be broken. To this, of course, everyone in the Straw Hat Royal Group will not allow it. Zoro's black knife was unsheathed half an inch from his waist. Sanji raised his right foot. Frankie. 2 years later, everyone in the Straw Hats was ready to fight. At this time, without waiting for Zoro and others to exert their strength, a tall figure passed them. Meet Giant Vice Admiral John Giant. Let me come. Yamato snorted coquettishly. The voice fell. Her knees were slightly bent, and her figure suddenly jumped up. With a backhand, Yin pulled out the mace Aegean from the back of his waist. Chi. Vaguely. It was as if there was lightning lingering on the mace. Boom. Rumble. Giant Vice Admiral John Giant's broadsword collided head-on with Yamato's black mace Jien. The powerful shock wave then spread out, making the atmosphere ripple again. Damn it, this guy is obviously not a giant. Where does he have such a strong power? Advertisement. Giant's Vice Admiral John Giant gritted his teeth and insisted. He wants to overwhelm and cut Yamato down with the monster power of a giant. However, it has had little effect. On strength alone. Yamato may not be as good as him as the Giant Vice Admiral. But, on this battlefield, pure strange power has never been the only criterion for judging strength. In this sea, the competition is hockey and ability. On hockey's accomplishments, Yamato outscored Vice Admiral John Giant by more than 8 blocks. Drink. Yamato with the power of hockey bonus. Strongly pushed back the machete of Vice Admiral John Giant. It even made his tall body stagger backwards. Just when the Marines were shocked. Next second, Yamato took the initiative. The moment the body fell back to the ground, it bounced up again. Stepping on the Giant Vice Admiral John Giant's sword all the way up. The final leap was over John Giant. Chi. Black and red brushed lightning coiled around the mace. Then it mercilessly smashed the head of Vice Admiral John Giant. Thunder. Ming. Ba. Gua. Boom. Rumble. With the swing of Yamato's stick. It was as if there were real lightning ringing under the clear sky. Pooh. Blood splattered. Giant Vice Admiral John Giant's forehead is bloody. The sound of the skull breaking could be faintly heard. Under Yamato's all-out thunderous 8 trigrams. Even the physique of the giant race can't stand it at all. Giant Vice Admiral John Giant's stature staggered more and more. In the end, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with his head up. He was seriously injured and completely lost consciousness. Swish. Yamato of Vice Admiral landed on the bow of the lion boat again, carrying the blood-stained mace on his shoulders, in high spirits. Ever since, unsurprisingly, the entire top battlefield was silent again. Look at the tall, beautiful girl standing with 4 Emperors Luffy. Think back to her magnificent blow that brought down the Giant Vice Admiral with a club earlier. People couldn't help but be amazed. Looking at the whole sea. Women who are both strong and beautiful are the minority of the minority. In the Marine camp, a beautiful woman who can be called strong. In the previous era, it was Vice Admiral Crane, a great staff officer. This era is the alternate Admiral Momosuke Gion alone. Among the pirates, 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin is indeed very powerful, but now she is old and faded. The only one who has both beauty and strength is Boa Hancock, the pirate empress on the battlefield today. Now, another powerful and beautiful girl was born. Only, after a brief astonishment, everyone couldn't help being taken aback. A common question arises in my heart. Who is this mighty beautiful girl? Who is that woman? He knocked Mr. John Giant down with one blow. This kind of thing is really too exaggerated. Mr. Giant is no ordinary giant. It's our Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. It's nothing more than Luffy in the straw hat, but who is that tall woman? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Where did she come from? A savage. All over the battlefield, both Marine and Pirate, everyone screamed uncontrollably. Whether it's the Marine or the Whitebeard pirates. All are supergroups in this sea. Well informed. Especially Marine. It has a huge information network in the world. Almost all the data of the strong in this world are included. However, but no one knows the beautiful girl who was strong enough to defeat the giant Vice Admiral in one blow. Same. Sabayati Island's live plaza. Reporters from major news agencies who deal with world news all day long. They also looked at each other in blank dismay, and no one could recognize Yamato's identity. This is also a matter of course. Advertisement. After all, it started 18 years ago. Yamato has been imprisoned by his father Kaido on the ghost island of Wanokuni. Never even once went to the outside world and participated in any event. It is simply a closed island in a closed country. Even the most powerful intelligence expert. For those who have never been on the sea. Naturally, it is impossible to guess her origin out of thin air. Certainly, the identity of Yamato is not without flaws. There are also a small number of strong players in the entire battlefield. There was a slight sense of familiarity with Yamato's previous blow. Then a series of associations are generated. Like the four emperors Whitebeard at Whale Bow. Hoo la 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 la, what a domineering trick, what a terrific girl. Whitebeard laughed out loud. He nodded with a look of understanding. He had roughly guessed Yamato's identity. Quote. The same mace, and that mysteriously similar move, could it be? The captain of the third team, Chao Zi, also guessed part of it. Ah, I really didn't expect it. It turned out to be that guy's daughter, yo. Marco of the first team was full of emotion and regret. As for Yamato's identity, he had already found it from his memory 2 years later. Fufurofer. Shichibukai Doflamingo covered his forehead and laughed again to hide his shock. That's a good move, Thunder 8 trigrams, I'm afraid this guy is, and I know it's obviously his son. Why? Damn it, damn it, damn it. An exasperated yell echoed in the sky. From Shichibukai Gecko Moria. This moment, Moria's eyes were already completely red. For the moves previously used by Yamato. How could he not recognize it? That was the move of his greatest enemy in this life. What is the relationship between her and Kaido? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Moria roared again and again, almost gnashing her teeth. Tragic memories of the past emerge. Under Kaido's overwhelming strength. His original companions fell one by one to cover him. It is also since then. He no longer depends on a partner. Or rather don't want a partner who will die. Start building an army of undead zombies. Moria's hatred for Kaido of the beasts. And far above the Straw Hat crew. Because that is the real life and death enmity. Wane Square, execution platform. Watch as Yamato knocks down the giant Vice Admiral with one blow. Ace opened his mouth wide in shock again, unable to control himself for a long time. I haven't seen you for a few years. The current Yamato is much stronger than when we first met 2 years ago. The previous blow entwined with lightning. Of money. He didn't have the slightest confidence to block it. Conqueror's winding again. The hero Garp looked moved. Damn it, these days, is even Ba-chan going to kill the street? They appear one after another. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth, going crazy. The conquerors that awakens only one person in a million. Seems rare. Actually look out to sea. There are not a few people who awaken conquerors hockey. Especially in the new world where the strong are like clouds. Although it is exaggerated that there are as many Crucian carp crossing the river, it is not unfounded. But, among the conquerors awakened are as numerous as Crucian carp crossing the river. More than 90% of them are just staying in the ordinary awakening stage. The remaining 10%, only 1% of the strong can master the skill of conquerors winding. In Sengoku's cognition, they are all strong standing at the top of the world pyramid. For example, the 4 sea emperors, Roger, Pluton Rayleigh and so on in the last era. I have never heard of a new generation of imps learning conquerors entanglement. Today's battle has repeatedly surprised him. First up is Garp's grandson Straw Hat Luffy. Then there was another little girl. Call. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath gauge. Forcibly suppress the high blood pressure in my heart. His gaze fell on Yamato at the lion's bow. Who are you? Report your name. Marshal Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Facing the aggressive gaze of Marshal Marine. Yamato looked calm, fearless and unflinching, looked straight at Sengoku, and replied. I am Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Chapter 84 Straw Hat Luffy. That's, I still have Sabo. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. My name is Yamato, Kaido's daughter. Faced with Marshal Sengoku's questioning, honest Yamato responded immediately. Tell your own name without any hesitation, and your identity that is enough to shock the world. As her voice fell, the huge top battlefield was shocked and stunned. Nani. On both sides of Marine and pirates, tens of thousands of people screamed in shock. Yamato, is it really okay to just say that? Nami, Usopp and the others also stared wide-eyed, full of surprise. No problem. Yamato is composed and composed. The pretty face didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It turned out to be that Kaido's daughter. Shaki opened his mouth slightly, and was also taken aback by Yamato's self-explosive identity. Kaido, is it 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts? Koala also opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened. Hee. Ron nodded with a satisfied smile. If you change to the past. Yamato's self-introduction must be that I am Kazuki Oden, aka Yamato. But, after all, his training still had some effect. Robin frowned slightly 2 years ago. On the way to naval headquarters. Although shocking. But she found out anyway. Between Yamato and Ron 2 years later. There seems to be some unusual relationship. Wong Defa. Incredible. That little girl turned out to be Kaido's daughter. The daughter of the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts has gone to war. What the hell does that mean? What is the deep meaning behind this? Could it be the Kaido of the Beasts? Don't tell me, Kaido will show up later. The Marine elite and the pirates of the Whitebeard group were all shocked. The thinking diverges, and it is associated with the appearance of Kaido's daughter Yamato. It turned out to be Kaido's daughter. Why did she come to help us? The captain of the third team, Diamond Chaozi, was also puzzled. Don't forget, Ace once told us about Wanokuni. Marco of the first team reminded 693. Joes was taken aback. Immediately remembered. 2 years ago, from Ace, they learned that there is Kazuki Oden in Oni Island, the base camp of beasts. At that time, they were very excited. I thought the news I got 18 years ago was wrong. Oden is not dead. Instead, he was quietly imprisoned by Kaido. However, as Ace continues, they just know, the Oden on the Island of Ghosts is not the real Oden. It's a girl who adores Kazuki Oden. And, what surprised them even more? Her true identity turned out to be the biological daughter of the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. The daughter of Kaido, who killed Oden, ended up becoming a huge fan of Kazuki Oden. It is simply the reincarnation of heaven, the cycle of cause and effect. Cool la. Whitebeard laughed again. Little ones, it doesn't matter whose daughter she is, what matters is her position, and now she has the heart to save Ace, and she is also a partner. Whitebeard growled loudly. Ooh, father was right. Don't think too much now. So what if it's Kaido's daughter? It's better to say that we should laugh. Kaido's daughter is here to help us. If we let Kaido know, he will slap his mouth in anger. Ha. That's it. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were all relieved and no longer cared about Yamato's identity. On the other hand, look at the people on the marine side. At this moment, their faces are all ugly. Fufurfurfur, Kaido's daughter, what a Kaido's daughter, it really is like this, it seems that today's war will continue to change. Sure enough, I chose to participate in this battle, it is simply too high. Shichibukai Doflamingo laughed wantonly. Kaido, unforgivable, only Kaido will never let you go. Shichibukai Gecko Moria growled at the top of his throat. The inner anger is like a volcanic eruption. After knowing the identity of Yamato's Kaido's daughter, Moria finally took the initiative. Leap into the ice battlefield. Now he can't beat the old one. Then vent your anger on the small one first. Advertisement. BFAA Kaido, wake up, today I will let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Moria sneered sinisterly. The execution platform in Wane Square. I see, I didn't expect it to be that Kaido's daughter. In this case, her strength can be explained. Vice Admiral, Marine's Chief Staff Officer, spoke calmly. PFF ha. Kaido's daughter naturally inherited the power of that Kaido, no wonder the little girl's moves looked familiar to me earlier. Garp laughed. Shut up, Garp. Distraught by Garp's laugh, Marshal Sengoku snapped. Today, no matter your grandson Straw Hat Luffy, righteous grandson Huaquan and Sabo, or Kaido's daughter, none of them can run away. Marshal Sengoku said decisively and murderously. Battlefield situation. Quietly changed. 4 Emperors Luffy knocks out Admiral Aokiji. Yamato crushes Giant Vice Admiral John Giant. The 2 losses in a row sounded the alarm for Marine. Marine's attitude towards Straw Hat crew has undergone a 180-degree change. From being careless at the beginning to now attaching great importance to it. No, not just height. It's the highest level of security at level 12. The emphasis on Straw Hat crew is even higher than Whitebeard. Except because of the powerful strength they displayed. It is because of their worst status. Son of Revolutionary Dragon, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, daughter of 4 Emperors. Either one is a sinful blood that cannot be allowed to exist in the world. Gathered in one place now. It is the best opportunity. An opportunity to wipe out all the evil bloodlines. With an order from Marshal Sengoku, the center of gravity of the battlefield has shifted. The Marine elites who originally blocked the main force of the White Regiment. Now it's all about turning around. Aim at the straw hats on the Chenyang. The tree is beautiful in the forest, but the wind will destroy it. If you want to blame it, blame you for being too complacent. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kong Ming holding a lupine sneered. Don't be careless, Kong Ming, those guys are not simple people. The Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel looked solemn. Whether it's Straw Hat Luffy, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, or Kaido's daughter, all of them must be arrested. The Elite Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is full of murderous looks, dancing wildly with its head full of wild hair. Ghost Spider, that Straw Hat is really bad, even Mr. Aokiji. Slashing Jiao Vice Admiral Bastio didn't finish his sentence. Ah la la, Bastio, what's wrong with me? A lazy voice suddenly sounded without warning. It was Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. Kuzan Admiral. Aokiji Admiral, it's Mr. Kuzan. Great. Aokiji Admiral is fine, I thought. What nonsense are you talking about? That is the highest combat power of our marine. How could it be so easy to defeat? Yes, that's the way it should be. No matter how monster that Straw Hat Luffy is, he is nothing more than a young boy. Think about it with your toes, how can a boy of this age defeat Admiral in one blow? Watch Admiral Aokiji return, unscathed. The elites on Marine's side couldn't help but boost their morale. Wow, we are surrounded by large armies. Even though he has grown up, Usopp still does not change his timid nature, and at this moment he can't help but fight with both sides. Usopp, are you scared? Nami's voice was slightly trilled. Huh, afraid. How is that possible? I'm not scared at all. Usopp defiantly said, I'm not scared at all either. Chopper also spoke bluntly. Mr. Ron, don't be afraid, no matter what happens, I will protect you. On the second deck, Koala stood in front of Ron, ready to fight. This is really reliable, so please, Koala. Ron responded with a smile. Robin 2 years ago. Girl, the one in front of you is a ruthless person who can kill even a legend. 2 years ago, Robin looked weird and couldn't help thinking. 2 years later Robin. In Robin's impression 2 years later. Koala is definitely not some silly cute girl. Rather, she is very smart as an intelligence collector. If you change to the past, take the wisdom of Koala. It can be seen that Ron is unusual. Only, there are too many shocking facts happening today. Koala's little head is already completely filled with various shocking events. Can't think any further. In her inherent impression, Ron was still the king who couldn't even beat her. Not the man behind the scenes who made all these miracles happen today. Advertisement. Misconceptions about Koala. Ron didn't explain either, and complied calmly. Anyway, his purpose today was to be a spectator. Sit and watch the sky and the earth turbulent. Also, Marine was never his target. The world government and the celestial dragons are the targets of his revenge. Let the war ferment further. I believe that the world government will no longer sit idly by. It is best to have a few heavyweights. In this way, Ron is the only one who needs to make a move. Wake up, Straw Hat crew. I won't let you do whatever you want. Naval Headquarters veteran elite Vice Admiral Doberman's majestic break. One of the mainstays of Marine. Vice Admiral Doberman is daring. Even in the face of the Straw Hats. Still fearless. He rushed to kill with a knife. It's my turn this time. Zoro grinned. The 3 knives in the waist. Wadao Yiwen, 3rd generation Onitaru, and Haidao Yanmo all unsheathed to meet Vice Admiral Doberman. Straw Hat. Dalmesia, who is also Naval Headquarters veteran Vice Admiral, drank heavily. Zone Dog Fruit Madara Point Dog Form ability, activate. Enter Dalmasi in orc form. Asia, reaching the peak in all aspects. Both feet stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant, and the 6-style shaving was triggered faster than Rob Lucci. The figure disappeared from the spot as if teleporting, and reappeared in front of the lion boat. The sharp animal claws flashing with icy cold light stabbed at the Straw Hat Luffy mercilessly. That is the orc finger pistol that can easily pierce through steel. Seeing the attack of Vice Admiral Dalmesia about to fall. At this time, a Blackfoot came out of the sky. How could you get close to our general so easily? Blackfoot Sanji smiled slightly. Meet the orc finger pistol of Vice Admiral Dalmesia in flesh and blood. Vice Admiral Dalmesia sneered. All comers are welcome. To accept Sanji's leg on the spot. However, next second. Something shocking happened to Dalmesia. His finger pistol stunt that can easily penetrate even steel. At this moment, it is nothing but flesh and blood. He didn't feel Sanji's use of armed colors at all. Just blocked his finger pistol with flesh and blood. Simply outrageous. What Vice Admiral Dalmesia didn't know was. Now Sanji's bloodline factor has been fully awakened. Owner One Piece World's unique exoskeleton defense. Then let's have some fun. Sanji whispered casually. Kick out Vice Admiral Dalmesia in shock. Marine's attack continues. Straw Hat. Successful. After Doberman and Dalmesia. 2 more Vice Admiral killers stepped forward. Marine slashed Zhao. Vice Admiral Bastio swung the shark-toothed machete. Vice Admiral Kong Ming waved the feather fan in his hand. Unique armed color flow extension. Turned into a big sword, stabbed at 4 emperors. Luffy. Luffy is my brother. Sabo, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, stopped drinking. His hands turned into pitch black dragon claws. 1 in each hand. Grab Bastio's shark-tooth machete and Kong Ming's armed feather fan. Kaka. Ka ka ka. The overwhelmed crack sounded. Under the full-strength dragon claw punch of Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Bastio's shark teeth are full of cracks. Vice Admiral Kong Ming's armed feather fan shattered. If you want to attack Luffy, pass me first. Sabo strikes. 2 years later, the Straw Hat Royal Group will attack with all members. This moment, no one noticed. At that altitude of hundreds of meters. The very top of the frozen tsunami. A group of hundreds of people are secretly watching. Sabo, is it really Sabo? The shocking whisper of the Straw Hat Luffy who escaped successfully from Impel Down 2 years ago. Chapter 85. You are facing the 4 Emperor's Straw Hats. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Naval Headquarters. On top of the battlefield. 2 years later, the new 4 emperors Straw Hats and Marine will go to war. 3 swords flow mystery, green dragon chant, flowing water. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro makes 3 moves. The blue sword energy is like flowing water. Gather into a green dragon-like posture. Head towards Naval Headquarters veteran elite Vice Admiral Doberman. One-shot style, Takumi. Vice Admiral Doberman holds a knife in both hands. From top to bottom, send out a full chop. He wanted to cut Qinglong in 2. However, in the end, the big sharp knife in his hand was bitten by the green dragon sword energy. Flying upside down with his figure, he slammed heavily on the icy ground, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. Doberman Vice Admiral. Just kidding. That's Doberman Vice Admiral. One of the mainstays of our Marine. It was suppressed by that pirate hunter who offered a reward of 120 million. Is such a thing really possible? The Naval Headquarters elites who witnessed this scene couldn't help screaming again. In their view, Zoro is just this year's rookie pirate. Although it is a supernova, the bounty offered is only 120 million. And Doberman is a veteran powerhouse in Marine. In addition to the highest combat power Admiral and Marshal. It can almost be said to be the first echelon powerhouse in Vice Admiral. It even defeated the big pirate who offered a reward of nearly 1 billion in the New World. It should be easy to deal with a mere 120 million, little guy. Only, what the Marines don't know is, what they are facing now is not 120 million rookie pirates. But even the second in command of 100 beasts who offered a bounty of 1.39 billion Baileys defeated. Marines don't even know, at this moment, what they are facing is the 4 Emperors Straw Hats. Hey, Dalmesia Vice Admiral is not doing well either. Why is that black-legged Sanji as powerful as a monster? Obviously the bounty was not even 100 million Baileys, but in the end, Dalmesia Vice Admiral was defeated by that black-legged Sanji. As this kind of thing, realistic. It's not just Luffy the Straw Hat, the whole crew, all monsters. The elites of Naval Headquarters stared wide-eyed in horror. Can't understand, can't believe this terrible reality. Jinbei, do you really want to completely break with our Marine by doing such a thing? If that's the case, I'm here to announce that you will be stripped of your 7 warlords of the sea position. Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral the Ghost Spider yelled loudly. 7 warlords of the sea, this kind of vain stuff, the old man has already abandoned it. Jinbei calmed down while Hawkeyes yelled. B************ D Murloc, you asked for this, don't regret it in the future. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider cold drink. What responded to him was a blow from the mighty Murloc karate. Yo ho ho ho, then, next, please enjoy the special requiem of the King of Souls. Dead with only 1 bone left, Brook pulled out his violin and pulled it away. The song is over. Brook's umbrella sword sheathed. It's finished. Clang. A dozen Naval Headquarters captains fell to the ground without a sound. Frankie. Stray beam. Straw Hat Tuanfu Master Frankie folded his hands. Countless photons condense. In the end, it turned into a terrifying laser beam and shot out. Caused a terrifying explosion on the ice. In an instant, dozens of Marines were blown up. Very colorful. Huge tree. 2 years later Robin crossed his arms. Paramesha flower fruit is fully capable. 2 white giant feet descended from the sky. Sweeping around with giant-like strength. Nami, Chopper, we are almost graduating from the timid trio. Usopp took a deep breath, speaking firmly. Say, that's what you said. Nami nodded. Kill the green star demon. Kill the green star overlord flower. Million green star vines, road of thorns. Straw Hat Sniper Usopp stands on the watchtower. The large slingshot in his hand continuously shoots special seeds around. The purpose is not to kill Marine. The real purpose is the construction of positions. Under Usopp's arrangement, the entire battlefield is filled with all kinds of plants. Like a group of demons dancing wildly, it greatly hinders Marine's attack. Effectively prevent the large Marine forces from attacking the Thousand Suns together. Rambo Ball. Strengthen soft power. Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Regiment, turned into a chubby kung fu civet cat. Surround the hull of the Thousand Sun and block the sailors passing through the flora. In that case, I don't care, Zeus. Nami snorted softly. Come on, Nami. Baiyun Zeus flew out from the weather stick. Then he let out a satisfied belch. Charging is complete, I'm ready. The voice fell. White clouds turn into thunderclouds. Zeus. Figure swelled against the wind, covering the sky with a radius of hundreds of meters. Boom. Rumble. What resounded through the sky was the roar of thunder. What's going on here? Advertisement. The Marines looked up, puzzled. Not good, go back. A rear admiral noticed the clues and quickly ordered. However, it was too late. Today is thunder and lightning weather, pay attention, thunderstorm. Nami ordered. Lei Yun was silent first. Then the collective riots. Bunches of lightning fell from the sky, knocking one Marine after another to the ground. Damn it. Damn Straw Hat crew. How did these guys get so strong in such a short time? Shichibukai Gecko Moria gritted his teeth, and he was already in a cold sweat as he narrowly passed through the flora and the thunderstorm area. Intuition told him, if it is facing the general attack of the Straw Hat pirates, there is a high probability that he won't last for 3 seconds. But, this time his target is not the Straw Hats. It's the daughter of the enemy Kaido. My zombie soldiers, Takumi. With Moriya's order, the zombie soldiers he had prepared in advance broke through the ground. Sneak attack towards Yamato, who was struggling. Yamato, who has an outstanding sense of knowledge, is certainly not unconscious. Backhanded a mace to knock off the heads of the shadow zombies. However, next second, something frightening happened to Yamato. Even if the head falls, the zombies still didn't fall down. Wow, what the hell are these guys? Even if it was Yamato, he couldn't help being shocked at the moment. Miss Yamato, these are zombies made by Shichibukai Moriya. Looking at the overall situation 2 years ago, Robin quickly reminded. Leave the zombie soldiers to me. On the lookout, Usopp switches salt bombs. Precise sniping evolves zombies one after another. Thank you, the main body will be handed over to me. Yamato said thanks. The line of sight locks on Shichibukai Gecko Moriya tens of meters away. Hey hee hee hee, brat, your B************ D father made me suffer so much back then. Shichibukai Gecko Moriya didn't finish his sentence. But I saw that Yamato didn't listen to him at all. Chi. Black and red conquerors lightning strikes. Wu banished. Ajien suddenly swung the black mace. A powerful shock wave of stick air shoots out. Pot-bellied, slow and clumsy, Moriya couldn't avoid it, and got hit right. On the spot, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned white, and his figure flew upside down. Hey, that's Shichibukai Moriya. It was, unexpectedly hit. Kaido's daughter, what a monster. Just like his father, he is a monster. The sailors who witnessed this scene shook their heads in horror. Ah la la la, it's useless for Shichibukai to be so vulnerable, Moriya. Admiral Aokiji spoke lazily. The line of sight then fell on Robin 2 years ago on the Thousand Suns. I have to admit that I was wrong in my judgment earlier. The Straw Hats do have the qualifications to participate in this war. Admiral Aokiji said calmly. I've said it before, they're just right. 2 years ago Robin smiled. It's just that you have the qualifications to get started. The momentum around Admiral Aokiji changed suddenly. Next second, the powerful air machine is overwhelming. Aokiji, do you want to continue? 4 Emperors. Luffy folded his arms, Haki stopped drinking. Ah la la, you really look like a big shot, Straw Hat. Admiral Aokiji spoke calmly. If you are allowed to pass like this, where will I put the face of Admiral? No more nonsense. Into third gear. 4 Emperors. Luffy's right arm suddenly swelled. Elephant gun. The pitch-black giant's fist slammed into Admiral Aokiji with overwhelming force. 4 Emperors. Luffy and Admiral Aokiji. The Battle of the Emperor. Start again. The battle situation is in full swing. The huge naval headquarters is divided into 3 parts. The first is the outermost coastal battlefield. Nearly 50,000 marine elites blocked more than 30,000 New World affiliated groups. Then there is the battle circle centered on Straw Hat crew. Confront the Straw Hats of the 4 Emperors. Marshal Sengoku acted decisively. A whole phalanx was dispatched. A total of 10,000 troops lined up. Except for Admiral Aokiji, the highest combat power. It even recruited Vice Admiral Dao Boyan, Ghost Spider and many other experts. Even though high-end combat forces such as Aokiji and Doberman are suppressed. But relying on the absolute advantage in numbers. It is only a matter of time before the Straw Hats are defeated. The final battle circle. It is the intrusion team in the bay led by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates such as Foil Vista, Ramank, and Izo. Vice Admiral, who was originally used to stop the captains of the White team, was transferred to the battlefield of the Straw Hat King. Instead, standing in front of the Whitebeard captains was Admiral Kizaru from the headquarters. Under the strict orders and admonitions of Marshal Sengoku. Even Admiral Kizaru, who loves paddling, had to be a little more serious and pull himself together. He alone is worth a dozen vice admirals. The tactic of flying a kite in the air. Ask for flowers. Hour. From time to time, put a hand of laser toward the bottom. Advertisement. It is to block the attack of the white group, and the progress is slow. Sengoku, how could you make your wish come true? On the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard's pale golden eyes narrowed, and then gave an order to Marco. I see. Marco responded. The phoenix flew across the sky, blocking Admiral Kizaru's laser. Vista, Yizang, everyone, Dad's order, now all go back to defense and support Ace's younger brother. Marco exclaimed. What? Father's order? We know. Everyone, did you hear that? All come back. The captains of the White Regiment raised their arms and shouted. Immediately turned around without hesitation. Initiate a reverse siege to the marine formation surrounding the Thousand Sun. Rose flurry. Suddenly there are red rose petals falling between the sky and the earth. That was the sword skill of the graceful Baituan great swordsman Foil. What a wonderful sword. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, I have heard about you for a long time, and now I see you. You are even more powerful than the rumors. If it is not in this battlefield, I also want to be with you. Learn 1 or 2. Foil Vista Road. What a coincidence. I thought so too. Zoro grinned. Then it's an agreement. Wait until the war is over. Vista Road. Ah. Zoro nodded. Whole foil. Don't ignore me. Vice Admiral Doberman goes crazy. However, he only has 1 sword. Zoro Gabsta is 5 knives. The result can be imagined. Boss Jinbei, I'll help you. Team 8th Captain Namur shouted. 0. Oh, that was a great help, Muir. Jinbei nodded. Everyone, Follow me. Bang bang bang. The gunfire sounded like shelling. Yi Zhang, the captain of the 16th Division, tore a hole in Marine's encirclement net with 2 guns in his hand. If you want more people to bully fewer people, you have to ask us if we agree. Team 6th Team Captain Ramank shouted angrily. Marine bastards, your opponent is our Whitebeard pirates. The captain of the 7th Squad, Lakyo, rushes to the rescue. Ice battlefield. The 2 battle circles merged into one. With the Straw Hat Royale as the core. The all-out war between Marines and pirates is in full swing. This moment, on the right side of Motobu Bay. Yes, I just left for a while, and it turned into a mess. Who can tell me what happened in this battlefield before? Admiral of Headquarters Akainu Sakazuki took off his hat and touched his crew cut. After smashing the ice with great eruption before, he quietly disappeared from the battlefield. Carry out a secret mission given to him by Marshal Sengoku. For the intrusion of Straw Hat crew. Akainu doesn't know. Sakazuki Admiral, Mr. Sakazuki, the big thing is bad. It's a Straw Hat crew. They are as strong as monsters. Sailors nearby, you have a word, and I have a word. Report everything that happened before to Admiral Akainu quickly. I see, the blood of One Piece, the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and the daughter of Kaido, since they are here today, don't let any of them run away. Admiral Akainu was murderous. Blue blue blue. The phone buzzed. Sakazuki, are you done? Marshal Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Ah, it's settled. Soon, the show will begin. Admiral Akainu grinned sinisterly. This moment, a wide coastal battlefield, somewhere no man's land. Squad, you should believe that I am from the future by now. 2 years later, Marco looked at Skuyid, the captain of the Great Eddy Spider Pirates, who was in a sluggish state. Long before Admiral Akainu approached Skuyid and cast a riposte. 2 years later, Marco was the first to find Skuyid. Tell him what will happen next. At first, of course Skuyard wouldn't believe it. He even doubted Marco's identity and wanted to face each other with swords. However, what happened afterwards, everything was just as Marco said. Akainu took advantage of the hatred between you and Roger to sow discord between you and Daddy, but please calm down and think about it. Who is Daddy? Will Daddy really betray you? Don't do something you regret, squad. Marco spoke in pain. Good moment. Skuyid took a deep breath. If it wasn't for you, would I really have assassinated Dad? Marco nodded silently. Then it won't happen this time. Skuyard said. Damn Akainu. Dare to lie to me, he must pay the price. That would be great, but now is not the time to seek revenge on Akainu. We have more important things to do. Skuyid, act with me. Marco invited. What to do? Skuyard was taken aback. Destroy the marine surrounding wall operation.